Chapter 1, I Became Naruto. Country of Fire, Konoha Village. The 12-year-old Naruto walked on the street, striding forward with hateful eyes. "Look, it's that kid." A weak voice suddenly sounded. "It's him again, why don't people like this lock up? Be quiet, don't be heard by him." The adults in the distance whispered, although this sound is small, but it is the most vicious needle, which makes people chilling. Naruto walked in silence, and in those repulsive eyes, stepped to the door of the fruit store. "Boss, some oranges." Naruto smiled. "No more." The indifferent answer came from the shop owner, and Naruto looked up at the disgusting look of the shop owner, then looked at the pile of oranges in the shop. He didn't speak any more, but turned and walked away. At the moment he turned and left, the corner of his eye caught two figures on the roof, which were the dark ninjas who were in charge of monitoring him. "Ha, are you not so serious about hiding?" Naruto lowered his head slightly and sneered at an angle that no one else could see. As a traverser, it was a good thing to be reincarnated and reborn, but only after rebirth did he realize that he had become Naruto, a lonely and helpless Naruto. There is no family, no relatives, cold eyes, loneliness, indifference, rejection, surveillance, even eating and living are a problem. It can be said that Naruto's childhood was black, an abyss without brilliance. As a traverser, he wants to change the status quo, at least having enough food like ordinary people to ensure his body nourishment. So he drew some comics with the skills of his previous life, intending to earn some money in this world and subsidize his family. But when he took these comics and prepared to go out for sale, it was an obstruction from envy. Those cartoons drawn with great effort were ruthlessly torn to pieces face to face, and even his painting behavior caused an even stricter monitoring of envy. That moment, he thoroughly recognized the reality and began to hide everything about himself, living in a low-key manner according to the original life trajectory. He didn't ask where the legacy of the 4 generations of Hokage was or why it was not inherited by him. Did not ask why he was taught to refine chakras so late. Not to mention why Anbu is monitoring him all the time. Because these questions are raised, it is likely that he will have an accident, such as being imprisoned. After all, he is no longer the original Vortex Naruto, he is the new Naruto from birth. Go to the next fruit shop. I really want to eat oranges. Naruto looked up at the sun in the sky and looked at the warm sunlight. The sneer on the corner of his lips gradually turned into a fake smile, and he continued to hide himself in the cold eyes and surveillance. Tada! Rhythmic footsteps sounded with Naruto's steps, and soon he went to another store to buy oranges, but the result was still a cold rejection. "It's a pity, I just want to eat some oranges, why should I refuse?" There was disappointment in Naruto's voice. He hadn't eaten an orange for a long time. He really wanted to eat one, but it was a pity. "Forget it, go to the small river, it's almost time for lunch, there should be a surprise today." Naruto did not continue to go to other shops, but turned around and prepared to leave, but a small figure not far away caught his attention. It was a little girl with Hyuga's family crest on her clothes, with a black sister's head, and a small and exquisite body. There was a hint of red glow on the cute little face, and the round eyes were white, as beautiful as white jade. It can be said that this figure attracted Naruto's attention. Seeing this small figure, Naruto's smile became much more real. Because that figure is the only person in this world who deserves his smile, and it is also the biggest change he can make after crossing this world. This person is no one else, but the cute Hyuga Hinata, who is also his only friend now. After meeting Hinata from a very young age, Naruto often interacted with her and chatted together. The two have become very good friends. It's just that Hinata is too shy, even if the two are friends, but every time Hinata sees herself, she looks shy. Like now. Hinata's slender hands were moving, and his index fingers were pressed against each other in a timid posture. Looking at the shy Hinata, Naruto walked over with a smile, but a blue air ball floating around her caught Naruto's attention. "Hinata, what a coincidence!" Naruto greeted and looked at the blue air ball carefully, and he found the word experience ball written on it. "Okay, what a coincidence!" The crisp and sweet voice interrupted Naruto's thinking. Naruto looked at Hinata and found that she was bowing her head shyly, afraid to look at herself. Naruto felt warm when she saw such a cute Hinata, but the experience ball floating around her made him very puzzled. Experience +1. A line of black letters appeared suddenly, and the blue experience ball quivered. "Okay." After seeing this scene, Naruto looked around calmly, and found that everyone hadn't noticed this. He had some guesses. In order to find out the specific reasons, Naruto then started chatting with Hinata. Although Naruto was talking most of the time, and Hinata was listening with his head low, Naruto quickly figured out the general situation of this experience ball. He found only he can see this experience ball, others can't see it, and it can't be modeled by hand, but after interacting with Hinata for a while, it will show experience value +1, obviously this is his golden finger. This unexpected joy made Naruto ecstatic. In order to figure out the ins and outs of the golden finger, Naruto interacted with Hinata again. Experience +1. Another line of black lettering floated on Hinata's body, and the blue experience ball vibrated and diminished slightly. It was obvious that Naruto had gained the experience value. Such a change made Naruto more convinced of the thoughts in his heart. He talked with Hinata calmly, and occasionally glanced at a certain roof from the corner of his eye, where NB was standing just now. Experience +1. The black font reappeared, and Naruto's eyes flashed, but he didn't want to stay here too long, otherwise it would easily cause unnecessary suspicion, so he smiled. "Hinata, have you had lunch? Let's have lunch with me." "Hey? Hinata was obviously panicked and didn't know how to answer, especially the close conversation that made Hinata shyly want to faint, and some of the things he was going to give out were already afraid to take it out. Experience +1. Seeing the experience value emerging from Hinata again, Naruto's eyes flashed with joy. He sent out an invitation again. "Hinata, come with me to the small river, I will invite you to dinner." "Well, good. Hinata replied stupidly, and followed Naruto in a daze, completely devoid of his own opinions. During this process, Naruto was always observing the experience ball, and found that as he chatted with Hinata, the blue experience ball was getting smaller a little bit, just like a balloon. Obviously, you only need to talk or interact with Hinata to gain experience points. As for the role of this experience point, experience +1. Chapter 2, Date Hinata. The two came to the small river together. Naruto turned his head to Hinata and said, "Hinata, let's eat fish later, you wait for me." Eat fish? Do you want to fish? We didn't bring fishing gear." Hinata mustered up the courage and finally said a word. "It's not fishing, it's too slow, I have a better way." Naruto believes. Is there a better way? What is the way? Hinata looked at Naruto with a little expectation. You'll know in a while. Naruto smiled mysteriously, stepped to the side of the water plants by the small river, and then squatted down and began to pull the water plants, and soon a fish cage stained with the water plants was taken out by him. At the moment the cage was lifted, there were a few fat and big fish jumping around in the cage. A lot of big fish. What is this net fishing tool called? The structure inside is so strange. Is this your fishing tool? Hinata ran to Naruto, looked at the big fish cage and asked curiously, with obvious curiosity in his eyes. This tool for catching fish is called a fish cage. As long as you put the fish cage in the water and put the bait in, you will be able to catch the fish the next day. Naruto explained with a smile. It's a little fish, but the world is obviously different. The fish here are huge and there are so many fish. He can catch several fish every time. He even wanted to sell the fish for money, but eventually gave up. After experiencing that incident, Naruto had already understood that Konoha village was even darker than expected, and it would not hurt to keep a low profile before losing strength. Of course. It's okay to play with Hinata. The two of them have known each other for several years, and they often talk together. It is normal to come out and play like this, and no one will stop them. So he comfortably placed the fish cage on the grass for Hinata to watch. Naruto, did you make this fish cage? It's a magical design, and the fish can't get out. Hina squatted beside the fish cage, looking at the big fish channels inside. Yes, this fish cage can only go in and out. Of course I only want to catch big fish, so the net structure is relatively large. The small fish can leave, but the big fish can't get out. Naruto pointed to the structure of the fish cage and began to explain, and popularized the knowledge of fish cages. After hearing Naruto's popular science knowledge, Hinata felt very powerful, and she blinked her big eyes and exclaimed, "Naruto is amazing, how did you come up with it? I have never seen this method of catching fish in the village. No way, it's all forced by life." Naruto kept smiling as much as possible, but the smile was a bit bitter. When eating was a problem, all he could do was on his own. Naruto. When Hinata heard these words, worries appeared in her eyes, and her little heart was very sensitive, and she instantly understood Naruto's bitter smile. It's okay, go pick some firewood, I'll kill the fish, there are the stove and cooking tools I used to cook, and we will eat grilled fish in a moment. Naruto changed the subject. Well, I will pick it up right away. Hinata nodded his head, and ran to a short distance with his feet, only to look at Naruto from time to time, obviously still caring about Naruto's emotions. Experience +1. The experience point reminder appeared again, and Naruto calmly took out the kunai, took out the big fish in the fish cage and started to kill the fish. During the conversation with Hinata just now, he has been gaining experience points. Such gains made Naruto very happy, especially for the function of experience points. I don't know what it will do, I really look forward to it, Naruto muttered. What's wrong with Naruto? Hinata's melodious sound was heard in the distance, and it was obvious that she had been paying attention to Naruto. It's okay, hurry up and collect the firewood, the fish will be killed in a while. Naruto replied. Okay. Experience +1. In the following time, Naruto and Hinata were busy, quickly handling everything and preparing to cook. Naruto, let me cook. Hinata is still good at cooking, so he decided to take over the task of cooking. Well, you can make fish soup, I'll grill fish, let's work together. Naruto suggested. Okay. Experience +1. Seeing that Hinata was busy making fish soup, Naruto also started grilling fish on the fire nearby. Considering that the two of them practice daily practice, which is very physically demanding and their appetite is relatively large, Naruto grilled 5 whole fish. This fish is very big. 2 fish for one person is almost enough according to the age of 2 people, and the more one is used as a spare. After deciding, Naruto took out the seasoning from the hidden cooking tools and started to grill the fish. There are a lot of these materials, he collected in the wild, because the money is not enough for life, so he must save money as much as possible. Fortunately, the nature of this world is a treasure house, with rich living materials, enough for Naruto to find the materials needed, and even abundance. The key point is that the materials here are quite good. There is no pollution, no growth, no pesticides, and no chemical fertilizers. They are all green products. Of course, the taste will improve a lot. Even he put the cooking tools and materials outside because of this. Unfortunately, there is no orange tree nearby, and he can't eat his favorite orange. This is the biggest regret. Shaking his head, Naruto didn't think about it, but quickly put the grilled fish racks, put the big fish on it, and started the delicious grilled fish business. It's just that Naruto, who often eats alone, doesn't realize that the combination of the current world's grilled fish technique and the world's supergood materials produces a scent enough to make foodies covetous. For example, Hinata, who was grilling fish next to her, originally she was making fish soup seriously, but she quickly smelled an amazing fragrance. She quickly turned her head and looked at Naruto, watching him sprinkle the ingredients a little bit and put the big fish baked to golden brown. "It smells so sweet, Naruto, what ingredients did you put on the fish, why is it so sweet?" Hinata blinked his big eyes and looked at the grilled fish, his white neck moved slightly, which seemed to be a secretly swallowing drool. As the eldest lady of Hyuga's family, Hinata has eaten quite a lot of delicacies and knows more about delicacies than ordinary people, but now she has never seen this method and material for grilling fish, which is very rare. She watched Naruto skillfully roast the fish to golden brown and smelled the strong fragrance. She was surprised to find that her best friend still had such a good side, which really surprised her. "Gurulu!" There was a roaring sound from his stomach. Hinata's little face blushed, and he lowered his head embarrassedly, holding his little belly with two white hands, afraid to look at Naruto. "It's almost done, we'll have grilled fish in a while." Naruto smiled slightly, feeling that Hinata was even more warm now, and his red face made him want to pinch. Experience +1. Chapter 3, Maka. Of course. It's not suitable to do something now. Naruto clearly knows that those Anbu has been silently monitoring him. Even if a group of people are transferred, there is still a group that has not given up monitoring him. In order to relax Anbu's vigilance, Naruto will not do idiotic things stupidly, which is one of the reasons why Anbu has changed from 2 teams to 1 team. "Naruto, Naruto, is the grilled fish ready?" Hinata's crisp voice sounded again, as nice as a lark. Naruto smiled when he heard this, knowing that Hinata was really greedy. He picked up a grilled fish and passed it. "Now, try it quickly." "Thank you, Naruto." Hinata smiled sweetly at Naruto, quickly took the grilled fish with his small hand, and blinked his big eyes at the golden grilled fish. As a real snack food, she actually couldn't help it for a long time, and now she naturally tasted the food without hesitation. "It smells good, it's delicious." Hinata took a sip, his big eyes lit up slightly, and then looked at Naruto with admiration. She had tasted such a unique gourmet grilled fish for the first time, and the feeling of being full of fragrance was really appetizing. This made her admire Naruto even more, feeling that Naruto is a very good person. Experience +1. Naruto listened to the voice of the experience value and smiled and said, "If you like to eat, then eat more. There are 5 fish, enough for the 2 of us." "Well, Naruto, you can eat too, it's really delicious," Hinata said, and couldn't help but taste the grilled fish again. "It is good." Naruto picked up a grilled fish and ate it slowly. The 2 of them had lunch together in the warm sunshine, beside the clear stream, in the gentle breeze, with laughter. After a long time, Naruto, who had eaten 2 fish, was nodded in satisfaction, then looked forward, and found that Hinata, who had eaten 2 grilled fish, stared at the last grilled fish in a daze. In this state, Naruto understood it naturally. He picked up the last grilled fish and handed it over. "Here you are, eat it." "No, don't eat it, Naruto, you can eat it," Hinata said embarrassedly, secretly looking at the grilled fish with big eyes. "Don't worry, I'm full, you can eat quickly, it will be cold for a while." Naruto spoke indifferently, and at the same time remembered the characteristics of Hinata snacks. Then I'll eat it." "Eat quickly." "Well, thank you, Naruto." Seeing Hinata eating very happily, Naruto also felt very happy. In this tragic childhood, Hinata's company has added a touch of brilliance to his dark world. Experience +1. There is still a ray of light. Naruto murmured while listening to the experience value prompt. "Naruto, what did you say?" Hinata looked up suspiciously when she heard Naruto's voice. The little fish on the corners of her lips made her look cute. "Nothing, it would be nice if there were oranges to eat at this time." Naruto changed the subject. Orange? Oh right. Hinata thought of something, quickly took out 2 oranges from his pocket and handed them to Naruto. Naruto, this is for you. Orange. Seeing the 2 oranges in Hinata's hands, Naruto was surprised. He didn't expect Hinata to have oranges, and he also thought of the scene of buying oranges by himself before. No, without guessing. This silly Hinata must see that he couldn't buy oranges. She secretly bought 2 and wanted to give them to herself. The reason for taking them out now must have something to do with her shy personality. It's so dumb and cute, thank you Hinata. Naruto smiled and thanked, and reached out only to take the orange that Hinata handed over. At the moment of taking it, he clearly felt the softness, tenderness, and slippery of Hinata's hands, a bit like the most precious silk. Experience +1. Opposite. Hinata also felt something, her little hand retracted like an electric shock, and her little head was embarrassed. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to have become a little different, and even the sky became bluer at this moment. Hinata eat oranges. Naruto broke the inexplicable atmosphere and peeled off the orange with Hinata and tasted it. Okay. Hinata took a small bite, but his little head was always low, not dare to look at Naruto. Naruto is not good at talking, but sniffs the scent of fish that has not yet completely dispersed, and silently looks at the sky. Far away. Above a big tree. The 4 NB stood quietly on the trunk and looked at Naruto, some of them occasionally took a deep breath. Captain, this is the reason why I applied to be transferred from the surveillance position. I smell such a strong fragrance every day but can't eat it. This kind of life is really too difficult. Anbu said with a fox mask. Yeah, we endured it for a long time. Since this kid started cooking outside, the smell has become better and better, and it's more and more appetizing, but I can't eat it, so I can only watch it. Another Anbu spoke up, talking about his own experience depressedly, and the Anbu next to him nodded in approval. Just a little scent can't stand it. You are the elite of the dark part. The Dark Force commander rebuked angrily, but when he was speaking, he also swallowed. Captain, the key is not just this kind of food. This kid is particularly good at cooking, and every time it is made, it tastes particularly delicious, but we just can't eat it. That kind of uncomfortableness can just torture people crazy. The Fox Mask Anbu explained again, obviously had enough. Hey, what's the scent? You are ninjas. The Dark Squadron reprimanded again, but his stomach groaned halfway through the conversation, and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became embarrassing. Ahem. The elder of the Dark Army blushed, but fortunately he was wearing a mask that others could not see. He changed the subject and said, have you checked the fish-catching tool? I checked it, very good idea. This matter has been reported to Lord Naruto, but Lord Naruto didn't take it seriously. Fox Anbu returned. Well, these things are just cleverness. It's natural for Hokage-sama to look down upon it. After all, strength is the fundamental. Naruto is a bit clever, but I don't know if he can become a strong one. The Dark Army said. Captain, does the village want to train Naruto? Didn't the previous order say to delay his practice? Even the refinement of chakra taught very late. Anbu asked suspiciously. That was before. I received news that the high-level leaders are preparing to train Naruto, and train him to become a pillar power to protect Konoha, and protect Konoha. The Dark Unit leader said quietly. Well, will it be a bit late? Although this Naruto is very good at catching fish, he does not eat well, and his nutrition is very unbalanced. It is not as good as an ordinary family. Yes, you see that Naruto is so short, it is obviously undernourished, and he eats very little fruits and vegetables. I am afraid it is very difficult to cultivate. The Anbi ninjas talked about it, not optimistic about the training of Naruto. Don't worry, the top management has already made a decision, don't worry. The leader of the Dark Army replied and continued to monitor Naruto, but he completely remembered Naruto's grilled fish and decided to eat it once if he had a chance. By the river. After lunch, Naruto and Hinata went home together, and when they were sent back to Hinata, Naruto walked back while checking his own situation, because just now, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! When the experience value reaches 100, the infinite comprehensive system is activated. Looking at this message, Naruto was excited, but he did not show it, but silently checked the system. This review became even more exciting, because he knew that the opportunity to change his fate had come. Chapter 4, Golden Finger Open. Taking a deep breath, Naruto walked home in a stride, and walked home quickly in cold eyes. Walk into the house. Naruto looked at the empty home and the simple furniture, gradually calming down. He came to the desk, picked up the pen and paper and began to draw, while his consciousness sank into the system. During his investigation, an Unreal interface called the Saiyan Store appeared before his eyes. That interface requires 100 experience points to unlock, and he happens to have 100 experience points. Obviously, the system turns on 100 experience points because of this. With anticipation, Naruto chose to unlock the Saiyan Store without hesitation. Ding! Saiyan Store unlocked successfully. After the sound of the machinery, Naruto quickly opened the Saiyan Store, and the only product in the store appeared before her eyes. 1 drop of Saiyan blood costs 10 experience points. Seeing the price of Saiyan blood, Naruto was very surprised. Although there was only 1 drop of blood, he still felt it was worth it. Knowing about Dragon Ball animation, he knows that this Saiyan is a real fighting nation. Every Saiyan is not an easy master, but a fighting madman. If he can get the complete blood of the Saiyan, then he can definitely sweep the ninja world. Even a drop can bring a certain improvement. Thinking of becoming a Saiyan in the future, thinking of the power to destroy the world, Naruto's mood became excited again. He clenched his fists, trying to calm his mood, while continuing to study the system store. He soon found out. There are some other functions under the Saiyan store, but unfortunately, I can't see it for the time being. It seems that his experience value is too small to be presented. Ignoring these functions, Naruto's consciousness returned to the blood of the Saiyan. Although he has no experience points now, he can exchange 1 drop for 10 experience points, and this exchange method makes him feel unbearable. However, there is one thing that makes Naruto mind, that is, when she is separated from Hinata, the experience ball around her is much smaller. Obviously the experience value was absorbed by him, which made Naruto a little confused about the origin of the experience value. After his observation, except for the experience around Hinata, no one else was around, not even some ninjas encountered on the road. This makes Naruto puzzled, can only speculate that Hinata belongs to the heroine, and Sasuke and Sakura are important plot characters in the school, and they may also have experience around them. Tomorrow, go to school tomorrow, maybe except Hinata, you can really get experience points from others. Naruto secretly said. After deciding, Naruto walked to the corner of the room, picked up the wood and the carving knife to start carving the wood carving, and at the same time mobilized the chakra attached to his hands to exercise his chakra manipulation. Although suppressed over the years, he still worked secretly with his own methods. In addition to extracting more chakras than in the original book, he also improved a big step in chakra manipulation. And in the original book, Juien is Naruto's weakness, but he has already overcome this, and Juien is faster than Sasuke. These are the gains of performing secretly, especially the exercise of Juien, who secretly exercised in the dark room every time, and paid a lot for the current results. And many more. The carving knife in Naruto's hand suddenly stopped, and a gleam of light appeared in his eyes, because he thought of one thing, that is, the 9 tails sealed in his body. If there are experience around important plot characters, there should also be 9 tails in his body. After all, the existence of the 9-tailed demon fox can't be ignored. Try it. Naruto murmured secretly, put down the wooden sculpture in his hand and returned to the bed to rest. The next second his consciousness came to the place where the 9 tails were sealed, which is the sealed space. "Little devil, do you dare to come here and want to die?" Senleng's voice sounded, with a brutal atmosphere, and the turbulent chakra surged with this voice, spreading towards the outside of the seal, as if to swallow Naruto outside. But, standing outside the seal, Naruto smiled with joy, even his smile gradually became brighter. Because he clearly saw that there was also a blue experience ball floating around 9 tails. The size of this experience ball was a circle smaller than Hinata's experience ball, but the blue brilliance stirred Naruto's mood. "It's really a new village, I didn't expect it to be there, ha ha ha." Naruto laughed, looking at the huge 9 tails as if looking at a treasure, wishing to dig it up and inspect it. This kind of gaze made 9 tails in the seal a little confused. He brought his huge head close to the edge of the seal and said, "Little devil, what are your eyes?" "Experience +3. Okay." Naruto was taken aback and looked at Kyuubi in surprise. He didn't expect the experience value to be +3. "Boy, are you laughing at this, uncle?" Kyuubi was uncomfortable being stared at by Naruto's strange gaze, and it showed cold teeth and approached Naruto. "Laughing? No, no, I just think you are funny." Naruto smiled. "Fun?" A question mark appeared on the head of 9 tails, which tilted its head and said angrily, "Damn boy, you dare to say that this uncle is fun, do you want to die?" "Experience +3. Yes, it's fun, very suitable for my pet." Naruto continued to speak with a smile, looking left and right at Kyuubi, observing as if picking a pet, trying to figure out why the experience value is +3. "Damn kid, believe it or not I slap you to death." 9-tailed claws were suddenly raised, and suddenly photographed with killing intent, and the red chakras around the shaking continued to surge. "Experience +3. It's pathetic." Naruto looked at Kyuubi in the seal, and suddenly felt pity for the same sickness. His eyes and rejection in Konoha made him very disgusted with this village. But after Kyuubi had been sealed for so long, after experiencing 3 consecutive strengths, the suppressed anger in his heart would inevitably be like a mountain into the sea, not to mention such a small space. Naruto believed that if he was sealed in such an area, let alone for so many years, he would have been annoyed to beat people for a few days, let alone Kyuubi had been sealed for so long. So he stopped teasing Kyuubi, but sitting on the ground cross-legged, looking at Kyuubi quietly, thinking about why Kyuubi's experience value is +3. "Boy, what is your look? Are you pitying me? Believe it or not I ate you, do you know how terrifying my power is?" Kyuubi seemed to be irritated by Naruto's eyes, and his whole body stood up, and the red chakras all over his body were surging arbitrarily, like a flood. "Experience +3. Naruto looked at the state of Kyuubi, his gaze did not change at all, because the experience value was already 12 points, enough to exchange a drop of Saiyan blood, so he did not hesitate to choose the exchange. Ding! Consume 10 experience points and successfully exchange 1 drop of Saiyan blood. "Boy, you'd better not look at me with such eyes, or I will crush you." The blood-red tail of 9 tails swayed, his huge head clinging to the sealed door, his eyes fixed on Naruto, in a gesture of choosing someone and eating. But in the next second, it seemed to take a step back suddenly, and then looked at Naruto suspiciously. "Boy, what the are you doing? Why do I feel a chill in my back? I am Kyuubi, how can I feel this way? Damn, what the is going on?" 9 tails looked at Naruto carefully and looked at him again, but he did not notice the slightest change, nor did he feel any particular change in strength. But it couldn't figure out why it felt like that just now. "Strange, is it my illusion?" Kyuubi murmured and couldn't figure out why. It probed the surroundings for a while and found nothing, and finally treated it as an illusion. Chapter 5, 9 Tails. When Kyuubi didn't understand what was going on, Naruto suddenly stood up and returned to reality. On the bed, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes, quietly feeling his own changes, feeling the boiling body and blood. Originally, his physique was relatively strong and his anti-strike ability was very good. Now that he got that drop of Saiyan blood, his physique has been improved again. And the 6 beard-like textures on his cheeks gradually faded under the boiling blood. His face also began to become slightly angular. These changes are not obvious, it can only be said that there is a trend, but... However, a handful of hair on his head changed color directly, from the original yellow color to black, which was obviously caused by the blood of Saiyan. On the bed, Naruto did not move, but tasted the changes in his body, feeling a stronger physique. He could feel that his strength was a little bigger, and his reaction speed and combat instinct had also been slightly improved. Although this improvement was small, the corners of Naruto's lips were smiling. Because this is only 1 drop of Saiyan blood, as long as he is willing to gain more experience points, he can exchange more blood at that time. Standing up silently, Naruto came to the mirror to check his changes carefully. The black hair on his forehead made him frown. He stretched out his right hand and took out the goggles from the drawer and brought it to his head, pressing the black hair in front of his forehead to hide it perfectly. A drop of Saiyan blood began to bring changes to me, even if it didn't improve much, but my physique would definitely help a lot, if I get more Saiyan blood in the future. A light flashed in Naruto's azure blue eyes, and something called ambition was breeding in his heart, because he thought of the Super Saiyan form and thought of the power that destroys the world. Taking a deep breath, Naruto suppressed the thoughts in his heart and quickly controlled his emotions to a calm state. Think about these things later, and continue to test the harvest now, Naruto said secretly, closing his eyes and trying to extract the chi in the Dragon Ball world. I don't know why, after Naruto got this drop of Saiyan blood, he felt that he had a chance to extract chi. Although it was very slim, it was always right to try. Closing his eyes silently, Naruto tried to refine the chi, but he didn't refine it for a while, but instead refined a lot of chakra. As a descendant of the Vortex family, his chakra extraction speed itself is relatively fast, and there are more chakras. This is also a point of his pride before, but now. The stronger physique allowed him to extract more chakras, many times more than before, but he was helpless because he did not extract chi. Forget it, continue to earn experience points, let's talk about the issue of anger later, Saiyan blood is the root, Naruto said secretly. Lying back on the bed, Naruto closed his eyes and quickly entered the sealed space. Seal the space. Kyuubi was still in doubt. He always felt that something had happened today, but he just didn't know what was going on. Helplessly, it continued to lie in the seal, looking outside bored. Okay. The sudden appearance of the figure made Kyuubi squinted his eyes, and he looked at Naruto carefully, and found that it was the same as before, and then he ignored the decision to sleep. But Kyuubi's idea of wanting to sleep fell through, because Naruto stepped to the front of Kyuubi, and then stared at it carefully. Nine-tailed, are you female or male? Naruto asked curiously. In his previous life, he had discussed this issue with netizens. It stands to reason that Kyuubi is a chakra aggregate and should be regardless of gender, but because of the male voice, many people think that Kyuubi is a male. But he doesn't think so. Because the voice of Naruto in the anime is a female, is it a female? So he didn't get the answer to this question in his previous life, which is why he asked out loud. But his question directly irritated Nine-Tails, and Nine-Tails said angrily, "Little devil, you successfully angered me. Experience +3. I'm just curious." Naruto showed an innocent expression and even shrugged. "Shut up, kid, you can't be curious." Kyuubi roared, feeling that Naruto today is a bit annoying. Experience +3. Kyu, do you have no girlfriend? Naruto said again. Shut up. Experience +3. Actually, I have a secret, Do you want to listen to Nine Tails? Naruto leaned closer to Nine Tails and whispered deliberately mysteriously. What's the secret? Seeing Naruto's posture, Kyuubi was also curious. It stared at Naruto intently, waiting for his answer. You know Hinata, she is a super cute, gentle, and kind-hearted girl. She likes me and will become my girlfriend in the future. Isn't it a girlfriend? My master Ju Lama is not uncommon, why I feel so upset, kid? Jiwei yelled. Experience +3. Don't be so angry, you have been sealed here for so long, you must be very lonely, I can chat with you and relieve your boredom, isn't it great? Naruto said. This. Kyuubi stunned for a moment, as if it made sense. It makes sense, then you can communicate with me, don't always lose your temper. By the way, you should be a mother. Naruto said. Roll. Nine Tails exploded, and I wanted to slap the guy in front of me with a paw. It was so irritating, I had never seen anything like this. Experience +3. Unla, teasing you. Naruto comforted Kyuubi, and then said, how old are you? You should be very old. Kyuubi was soothed, and his mood was a little better, but he was mad at the next sentence. The angrily Nine Tails glared at Naruto, and turned his head to stop looking at Naruto. He was half dead in anger. Experience +3. It's getting smaller and smaller. Naruto frowned and looked at the blue experience ball around Nine Tails, and found that it was a little smaller. It was obvious that there were not enough experience points. After absorbing this thing, will something happen? How did the experience ball increase? It's strange. Naruto is full of doubts, and can't figure out the reason for the experience ball, so he can only roughly guess that the chance of having an experience ball around the plot characters is the highest. If you mix some more experience points and go back, Naruto said secretly, smiling kindly at Kyuubi. Inside the seal. Kyuubi, who was lying on his stomach, didn't know why it felt a little cold. He turned his head and saw Naruto's kind smile. This smile made it a little strange, as if it contained a certain meaning. But then, it finally understood what the smile meant, and it was the smile it never wanted to see. Kyuubi, you have been detained for so long, you should have grown fleshy, why is your still so small? Kyuubi, do you have a gender? Can you breed offspring? Kyuubi, raise your leg, let me see. Roll. Nine-tailed blue veins leaped and roared, his voice filled with depression, which was really irritating. Experience +3. Chapter 6, Improve Again. Time slowly passed by Kyuubi's roar. When the blue experience ball around Kyuubi was only the size of a ping-pong ball, Naruto stopped gaining experience points, then waved his hand at Kyuubi and returned to reality. The experience ball of Nine Tails is actually a lap smaller than Hinata's experience ball, and the accumulated experience value is also slightly lower, but Nine Tails are +3 experience points every time, which also causes Naruto to obtain experience points. Only a short time has passed. This makes Naruto puzzled. I don't know why Kyuubi's is +3 and Hinata's is +1. Suddenly, Naruto thought of something, his eyes narrowed slightly, and vaguely guessed the answer. This answer is the question of combat effectiveness. The combat effectiveness of Nine Tails is n times higher than that of Hinata, which is not comparable to Hinata at all. This is probably related to the bonus of experience points. However, this cannot be determined for the time being, and more information must be obtained to determine it. Withdrawing his thoughts, Naruto started to explore the Saiyan store again, thinking about the exchange of Saiyan blood, but the problem of his hair made him hesitant. Because the blood of this Saiyan seems to be a little overbearing, normally the hair of the Saiyan is black, but in the original book, there are actually descendants of Saiyan whose hair is not black. But after Naruto got a drop of Saiyan blood, a piece of hair turned black instantly. Such a domineering personality seemed to prove that Saiyan blood was stronger. However, the increase in combat effectiveness brought about by a drop of blood is still too small, and it needs to continue to improve in secret. After thinking about it for a moment, Naruto got up and went to the storage room and started rummaging in it. He remembered that there should be a bottle of hair dye at home and planned to find it. I just searched for a while and didn't find it. Isn't there any more? It seems that I need to go out. It's just early in time. Naruto quickly got up to tidy up, ready to go out to buy a bottle of hair dye. After all, after the Saiyan blood was exchanged, his hair must have changed again, and the goggles would definitely not be able to cover it. Therefore, hair dye is a good thing. With a small amount of money, Naruto stepped out of the house, and headed towards the other side of Konoha village. The surrounding residents are very familiar with him. Many people are unwilling to sell things to him, and he does not want to suffer coldness, but the people on the other side of Konoha village are still willing to sell him things. The milk I bought before was bought on the other side of the village, but the location was a little farther away, and only some people were willing to sell. With anticipation, Naruto walked quickly, step by step in the strange eyes of the people around him. A few minutes later, Naruto, who successfully bought the hair dye, hurried to the house, but when he got to the door, he met 3 people. The leader of the 3 is a fat man, and there are 2 thin men. They are the 3 guys who bullied Hinata. Due to the emphasis on training since childhood, when Naruto met these 3 people, he beat them severely and completely forged an enemy. Moreover, they were influenced by their parents and discriminated against Naruto. The 2 sides clashed several times later, and the hatred had long since ended. Now that the other party is dangling in front of his house, he must be uneasy and kind, so Naruto will not show them a good face, and just speak coldly. "Fatty, what are you doing at my door?" "It's nothing, I just want to ask if you want a tolerant dog. If you want, you can go to me to get it." The fat man smiled. "Ninja dog? Would you be so kind?" Naruto sneered, staring at each other indifferently with blue eyes. "Hey, actually that ninja dog is too fierce, most people can't tame it, I think you can definitely tame it," the fat man said aggressively. "Moron!" Naruto scolded the other person, pushed the fat man away hard, walked home coldly, and even closed the door severely. The fat man in such a scene turned blue, and he grunted, "Damn it, this kid is getting harder and harder to deal with. Then what to do? Our grudges must be reported," a little brother said. "How about this? Let's get that tolerant dog over and frighten Naruto." The other boy made a suggestion. "This is a good way, but that doggy is too fierce, I don't dare to get close." The fat man hesitated, a little afraid to act. "This? What about then?" "I do not know either." The 3 little ghosts whispered, did not find a solution, and finally stepped away in distress, but obviously did not give up. Inside the house, Naruto adjusted the hair dye with a tool, stood at the window watching the 3 little ghosts walk away, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, and then closed the curtains to block his vision. Silently returned to the seat, Naruto put down the hair dye, put a small mirror in front of him, and then sank into the system store and began to exchange new Saiyan blood. He now has 45 experience points, which is enough to redeem 4 drops of Saiyan blood, plus 1 drop before, that is 5 drops, which is enough to take his physique to a higher level. Ding! Consume 40 experience points and successfully exchange 4 drops of Saiyan blood. As the mechanical sound fell, Naruto's body boiled again, and the blood that seemed to be activated was like cheering and welcoming their new life. At the same time, Naruto's hair changed again, from the original black hair, it expanded a little, and the position was still on the forehead. Naruto took a look at himself in the mirror, and didn't have the idea of dyeing his hair, because he only needs to buy a bottle of hair dye. Others won't know whether he dyes his hair or not. What he needs is a reason. Okay. Naruto's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and he looked at the 4 directions of the house, and faintly judged the 4 people around him who were monitoring him. Obviously, they were the surveillance personnel of Anbu, which surprised Naruto somewhat. Because he remembers the blood of Scions, he is not particularly outstanding in perception. Although he can perceive particularly powerful chi, it is easy to ignore some dangers. For example, in the original work, Monkey King suffered several times because of this, but now, Ming Talent has received 5 drops of Scion blood, and he has obtained such outstanding perception ability, which is really puzzling for him. Could it be that the Scion blood I got is stronger? More domineering? If that's the case, it really makes a lot of money. Taking a deep breath, Naruto clenched his fists tightly, feeling that his strength had been obviously improved, and the effect of Scion blood in his body was just beginning to show. In the future, his physique will become stronger and stronger. If he concentrates on his practice, it will become stronger. It seems that we have to formulate a set of practice methods. By the way, there is also a heavy practice. Naruto thought about setting a goal for future practice, and at the same time sat down cross-legged, and began to refine his chi again. Chapter 7, Wano Agashi. Outside world. The captain of the dark unit responsible for monitoring gave a few words to the other team members, and then began to write today's monitoring records. After finishing the writing, the Dark Squadron went to the Hokage office, handed over today's record to Hokage and left, and continued to return to monitor Naruto. These are routinely handed in records, and someone writes them in almost every day. Naruto office. The 3 generations of Hokage were smoking pipes and looked at today's surveillance records casually. After watching the surveillance records for so many years, he was also a little bored. But he was a little curious about Naruto's purchase of hair dye. Does this kid want to dye his hair? The 3rd generation of Hokage whispered, took out the monitoring crystal ball, and prepared to use the telescope technique to watch Naruto's situation. With the surging of chakra, Naruto's figure gradually appeared in the crystal ball, and he saw Naruto sitting cross-legged and the general situation around him. Are you doing the practice of chakra refinement? Finally a bit motivated. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at the scene in the crystal ball and nodded, and when he saw the black hair on Naruto's head, he shook his head again. It turned out to be a child, and even played with hair dyeing. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at the hair speechlessly, and then at the hair dye in the room, feeling that Naruto was really a child. Forget it, I will graduate from school soon, and I will send someone to teach it at that time. The 3rd generation of Hokage closed the crystal ball, not paying attention to Naruto's situation. After the 3rd generation of Hokage closed the crystal ball, Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged at home, suddenly opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, surprise appeared in Naruto's heart, because he clearly felt a peeping sensation just now, which was a peeping sensation that was not noticeable before. But after getting 5 drops of Scion blood, he had this ability, and even when the peeping disappeared, he clearly felt it, which made Naruto finally confirm the extraordinary blood of Scion. But now there is a question that Naruto wonders, that is, how does the Scion blood improve? How far is it to become a real Scion? For example, in Dragon Ball, Monkey King is a pure Scion. His blood is Scion blood. If this is the case, Naruto needs too much blood to reach this level. No, I definitely don't need so much blood. I can feel the extraordinary blood of my Scion, and I may need very little blood. Naruto whispered secretly, and at the same time opened the Scion store to investigate the unlocked features. He didn't know the use of these functions, because even the names were locked and he couldn't see anything. This made Naruto frown, and he was also very curious about the functions of these functions. Forget it, continue to try to refine Chi. With Chi, you can practice more abilities, such as Wukong. Naruto thought of the flying ninja flying in the sky, and his eyes brought a look of expectation. The effect of this flying ninja is absolutely perfect for the flying ninjas of the Naruto world. It is an absolute flying ability. If he can practice successfully, then he will usher in a qualitative leap. Considering this, he closed his eyes and fell into the refinement of Qi again. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Naruto got up early and walked out of the house after getting dressed. The moment he walked out of the house, he could easily perceive the peeping gaze of Saidao, which was obviously monitored by Anbu. Ignoring the surveillance of these dark parts, Naruto continued to walk, step by step in the gentle breeze under the eyes of the morning. Shortly after, Naruto came to the gate of the ninja school and frowned secretly as he watched the enrolled students. Because he met a lot of people along the way, but there were no experience around these people, which made Naruto somewhat worried about gaining experience points. Tang 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 tang. A slightly thick running sound came from the rear, and Naruto turned his head to find that Sakura and Ino were walking fast side by side. The two of them did not let anyone else in the fast walk, pushing each other forward, like two little wild horses that were not giving way to each other. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw the two, because there were blue experience around their bodies, but one was larger and the other was smaller. Ino's experience ball is relatively small, but Sakura's is different. Her experience ball is about the same as Hinata's experience ball, a little more than Kyuubi. This result made Naruto very surprised, but also more convinced of the thoughts in his mind. In the Naruto anime, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata are all very important plot characters, but Ino is slightly inferior in comparison. In this way, it makes sense that Ino's experience ball is smaller, and Naruto almost understands it and knows what to do next. Naruto, get out of the way, don't get in the way. Kozakura's loud voice rang, and Kozakura, who was competing with Ino, galloped forward. It seemed that Naruto's position slightly blocked her path, causing her to shout directly. Experience +1. Naruto frowned slightly when she heard Sakura's voice. His standing position was not obstructive, at most it affected a little bit, but she greeted Sakura's yelling. This made Naruto give up his previous interaction plan, which is the method of earning experience points. Instead, when Sakura and the others approached, they suddenly moved one step to the left. Bang! What? Kozakura sat on the ground with a butt, clutching her forehead and glaring at Naruto. Naruto, why are you blocking my way? Experience +1. Is this your way? Do you have the ownership certificate for this way? Naruto said directly. Sakura was speechless, and Naruto was directly unable to speak. Experience +1. Look, you're speechless, don't always think about yourself in the future, that would be too selfish. Naruto continued, obviously suspicious. Humph. Sakura was said to be a little angry, but she didn't know how to refute it, so she snorted and raised her head. Experience +1. What's the use of hum? Just your pungent personality, much worse than Ino. Naruto said and glanced at Ino next to him. Naruto, thank you for your compliment. Ino said a little embarrassed, but very happy. Experience +1. Who said I can't compare to the wild boar? I'm much better than her. Sakura shouted unconvinced. Experience +1. Nonsense, how could you have a wide forehead comparable to me? Well, boar. Wide forehead. Experience +1. Experience +1. The continuous experience value reminder makes Naruto's eyes shine brightly and understands more ways to obtain experience value. His head is spinning fast, thinking about how to gain experience points in the future. Hey, Naruto, did you dye your hair? It seems to have become handsome. Ino suddenly said to Naruto. Experience +1. What kind of handsome is handsome, still that way? Kozakura muttered angrily, but she felt that Naruto did look more stylish after dyeing her hair. Experience +1. The two of them didn't notice it. In fact, Naruto was because of the Saiyan bloodline, and his face appeared more resolute, with sharper edges and corners. Chapter 8, 2 Pillars. Of course, Naruto would definitely not explain this kind of thing to them, and the most important thing now is to gain more experience points. Naruto, Naruto-kun. A timid voice came from the other side. The voice was very small, with a hint of shyness, but it was particularly nice. You don't need to guess Naruto to know who the speaker is, and that is the little Hinata with her sister's head. Hinata, you are here. Naruto turned his head and looked around. The blushing Hinata prints on his small face, and the shy, white, warm face, Naruto couldn't help but squeeze her. Experience +1. The experience value prompt appeared. Naruto's originally happy expression paused slightly, and then frowned. Because the experience ball around Hinata is only the size of a table tennis ball, if it continues to get smaller, I don't know if there will be an accident. Just in case, Naruto decided not to interact with Hinata, and waited until the specific situation of the experience value was tested. So Naruto put away his smile, turned and walked quickly towards the school, and disappeared at the school gate for a moment. Hinata was a little at a loss at this scene, not knowing what happened. Sakura and Ino next to them were also a bit at a loss, wondering why Naruto had left suddenly. But they were too lazy to think, but walked quickly to the school, leaving only Hinata standing tangled in place, thinking whether they had done something wrong. Inside the ninja school, Naruto walked in the corridor of the school. His eyes kept scanning the classroom, watching the surrounding students in the classroom, but unfortunately these people didn't have any experience balls, which made him somewhat disappointed. But when he walked into the classroom, several experience appeared in front of him brightly, big and small. The people who have these experience are the plot characters in the anime, such as Inyazukaga, Nara Shikamaru, Akemi Mitsuji, Yui Nashino, Sasuke, and so on. These people's experience are Sasuke's size, even slightly better than the experience of Sakura and Hinata. Obviously his importance is very obvious. Sure enough, I finally understand. Naruto said secretly, and finally determined that only the characters in the plot had experience around, and he also knew it thoroughly. Now there are only 2 questions left before us, that is, will something happen after the experience ball disappears, and whether the experience ball can be supplemented. This will be a problem for Naruto. But that's not in a hurry, because earning experience points is the most important task now, so he strode towards Sasuke and quickly came to him. Something. Sasuke folded his hands and said indifferently. As the strongest student in the class, Sasuke doesn't care about the classmates, because these people are not qualified to be his opponents, so when he speaks, he has a pretending and cold attitude. With this way of speaking, watching Naruto raise his eyebrows, he said with a smile, but a smile, "You can't sit here if you have nothing to do? Your school opened it. You." Sasuke was choked, and Gao Lengfen just disappeared with a single word. Experience +1. Look, you're speechless, right? Naruto muttered. Hey! I'm too lazy to talk to you, the tail of the crane. Sasuke replied, continuing to pretend to be a high cold fan. The tail of the crane. Naruto smiled. Before, he deliberately hid himself in the eyes of others as the tail of a crane, but his 3 Shinsen, Jian, physique and chakra have already reached a high level. Now with the Saiyan blood, hitting Sasuke is like hitting a child without the slightest pressure. Of course, Ming is too lazy to explain, because his goal is experience. So he continued with a smile and said, "What's wrong with the tail of the crane? It's better than the second pillar of yours, right? Second pillars of pretense." Sasuke's face turned green when he heard this sentence. Since Naruto explained the meaning of this sentence to him last time, he vowed never to hear it again. The key is called Urjuzi, it is Urjuzi, and the 2 pillars are pretending to be forceful. This is really irritating. Sasuke was depressed and stared at Naruto. Shut up, you crane tail. Experience +1. Don't shut up, just call you Urju, pretending to be the failed Urju. Naruto shot back without hesitation. Hey? The second pillar that pretended to fail. Sasuke wanted to hit someone angrily. After a while, he was upgraded to a second pillar that pretended to fail. This was really annoying. Angrily, Sasuke responded without showing any weakness, the tail of the crane that even girls can't beat. Experience +1. Hey! Naruto raised his eyebrows. In the original book, Sasuke was a second in 2 who did not listen to persuasion. Now he has grown, but Naruto doesn't care about this. Earning experience points is the most important task. Because his experience value has exceeded 10 points, he can exchange for another drop of Saiyan blood, and he couldn't help but continue to scream with joy. You are great! You can beat girls! As a man, you even beat women! Do you feel honored? Hey! Sasuke was speechless. Although he felt that Naruto's words were a bit crooked, why did he feel that Naruto was right? Sasuke wanted to refute, but couldn't think of a reason for a while, so he changed the subject and said, as the Uchiha clan, my excellence is beyond your imagination. Experience +1. Experience +1. Several consecutive experience points appeared. Naruto scanned the class and saw experience points appearing on several people, even Sakura and Ino who had just entered the door. Obviously, his interaction with Sasuke caused a chain reaction and gained more experience points, which gave Naruto more confidence. He continued. Since you think you are better than me, show me a wooden sculpture, like this. Naruto took out a wooden sculpture from his pocket. The image of the wooden sculpture was Hinata's appearance. It looked vivid and very real. In his previous life, he was a sculptor and painting worker, and his skills in this area were very good. In addition to practicing the delicate control of chakras over the years, he sculpted and painted every day. It can be said that he has a very deep knowledge. Now using wood carving air to help the layman, it is simply a sledgehammer. So when Naruto asked Sasuke to carve the wood carving, he directly suppressed him, and Sasuke was speechless for a long time. Experience +1. Experience +1. Naruto, did you sculpt this? It's so real. Ino walked over and looked at the statue in Naruto's hand, his eyes filled with splendor. It's so real, it's exactly the same. She must be surprised if she sees it. Kozakura also leaned over, looking at the shy and expressive appearance of the wooden sculpture in admiration. The surrounding students also ran over to watch, marveling again and again, while also providing experience points for Naruto. Experience +1. Experience +1. Only Sasuke remained silent, his face was aching pain. No way, he didn't know anything about wood carving. Chapter 9, Envy of Ino. Naruto, can you carve one for me too? It's really amazing. Ino couldn't help looking at the small and vivid wooden sculpture. And me, help me sculpt one too. Inazukage also leaned over. Sakura couldn't help but wanted one when she saw this, but it was a pity that Naruto spoke before she could speak. Sorry, no. Naruto retracted the wooden sculpture, glanced at Sasuke with a smile, and then acted triumphantly. This kind of performance made Sasuke very angry, but unfortunately he really didn't know anything about carving. He was a 100% fiasco, and he had no choice but to turn his head and not look at Naruto. Experience +1. Experience +1. The continuous reminder of the experience value made Naruto's mood gradually improve, but the frequency reminder of the experience value gradually decreased. This is not allowed by Naruto, so he turned his head to Sasuke and said, Second pillar, I have to learn and read more in the future, understand? You. Sasuke got angry, feeling that the nickname of Ursha could not be washed away. Experience +1. Why? Still not convinced? Well, I'll show you today. After Naruto finished speaking, he took out the drawing paper and paintbrush from his desk pocket, and then walked outside the classroom with him. Such a scene aroused the curiosity of the entire class, and they couldn't help but follow them. Even Suzuki was unconvinced. And after they left, Hinata, who was too late, came to the door of the class. Then walked in from the outside of the class with frustration. His warm little face was full of loss, and he was obviously not in a good mood. When she was still struggling at the school gate, why Naruto suddenly left when she saw her, which is why she was unhappy. As a crush, she cared very much about Naruto's thoughts. Now Naruto suddenly ignored her. She thought she must have done something wrong. So, she was lost thinking about it for a long time at the school gate, but she couldn't understand what was going on, which was the reason why she was late in class. Hey? Why is there no one in the class? Hinata was initially depressed and clasped her little hand, but after walking into the class, she found that there was no one empty in the class. Such a scene made Hinata very at a loss. She scratched her head with her little hands, wondering what was wrong. But she didn't intend to go into it, because she wanted to understand how she upset Naruto is the point, so she went back to her seat and started thinking with a tight face. Time passed bit by bit, and soon the classroom door was opened, and then Suzuki walked in desperately from the outside. But when Suzuki saw Hinata in the classroom, he was shocked, then laughed at himself. It looks like it, I didn't expect Naruto to have reached this level, alas. After speaking, Suzuki returned to his seat, bowed his head in silence, with a sad expression on his face. Hinata was at a loss after seeing this series of events. She didn't understand what Suzuki said, but while she was thinking deeply, other students gradually walked outside the classroom. These people walked into the classroom to look at Hinata for the first time, and then whispered, "It's really like the real, Naruto is too powerful. Yeah, it looks too much. I used to think that Naruto is useless, but I didn't expect him to hide such skills. It's amazing." There were discussions one after another, and Hinata felt a paste in his little head listening to their words. She didn't know what happened, why these people all looked at her, and she clearly praised Naruto, why they looked at her. This situation caused her to fall into a cute state. Gradually, there were more and more students in the class. Everyone looked at Hinata a few times after entering the class, and then they gathered together to whisper, even Sakura and Ino were no exception. Now Hinata was even more confused, thinking like a cat's claw in his heart to know what happened. Also at this time, Naruto, who was the center of the incident, walked in from outside, and then sat back in his seat leisurely. Hinata wanted to ask what happened to Naruto, but thinking of the scene behind the school gate, she became worried again, so she didn't dare to ask. Call out. A small piece of paper crumpled up was thrown over, and Hinata hurriedly caught it. She looked at Naruto who had lost the paper, and she felt joy in her heart. Quickly opened the small note, Hinata looked at the content on the note. Leave a gift for you, come to my desk pocket after school in the afternoon, and talk to me these days, to throw away the note. Looking at the content on the note, Hinata was puzzled, but also understood that Naruto was not angry, and she was relieved, but she could not figure out the discussion in the class, and the gift also puzzled her. Therefore, she spent the whole day in confusion until after school in the afternoon. She saw Naruto pointing at her desk, and then watching Naruto leave the classroom. With deep doubts, Hinata walked over in small steps, and then took the gift from the table pocket to watch. It was a scroll-like gift, and it looked like a ninjutsu scroll, but when Hinata opened it carefully, her big eyes went round. Because there is a portrait of her painted on the scroll, she is smiling shyly in the painting, the blush and face on the cheeks, the painting is so lifelike, it is almost as real. And she in the painting is by the small river, the scene when they were eating together yesterday. Obviously Naruto painted the scene based on the scene at the time, and it also reminded Hinata that the warm scene of the two people eating yesterday, and his heart suddenly became beautiful. Is Hinata good looking? I really envy you. I asked Naruto to help me draw a picture, but he ignored me. Ino came over and said, with envy and admiration in his eyes. On the other side, Sakura, who was packing her things, also leaned in and said sourly, Naruto is so kind to you. Not only did she paint for you, she also carved your wood sculpture. Wood carving. Hinata was stunned when he heard this, and then he checked his desk pocket. Soon she took out a wooden sculpture. The wooden sculpture carved with her face and the vivid wooden sculpture were just like works of art, which made her love it. Joy emerged in her heart. Hinata had never felt so happy before, and she had never been so happy before. She was so happy that she even bent her big eyes directly into crescent moons. Next to Sakura and Ino were still talking enviously. Hinata was happier listening. The other side. Naruto is walking quickly home, ready to go back to exchange Saiyan blood, because the experience value gained this time is very rich, enough to exchange some. However, something unexpected happened to him. The 4 NB ninjas who were supposed to be watching him, only one is left. This surprised Naruto and at the same time faintly understood that the village had changed his direction. I'm about to graduate, is there going to be the forbidden spell scroll incident in the original book? The multi-shadow avatar technique seems to be good. Naruto said secretly, and walked away with a smile. Chapter 10, New System Features. Back home. Naruto sat on the stool while drawing, while opening the Saiyan store, ready to exchange Saiyan blood. This time he earned more than 200 experience points, enough to exchange more than 20 drops of Saiyan blood, and these blood will also bring a lot of improvement to his strength. He was originally planning to exchange blood, but he was stunned when he saw the changes in the store, because the functions under the store that were not visible before could be seen at this moment. There are 2 of these functions, one is the data panel and the other is the lottery panel, each requires 10 experience points to activate. 10 experience points are nothing to him now, but now he is in the initial stage, and his strength is at the weakest moment, so he wants to use every point of experience on an idea. Do you want to activate it? Naruto murmured secretly, thinking about whether to activate the 2 panels. After a short analysis, he chose to abandon the data panel and activate the lottery panel instead. Because the lottery panel shows that the abilities of the heavens and the world can be drawn by consuming experience points, this range is relatively large, and any ability can be drawn. In case he is lucky and draws the super powerful ability of the world, it is really developed, so he chooses to consume 10 experience points to activate the lottery panel. Ding! The lottery panel is activated, consuming 10 experience points in total. Hey! An illusory screen appeared in front of you. There was a red lottery button in the middle of the screen. There were countless ball-shaped objects around the button, which seemed to hide the prize draw. Naruto watched carefully and found that the lottery only requires 10 experience points, so I can't imagine it. Naruto was hesitant to pay for such a small amount, because cheap goods are not good. If it is so cheap, the chance of getting good things is very, very low. Try the effect once. Naruto muttered secretly, and finally chose to consume 10 experience points and clicked on the draw. Ding ding ding! It was as clear and sweet as the sound of a wind chime, and at the same time the illusory picture in front of Naruto began to rotate continuously. Ding! Draw 2 drops of Saiyan blood. A message appeared in front of Naruto, and he was taken aback for a while, followed by surprise. I didn't expect to draw 2 drops of Saiyan blood, which is equivalent to earning a drop for no reason. It's great. Naruto was surprised again and again. But he will not be dazzled by joy, but after thinking slightly, he decides to draw again. If he can draw something good, he will continue to draw. If he fails, then his remaining experience points will not be drawn. He must ensure that the things he gets in the lottery are higher than the things he exchanges. After all, for him in the early stage, the exchange of Saiyan blood is more stable, and he must gain more power in the early stage. Only after he has the power to protect himself, can he dare to squander experience points and seek more unknown abilities? So Naruto started the lottery with expectation and consumed 10 experience points again. Ding! Obtain 1 Enhanced Avatar Skill Point and Avatar is promoted to Enhanced Avatar. Okay. Seeing the reward, Naruto frowned slightly, because it won't take long for him to get the technique of multiple shadow clones, then this enhanced clone technique is simply a tasteless one. Forget it, the remaining experience points can be exchanged for Saiyan bloodline, or exchange insurance. Naruto shook his head secretly, not wanting to take risks anymore, but exchanged all his experience points into Saiyan blood. Ding! Gain 1 point of Saiyan blood. Ding! Gain 1 point of Saiyan blood. Ding 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 sounded endlessly. Naruto felt the warm current rippling in his body, his ever-increasing power, and the sharper perception ability, and the corners of his lips were smiling. Now he has a total of 30 drops of Saiyan blood, and this amount of blood brings significant physical gain. Coupled with the originally stronger Vortex family physique, it is equivalent to the strength of the combination of the two. It can be said that Naruto has definitely benefited a lot this time, and has more strength, but it needs to be tested carefully to reach the step of strength. By the way, let's try the effect of strengthening the clone technique, hope not to let me down. Naruto began to Jian. Bang! The white smoke was filled, and the 3 avatars stood quietly around, motionless in silence, but Naruto's eyes widened. Because at the moment when the clones appeared, he found that he could control these clones with his thoughts, just like controlling a remote-controlled robot, able to give various commands. Such a change made Naruto very surprised. You must know that even the technique of multiple shadow clones can't do this. For example, in the original book, Naruto's shadow clones often fight with each other and are very uncoordinated. If the shadow clone can also control thoughts, it will definitely make this ninjutsu an unprecedented improvement. Of course, Naruto doesn't care about this aspect very much, because he values Saiyan blood more. As long as he has a complete Saiyan bloodline, he will have the power to destroy the world, so he focuses more on the Saiyan bloodline. Continue to explore the chi in the body. If I can extract the chi, I can practice the dance of the sky. Naruto said, sitting cross-legged, falling into the practice of chi again. Just a short while after practicing, a sense of voyeurism suddenly appeared. This sense of voyeurism did not come from the dark part outside the house, but from the direction of Hokage's office far away. After Naruto felt this peeping, he continued to practice quietly. Because he knew that this was the 3rd generation of Hokage's telescope technique, obviously the old man was spying on him again, which made Naruto very uncomfortable, feeling like a captive animal, very irritating. Soon after, the sense of voyeurism disappeared again, and Naruto glanced at the direction of Hokage's office and sneered, when the strength is about the same, you have to show off your muscles, such as slaughtering Danzo. As for the 3rd generation of Hokage, a cold color flashed in Naruto's eyes, and then he continued to try chi cultivation. Time was spent in the practice of chi, and soon came the next day. Early in the morning, the sun is shining, and the birds and flowers are scented. Naruto stepped out of the house, ignoring the Anbu who was secretly peeping, and stepped toward the school. Today, he plans to mix more experience points, and then he can exchange a lot of blood, and his strength will also greatly increase. It was just that he had just walked a few hundred meters, a big dog ran from the opposite side, and behind the big dog was chasing 3 men, the leader was a thin, tall man. Hurry up, the big dog is crazy, bite when you see people, and quickly get out of the way. The tall man shouted worriedly, afraid that the big dog would bite people again. It's just that the big dog ran too fast. The big dog ran up to Naruto as soon as he finished speaking, and then the big dog jumped up and rushed towards Naruto on the side of the road. It's over. A tall man's desperate voice heard from afar, because he knew he was going to lose money again. Just at this time. Just when the tall man was desperate. The big dog, who jumped in the air and was about to approach Naruto, as if feeling something, shook his body sideways to Naruto in fright, then speeded up and turned around and ran back, as if it called a fast. Even the big dog looked at Naruto with horror while running, as if Naruto was a scourge. In the end, the big dog rushed directly into the arms of the tall man, trembling not to move. Everyone was dumbfounded by such a scene, and the few people who were chasing the big dog were also dumbfounded, staring with their eyes motionless, as if petrified. Tata Tower. Naruto walked indifferently, walking slowly from the side of these people, without even looking at the big dog, and when he passed, the big dog shook even more with fear, and even the tails added up. This. The tall man seemed to understand something, so he swallowed and dared not speak. And Anbu, who is in charge of monitoring, frowned. Is it because of Kyuubi? It doesn't seem to be right. I remember dogs chasing Naruto before, so why? Chapter 11, Sasuke's Amazing Discovery. The Anbi ninja couldn't figure it out, but in the end it was attributed to the fact that the big dog was too sensitive to approach Naruto, who was Ren's Huli. As for Naruto, he has left indifferently, and calmly headed towards the ninja school. Naruto knew very well in his heart that the reason why the big dog was so scared was actually because of Saiyan blood. He now has 30 drops of blood. Although it does not seem to have changed much, but some hidden benefits have gradually emerged, like the deterrence just now, as well as the sensitive detection of prying, as well as the physical reaction speed and combat instinct. These hidden benefits are getting more and more, bringing benefits to Naruto from all aspects, making him reap a lot. The only thing that bothered Naruto was that the refinement of chi was still unsuccessful, but instead a bunch of chakras were extracted, which made Naruto feel very speechless. He is now eager to know how many Saiyan blood can meet the minimum requirement for gas extraction, which is also his plan to open the data panel. Since there is a function of the data panel, there is a certain chance that your own detailed data will appear, at least there is a 50% possibility, so Naruto thought and looked back for an opportunity to exchange it. After making a decision, Naruto hurried to the school. When he entered the class, he found that the students in the class were almost full. Obviously he was one of the latecomers. In the eyes of the people around him, Naruto sat back in his seat to think about how to earn experience points, and suddenly saw something in his desk pocket. Suspiciously, he took the things out of the table pocket, and the corners of Naruto's lips immediately conjured a smile. Because this turned out to be a set of ninja equipment, such as ninja kits, kunai, shurikens, tourniquets, etc. And there was a small note in the ninja bag. Naruto opened the small note curiously, and a line of information appeared in front of him. Naruto, thank you for your paintings and statues. I like them very much. This is my gift to you, Hinata. Seeing the content on the note, Naruto understood everything instantly. He smiled and looked back at Hinata in the back row, staring at her. With a hint of mischief, Naruto blinked at Hinata, and instantly the little girl lowered her head shyly, never daring to look at Naruto again. Experience +1. Naruto was speechless, and quickly turned around and stopped teasing Hinata. He did not expect that just blinking an eye would increase the experience value. While this troubled him, he was also thinking about using this method to earn experience points from others, such as Sasuke next to him. However, he blinked as a man, and it seemed a bit weird. Naruto wondered whether to change to a female plot character, such as Ino and Sakura. But after thinking about it, I gave up, because blinking like this seemed even more wrong, and it seemed a bit provocative. Forget it, let's choose Sasuke. This kid has the most experience points, so he is unlucky. Naruto muttered secretly, turning his head to look at Sasuke next to him. Sighed. Sasuke was crossing his hands on his chin and looking ahead with a cool posture, but after experiencing yesterday's incident, he paid more attention to Naruto. After all, the tail of the crane has always been sculpted and painted. This is really a shock to Sasuke, so after Naruto appeared, the corner of Sasuke's eyes always locked on Naruto. But Sasuke, who was originally just watching, suddenly found that Naruto was looking at him, which made him frown. Something. Nothing. Naruto answered faintly, blinking quickly. Amount. Sasuke was confused by this behavior. He originally thought that Naruto had something to do, but what was it like to blink at himself? Why is there a weird feeling? The depressed Sasuke thought he had read it wrong. He looked at Naruto's face carefully, but it didn't matter if he looked at it, he blinked constantly. Experience +1. Experience +1. Sasuke quickly retracted his gaze to ignore Naruto, and couldn't help the blinking motion, which made Sasuke feel a chill in his back, even more terrifying than being attacked. So he didn't look at Naruto anymore, and looked straight ahead coolly. To this, Naruto shrugged, abandoning this method, and thinking about other ways to earn experience points. Naruto, can you teach me the wood carving? It's amazing. Sakura next to her came over and said. You can't learn it, you don't have the talent for this. Naruto refused without hesitation. This carving is not easy to learn, you must put in countless efforts and sweat, and the most important thing is talent and patience. Carvings like Kozakura's playful moments are a waste of time, so Naruto directly refused. Experience +1. I can learn, I work very hard. Sakura was a little unconvinced. If the hard work is useful, then what do you need a genius to do? Naruto directly began to instill poison chicken soup. Naruto, I'm a girl, did you treat girls like this? Sakura exclaimed. Is there? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Of course, you obviously look down on people, don't you consider the self-esteem of girls? It hurts. Sakura said angrily. Well, I don't know why, I just want to laugh when I see you unhappy. Naruto. Sakura was so angry that she felt that Naruto today was too annoying, and she wanted to hit someone if she was so angry. But seeing Sasuke next to her, in order to maintain the image of a lady, she could only not speak angrily. Experience +1. Why didn't you speak? I gave up after just a few sentences. Naruto suddenly said in a gentle voice. Are you willing to teach me? Seeing Naruto's style, Xiao Sakura also had a glimmer of expectation in her eyes. No. Naruto shook his head. You. Kozakura's fists were clenched, and she was going to be mad, but with Sasuke there, she held it back, and said in a dangerous tone. Naruto, don't you feel ashamed to be so angry with me? I don't think that my happiness is to build pain on others. Naruto said without looking up. Naruto. Sakura couldn't help it anymore. She raised her fist and hit Naruto. She was so furious that she could be said to be quite fast. Even if she was caught off guard, even Sasuke could be hit. But when her fist was about to fall on Naruto, a powerful hand easily grabbed her wrist, making it impossible for her to strike again. Experience +1. Don't be so violent in girl's family, look at how cute Hinata is, and learn from her. Naruto put down Sakura's wrist and said lightly. You, KO Sakura glared at Naruto angrily, then ignored him. However, Sasuke next to him frowned slightly. Because Sasuke saw the scene just now and saw that Sakura's arm was about to hit Naruto, Naruto shot. And Naruto's speed was so fast that it stopped Sakura almost in seconds. Even if he couldn't achieve this speed, Sasuke felt incredible. He secretly said in his heart, it's not right, Naruto's speed was too fast just now. This is definitely not something a student can show. Even as the chief student, I can't do it. Could it be that Naruto is hiding his strength? When Sasuke thought about this, he quickly thought about Naruto's past, and suddenly he shook his heart. Chapter 12, Ninja Exam. After experiencing the wood carving incident, Sasuke investigated Naruto and learned about the demon fox. After all, Information that many adults knew was revealed after a little investigation. So Sasuke felt that the probability of Naruto's hidden strength was very high, even if it was hidden strength. If Naruto hides his strength, it must have been hidden since he was a child. Sasuke had such a scheming at such a young age, which really surprised Sasuke. We must know that although Sasuke was very talented when he was a child, he did not have such a deep scheming at all. If it were not for the destruction of his family, he would not become what he is now. But looking at Naruto next to him and the smile he often puts on his lips, Sasuke suddenly felt that this smile was a little unreal, but it was full of sadness. Thinking of Naruto's self-protection, hiding everything from a very young age, silently enduring countless pressure, and the cold eyes, Sasuke shook his head secretly. Originally, Sasuke was very disappointed in the village of Konoha because of the destruction of his family. Now he is even more disappointed and even feels that the village is very sad. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke looked at Naruto again, thinking about finding an opportunity to see Naruto's true strength. Experience +1. The reminder of the experience value kept flashing in front of his eyes, and Naruto looked at the smaller and smaller experience of the surrounding students, and once again thought about the source of the experience value. He doesn't know how this kind of experience ball has been increased, whether something will happen after the absorption. This is always a problem he wants to solve. It is a pity that it is temporarily impossible to find out how to replenish experience points. Naruto can only earn experience points first. Humph! The sound of fast walking footsteps sounded, and the class teacher Ilika rushed in, and there was also an experience ball floating around him, but its shape was small. Dear students, I just got the order of the 3 generations of Naruto masters to take the ninja test today. Ilika announced straightforwardly. Exam? Do you take the exam today? It seems a bit earlier than in previous years. Inyazuke frowned. It's indeed a bit early, and it will take a few days to wait in previous years. Nara Shikamaru replied. Follow it, isn't it okay to be early? We can become ninjas sooner. Ino said expectantly. When everyone heard this, they nodded in agreement, only Naruto frowned. Because the early test of Shinin disrupted his plan, he still wanted to earn more experience points. Forget it, it doesn't matter early, just to see how strong my strength is. Naruto wondered whether he should show his strength during the exam. After all, the clone technique of the test was very simple for him, not to mention his clone technique was strengthened. Everyone be quiet. Teacher Ilika patted the table. Now we will start the ninja exam. Call the person who has the name to take the exam in the next classroom. This time the topic is the technique of clone. After Mr. Irika finished speaking, he began to arrange the number and take the candidates to the next classroom to take the exam. However, when Irika announced that he would take the ninja test, Naruto made a surprising discovery. He found. When Ilika said that the official ninja test was officially taken, the experience around all the plot characters in the class had changed at this moment and began to fill up at a slow speed. Naruto was really surprised that the experience ball the size of a table tennis ball around Hinata added a small circle in a moment. Why is this? Why did it start to recover? Is it related to the exam? Naruto muttered secretly, suddenly a flash of light in his mind, vaguely guessed. Is it a plot? Does it mean that the characters in the plot will recover their experience points after experiencing the plot? Naruto said in his heart, faintly feeling that this might be true. Of course, he must test it carefully to see if it is true. It seems that in this exam, we must first hide the strength, and see what the experience value and the plot are. Failure to perform too well destroys the plot. Naruto secretly made the decision, and then waited in the class, talking and chatting with the plot characters from time to time, earning more experience points, which also made him very rewarding. A few minutes later, when he was called by his name, he walked to the next classroom. Go ahead, Naruto. Irika and Mizuki sat on the stools, waiting for the start of Naruto's exam as invigilators. It is good. Naruto nodded, and did not start immediately, but looked at them both. It is inevitable that there will be experience around Ilika, but experience also appear around the villain Mizuki, which surprised Naruto. Although this experience ball is very small, smaller than a tomato, it also contains at least 20 experience points. After seeing Mizuki, Naruto thought of a way. That is to pass this person. After the test experience ball is absorbed, will the plot character himself have an accident? If something happens, this Mizuki is dead. Naruto is not worried. After all, this Mizuki is not a good thing, and even in the following plot, Mizuki will trick him into stealing the scroll of forbidden spell. Naruto, let's start using the clone technique. I know you are worried. After all, you are not good at the clone technique, but this is an exam, and you will have to face it sooner or later. Seeing that Naruto was not moving, Irika thought he was nervous and scared, and sympathized with Naruto in her heart, and even thought about whether to secretly release water for Naruto. For example, if others can separate 3 clones, if Naruto splits 2, it will be considered as a pass. This is the bottom line of Irika. After all, he is responsible for Naruto's future. Therefore, he looked at Naruto with encouraging eyes and waited for him to perform the clone technique, hoping for a miracle. Yes, it is a miracle. He is actually not optimistic about Naruto, and Naruto is doomed to fail if there is no miracle. Then I will start. Naruto knots his hands and prepares to use the clone technique, but in order not to affect the plot of this time, he cannot separate too many clones. It is best to separate out only one garbage clone like the original. But he has a lot of chakras, and the avatar technique has been strengthened. Naruto wants to separate a garbage avatar. The difficulty is not small. To this end, he strives to suppress the chakra in his body, reduce output as much as possible, and prevent himself from performing too well. Bang! The smoke was filled, and the 2 undamaged clones stood on both sides, watching Naruto frown slightly. He has suppressed himself as much as possible, but still has 2 intact clones, and why do they look so smart? Hey? Naruto, you actually separated 2, not bad. Ilika said in surprise. Originally he was not optimistic about Naruto, but Naruto managed to separate 2 clones, which surprised him, and he was delighted to judge Naruto to pass the exam. But Naruto, who saw Ilika's demeanor, didn't want him to announce that he passed the exam, so Naruto moved slightly and controlled the 2 clones to lie on the ground, disguising them as waste clones. Bang bang! 2 falling collisions came, and the 2 standing clones lay directly on the ground, motionless as if they were abandoned. Ilika and Mizuki were dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and their brains were slightly confused. How did the clone that had been successful climb to the ground? And it's still an abandoned posture. How can it feel like a drama? The key is that they saw this phenomenon for the first time, and they had no idea what it was like. Ahem, Mr. Irika, Naruto's physical strength and posture are not bad, so let him pass the ninja test. Mizuki smiled as a good man. Irika hesitated. He looked at the 2 scrap clones beside Naruto and was silent for 2 seconds. Originally I was going to let him pass, but if the clone is invalid, it won't work. I'm sorry Naruto. Experience +1. Experience +1. Hey, I finally failed. Naruto sighed in relief, then pretended to be angry. Chapter 13, Forbidden Scroll. Then, as Naruto thought, Irika did not agree with him to graduate. In order to lead Mizuki, Naruto came to the swing at the school gate and sat on it quietly and watched everything. He knows that Mizuki will definitely appear, and through this person, Naruto will test the consequences of the disappearance of the experience ball. It's just that the parents of the children in front of the school always look at him with cold eyes. Is only that kid who failed the exam. Hey, how can a guy like that qualify as a ninja? Yes, he is. SHHH, "Stop talking, I can't say the rest." The parents watched Naruto indifferently, and said something disgusting to each other, which also made the graduated children confused and prepared to go back and ask what was going on. But Naruto next to the swing was sitting quietly, without the slightest anger, but waiting for someone to appear. "Naruto, go, let's go over there for a chat." As a teacher, Mizuki finally appeared, smiling at Naruto, looking very kind. "Okay." Naruto stood up and smiled back, but the smile was completely different from when he faced Hinata. "Experience +1. Experience +1. The two walked away. On the way, Naruto and Mizuki talked about earning experience points, while watching the experience around Mizuki get smaller and smaller. Came to the chat location. Naruto looked around and felt that this Mizuki is still very sophisticated. They are located at a higher level. It is not easy for others to approach them silently. If someone wants to get close to them, Mizuki must be able to find out in the first place. It can be said that Mizuki's anti-reconnaissance ability as a ninja is still very solid, and a lot of effort must be put in. But a ninja with no blood, no family, and ordinary talent like Mizuki has already reached its limit, and it is impossible to continue to make progress. If he wants to continue to improve his strength, he can only find other methods, which is why he desperately wants to get the scroll of forbidden technique. "Naruto, don't blame Iruka, he actually has troubles, and he actually wants to graduate for you," Mizuki said with a gentle smile, trying to make himself friendly and playing an emotional card for Naruto. Of course Naruto wouldn't expose it, and he wouldn't give up if he had experience points, so next, these two people with ulterior motives talked very friendly. In the end, Naruto was instigated by Mizuki to steal the forbidden scroll, and Naruto finally had a judgment and conclusion on the experience ball. Because the experience orbs around Mizuki disappeared, but Mizuki did nothing at all and was completely unaffected by it. This makes Naruto vaguely feel that the experience ball will not affect people, perhaps it is a byproduct of the plot characters. Of course, this matter needs to be verified many times, and Naruto is not 100% sure. With a trace of doubt, Naruto left and went to steal the forbidden scroll. But halfway through, a sense of peeking from the direction of Hokage's office appeared. Naruto continued to march calmly, and soon came to the place where the forbidden scroll was placed, and easily stole it. The whole process was simple and incredible. Coming quickly to the outside woods, Naruto felt that at least 8 peeping eyes were staring at him. Obviously Konoha had already prepared everything. Naruto did not make a statement about this, but silently opened the scroll of forbidden technique and looked at the first ninjutsu, which is the technique of multiple shadow clones. It's just that his movements when looking through it were a little bigger, and he could see the information after the multiple shadow clones, but there was nothing behind it. Obviously, there was only one ninjutsu in the forbidden scroll. Naruto did not speak, but pretended not to notice this, and continued to study the technique of multiple shadow clones. This multiple shadow avatar technique can be said to be quite good ninjutsu, especially the increase in learning. It can be described as terrible. Think about it, other people's learning is a little bit of learning, but with this ninjutsu, it is a lot of self-learning, which is completely abnormal learning method. More importantly, with his Vortex clan physique and the fusion of Saiyan blood, he doesn't care about side effects at all, and he can use it as he pleases. Such a good ability Naruto will never miss. Of course, Naruto actually has another idea. That is to contact the plot characters through the shadow clone to see if you can increase the experience value, which is a question that has long been thought of. If he can increase the experience value, then this ability will be great, and the entire ninja world will become the game field for him to extract the experience value. Do not disappoint me. Naruto took a deep breath and continued to learn this ninjutsu. Shortly after, Naruto wrapped the scroll and carried it on his back, and then leisurely began to walk through the forest, waiting for the appearance of Iruka, in order to earn his experience points. "Naruto!" An angry voice came from afar, Naruto didn't need to guess who it was. Obviously Iruka had arrived. "Naruto, what are you doing?" Iruka quickly came to the front of Naruto and yelled angrily. "Of course I learned the avatar, so I can graduate." Naruto raised his eyebrows, with a playful smile on his lips. "What? Graduated?" Iruka was taken aback, feeling that something was wrong, but at this moment, a dozen Kwanggu lasing shots from the rear, pointing directly at Naruto with a deep chill. "Be careful!" Iruka moved like lightning and rushed towards Naruto quickly, trying to push him away. After all, such a kunao, even if he avoids it, is dangerous, and if it is Naruto, it is likely to lose his life. So Iruka moved, put his hands on Naruto's shoulders, and pushed hard. It was just something that made him depressed, and his hard push didn't push Naruto, instead he almost fell. Ding ding dang 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 ding 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 d. After a series of cremation splashes, Naruto's right hand flashed past like a butterfly, easily knocking all the wretchedness into the air. Nothing happened to the whole person, even his complexion did not change. Iruka was dumbfounded by this scene, and he froze in place. Not only was he dumbfounded, but Mizuki over there was also a little confused. His suffering just now was a sneak attack, and under normal circumstances, even Zongren of the same level might not be able to stop it. However, the ninja student who was not qualified to graduate in front of him actually blocked all his attacks, which really surprised him. "Little devil, I didn't expect you to have 2 accidents, but you know how to quickly hand over the scroll of forbidden arts, otherwise you will be killed." Mizuki shouted irritably, untied the huge shuriken behind him, and made a gesture of preparing to attack. "Naruto, don't give him the scroll of forbidden art, this Mizuki is uneasy and kind," Iruka hurriedly said. "Ha ha ha, sad kid, do you know? You are the 9-tailed demon fox, and Iruka's parents were killed by you. Do you think Iruka will help you? Ridiculous." Mizuki sneered and began to narrate, telling the whole story. In the process, the surrounding ninjas became obviously nervous. Even the 3 generations of Hokage who used the technique of telescopes also stared at the scene closely, not daring to be distracted. After a while, after talking about everything, Mizuki looked at Naruto with a sneer, and continued to roar. "See, this is the Konoha you live in. Everyone rejects you and hates you. You shouldn't live in this world at all. Wouldn't it be better to die? Not good." Naruto shook his head and smiled slightly. "Actually, I have a secret hidden deep in my heart." Chapter 14, Data Panel Open. Secret? What secret? When everyone heard this, they were all attentive. Saying something like this at this moment is probably related to Kyuubi, so they waited quietly for the answer to the mystery. "My secret is simple." Naruto paused and continued, "That is, the little Hinata of the Hyaga's family is too cute. I want to marry her when I grow up." "What?" Everyone was confused, feeling that their brains were not enough. They thought this secret was a big deal, but the final result turned out to be the love of the 2 children. This can make them depressed, and even feel depressed with a full punch on the cotton. "Naruto, when are you still thinking about this?" Iruka couldn't help but shouted. "When? Isn't it chatting?" Naruto turned his head and looked at Iruka indifferently. "Opposite." Seeing Naruto turned his head, Mizuki's eyes suddenly cold. "Stop it!" Whoosh! The huge shuriken cut through the sky and flew to Naruto with a deep chill. "Naruto, be careful!" Iruka shouted again, trying to block the huge shuriken with his body to protect Naruto, but the attack came too fast. As soon as he strode to the side of Naruto, the galloping giant shuriken flew over. When The crashing sound like Hong Zhong, with sparks rippling in front of Naruto, brought a ugly sound of toothache. However, Naruto at the center of the incident still turned his head to look at Ilika, but the kunao in his left hand easily blocked the huge shuriken. This is impossible. Mizuki's eyes widened when he saw this scene, and he looked at it with unimaginable gazes. He couldn't think that his full blow was so blocked. Not only did he not expect it, but Irika did not expect it. Even Ilika stood beside Naruto clutching his clothes, keeping the pace he had just charged. Please don't grab my clothes. These are the only 2 clothes I have. If they break, they won't have to wear them. Naruto said lightly. Hey? Oh, good. Ilika hurriedly let go, and even took 2 steps back, but his mind still didn't get out of the squishy feeling. Experience +1. Experience +1. Okay, the next step is to solve you. What is your name? Oh yes, it is Mizuki. Naruto looked at Mizuki with a faint smile, and after seeing the experience around everyone disappear, he raised his hands. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. A large number of shadow avatars appeared, standing densely in the woods, looking at Mizuki with his fists clenched with a smile, but the attitude of eager to try to beat someone, but Mizuki frightened. This. Mizuki backed back again and again in fright, looking around in a panic, looking for an escape opportunity, looking for the glimmer of life. Beat him to death. Naruto gave an order, and the dense shadow clones rushed forward, rushing up like a locust crossing the border, and it was a violent beating according to Mizuki. Crackling. After a while, Naruto threw the forbidden art scroll to Ilika, then waved his hand and walked towards the house. Only the silly Irika was left in the same place, and the dying Mizuki was beaten to his face. Whoosh whoosh. After Naruto left, several shadows flashed past and came to Mizuki to check his condition carefully. How is he? The dark troop said. It's a bit troublesome, my teeth are all gone. What? Naruto's home. Finally back, today is really a bumper harvest. Naruto returned home happily, and when the sense of prying was gone, he went to the bathroom to wash up happily while checking the harvest of the day. Today, he gained a full 315 experience points as well. American Samoa, the multi-shadow avatar technique in the forbidden spell scroll. Such gains made Naruto happy, but also had more strength. Would you like to draw a lottery? Maybe you can get something good. Naruto was a little eager to try, but finally shook his head. Next time, this lottery is a bit unreliable. If you draw some skill points, it will be pure waste. Wait. Naruto suddenly thought of a question. Since he can get the skill points of the clone technique, can he also get the skill points of the multiple shadow clone technique? If you can draw such skill points, it will be awesome, and the enhanced multiple shadow avatar technique will be even more powerful. Forget it, let's give up. I think Saiyan talent is the top priority, and exchange of Saiyan blood is the foundation of everything. In the end, Naruto did not draw a lottery, but instead exchanged 300 experience points for Saiyan blood. Ding! The exchange was successful and a total of 30 drops of Saiyan blood were exchanged. The crazy warm current flowed in the body, and the restless blood boiled even more. Naruto's originally slightly thin body, with the gain of Saiyan blood, became muscles. Although this muscle is not too big, he is definitely the best figure at his age. Even those who focus on physical training are not as good as him. What a strong power, what a strong vitality! Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power condensed in his body, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow! The water from the bathing equipment dripped on him, making him gradually suppress the excitement in his heart, and instead continue to check his own situation. The ability to perceive has increased again, and I can feel a lot of life breath. Is this the ability of the Saiyan? Or is the Eye of Kagura being activated? Or is it a combination of the two? Naruto can't figure it out, but he clearly feels the various breaths in the surrounding area, whether it is humans, animals, or even trees. The range is not small, at least 1 kilometer in radius. Naruto was curious about this ability, but when he looked in the mirror, he realized that his hair had changed again. The hair is black again. This seems to indicate something. There are 15 experience points. Just open the data panel. Naruto wanted to know his own situation, so he chose to open the data panel without hesitation. Ding! The data panel opened successfully. Ding! Naruto, Pseudo Saiyan. Blood, 60 drops of Saiyan blood. Abilities, Enhanced Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 3 Body Technique, Kunao Throwing Proficiency, Chakra Manipulation Proficiency. Experience Value, 5. Hey? Pseudo Saiyan? That is, I am not a Saiyan yet. Naruto frowned slightly, feeling a little disappointed in his heart. But when he looked at the data panel closely, his eyes lit up slightly. Because there are annotations written on the data panel, it only takes a few days of calculation time to show how to advance the Saiyan, and the approximate demand for blood. Then wait for a few more days, and continue to earn experience points these days. If everyone's experience points are wiped out, maybe they will be Saiyans. Naruto washed his body happily, and then walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel. The streamlined figure was also displayed outside, and the 6 beard-like textures on his cheeks were even more watered down. Without paying too much attention to these external situations, Naruto returned to the bed and closed his eyes to rest, and at the same time came to the sealed space where Kyuubi was sealed. After going through today's plot, Naruto wants to see if Kyuubi's experience ball has recovered. Seal the space. Kyuubi was sleeping on his stomach. When Naruto appeared, it suddenly raised its head. Boy, what have you done? Why do I always feel cold behind my back? This is the second time. Oh, it's okay, maybe you have a cold. Naruto said with joy, looking at the experience ball that had recovered a circle around Kyuubi. God has a cold, I am Kyuubi, how could I have a cold? Kyuubi couldn't help but complain. Experience +3. Oh, then I want to find a girlfriend. Naruto sat down and said. Shut up, kid. Experience +3. Chapter 15, Testing Ability. Don't have such a big temper, you will get old and wrinkle easily if you have a big temper. Naruto looked at Kyuubi leisurely. What wrinkles are there? I am a tail beast, how can tail beasts have wrinkles? Kyuubi looked at Naruto contemptuously. Experience +3. Why are there no wrinkles? The wrinkles on both ends of your mouth have grown. Naruto looked at Kyuubi with contempt. Hey? The wrinkles on both ends of the mouth are growing out. Kyuubi was a little confused, raised his paw to mold his mouth, and then roared, that's Lao Tzu's beard. Experience +3. It turned out to be a beard. Nonsense, of course it's a beard. Kyuubi looked at Naruto with drooping eyes. Now I have a beard. What kind of old-fashioned this one looks like is caused by a bad temper. Naruto said again with a beard. I grew a beard as soon as I appeared in this world, and it has nothing to do with my temper. Kyuubi was angry, feeling that this kid was getting more and more irritating. Experience +3. Well, that's it when you show up. Obviously you have been too temperamental since you were young, and you have been malnourished by anger. God is malnourished. Joey's chi is broken, and I really want to slap Naruto with a paw. Naruto is so irritating, his eyes are red. But there was a seal and it couldn't beat Naruto, it could only get up depressed and ignored Naruto. Look, what I said is ignorant. You should lose your temper in the future. You will definitely not find a girlfriend if you are not old. Naruto continued to speak irresponsibly. Shut up. Kyuubi couldn't help but want to hit someone again. Experience +3. Look, you have lost your temper again. You have to learn to be patient and to be relieved. This is something you must learn as you grow up, otherwise you will be angry every day and be careful of baldness. Fuck off, kid. Nine Tails exploded, and the hairs of anger stood upright. It didn't expect that Naruto would say balding directly, which was too damnable. The angry Kyuubi raised his big paw and pointed at Naruto and said, "The future seal is lifted. I must beat you hard. Experience +3. Oh? Really? I'm looking forward to it." Naruto seemed to be smiling but not smiling. When the Nine Tails came out, his strength might not reach a terrifying level, and it might not be certain who beats who. So Naruto was not afraid of Kyuubi at all, and even turned on Tang Seng mode to start nagging, continuing to mix experience points. Time passed bit by bit, and Naruto returned to consciousness after the experience orbs around Kyuubi disappeared. Another 46 experience points are added to the account, plus the previous 5 experience points. Now there are 51 experience points. Then continue to exchange. As Naruto said, he did not hesitate to choose to exchange Saiyan blood. Ding! The exchange is successful and 5 points of Saiyan blood will be obtained. Warm currents flowed through the body. Naruto ignored these warm currents, but opened the data panel. Ding! Naruto, Pseudo Saiyan. Blood, 65 drops of Saiyan blood. Abilities, Enhanced Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 3 Body Technique, Kunao Throwing Proficiency, Chakra Manipulation Proficiency. Experience Value, 1. 65 drops of Saiyan blood. I don't know if I can refine my breath. I look forward to it. Naruto murmured and closed his eyes, and began the refinement of chi again. This refinement was one night. In the early morning of the next day, the sun was shining and the birds and flowers fragrant. Naruto, ready to go, left the house and walked towards the school. The refinement last night still failed to refine the chi, and then refined a lot of chakras, but Naruto faintly discovered a trace of anomalies. It seems that as the Saiyan's blood increases, he has a tendency to extract chi, which makes Naruto very happy. He decided to continue to accumulate blood and strive to refine his breath as soon as possible, but there was one thing that surprised him. That is, all the Anbu who originally monitored him has left, and there is no one left, which is very strange. Is it true that after the Mizuki incident yesterday, I got the approval of the 3 generations of Hokage? Or did the 3 generations think that I am strong and worry about discovering the people of Anbi? Naruto frowned, not sure what was going on, but he didn't bother to think about it anymore, and went to the school instead. Today is the school's briefing session, that is, the division of classes. There will be a new teacher who will take them specially. Naruto doesn't need to think about it and know that his new teacher is Kakashi. As an important figure in the plot, Kakashi must have a lot of experience points. Naruto decided to take this opportunity to earn more experience points. After all, the experience value of the classmates was almost absorbed by him. It is estimated that it will be absorbed after another wave of absorption today. At that time, new targets will need to be found. And Kakashi is a good target. Of course, the 3 generations of Naruto and Danzo, Metkai, Yuri Hong, Asuma, etc., are also Naruto's goals. By the way, it's time to try whether the shadow clone can absorb experience points. Naruto said secretly, his hands suddenly forming seals. Bang bang bang! The white mist was filled, and several shadow clones appeared around Naruto, silently waiting for his order. Go! Naruto waved his hand, and several shadow clones disappeared instantly. Do not disappoint me! Naruto murmured, turned around and walked to the school class, and then walked in. Why did you come, Naruto? Today is the briefing session for Shimonen after graduation. Haven't you become Shimonen? Ino was puzzled when he saw Naruto coming in, and couldn't help asking. The students around were also very curious. They were all looking at this side, while Hinata was eavesdropping with his little ears erected. Only Sasuke showed indifference. He originally thought that Naruto was a master with hidden strength, but he did not expect that he even failed to graduate. This really disappointed Sasuke. So he doesn't care about Naruto's incident, but pretends to be cool with his hands folded. Experience +1. Experience +1. Naruto looked at a lot of experience points, pointed to his forehead and said, "Can't you see this? Hey? You actually graduated, how did you do it?" Sakura looked at Naruto in surprise, wondering how he did it. The students around were also very curious. They originally thought that Naruto had completely separated from them, but in a blink of an eye, Naruto also graduated, which made them puzzled. And Sasuke, who was in a cool state, turned his head and asked in doubt, "Naruto, do you master the avatar technique?" "No," Naruto said with a smile. "Then how did you become Shimonin?" Sasuke frowned, feeling that there was something he didn't know about. "Guess," Naruto replied. "Me?" Sasuke was speechless, and stopped talking. Naruto did not continue to interact with them, but stepped to sit next to Hinata. "Naruto, Naruto." Hinata looked at Naruto beside her with joy in her beautiful eyes. When she found everyone was looking at her, she immediately bowed her head in embarrassment. Looking at such a warm Hinata and the relatively large experience ball around her, Naruto felt that he could not absorb all the experience points in school today, but he quickly thought of a way and said, "Hinata, let's go to my house today and I will make you some delicious food." "Really?" When Hinata heard it was delicious, he immediately thought of the grilled fish that day. The nature of the snacks suddenly appeared, and then quickly lit his head. "It's delicious." "Naruto, do you know how to cook?" Sakura approached and looked at Naruto with suspicion. There are very few men who cook in this world, let alone Naruto is still 12 years old. "Child." So Sakura's gaze had obvious suspicion, and even the other students around had similar gazes. "Naruto's cooking is delicious, especially the grilled fish. It's fragrant. It's better than the chef's." Hinata quickly explained, praising Naruto's cooking skills without hesitation. "Is it so powerful?" Kozakura didn't believe it, feeling a little bragging. "It's really amazing. I really like grilled fish," Hinata said complimentingly, with seriousness on his white face. Experience +1. Experience +1. Chapter 16, Little Hinata Great Worship. Hinata's words made the people around him start to wonder. They turned to look at Naruto, and then at Hinata's serious appearance, and a strong curiosity surged in their hearts. Sasuke, who had ignored Naruto, turned his head and looked over, at the same time he felt a little depressed. Because Naruto is not only good at wood carving, but also good at painting. Now some people say that he can also cook. With so many hobbies and craftsmanship, it is really impressive. But Sasuke values strength more, so he murmured, "Strength is the root of everything. You can't affect your strength improvement because of messy hobbies." Experience +1. A mess of hobbies. After Naruto heard this, he turned to look at Sasuke. "If you can't eat grapes, you can say grapes are sour. You have so many skills if you have the ability." "Humph, although I don't know this, but my strength is stronger than you, strength is the root of everything," Sasuke said deliberately and coolly. "Oh, Zuzi actually got up proudly." Naruto looked at Sasuke with a faint smile, and deliberately mentioned him as a nickname. "It's the second pillar again, can you stop calling me the second pillar, and tell me how proud I am?" Sasuke said depressed. Every time he was called Zuzi, he felt that people around him looked weird. "You were originally the second pillar, but you arrogantly refused to admit it." "You?" Sasuke was angrily speechless, feeling that he couldn't speak Naruto at all. In the end, he could only talk about strength. "Don't care what you say, I am stronger than you anyway." "Oh? Really? How about we be breaking our wrists?" Naruto said, feeling the explosive power in his body. Okay. Sasuke was not scared at all, and went directly in front of Naruto, placed his right hand on the desk in a cool gesture. Such a form has attracted the attention of the female students around him, and Sakura has become a flower idiot. Sasuke is so handsome, come on, he will definitely beat Naruto. Sakura cheered. Yes, Naruto is the tail of the crane and loses 100%. Several female students around also spoke, and did not hesitate to choose to support Sasuke. As the chief student, Sasuke's strength is obvious to all, and he also won the support of most girls. Only Hinata and Ino did not speak. Hinata had a good impression of Naruto since he was a child, and would support Naruto at any time. As for Ino, after the painting and wood carving incidents, she felt that Naruto was pretty good, so she didn't plan to say anything. Of course, she still felt that Naruto's chance of winning was very low. Experience +1. Experience +1. Naruto smiled and put his right hand on the table as he listened to the notification sounds coming continuously. Second pillar, I will let you know that you will always be second. You, look at your mouth for a while. Sasuke grabbed Naruto's right hand fiercely, and said in full view, start. Bang. After breaking his wrists, Sasuke stared at his right hand, which was close to the desk. Naruto. Naruto actually won. Ino's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe it. Yes, and win instantly. Inuyasukage also looked at Naruto with incredible eyes. Originally, he had no hope for Naruto, but he didn't expect Naruto to win instantly. This result made him and all the students around him look at Naruto with admiration. Could it be an accident? It is possible that Sasuke is not ready, so it is better to start the game once. Sakura couldn't help supporting Sasuke. Yes, it's possible. The other girl is Bara, and I think Sasuke may not be ready. Naruto smiled slightly when he heard this, and continued, yes, let's compare it again. Sasuke, you call to start. It is good. Sasuke finally got serious this time, holding his right hand intensively, and then quickly said, go. Bang. A dull voice sounded, and everyone looked at Sasuke, who was defeated again, and at the result of that second speed defeat, everyone felt a little confused in their heads. Won, again, Naruto won again in seconds. Inuyasukage tooth swallowed, feeling that Naruto's power was greater than he thought. I didn't expect that Naruto's strength is so great, no wonder he could graduate. Ino couldn't help but start. I always thought he was the tail of a crane, but I didn't expect him to have a talent for strength. The surrounding students talked a lot, their gazes at Naruto completely changed, and they felt that Naruto was better than they thought. I lost. Sasuke stood up staggeringly, walked back to his seat in despair, and lay on the table silently, not speaking. Obviously he was hit hard. Sasuke. Sakura glared at Naruto when she saw it, and then ran to Sasuke to comfort him. What did you stare at me for? It was my fault to win him. Naruto replied dissatisfied, and then turned to interact with Hinata. Experience +1. Experience +1. Soon after, Mr. Irika appeared and began to arrange the sorting of classes. As expected, Naruto became a member of the 7th class, that is, teamed up with Sasuke Sakura. In this regard, Hinata was a little bit disappointed. Fortunately, Naruto was very concerned about her emotions and invited her to come home after school, and then made a sumptuous family dinner. Hinata, eat quickly, it will be cold for a while. Naruto gestured with a smile. Well, thank you Naruto, it looks so delicious. Hinata looked at the fragrant food in the house, and the nature of snacks seemed to show signs. Experience +1. Try this braised pork. Although it is family food, it tastes good. Naruto said with a smile. These are all family stir-fries in the previous life, not so delicious, but the food in the ninja world is quite rare, so Naruto is more confident about these foods. I'll try it. Hinata picked a piece of braised pork and took a bite carefully, followed by a slight meal, and then quickly stuffed it into his mouth to eat. It's delicious, hot, too fragrant. Hinata was completely appetite aroused, and he was not afraid to eat a piece of braised pork after a few times. From the shy cute girl just now, he turned into a snack. Slow down, no one will fight you. Naruto smiled and watched Hinata eat something, feeling that even if Hinata turned into a snack food, he was still very cute, especially the big beautiful eyes, which really made Naruto love. Experience +1. Naruto, eat it quickly, it's really delicious. Hinata said. He also put a piece for Naruto, and then continued to put braised pork for herself, and she ate several pieces in a short while. Hina, didn't you say that you like spicy food too? Try this spicy tofu, it's delicious. Naruto gave Hina a piece of it. Hinata lighted his head, holding chopsticks in his white tender hands, quickly tasting the spicy tofu. It's delicious, it's really delicious. How did you make, Naruto? I've never eaten such a delicious food. Hinata tasted it while looking at Naruto with admiration. It's all deliberate before. If you like to eat, you can come to my house often. Really? Hinata's eyes lit up slightly, and the whole person was interested. Of course it is true, but you are responsible for buying food like today. I am very poor. Naruto joked. Don't worry, wrap it on me. Hey, I'm just kidding, Hinata, don't take it seriously. It's okay, Naruto, I really like eating your food, it's really delicious. Experience +1. Okay, you can buy if you like, anyway, you are a rich little woman. Well, this is delicious too, what is this? Chapter 17, Patriarch Hyuga Angry. This is sweet and sour pork loin, eat more if you like. Experience +1. The two chatted and tasted delicious food. It's just that the eating speed is a bit faster, and within 10 minutes, a table of food is finished. Most of this was eaten by Hinata, and she was a little embarrassed about it, but the unfinished appearance proved that she still wanted to eat. Looking at the warm Hinata and the experience around her, Naruto smiled and said, You bought a lot of meat today. I will make you some braised pork. No need, I have to work hard for you again. Hinata shook his head, but his attitude was not so determined, as if his resistance to this braised pork was very low. Wait for me here, I'll do it right away, and do more this time. Naruto smiled and started busy. I'll help you. Seeing that Naruto was busy again, Hinata was very embarrassed, but the braised pork was so delicious, she couldn't help but want to eat more, so she spit out her little tongue and ran to Naruto to help. Experience +1. The next two people fell into a rush. The braised pork took a long time, and the two interacted for a long time, until the experience ball around Hinata was the size of a glass ball, and it was time to leave. Thank you, Naruto, I am really happy today. Hinata stood at the door, looking at Naruto gratefully. When she was at home, she never dared to open her food, because there were always people who said bad things, which also resulted in her seldom eating when she was full, even if she was half full. But when she came to Naruto, she ate so much and happily for the first time. The key point was that the food was so delicious, so she was very grateful for Naruto's hospitality. Well, take this. Naruto handed a lunch box to Hinata, filled with delicious braised pork. No, Naruto, you haven't eaten much, and it's not good. Hinata didn't want to do this, so he shook his head and refused. I made a lot today, and I don't eat much meat, it would be wasted if I kept it at home. Naruto smiled. This. Hinata fell into hesitation. Take it. Naruto put the braised pork in Hinata's little hand, and at that moment, he felt the temperature of Hinata's little hand, soft, like soft jade. This kind of action immediately made Hinata shy, and he returned from a snack food to a shy state. Go, I will take you home. Okay. Hinata bowed his head and nodded, following Naruto like a marionette. She didn't even look at the road, but silently followed, drifting away from Naruto in the sunset. Shortly after, the Hyuga family residence. The two waved goodbye to each other. After Naruto had gone away, Hinata returned home happily. It's just that she didn't notice that when she passed the small courtyard, Hinata was looking at her with serious eyes, and she was very dissatisfied. Whoosh! A figure flashed past and knelt on one knee. This person was not someone else, but Takashi Hyuga, who secretly protected Hinata. My patriarch. Hyuga said respectfully. Why Hinata came back so late? Tell me what's going on. Hyuga said with a cold face. Yes. Hinata-sama visited Naruto's house today, so I came back late. Hyuga Takayoshi replied quickly. Naruto? So I went to this kid's house. Hyuga sighed again. My impression of Naruto is very good, but the village's attitude towards him is unclear. It is not suitable for close contact for the time being, otherwise it will easily arouse the village's suspicion. Master Patriarch, do you mean that Hinata-sama and Naruto are not allowed to come into contact? Hyuga said respectfully. Yet, you also know that when I sent someone to send money and supplies to Naruto and was blocked by Anbu, I later learned that it was a root member, but the attitude of Sandahi Danzo was very strange and there were too many unclear. The place. Hyuga Hizutake took a deep breath and said again, now the Hyuga clan is getting stronger and has more power to speak, but it's better to stay on track. Try not to have too much contact with Naruto. I'm the patriarch, I will work hard to complete the task, but Hinata-sama is soft on the outside and strong on the inside. I may not be able to stop it. Hinata Takashi worried. Hinata, leave it to me. I'll talk to her now. Hyuga waved his hand, turned and walked towards the house. Living room. Hinata placed the braised pork on the table, and then took the chopsticks, ready to let her father and the fireworks also taste it, but at this time, she saw her father come in coldly. Father! Hinata cautiously, feeling a little bad in his heart. Sit down, I have something to tell you. Hyuga Hinata gestured slightly, and then he sat down, ready to talk to Hinata, telling her not to go to Naruto, and if Hinata disagrees, he will force her to do so. So in order to have a better effect, he kept his face cold and prepared to scold Hinata. Hey? Good smell, what is this? Before Hyuga had time to reprimand Hinata, the scent that rose from time to time on the table attracted his attention. Father, this is Naruto's braised pork. You taste it, it's delicious. Hinata said, passing the chopsticks on the table. Naruto did it. Hyuga Hizuto shook his head and said that the food made by the child must be so delicious that it would not taste much better, but it smelled so fragrant that he couldn't help taking a bite with his chopsticks. Hey? The smell. Hyuga Nizuo felt the fragrance of the mouthful, and instantly became interested, and the appetite was aroused, and then he took the chopsticks to eat quickly. Ha 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 ha! Good to eat. It tastes really good. Naruto, there are two tricks. As Hyuga Nisa praised, he ate more than half of the braised pork in less than 3 minutes, and even meant to continue eating. Father, half of the braised pork is reserved for fireworks. Hinata reminded kindly. Oh okay, this braised pork tastes really good. Hyuga Nizuo said, sandwiching a few more pieces, and eating it like jujubes. Father, there are only a few pieces left. Hinata reminded again. Ahem, it's not good for children to eat too much meat, and the meat is not tasty when it is cold. Hyuga Nizuo had eaten up the braised pork with 3 strokes and 5 divided by 2, and then put down his chopsticks unsuccessfully. Such a scene made Hinata a little depressed, feeling that this father could eat better than himself, and even doubted whether he could eat it or not. But thinking of her father's cold face when she came in, she cautiously asked, "Father, what do you want me to do?" "Of course there is. You are not allowed to make friends again in the future." "Wait, is this braised pork made by Naruto?" Hyaganezu's painting style suddenly said. Of course, Naruto is good at cooking. Grilled fish, braised pork, spicy tofu, and sweet and sour pork are all super delicious. Hinata said in admiration, with admiration written on her little face. There are so many delicacies? Is it as delicious as braised pork? Hyaganezu asked. Of course, each one is delicious, and there are many other dishes. Hinata said without hesitation. It turned out to be like this: Naruto is a nice boy, but he is too lonely. You can find him more if you have time. Old Hyaganezuo blushed and got up and left the living room. Good father. Hina was a little confused. Her father came in so solemnly just now to reprimand her, but he didn't expect that her father would let her take the initiative to contact Naruto. This made Hina feel a weird feeling. He always felt something was wrong. In the small courtyard, Hyaganezu waved to the outside. Whoosh! Master Patriarch. Hyaga salutes respectfully. Have you talked to Hinata-sama? Ahem. Hyaga Hippocampus coughed twice, and said embarrassingly, You don't need to stop Hinata from looking for Naruto, just let them come in contact freely. Free contact? Didn't you say that you are worried about causing the village's suspicion? Hyagataka asked in a bewildered manner. Ahem, Naruto has no friends. If Hinata doesn't come into contact with him, then he is too pitiful. Don't worry, our Hyaga clan is very strong, and the 3 generations of Hokage are old, so we won't be in conflict with us because of this. Yes, even if you are jealous, you are not afraid. Hyaga explained that the old face was still red. Oh, good patriarch. Hinata Takashi replied in a daze. His mind was squished. Even when the patriarch went back, Hinata Takashi didn't respond, always feeling that the style of painting was something wrong. Chapter 18, Sakura is silly first more. Naruto's home. After finishing everything, Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, silently checking his data panel, and nodded with satisfaction at the 200 experience points. Except for Sasuke, Sakura and Hinata, the plot characters in the class have all absorbed experience points, but more than 200 points of experience are enough for him to improve his strength again. So he chose the exchange without hesitation. Ding! The exchange is successful and 25 points of Saiyan blood will be obtained. The warm current flows in the body, and the explosive force of this warm current gathers faster, and the muscles on his body are more obvious, and his thin body is getting stronger and stronger. But this did not end, because more areas of the hair became black, and it became stronger and stronger. Closing his eyes silently, Naruto found that his perception ability had been improved again, and even a little bit of perception could reveal a breath in all directions. Originally, after the immortal human body merged with the Saiyan blood, he gained a strong perception. Now as the Saiyan blood continues to increase, his perception is getting stronger and stronger. Although it is not as good as Kagura's eyes, it can be felt clearly within a kilometer. Even cats, mice, and insects can perceive it clearly. If someone peeped or watched, he would feel it more clearly, and Naruto's ability was extremely surprising and more satisfying. System, open the data panel. Naruto said expectantly. Ding! Naruto, Pseudo Saiyan. Blood, 90 drops of Saiyan blood. Abilities, Enhanced Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 3 Body Technique, Kunao Throwing Proficiency, Chakra Manipulation Proficiency. Experience Value, 0. 90 drops of Saiyan blood, don't know what will happen after 100 drops. Naruto murmured, very curious about 100 drops of Saiyan blood, but now it is night, it is not easy to go out to get experience points, he is a little anxious. By the way, go to the sealed space to see if there are any new experience around the 9 tails. When the words fell, Naruto closed his eyes and instantly came to the sealed space. Annoying kid, what are you doing again? When Kyuubi saw Naruto appear, he was instinctively defensive, but he felt a little inexplicable. He didn't know why he was guarded. In the end, he was afraid of being popular with him. So it looked at Naruto warily, and angrily wanted to drive away Naruto. "Yeah, can't I come to see you?" Standing outside the seal, Naruto smiled instantly as he watched the little experience appearing around Kyuubi again. "Hey, look at me? You want to me off? Every time you come here, you kid will me off." Joey grunted. Experience +3. I'm afraid you are alone? I don't even have a girlfriend. Shut up. Joey snarled, feeling mad for a few more hours. Experience +3. I'll tell you ha, Xiao Hinata came to my house for dinner today, she is so cute, she really likes it. Naruto quickly said. Damn boy. Nine Tails turned his head away from Naruto, and even shrank into a circle. It was a bit suspicious of life if he continued to be stunned. Experience +3. Forget it, I won't bother you today, take a good rest, and come to see you another day. Seeing the experience around Kyuubi disappear completely, Naruto waved his hand and left, leaving Kyuubi alone in the sealed space. This kid has changed his sex? He doesn't anger me? I thought I was going to anger me for a few more hours. Kyuubi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he hadn't been beaten for a few hours, and was a little uncomfortable. Wait, I actually feel a little uncomfortable? Damn it! Kyuubi felt that he was going to be confused by Naruto. In order to recover himself, he directly chose to fall asleep. Early the next morning. The spacious and bright school classrooms. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura sat in the classroom and waited, but Sasuke and Sakura sat together, far away from Naruto. Zuzi, I am not talking about you, I am afraid of me, there is nothing I dare to admit. Naruto said with a yawn. Who is afraid of you, it's just that I broke my wrist and lost to you. Sooner or later I will surpass you. Sasuke replied unhappy. Experience +1. Don't admit it, since you are not afraid of me, what do you do so far from me? Naruto returned without hesitation. Sasuke was speechless, some did not know how to answer, and finally exclaimed, I just don't bother to care about you. Experience +1. Don't want to talk to me? Then why are you talking to me? Sasuke was so speechless that he finally turned his head to ignore Naruto. Sasuke, I actually have a way to become stronger. It may make you super strong. It only takes 3 years. Naruto said suddenly. Hey? What method? Sasuke became interested in an instant. Experience +1. The method is simple. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You only need 100 push UPS a day, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, a 10-kilometer run, eat some bananas, and don't use the air conditioner. You may become super strong in 3 years. What kind of practice method is this? The intensity doesn't seem to be high. Sasuke was puzzled. His training intensity was higher than this, but still not much stronger. What? You still don't believe it? I told you that there is a guy who relies on this method to become stronger, and he is super strong. Naruto continued. Really? Sasuke became interested, a little eager to try. Of course, after you finish your training, if you have a bald head, then you will succeed, if you do not have a bald head, then you will fail. Bald. Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, his bald head appeared in his mind, and he chilled instantly. When he saw Naruto's smile, he immediately understood that he was being tricked again. Angrily Sasuke wanted to say something, but didn't want to continue to be stunned by Naruto, and finally turned his head away from looking at Naruto. Experience +1. Oh, don't keep talking, I tell you, this is all true, you can try it. Naruto continued to agitate, but it was a pity that Sasuke didn't say anything, obviously he was determined to remain silent. Naruto sensed that Kakashi came to the gate of the school. He turned his head and glanced outside, then said lightly, "Our 7th class leader is here." Leading teacher. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback when they heard this, and then they looked in the direction of the door, but after a while, they didn't see anyone coming in, and their eyes became a little distrustful. Naruto, it's wrong for you to lie like this. Trust is the most basic element of a ninja partner. If you keep lying, this will reduce mutual trust. Sakura said angrily, obviously very dissatisfied. Lying? When did I lie? Naruto raised an eyebrow and looked at Sakura. First of all, you said that the leading teacher came, but how about people? There is no one at all. Then you lied to Sasuke's bald head practice method. This is obviously a lie. Sakura whispered, then turned to look at Sasuke. Although Sasuke did not speak, he also nodded in a gesture of approval, obviously not believing what Naruto said. Just. Sasuke's nodding movement has not completely stopped, the classroom door was pushed open, and then the teacher Kakashi Hagai walked in. Hey! Sasuke's nodding motion froze, and stared at the front motionlessly, while the next Sakura went silly and looked at Kakashi blankly. The scene fell into a weird silence. Everyone said nothing and was silent, and this attitude also confused Kakashi who had just entered. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +2. Chapter 19, Kakashi. What? Naruto looked at the +2 experience prompt that suddenly appeared, and was surprised. He has always been unsure of the reason for the increase in experience points, and important plot characters like Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata only get +1 experience points. Although the experience around them are relatively large and contain more experience points, each time they need to interact for a long time to obtain all these experience points. The experience of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox Sutra, although slightly smaller than those of Sasuke and others, are +3 experience points, which allows Naruto to gain a lot of experience points in a short time. He also likes this method of acquisition, but he is not sure how to make Sasuke and the others become +3 experience points. Now Kakashi's appearance shows +2, and the experience around him are similar to the Nine Tails, which is strange. Is it because of adulthood? Or the longer you live, the higher? Or is it related to strength? Naruto secretly said, carefully observing Kakashi's situation, and wanted to determine what was going on. Why don't you talk? Kakashi broke the silence and asked suspiciously. Nothing, I just forgot to put an eraser on the door, it didn't hit you. Naruto muttered. Hit me. Kakashi was speechless, and it was the first time I met someone who spoke like this. Experience +2. The three of you come with me. Kakashi left a word, turned and walked outside. Naruto shrugged and followed, and Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other, looking at Naruto's back with suspicious eyes. Now Sasuke and Sakura are a little confused, and can't figure out how Naruto guessed them, they always feel a little untrue. Could it be that Naruto was blind? He used to be a crane tail. Sakura still didn't believe it. I don't know, I have to make sure that if he is not blind, then the bald head cultivation method he just said may also be true. Sasuke said with a serious face. This. Sasuke, are you planning to practice this way? Sakura asked incredulously, and a picture of Sasuke's bald head appeared in her mind. If this kind of practice method is true, even if you have a bald head, as long as you have the strength, as long as you can get revenge, everything is worth it. Sasuke said with a cold face, and his voice was generous and powerful. I think it's better to confirm if Naruto is blind, if it is blind, then you will be pitted. Sakura hurriedly persuaded. I know, I will test whether he lied as soon as possible. Sasuke finished speaking and walked out of the class with a serious face. Sakura fell behind and walked forward slowly, and pictures of Sasuke's bald head appeared in her mind from time to time, and she suddenly felt a little ruined. Outside the school, on the roof of a certain platform, Kakashi sat on the guardrail and looked at the three little ghosts in front of him. His gaze stayed on Naruto for a few seconds before looking at Sasuke. For this Uchiha survivor, he is still very concerned, and the strength of the opponent's chief student is also his focus. He even decided to take advantage of this opportunity to test Sasuke's strength. Kakashi didn't pay much attention to the strength of Naruto and Sakura. Because they were too weak, Kakashi couldn't be interested. As for why I looked at Naruto a few more times, it was naturally because of Kyuubi and the teacher's son, and one of the reasons why he became the leader of the 7th class. Okay, let's introduce yourself, what you like, what you hate, future dreams, etc. Forget it, let me talk about it first. Kakashi paused and said again, my name is Kakashi Heiji, I don't want to tell you who I like and hate. As for the interests, there are many. Experience +2. It's gone. Sakura asked suspiciously. Yes, it's your turn. Kakashi nodded decisively. This. Sakura and Sasuke were speechless, and they knew the teacher's name after a long time. Next, I will introduce. Naruto desperately wanted to earn Kakashi's experience points, so he chose to raise his hand immediately. Okay, you can introduce it first. Kakashi nodded, lazily stretched out his hand into his pocket, ready to take out the intimacy heaven in his pocket to watch. For Kakashi's movements, Naruto easily noticed that he suddenly thought of something and smiled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and the person I like is Hinata. I also dream of marrying her. I hate those who watch intimacy in heaven. I heard that these people always peek at others to take a bath, even little girls. Peeking at other people taking a bath? Even the little girl didn't let it go. Kakashi's hand just put in his pocket was startled, and the whole person was stupid. Experience +2. Naruto, are you true? There is such a pervert. Sakura scolded angrily, obviously hating such a person. Of course it is true. Anyone who reads that kind of book is not a good person, and it also affects physical and mental health. There is a saying called kidney deficiency. You may not know what kidney deficiency is. I will tell you about it. Naruto quickly explained a lot and thoroughly popularized the kidney deficiency. These people deserve his kidney deficiency. It's really hateful to watch others take a shower. If I see this kind of person, I will beat him up and call him perverted in front of everyone. Sakura scolded angrily, completely unaware that Kakashi's state next to him was getting wrong. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +2. Kakashi-sensei, what's the matter with you? Why is there something wrong with her state? While Sakura was speaking, she suddenly wondered when she saw that Kakashi's state was a little wrong. Oh, it's okay, I'm a little sick. Kakashi explained. Don't have kidney deficiency, right? Naruto quickly said. Hey! The scene was silent, Sasuke and Sakura looked at Kakashi with strange eyes, the atmosphere looked a little strange, and a faint cold wind blew. Experience +2. Well, continue to introduce yourself. There will be a super difficult survival exercise tomorrow. If you fail, you will all have to go back to the ninja school for further studies. It will be difficult to become a ninja again. Kakashi stared at Naruto, deliberately showing a vicious expression. The main reason is that this Naruto is too irritating. He actually said that his kidneys are weak. He must scare Naruto and let Naruto know how serious the consequences of offending him are. Just. Naruto smiled slightly after hearing this, and then deliberately showed off. If I can't be a ninja, then go to Hinata. She is a rich lady and she will raise me. She bought the food yesterday, which is good for me. What? Kakashi was speechless, feeling that what he had said to scare people was useless. The Naruto in front of him is more naughty than he thought. The key point is that what the other party said is really reasonable, but why is it so annoying? Depressed Kakashi decided to ignore Naruto, but continued to let Sasuke and Sakura introduce themselves. Experience +2. However, Naruto would miss the opportunity to earn experience points, so he spoke again. Chapter 20, Can't Swallow Hyuga. But when Naruto was about to speak, he suddenly thought of the hard life of these years, especially the scene where he dragged his thin body alone, trying to find food before he practiced chakra as a child. At that time, he once took the risk of heat stroke and faltered picking wild fruits and vegetables in the hot summer. He also wore thin clothes in the severe cold winter, looking for a shortage of stuff under the cold snow. And in the autumn of harvest, risking the risk of being attacked by wild beasts enter the forest, just to hoard more food for the winter. During that time, he didn't have any requirements for food, as long as he was full. In many cases, being full was a happy thing. If he is sick, it will be even more troublesome. He can only fight hard by himself, even dragging his sick body to find food. At that time, he was full of hatred and disgust for this village, and vowed to kill some old guys in the future, and the grievances in his heart could be said to have accumulated to the extreme. If it weren't for the appearance of Hinata, there would be no concern from this silly girl from time to time. Naruto may no longer be in the current state, and may be like Gaara when he was a child, trapped in tyranny and hatred. After all, he is not that Naruto. Right now, although he maintained his mentality and himself, his heart was still full of resentment, which was one of the reasons why he was so bitter. And Kakashi in front of him, Naruto looked at his lazy appearance, watched his always paying attention to Sasuke's posture, and suddenly spoke. Kakashi, your name is so familiar, it seems to have heard it somewhere, have we seen it? You should be a very good shinobu. Naruto asked deliberately. Well, I do have a bit of fame, but we haven't seen it before, otherwise I wouldn't introduce myself here. Kakashi shrugged. Yes, how could I ask such a silly question, ha ha ha. Naruto smiled and didn't speak, but looked in the direction of Hinata's family, because only Hinata would make him feel a little care. Opposite. Kakashi glanced at Naruto inexplicably, and then continued, who should introduce himself next? Me. Kozakura raised her hand happily and began to introduce herself. 10 minutes later. After everyone's conversation was over, Kakashi stood up lazily. Well, remember not to eat tomorrow morning, you will vomit. After Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared with a swish, and the strength of the strong was undoubtedly revealed. Sasuke, let's go. Sakura looked at Sasuke for the first time, and invited him to leave with him. Okay. Sasuke nodded and got up, then turned to look at Naruto who was still sitting there. Naruto, how did you find Kakashi-sensei beforehand? Sasuke asked suddenly. That's how I found out, why? Thought I was blind. Naruto looked at Sasuke with a smile. I do not know. Sasuke shook his head and wanted to ask about the bald head practice, but in the end he didn't ask, but planned to confirm it in the next time. Tada Tower. Sasuke and Sakura left, heading for their respective homes, where only Naruto was still sitting quietly for a long time. Naruto. A sweet voice came from the side, with a hint of shyness and weakness, but it was particularly nice. Naruto turned his head and looked to the side, and a small and lovely figure came into view. This figure was not someone else, but Hinata with her sister's head. Naruto had already discovered that Hinata came from a distance. After all, his perception was not a decoration, but he needed to think carefully about Konoha's attitude. Hinata, come and sit next to me. Naruto pointed to his side. Okay. Little Hinata cleverly came to Naruto and sat down, holding her white hand and said, "Naruto, why didn't you go home? Actually, it's the same whether I go home or not. Anyway, there is no one at home." Naruto shook his head and replied, "Naruto." Hinata was slightly stunned when she heard this. Her little face was tangled in trying to comfort Naruto, but he couldn't comfort others, and finally pinched Naruto's clothes silly. Naruto could easily catch such a cute look. He said warmly in his heart, "If Hinata accompanies me back, I would be happy to go home." "Ah, that." The sensitive Hinata heard the slight difference in the words, her face flushed instantly, and she even wanted to faint shyly, but she still mustered the courage. "Okay, okay. Experience +1. Listening to Hinata's soft and waxy voice, the smile on Naruto's face became softer. "I'm leaving Hinata, I'm making a big meal for you today. What do you want to eat?" "Red, broiled pork in brown sauce," Hinda said embarrassedly. "Broiled pork? Good." Naruto has always felt that girls prefer vegetarian food, but Hinata actually likes braised pork so much. The point was just yesterday. He thought Hina would choose something else, but he didn't expect it to be braised pork. But it's okay. The braised pork is very simple to make. If Hinata likes to eat it, just cook some for her. After the two said, they walked home together. When they passed by the store, Hinata bought a lot of ingredients, and the amount of meat was exactly twice that of yesterday. Seeing Hinata walking out of the shop with a lot of ingredients in both hands, Naruto also felt a little speechless, but he didn't say anything, but reached out to pick up the ingredients. "Naruto, let's carry it together, it's heavy." Hinata was worried that Naruto was too tired to carry it. She didn't want Naruto to work hard, so she wanted to mention it together. "It's okay, give it to me." Naruto took the bag of ingredients in one hand and carried it in his left hand with ease, without any effort. "Naruto, you are so powerful." Hinata was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. The bag of ingredients was carried very heavily. She needed two hands to carry it hard, but she didn't expect Naruto to be able to lift it with one hand. This kind of power is much larger than her, and the key Naruto's figure seems to be a little stronger than before, and there is no special place, which surprised Hinata. "Did you forget that I beat Sasuke by breaking my wrist?" Naruto smiled. "Oh, by the way, I forgot this." Hinata scratched his head foolishly, feeling that he was stupid when he was next to Naruto. "Go, let you eat enough today." "Well, eat enough." Hinata licked his lips, revealing his nature as a snack food, as if he was really ready to eat enough. Experience +1. The other side. The resident of the Hyuga family, the restaurant of the patriarch's house. Hyuga and Hikaru are sitting together for a meal, but Hikaru happily eats, but Hina is always a little bit unable to eat. "Father, why don't you eat it?" Kahuo looked at Hyuga Hizu strangely. "I have no appetite, some don't want to eat." Hyuga Hizu shook his head. "Isn't this your favorite to eat? How can you lose your appetite?" Huahuo asked while tilting his head while tasting the delicious food. "You will know from now on. As for why your sister is not coming back, I obviously gave her a lot of money and asked her to come back early." Hyuga said with some dissatisfaction. "Hey? What do you do for your sister?" Huahuo asked blankly. "You will know from now on, you should eat first, eat more, and be full." "What?" Huahuo looked at his father with a weird look, and felt that today's father seemed a bit abnormal. However, if her father didn't eat these delicacies, then she would eat a full meal, anyway her father allowed it, so she started to feast on it. Chapter 21, Pitted Firework. The other side. Hinata had a nice lunch at Naruto's house, and then happily left with 2 boxes of food. One of these boxes is braised pork, and the other is grilled chicken wings. They are all very delicious, which makes her appetite. Hinata returned home with these good things, just in time to see his father and sister staying at the dinner table and chatting. "Hinata, you are finally back, have you brought back the braised pork?" Hyaga-Hizu hurriedly asked. "Brought it back. Naruto heard that you like to eat braised pork, so I brought a little more, and also brought a box of grilled chicken wings, which is very delicious," Hinata said, opening the 2 dishes on the dining table, and the fragrant smell filled the room in an instant, which also attracted the attention of the fireworks. "It smells good, I will taste it first." Hyaga was hungry for a long time, so I picked up the grilled chicken wings and tasted it. It didn't matter that I couldn't stop eating. Next to satiated fireworks. Seeing this scene, there is always a feeling of being pitied, but she rarely eats meat, so she doubts, "Is it so delicious?" "You will know if you taste it." Hinata smiled and gestured. "Then I will try it." Huahuo didn't take it seriously, but slowly put a piece of braised pork into her mouth. It's just that it doesn't matter what she eats. She, who didn't take it seriously, instantly shined, and then said in surprise, "It's really delicious, it's so special. It's a taste I've never eaten before." Huahuo quickly ate the braised pork as he spoke, then looked at the roasted chicken wings. With deep anticipation, Huahuo picked up a piece of it and tasted it. The green and tender grilled chicken wings instantly conquered her. "It's really delicious, sister, you just said that these are all from Naruto. Did he make it?" Huahuo asked curiously. "Of course, he can cook, in addition to these there are many delicious," Hinata explained with a smile. "Unexpectedly, this Naruto is really amazing. I must meet him when I have a chance." "Well, eat now." Huahuo saw that her father was eating there. She had eaten a lot in this moment. She was worried that she would not be able to eat it, so she hurried to join the ranks of food. "It's a pity that I was too full before, and now she can't eat after eating for a while." The depressed fireworks can only stare at her father. "Father, why did you encourage me to eat so much before? Are you afraid that I will eat these delicacies?" "I'm just worried that you won't have enough to eat. If you want to eat these delicacies, just eat, I won't stop," Hyaga-Hizu said, and started eating again. Huahuo is depressed, she has eaten early now, no matter where she can eat, she can only look at the delicacies angrily, and look at Hinata instead. "Sister, tell me about Naruto. Why is he cooking so delicious?" "I'll tell you later, I have something to tell my father." Hinata suddenly remembered the task Naruto had given, then looked at Hyaga-Hizu. "Father, Naruto wants you to help you get some heavy-duty training equipment." "Heavy-bearing training equipment? This is simple, I will arrange it later." Hyaga-Hizu nodded without hesitation. "By the way, find a few more ninjutsu scrolls that can increase gravity," Hinata said again. 2 Dun's ninjutsu scroll? This is a bit difficult." Hyaga hesitated. Ninjutsu is not easy to handle, and most of the gravity-type soil escapes belong to the soil country, which is more difficult. "Father, try his best, Naruto is my best friend, and there are delicious food," Hinata said with help. This. Hyaga-Hizu thought of the information from today's investigation, the change in Konoha's high-level attitude towards Naruto, and the food in front of him. He was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Okay, I will try my best. Come on." After getting her father's promise, Hinata finally let go. This is the first time Naruto has asked her for help, saying that he should help Naruto as much as possible, otherwise I am too sorry for Naruto's contribution. Hinata, who was in a good mood, went to the living room with the fireworks, and then got together and started whispering about Naruto. The other side. Naruto's home. Several shadow avatars were busy in the room, some painting, some carving, and some learning various skills and knowledge. Naruto sat cross-legged, checking his data panel. There are not many people in contact today, just a few people, but because they are all important people, he has gained more than 100 experience points. So many experience points are enough for him to exchange 10 drops of Saiyan blood, and he now has 90 drops of Saiyan blood, only 10 drops from 100 drops. At this moment, Naruto is full of expectations, because he has always felt that when the Saiyan blood reaches 100 drops, there will be unknown gains. Taking a deep breath, Naruto consumed all the experience points and began to exchange Saiyan blood. Ding! The exchange is successful and 10 drops of Saiyan blood will be obtained. The warm current flows in the body, all the blood is boiling at this moment, cheering, jumping for joy, and welcoming the new life. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed, his hair turned black to a large area, at the same time the edges and corners of his face became more distinct, and his muscles became stronger and stronger, full of explosive feeling. Feeling the explosive power in his body, Naruto spread out his hands and said in surprise, "It's such a strong power, this is a leap forward." Naruto murmured. Originally, his strength was very strong, but after this transformation, it has increased several times. Of course, his perception power has also been greatly improved, and the original perception range has suddenly increased several times. He still needs to test the specific range of perception, but he knows that this perception is absolutely super powerful. Ding! Saiyan blood is condensed into blood, now 10% Saiyan blood. Ding! Promoted from Pseudo Saiyan to Mixed Saiyan. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 10%. Abilities, Enhanced Clone Technique, Multiple Shadow Clone Technique, 3-Body Technique, Kunao Throwing Proficiency, Chakra Manipulation Proficiency. Experience Value, 9. 10% Saiyan Blood? 1/10. Naruto murmured, thinking of Xiao Fang in Dragon Ball anime. This girl is also a mixed race Saiyan, and the bloodline concentration is not too high, about a quarter, but she is very talented, and her combat effectiveness is equally good. She even has no tail at birth, but she can't be super. Naruto clearly knows that Saiyans are different, and their bloodlines are also divided into different levels. For example, when Monkey King became a giant ape, he would lose his mind, but Vegeta became a giant ape but could maintain his wisdom. If Monkey King was not lucky to come to the earth, he would not have achieved what he has now. Therefore, different blood vessels bring different gains. Naruto has always felt that his Saiyan blood is a bit extraordinary, especially the ever-increasing perception, which is more convenient than Kagura's heart. He faintly felt that his 10% Saiyan bloodline might be stronger than that of Monkey King and could bring him great help. Try it. Naruto closed his eyes and prepared to try, but he just closed it and opened it suddenly, with surprise in his eyes. Chapter 22, Mixed Saiyan, First More. Because he felt a mysterious energy, although this energy was very similar to chakra, it was more domineering and more aggressive. The moment Naruto felt the energy, he immediately thought of the chi in Dragon Ball, of the turtle-style Qigong, of the chi bomb, and of the Qigong wave. These abilities are all kinds of moves condensed by chi. Needless to say, tortoise-style Qigong, let's talk about chi bombs. The gas bomb is to condense the gas into a spherical shape, and then release it to produce an explosion, which is quite powerful. In addition, the arrow bomb is very flexible. It can be single shot, single burst, or double burst, which is very versatile. In the later period, Monkey King and Vegeta seldom used those fancy moves, and the most commonly used were Turtle Qigong and Chi bombs. It can be said that these two abilities run through the entire Dragon Ball plot and are quite useful abilities. And now, Naruto had a faint feeling that he could condense a gas bomb. With deep anticipation, Naruto raised his right hand and began to try to condense the chi into a gas bomb little by little. Domineering chi circulated in his body. Naruto closed his eyes and slowly mobilized the chi to gather in his hands. He originally thought it would take an hour or two to succeed, but he didn't expect. He just tried to condense these chi a little bit, and instantly a white gas bomb appeared in his palm, a gas bomb with bursting power. Is it successful? It's so simple, faster than I thought. Moreover, the cohesion of this air bomb is very high and pure. Unfortunately, my blood is only 10%. There is too little chi in my body. I need to practice and increase my blood. Naruto carefully probed the bursting energy contained in the gas bomb, and a thick surprise appeared in his heart. The formation of this gas bomb indicated that his path was correct and proved that he had taken a big step forward. Through this, he can develop many abilities, such as air dance, high-speed flying, and even teleportation. It would be great if you could learn to move instantaneously. That kind of ability can run rampant even in the universe. Naruto whispered to himself, looking forward to using teleport images in the future. However, the most important thing now is the power of experimental chi bombs, and the tortoise-style Qigong has to be developed. After all, the chi bombs are condensed, and the tortoise-style Qigong will naturally not be far. With a hint of anticipation, Naruto came to the mirror and prepared to leave, but his large black hair in the mirror attracted his attention. The black hair is getting more and more, and it is strong and resilient. Naruto stroked his hair, and found that the hair seemed to be set. No matter how he fiddled with his hair, he would quickly return to the original shape. Tisk tusk, it's great, I really look forward to the scene after it turns completely black. Forget it, go out to practice. Naruto didn't stay too much, but quickly walked out of the house after finishing the outfit and headed towards the inaccessible forest. This journey lasted for several hours, and when it was evening, he walked home with a smile. At the door of Naruto's house, the cute little Hinata hugged her knees and leaned quietly at the door, waiting for Naruto's return. There was a big bag on the left side of her body. There were a lot of ingredients in the bag, and some milk and breakfast cakes, all specially prepared for Naruto. After eating 2 meals at Naruto's place, Hinata found that Naruto's life was worse than expected, and there were a lot of essential nutrients missing from the food. In order to let Naruto grow better, she went to the store to buy a lot of supplies, and then put a big bag of things to hard work. Unfortunately, after coming here, she discovered that Naruto was not at home. Where did Naruto go? Hinata looked around, sighed helplessly, and continued to wait with her knees. Just after turning her head, she suddenly felt a breeze rippling next to her. She turned her head strangely and found that Naruto didn't know when she was standing next to her. Naruto, you're finally back, eh? I didn't see you just now. Hinata scratched his head in a daze. These are not important. Naruto smiled and looked at the big bag next to him. There are so many things, why do you buy so many? This. I just want to eat more of the delicacies you make. Hintian said. Is it? When Naruto saw the milk and breakfast cakes in the big bag, and knew that Hinata was preparing breakfast for himself, a warm current flowed through his heart. Instinctive Naruto raised his right hand, patted Hinata's head and said, "Thank you Hinata, I will make you more delicious food today." After Naruto finished speaking, he opened the door and lifted the big bag on the ground to enter the house, leaving only Hinata little blushing motionless. Quite a while. Hinata lifted his white bare hands to mold his head, and walked into Naruto's house shyly. Hinata, sit for a while. I went to practice just now. I was sweating all over and I had to take a bath. Okay, all right. Wow. The sound of taking a bath came from the bathroom. Hinata did not rest, but started to pick vegetables. In the busy, Hinata saw the clothes Naruto left outside. The color of the clothes changed a little. It was obviously washed and worn, and washed and worn. It looked very old. Seeing that there was something uncomfortable in Hinata's heart, she picked up Naruto's clothes and looked at the size carefully, and secretly noted the size of the clothes, before she continued to pick up vegetables. A few minutes later, after washing the dishes, Hinata was about to wipe her hands. When she heard the sound of the bathroom door opening, she turned her head and saw Naruto walking out wearing big pants. In an instant, that strong physique, well-proportioned muscles, and streamlined figure came into her eyes. Especially the lumpy chest muscles and abdominal muscles seemed to give her a strong and powerful feeling. Such a visual impact made Hinata stunned in place like a goose. She had always thought that Naruto's body was very thin, but she realized that Naruto's body was several times stronger than her peers when she saw Naruto's body. Even the body is much better than most people. With such a good body, the red glow gradually appeared on Hinata's cheeks, and he even lowered his head embarrassedly. No way, she has a shy personality. She wanted to faint when she was close to Naruto. Now that she didn't faint in Naruto's chest, she was already very brave. Experience +1. Hey? You have already picked the vegetables. Naruto said when he came to Hinata and saw the kitchen scene. Yes, it is. Hinata still lowered her head, and stammered in reply. She was even more dizzy when the two stood so close. Do you want to learn how to cook with me? Naruto thought that the two would definitely be together in the future. In this case, Hinata would definitely cook the food, so he asked. Think. Hinata's voice was still soft, small, and unclear. I'm optimistic. I will teach you to fry fish-flavored eggplant first. This is very simple. Just choose the right ingredients. Naruto talked and started busy in the kitchen, explaining in detail while doing it. After the fish-flavored eggplant was fried, Naruto turned to ask Hinata, have you learned it? Learned. Hinata nodded shamefully, looking a little at a loss. Looking at Hinata's timid appearance, Naruto raised his eyebrows and said, what is the name of this dish? Hinata, broiled pork in brown sauce. Naruto. Chapter 23, Kakashi lack of blue. Okay, it doesn't seem to be braised pork. Hinata said weakly when he saw the cooked dishes, and his voice was particularly nice. This is called Yuxiang eggplant, do you want to learn it next? Naruto admonished. Yeah, I see. Hinata nodded obediently, and her little face became serious. Experience +1. The second meal is sweet and sour pork loin. Look carefully. Naruto started teaching again, and every step was very detailed, and he did not forget to let Hinata help participate. The effect of this kind of teaching is still good. Hinata has clearly improved, and she learned more in the following process. Naruto is very happy to see her progress. Following this progress for a period of time, Hinata will definitely become a qualified little cook. But one thing Naruto cares about is that the experience around Hinata are getting smaller and smaller, and they will disappear after a short while, and only part of it can be recovered when the new plot comes. Fortunately, I will participate in the survival exercise tomorrow, and I will continue to gain experience points from Kakashi. After figuring this out, Naruto was no longer worried, but fell into a happy dinner with Hinata. The next day, the survival exercise site. When the sun didn't rise and the sky was still dark, Sasuke and Sakura rushed over early and stood on the grass and waited silently. Strange, why isn't Naruto here yet? You won't oversleep, right? Sakura looked around. Do not know. Sasuke shook his head. Although he was puzzled, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he waited for teacher Kakashi to show up and wanted to pass the survival exercise as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, they waited from the dark weather until early morning, and then when it was almost 10 o'clock, their teacher Kakashi did not show up. This makes Sakura and Sasuke very dissatisfied, especially when they think of Naruto sleeping at home. They are even more unbalanced. It's really hateful. The survival exercise was good, but neither of them came, especially Naruto. They must have been sleeping. Sakura said angrily. Keep waiting. Sasuke replied, putting his hands in his pockets like a cool gesture. The other side. 100 meters away from the survival exercise site, Kakashi was walking leisurely, walking forward with two bells. The three little ghosts must be annoying to wait, just to exercise their patience, and the kid Naruto must be impatient to wait. This time he was just cured, and he said that I had kidney deficiency. Kakashi murmured lazily, feeling that his way of dealing with the three imps was very good, just to frustrate the three imps. It's almost time, now it's just right in the past, just make an excuse by the way. After Kakashi finished speaking, he quickly rushed to the survival exercise site, and his ultra-fast movement speed made him reach his destination in a very short time. Kakashi-sensei, why did you come so late? Sakura said dissatisfied. Aha, I met a cat on the road, eh? Where's Naruto? Kakashi was making excuses, but when he saw Sasuke and Sakura alone, he was depressed. Originally thinking of using Naruto as the target of remediation, Naruto did not appear, which is really speechless. Naruto has never been here, she must have been sleeping at home. Sakura reported in a small report. Sleep? This kid didn't arrive on time and must be punished. Kakashi frowned. No, I'm here. A faint voice suddenly came, and Naruto's figure jumped from a certain tree and walked toward the exercise center. What? Kakashi looked at the direction Naruto was walking for a moment, because he passed by there when he came, but why didn't he find Naruto? Now Kakashi got serious, feeling something was wrong, but he thought about it and shook his head. Because Ming has just graduated from the ninja school, he can't have any special hidden abilities. The most likely thing is that the opponent has just arrived. Since it's here, then start survival exercises, let me talk about the rules. Kakashi took out 2 bells to start the narration rules, and talked a lot. Okay, this is probably the case. If you get the bell before 12 o'clock, you will pass, otherwise it will be a failure. Remember that there are only 2 bells, and one of them can't eat box lunch. Kakashi pointed to the box lunch not far away from the steel and said lightly. It is good. Whoosh whoosh. 3 breaking sounds flashed past, and Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto left to take shelter. Kakashi remained motionless in the same place. After a while, he felt that time was almost up and turned his head. The basis of the so-called ninja is to hide aura. I don't know how these 3 little ghosts are doing. Kakashi finished talking carefully, and quickly found Sasuke and Sakura. Yes, everyone is hiding well, eh? Where is Naruto? Kakashi looked carefully, and it took him nearly a minute to find Naruto's figure, which surprised him. Where is this kid? Why can't I find anyone? Kakashi was puzzled, and couldn't figure out where Naruto was hiding. In the end, he could only focus on Sasuke and Sakura, and was ready to defeat these 2 little ghosts. Whoosh whoosh. Kyo quickly flashed past, flashing around Kakashi, but he easily avoided and rushed to Sasuke's position very quickly. Dang dang. The battle continued, but in the face of Kakashi's powerful strength, Sakura and Sasuke were doomed to fail. But when Kakashi stunned Sasuke and Sakura, he frowned and looked around, because Naruto's figure had not appeared, which made Kakashi puzzled and wondered what Naruto was doing. Kakashi, who couldn't figure out the reason, quickly entered the jungle, constantly searching around the location of the exercise, and soon found a hidden figure in a cave a few hundred meters away. Got you! Kakashi smiled slightly, rushed to the cave quickly, and reached easily with a super fast moving speed. Come out, Naruto, you are the only one left. Avoidance is meaningless. Is it? A faint voice came from the cave, and then a large group of Naruto came out of the cave, looking at Kakashi indifferently. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Kakashi was taken aback when he saw this, and then said again, it's useless, no matter how much cannon fodder comes, it's useless. Is it? Tang 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 tang. Densely dense shadow clones appeared from the cave, while a large number of shadow clones came from a distant forest, looking at Kakashi with a smile. Seeing such a large-scale shadow clone, Kakashi's complexion also became solemn, and then said, it's interesting, but it's not enough. Then try it, go on, beat him. What? Whoosh whoosh. The shadow avatars all over the mountains rushed towards Kakashi, fought fiercely with Kakashi in front of the cave, and started a frantic battle around him. And the exercise site a few hundred meters away, beside the stone monument. Naruto's body was eating a boxed lunch, looking at Kakashi's direction leisurely. Kakashi, you have to come on, the game has just begun. After Naruto finished speaking, he quickly ate up the 2 lunches, then stretched his waist and leaned on the stone tablet to wait, waiting for the end of the battle on Kakashi's side. After waiting for 5 minutes, Naruto sat up again. It looks like there are a lot of shadow clones, he won't really hold Kakashi, he's an elite, by the way, he lacks blues, so much less than me. Chapter 24, 2 Pillars. Naruto suddenly thought of Kakashi's biggest weakness. If Kakashi's chakra reached his own level, his combat effectiveness would definitely increase rapidly. It's not as careful as it is now, but Kakashi can play the reputation of replicating the ninja in the ninja world without blue, which is quite powerful. This is not. Facing so many shadow avatar attacks, Kakashi only fought for a while, and under the lock of the shadow avatars, he easily hit on a certain big tree by using a substitute technique. As expected of Kakashi, Naruto sat on the stone tablet, discovered this scene through perception, got up and went to the area where Kakashi was. Near the cave. On a big tree. Seeing the chaotic shadow avatars below, Kakashi decided to watch the play, watching the shadow avatars looking everywhere. He even took out the intimate heaven leisurely and prepared to watch, but half of the time, he suddenly remembered the explanation of kidney deficiency, and he let it go back depressed. Naruto's shadow clone is really powerful. Such a chakra volume is really enviable. Unfortunately, facing me, you are still a bit close. The battle is not only dependent on the chakra volume. Kakashi murmured to himself. After fighting against the shadow clone for 5 minutes, he didn't find the Naruto body, so he planned to wait until the shadow clone was lifted. After all, with Naruto's age supporting so many shadow clones, it must not last long. And during this time, he only needs to avoid waiting, these shadow clones will definitely not find themselves. This is also the reason why he sits comfortably on the tree and prepares to watch the show. He just watched for a while, and an accident happened. Where is he? A shout came from the shadow avatars, followed by these shadow avatars. While looking at the location of Kakashi, this unexpected scene blinded Kakashi. How come? I obviously hide it well. Kakashi was puzzled, and didn't want to waste chakra dealing with these shadow clones, so he banged and disappeared again. It's nice to hide here. In the dark cave, Kakashi hides in the corner and waits, preparing to wait for Naruto to release the shadow clone before going out to clean up Naruto. In the cave. Go! Teng teng teng! A large number of shadow clones rushed into the cave and punched Kakashi's head without saying a word, without any polite meaning. Damn, what's going on? How did you find me? Kakashi looked solemn, knowing that there was no point in hiding, so he was ready to go to war. Chakra can't be used indiscriminately, but physical skills are enough to deal with these weak shadow clones. Kakashi twisted his head and slammed into countless shadow clones. Bang 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 bang! The white mist was filled, and Kakashi's figure kept flashing like a great light. The powerful strength is fully displayed at this moment, and under his attack, the shadow clones are quickly dissipating. Only with the battle, he found that the fighting skills of these shadow clones were not as weak as he thought. On the contrary, the fighting skills of the shadow clone are quite good, and there are many points of merit. Even sometimes, the fighting skills that the shadow clone occasionally uses, even he is slightly surprised. It seems that Naruto has also put a lot of effort in physical skills, but there are some advantages, but it is still not enough for me. Kakashi secretly analyzes while fighting, while searching for Naruto's hidden body. Experience +2. Experience +2. At the outermost part of countless shadow clones, Naruto quietly listened to the increase in experience value while absorbing the combat knowledge feedback from the shadow clones. With so many battles of shadow clones, each return brings a battle experience, even if the battle time of shadow clones is short, but the small mosquito is meat. What's more, with such a scary shadow clone, the amount of knowledge they add up is already quite powerful. The feeling of this kind of harvest is really good. Experience points and combat skills are all very good gains. If this is the case, let's have another wave. Anyway, there are enough chakras. Naruto felt the huge chakra inside, and raised his hands to seal again. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. The dense shadow clones reappeared, rushing towards Kakashi with stronger combat effectiveness. Kakashi was still fighting, using powerful combat methods to eliminate many shadow clones, but over time, he found that these shadow clones became more and more difficult to deal with. Obviously it was not difficult to deal with before, but after a while, these shadow clones turned out to be a lot stronger, which made Kakashi extremely depressed. It looks like you need to use ninjutsu. Kakashi's figure flashed to the top of the cave, and his hands suddenly sealed. Water escape water turbulence. The water flow like a waterfall rushed towards the shadow clone, covering a large area in an instant. But Naruto in the shadow avatar crowd showed a gleam in his eyes. He was waiting for this time, as long as he shot at this moment, then. Okay. Naruto suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He sensed that an unknown person was approaching, and the other party did not know why he came here. Forget it, next time. Naruto did not continue, but turned and walked towards home. Whoosh whoosh. Naruto's figure moved quickly, and when he passed the survival exercise site, he just saw Sasuke and Sakura waking up from a coma. Where have you been, Naruto? Just now Sasuke fought with the teacher, and it took 10 seconds before he failed. It was so handsome, and I was instantly defeated by the teacher. Sakura said, looking at Sasuke with a nymphly gaze. Not bad, Urshisa has improved. Naruto teased. Experience +1. Naruto, don't call me Urshu. Sasuke gave Naruto a dissatisfied look. Yes, Naruto, Sasuke's performance is quite eye-catching, much better than the two of us, but you can't say that about him. Kozakura helped. 10 seconds is very eye-catching. Naruto thought of the shadow clone who was still fighting Kakashi, and said strangely. Of course, the teacher is a powerful upper ninja, who can fight with the teacher for 10 seconds, few ninja can do it. Sakura explained triumphantly. Whatever you think, I'm home. Naruto shrugged and walked lazily towards the house. Experience +1. Don't go, we haven't passed the trial exercise yet. Sakura hurriedly said. Don't worry, I'll pass Kakashi. Naruto waved his hand and left without looking back. In the same place, only Sasuke and Sakura were puzzled, they couldn't figure out why Naruto had left. Will Naruto give up? He hasn't come out to fight just now. Is it because of Mr. Kakashi? Sakura asked. Probably not, he has a lot of power. Sasuke thought of breaking his wrist. What's the use of great strength? You have to be able to fight. That, forget it, wait until the teacher comes back. It is good. Sasuke and Sakura waited silently, and a few minutes later, a slightly embarrassed figure came quickly. Whoosh! Kakashi appeared in front of Sasuke and Sakura, looking around with dust on his clothes. Teacher, why are you all covered in dust? Did something happen? Sakura asked in confusion. It's okay, it's just some dust. Kakashi explained a little bored, and then said, by the way, have you seen Naruto? Naruto? He went home, maybe he felt that he was weak and gave up. Sakura said. I gave up because of poor strength? Impossible, this kid is strong. He just used the shadow clone to fight with me for 10 minutes. Kakashi said depressed. 10 minutes? Naruto's shadow clone fought you for 10 minutes? It's impossible, right? Sasuke couldn't believe it. Why is it impossible? His technique of multiple shadow clones is very powerful, and his shadow clones are everywhere in the mountains, and he can't find where his body is. Kakashi let out a muddy breath. The shadow clone over the mountains and plains, this. Sasuke was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He was clearly the chief student and he was the best, but he could only hold on for 10 seconds, while Naruto could hold on for 10 minutes. The gap was too big. When he heard Sakura's praise before, he still felt quite comfortable, but now thinking about it, he felt a special irony, and even felt a burning pain on his face. No way, this sentence for 10 minutes is too shocking. Chapter 25, Turtle Kigong. Next to. Sakura was also a little confused, and she didn't expect Naruto to be able to do this level, but she likes Sasuke, so she helped to say, maybe Naruto is just lucky. Good luck. Sasuke hurriedly looked at Kakashi when he heard this, with a trace of anticipation in his heart, hoping it was really luck. After all, Naruto used to be the tail of a crane, and he was the chief student. It was very uncomfortable to be overtaken by the tail of the crane. So when Sakura said it was luck, Sasuke felt a trace of luck again. It's just that ideals are plump and reality is skinny. Kakashi shook his head without hesitation to retort. No, Naruto did it. In order to find his body, I spent 10 minutes. The key is not to find him. This. Sasuke was stunned when he heard this, the hope that had originally risen was instantly extinguished, and his heart suddenly felt cold. The instinctive Sasuke looked at Sakura again, wanting to see if Sakura could bring hope again, but Sakura was also silent, and could no longer say anything to refute. Seeing this, Sasuke's fist was clenched tightly, knowing that Naruto was indeed overtaken this time, and while feeling uncomfortable, he secretly swore. I vowed to become stronger in the future and must not be overtaken by Naruto's crane tail. Don't lose yourself. Although Naruto is very good, you are not bad. When you grow up, you will be stronger. Kakashi comforted. Really, Mr. Kakashi? Sasuke hurriedly asked. Of course, you are Uchiha. You have a strong blood. The future achievements are limitless. Don't think about the unhappy ones anymore. I invite you to eat delicious box lunches. Yeah, thank you Mrs. Kakashi, we happened to have no meal and we were hungry early. Sasuke said happily. The three said, walking towards the position of the steel, and Kakashi said again. These 2 box lunches were specially bought in the big restaurant. They are very delicious. You two have taken it orally, but Naruto can't eat it anymore. He definitely made a wrong decision to leave early. Kakashi said with a smile, and Sasuke and Sakura were happier. However, when they came to the steel, their faces turned green when they looked at the 2 empty lunch boxes. Naruto. The other side. Naruto was heading towards Zayashishin in the northeast. He found out that it was still early when he planned to go home, so he decided to experiment with Kaibang and Gippei Kigong. He was full and not hungry anyway. A few minutes later, Naruto stepped to Zayashishin. The small rock mountain is close to the forest, it is inaccessible to people, and there are many trees, and it has good concealment. It is perfect for practicing here. Of course, the necessary exploration is still to be done. Naruto carefully sensed the surrounding area. After seeing that there was no one, he mobilized the chi in his body and began to practice. Silently raised his hands, 2 white gas bullets condensed in the palm of his palm, exuding a faint white light and also containing strong energy. Looking at the air bullet with pure power in the palm of his hand, Naruto did not hesitate and directly released the air bullet at the big tree 10 meters away. Boom! 2 explosions sounded, followed by the sound of trees falling to the ground. Naruto looked at the big tree that had been blown into 2 sections, and looked at the smoke and dust that emerged around him, nodding in satisfaction. This ability is much stronger than the spiral pill. In addition to being more powerful, it can be released continuously and remotely. It can be said that this gas bomb has a very effective role in cleaning cannon fodder. Carry on. Naruto didn't stop practicing, but quickly condensed the gas bombs, pushing them continuously with his left and right hands, releasing a series of gas bombs. Boom 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 boom. Continuous explosions sounded, and the large forest area was blown out of countless large pits under the attack of gas bombs, and even countless large trees were shattered into ruins. A few minutes later, looking at the messy woods, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. It's really a good ability. The next step is Tortoise School Qigong. Naruto turned his head and looked at Zaya-Shishin. The stones of this Zaya-Shishin are very strong, which is very suitable for using stronger turtle Qigong. Without hesitation, Naruto squatted slightly with his legs, leaned forward, and performed the tortoise-style Qigong starting pose with both hands. At the same time, he mobilized the movement of Qi in his body, and finally pushed forward suddenly. Boom! There was another loud noise reverberating, and at the same time countless stones shattered and flew to all directions with the bombardment. At the location where Zaya-Shishin was attacked by the Tortoise School Qigong, a stone pit almost 2 meters deep appeared. Naruto retracted his hands, looked at the 2-meter deep stone pit, and smiled slightly. Yes, not bad. I only developed Gippei Qigong yesterday, and today I can penetrate the stone mountain to a depth of 2 meters. My progress is faster than I thought. Naruto likes this kind of progress, because he can judge his own strength through this comment. Like Dragon Ball, after Sun Wukong saw the tortoise-style Qigong, he broke a car when he used it, and he was able to pierce a stone mountain 2 meters deep. This is a good estimate that his Gippei Qigong is stronger than that of Monkey King at the time. It is necessary to know that he condensed blood into blood veins yesterday, and he has improved so much today, which proves that his blood veins are really strong. Is my bloodline a powerful bloodline like Broly? Naruto murmured a little excitedly. If it was such a bloodline, then his future achievements could not be imagined. I remember that when watching Dragon Ball in his previous life, Broly used to stand alone against the 2 Super Land Saiyans, Monkey King and Vegeta. Later, after the 2 escaped, Broly beat the Universe King Frieza again. Even if Frieza turned into a golden form, he was beaten back to the original. The scene of the battle at that time can be said to be very shocking. This is because Broly did not fully control his power. If he completely mastered his power, then his combat effectiveness would be unimaginable. I don't know if my bloodline is a similar bloodline. 1/10 is still too few, and more experience points must be gained. Of course, the necessary practice is still necessary. Some moves must be developed, such as the dance of air. Naruto thought for a while and decided to focus on gaining experience points and practicing supplementary skills. Only in this way can he improve himself. Let's practice physique today and see how much benefit an afternoon's practice can bring to me. Only in this way can I better judge my own situation. Just do it when he thinks of it. Naruto turned around and came to a big rock, mobilizing the whole body's strength, carrying the big rock to start physical training. This big rock was very heavy and it was very difficult to carry, but Naruto still chose to lift it without hesitation, and then walked forward with difficulty. As a mixed Saiyan, even if the blood in his body is only 1/10, it is not comparable to ordinary people. He believes that as long as he is willing to give, he will definitely improve. Silently carrying the big stone forward, the sweat on his forehead began to drip down his cheeks, soaking his clothes, but he didn't care at all. Instead he still practiced hard. And this practice is a whole afternoon. As the sun sets, the sky is full of red clouds. Naruto, who was practicing, suddenly felt that someone was coming from afar. He quickly threw away the big stone, used the gas bomb to destroy the area, and when he could not detect the slightest trace, he quickly dodges and leaves. 5 minutes later, The four figures walked graciously. These four people are not others, but the pig Ludi and their teacher Asma. Teacher Asma, where are you taking us? Ino asked curiously. Of course it is to Zayashishan, you should have heard of it. Asma smiled. I have heard that the stones here are said to be very hard. Unfortunately, after inspection, it was found that Koishi Mountain has no development value. Nara Shikamaru said calmly. Yes, although Zayashishan has no development value, you can practice here and use the stones to test your strength. Like I often use these stones to test myself, my chakra ninja knife can easily leave marks on the stone, and even penetrate the stone 10 centimeters deep. Asma proudly said. It turned out to be so, but our strength is too weak, I'm afraid we can't leave such a deep mark. Nara Shikamaru helplessly shook his head. It doesn't matter, your strength is too weak. It is impossible to leave such a deep trace in a short time. Just work hard. Teacher, I also worked hard for a long time to reach this level. Asma comforted. Okay, we will work hard. Zuladi nodded firmly. The four people finished speaking and continued to walk towards Zayashishan, and soon they came near Zayashishan. But looking at the messy ground, they were a little dazed. When they saw the direction of Zayashishan, their pupils shrank sharply. Chapter 26, Another Wave of Experience Points. Someone has been training here, these big trees have been blown so much, is it a detonation talisman? No, it's not like this after the detonation talisman exploded. It should be a certain ability. Come and see this hole. Asma pointed to the hole on the small rock mountain. According to the traces of this hole, it must have appeared recently. If you look at the depth of the hole, it turns out to be 2 meters. It is not easy for such a hard rock mountain to leave a 2-meter hole. Asma solemnly explained that his chakra knife could not leave such a deep mark with a full blow, not even 1/10, which made him very solemn. Zuladi was shocked when she heard this, and then looked carefully at the big dark hole on Zayashishan. Ms. Asma, was this hole dug by someone? Or was it caused by the detonation charm? Ino asked tentatively. No, look at the edge of the hole. It is obviously not excavated, nor is it a detonation talisman. Asma continued to explain. What could cause that? Ninjutsu? There seems to be no such ninjutsu. Nara Shikamaru carefully observed and gave his own opinion. Yes, it should be ninjutsu, but in the ninjutsu that I know, there is no ninjutsu that can cause such marks. If I guess it is correct, I am afraid that a new ninjutsu will come out. Asma puckered brows. A new ninjutsu came out? What kind of new ninjutsu? Ino asked again. I don't know, but this ninjutsu is very strong and can crush hard rocks. It must not be underestimated. Asma looked solemn, feeling that this big hole might have something to do with people in the outer village. This. Zuladi stopped talking, secretly guessing what ninjutsu it was. Let's go, this matter needs to be reported to Hokage to see if there are any suspicious outsiders in the village recently. Asma finished speaking, and hurried away with the pig deer butterfly, leaving only a messy scene in place. Naruto office. Naruto waited quietly. When he was planning to go home, he suddenly received an Anbu message, asking him to fill in the ninja number and take a photo, and then he appeared here. Naruto, you will be a ninja from now on, you must be careful when going out on missions. 3 generations of Hokage said with a kind smile. Experience +3. I know. Naruto nodded and carefully looked at the experience ball around the 3rd generation of Naruto. This experience ball is not too big, smaller than Kakashi's, but the increased experience value is +3. This makes Naruto curious. He faintly feels that the increase in experience value is related to age. As for the reason why Kyuubi has lived for so many years, it is also +3. It is probably because the upper limit of experience value is +3. Of course, this is just a guess, not a 100% guarantee. Now he is more concerned about earning more experience points. Naruto, do you have anything you are missing? If you have something, please mention it, such as ninjutsu or something. The 3 generations of Hokage continued talking, appearing very gentle. And he knew clearly that Naruto was not good at Ji-in, so he said this as a kind words. But when he finished saying this, a voice suddenly rang. I lack a lot of things: water escape, fire escape, thunder escape, wind escape. The stronger the better, the best is forbidden. Naruto said this deliberately. While rubbing the experience value, he was also thinking about whether the +3 experience value was related to age. Ahem. The 3rd generation of Hokage coughed twice, feeling that things were a bit different from what he had developed. Obviously the kind words he said, he clearly remembers ninjutsu. Naruto is not very good at it, but when he hears ninjutsu, Naruto instantly becomes so active. The key is that you want it, and you still want a forbidden technique, so the 3rd generation of Hokage was a little caught off guard, and I felt a little depressed. Naruto, forbidden techniques are too dangerous for you, so let's go. I'll let Anbi send you a ninjutsu later. 3 generations of Naruto kept smiling as much as possible. Experience +3. What ninjutsu? Only 1 ninjutsu is enough, no matter how 10 or 8 ninjutsu. Naruto continued to experience ninjutsu, and everything are excuses. 10-8. The 3rd generation of Hokage was a bit speechless, feeling that Naruto is still as big-hearted as before, and has no concept of ninjutsu. Naruto, ninjutsu must be learned one by one, greed is not good for your growth. 3 generations of Hokage explained painstakingly. Experience +3. Is that so? Naruto asked deliberately. That's for sure, only after thoroughly proficient in one ninjutsu can you learn other ninjutsu. The 3 generations of Hokage smiled, feeling that Naruto was finally going to convince. It's okay, I'm not afraid that my future growth will not be good. Give me more ninjutsu. Naruto said loudly. This. The 3rd generation of Hokage was a bit speechless, feeling that the previous words were said for nothing. In order to get rid of Naruto's thoughts, the 3 generations of Hokage began to warn them earnestly, explaining a lot of principles to Naruto. But Naruto said something unexpected from time to time, which made the 3rd generation of Hokage very depressed. Fortunately, after a long period of persuasion, Naruto finally made sense, but the 3rd generation of Hokage felt that his voice was going to be dumb. He even felt that persuading Naruto was more a headache than going to the battlefield. This is a ninjutsu scroll, let's go quickly. After talking about Naruto, the 3rd generation of Hokage finally breathed a sigh of relief, and even picked up the cigarette holder and started smoking. Okay, let's talk together next time. Ahem, don't come, I have a lot of things. The 3 generations of Hokage hurriedly refused, and continued to talk to Naruto. It is estimated that his voice will be broken, so he refused without hesitation. Experience +3. Seeing that the experience around the 3 generations have been absorbed, Naruto left Hokage's office happily and walked towards home. Along the way, he constantly seeks new targets through perception, and prepares to gain some more experience points. Hey? Isn't that Konohamaru? It seems that the plot has changed a bit. Naruto sensed Konohamaru, and at the same time saw the experience ball around him, then smiled and walked over. The other side. The home of the Hyuga family, Hinata's home. Bang bang. A set of weight-bearing equipment appeared in front of Hinata. These equipments included weight-bearing shoes, weight-bearing vest, weight-bearing leggings, weight-bearing wrists, and so on. But Hinata took the lightest weight-bearing bracer, and when he found it was particularly heavy, he looked at his father in surprise. Father, it's too heavy. It's very difficult for me to carry one. If I put on a full set, it will be squashed. You can ask Naruto to wear one first, and wait for him to get used to the whole set. Anyway, he is from the Vortex family and has a very strong physique. Hyuga Hibashi waved his hand. That's it, but one of them is heavy enough. I can't wear the lightest brace. Hinata said, mentioning the wrist brace. Okay, you can't carry this thing, let the people help you carry it together. Okay. Hyuga beckoned and summoned 2 tribesmen to help. Soon after, Hinata took the 2 clansmen and went to Naruto's house. Unfortunately, Naruto's house was still empty. Hinata could only let the clansmen put down their heavy equipment and send them back. Only. Seeing the exhausted appearance of the tribe, Hinata began to worry about Naruto and prepared to tell Naruto to wear only the lightest weight-bearing equipment. Chapter 27, Weight-Bearing Equipment. Sitting quietly at the door of Naruto's house, Hinata's slender hands dragged his chin, and his big white jade eyes looked at the sky blinking, waiting for Naruto's return. A few minutes later. Tata-tata. Rhythmic footsteps sounded. Hinata turned to look around. A familiar figure was brought into his eyes, and Hinata's small face immediately showed joy. Naruto, you are back. Well, wait a long time. Naruto said with a smile, and stepped to the side of Hinata, looking at the heavy equipment on the ground. I've just arrived, Naruto, the load-bearing equipment is brought, do you like it? Hinata said, pointing to the load-bearing equipment. Considering the weight of this set of equipment, Hinata warned, Naruto, these equipment are very heavy. It is best to wear them one by one. Put the rest in your room first, and then wear them when you adapt. After Hinata finished speaking, he bent down and prepared to pick up a load-bearing equipment. She wanted to help Naruto move into the house. It was very difficult to lift it, especially the heavyweight vest, which she couldn't lift. This is heavy, let's mention it together, Naruto. No, I can do it myself. Naruto waved his hand, lifted the load-bearing vest easily, and then took other load-bearing equipment and walked into the house. Seeing this scene, Hinata felt a little confused in his little head. Why did Naruto mention such a heavy load equipment so simply? The key piece of equipment was brought up with the help of 2 tribesmen of the Hyuga clan. At that time, those 2 tribesmen were exhausted. Unexpectedly, even the 2 people carrying the equipment that was laborious, were easily lifted by Naruto alone. The key point was that Naruto still looked not flushed or panting, which surprised Hinata. Naruto, let me help you, it's so heavy. Hinata was slightly in a daze and wanted to help, but as soon as he stepped to chase him, Naruto had already placed his load-bearing equipment. Now Hinata was a little embarrassed, her long eyelashes blinked, she didn't know what to say. Experience +1. How about Hinata doing me a favor? Naruto began to resolve Hinata's embarrassment. What is busy? Help me wash this suit, it's a bit dirty. Wash the clothes. Hinata said dumbly. Yes, don't you want to help me? Naruto raised his eyebrows and stepped to Hinata, staring at her big eyes. Hinata was stared at by Naruto at close range, shyly unable to say her refusal, and finally she nodded and said. Wish, yes. Really, I'll change my clothes and take a shower by the way. I'll change my clothes for you later. Wow. The sound of taking a bath sounded, Hinata blushed, washing Naruto's clothes outside. At first, she was embarrassed when she washed her big eyes were watery, but after washing for a while, she gradually got used to it, and even remembered the custom-made clothes. Yesterday she saw that Naruto's clothes were a bit old, and she knew that Naruto only had 2 sets of clothes. In order to help Naruto, she personally went to the clothes shop yesterday, choosing the best materials, and specially made 5 sets of clothes for Naruto. Although she spent a lot of money, she was still very happy. The clothes will be ready tomorrow, don't you know if Naruto likes it? Hinata said expectantly, hoping to be praised by Naruto. A few minutes later. After washing the clothes, Hinata walked towards the living room, but she was stunned when she walked to the living room because Naruto was standing in the living room wearing those heavy equipment. The key Naruto even wore all of them, and even walking or anything was not affected at all, which amazed Hinata. "Naruto, you are amazing, you can wear such heavy equipment." Hinata came to Naruto and exclaimed. "Experience +1. Well, it's not bad, it's a little lighter, if you focus more on it, it will be more appropriate." Naruto felt the load-bearing equipment and gave a fair evaluation. "Hey? A bit light." Hinata was stunned again when she heard this. She couldn't even wear one piece. As a result, Naruto not only wore a full set, but even felt light. The gap was really big. Experience +1. "Naruto, how about I help you get a heavier set of equipment?" Hinata suggested. "No hurry, my height has grown very fast recently, wait a while, I will give you the approximate requirements at that time." Naruto thought for a while and wanted to give advice. "Okay, Naruto, you really have grown taller." Hinata remembered that she was about the same height as Naruto, but now standing together, she needs to look up at Naruto. Naruto is obviously taller. Experience +1. "Well, let's not talk about this, let me first see what ninjutsu scrolls the third generation of Naruto gave me." Naruto said, came to the next table, opened the ninjutsu scroll above and started to look. Wind escape big breakthrough. Looking at the ninjutsu in his hand, Naruto felt very speechless. This ninjutsu belongs to the lowest level of ninjutsu, even the people in some small villages know it. Really stingy. Naruto was a little disappointed. After he had the Saiyan blood, although he didn't value ninjutsu much, he was still disappointed. In any case, he is also Naruto, a descendant of the 4 generations of Hokage, not to mention the seized possessions and a large number of seals. This identity alone should not only be given to a garbage ninjutsu. This result really makes Naruto feel chill. "Naruto, do you want ninjutsu? I have a lot at home." Seeing the disappointment on Naruto's face, Hinata said quickly. "Oh? That's right, you are the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, a little rich woman." Naruto turned to look at Xiao Hinata. "Where? It's just that the family has inherited it for a long time, and accumulated a lot of ninjutsu inventory. People in the clan only practice bagwazang and rarely learn ninjutsu, so ninjutsu is kept in the study." "Which ninjutsu do you like? I will help you bring it." Hinata said seriously, she didn't like seeing Naruto in a bad mood, so she worked hard to give everything. "No need." Naruto shook his head and refused. He has decided to follow the Saiyan route in the future, and he doesn't care about ninjutsu anymore, but... Naruto suddenly thought of the problem of cooking outside. If there is a fire escape or water escape ninjutsu, then it will be convenient to cook and save a lot of trouble. So Naruto changed his mouth again and said, "Okay, you can find a few ninjutsu. You can escape from fire or water." "Okay, I know." Hinata nodded his head and decided to take more inventory at home and let Naruto choose randomly, so Naruto must be happy. After she made this decision, the Hyuga patriarch, who was far away from the Hyuga clan, shuddered suddenly, feeling as if someone was going to cheat herself. Experience +1. Next, Naruto and Hinata started cooking together. Naruto continued to teach, and Hinata worked hard until the sun sets. After being sent back to Hinata, Naruto sat cross-legged and began to check his experience value. The experience value gained today is not bad. It is 230 points. Would you like to try the lottery? Naruto looked at the lottery interface, somewhat eager to try, but worried about being fooled. Why don't you try it once? This lottery is something that can be drawn from all realms. If you are lucky enough to get the ability to go against the sky, it will be amazing, such as Saitama's ability. Wait, will you become bald? Chapter 28, When the Lottery is in Progress. Naruto murmured, feeling that if Saitama's ability and Saiyan's ability were combined, it would be really amazing. But this possibility is almost zero. The lottery is like buying a lottery ticket. It is too difficult to win the jackpot. It can only rely on that little luck. Naruto doesn't expect to win big prizes, but occasionally a small prize is possible. So Naruto decided to try the lottery, in case of a small reward, then earn it. Clicking on the lottery interface silently, Naruto looked at the red lottery button and chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding ding ding. Like the sound of a wind chime, Naruto looked at the illusory rotating picture in front of him, looking forward to the end of the lottery. Ding. The lottery was successful and won the dumb hair of the Night King. The dull hair of the Night King. Seeing the sudden reward, Naruto was speechless, and a scene of a Night King being plucked out of his dull hair appeared in his mind. It's a pity, I didn't get anything good. Do you want to continue the lottery? Naruto hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at the remaining 220 experience points and decided to draw again. By the way, study the rules of the lottery. Continue to draw. Ding ding ding. The sound of wind chimes reappeared, and Naruto waited quietly, looking forward to the appearance of the small reward. Ding. The lucky draw is successful and the next lucky draw is full of luck. The next lottery draw is full of luck? Do I want to transfer? Naruto said expectantly, pressing the third draw without hesitation. Ding ding ding. Ding. The lucky draw is successful and you will get a transformation experience card. A transfiguration experience card? What kind of transformation is it? Naruto started to explain in confusion. One transformation experience card. Use this experience card to instantly transform into a Super Saiyan form for 30 minutes. Super Saiyan 1. Naruto was slightly surprised, and then he was overjoyed. The form of Super Saiyan is a very powerful transformation form. When Monkey King fought with Universe Emperor Frieza, he transformed into this form to defeat Frieza, and even destroyed a planet. Of course, he was strong enough to improve so much after being transformed. But this form is still very abnormal, and Naruto now has this form, even if it can only be used once. It's worth it this time, ha ha ha. It feels good for me to become a Super Saiyan in the future. Do you want to try now? Kill some hateful guys. Naruto started thinking wildly, then shook his head. There is only one experience card, and it will be wasted if I use it, and the experience value is my goal. If there are more people killed, the experience value will definitely be much less. Naruto thought for a while, but decided to earn experience points first. This experience card can be used as a whole card. The remaining experience points will not be drawn today. This lottery is too unstable. My blood is the root. When will I be able to transform into a Saiyan? Naruto thought secretly, recalling those Saiyans in Dragon Ball in his mind. Among these Saiyans, the half-blood Saiyan with 50% blood is the easiest to transform, and is also very good in combat effectiveness, and he is not far from 50%. It's very fast, it won't take long. Wait, will it have a long tail? Naruto suddenly felt a headache. He didn't like long tails, mainly because he felt ugly. I remember the Saiyans in the 6th universe. Most of them don't seem to have long tails anymore. I don't know what will happen to me. Naruto couldn't figure it out, so he simply ignored it, but exchanged the remaining 200 experience points for Saiyan blood. Ding! The exchange is successful and 20 drops of Saiyan blood will be obtained. The warm current flowing in the body like a hot spring, Naruto quietly closed his eyes, feeling the increase brought by the body, and gradually brought a smile on his face. It's a good harvest. Opening the data panel, Naruto looked at the messy introduction on the panel and began to streamline the data panel. After some operations, the new data panel officially appeared. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 12%. Abilities, Chi Bomb, Turtle Style Kigong, Multiple Shadow Avatar. Experience value, 3. It's much more comfortable to look at this way. Almost 10 drops of blood can increase blood pressure by 1%, which is very good. Naruto nodded, thinking about where to earn experience points tomorrow. First, use the shadow clone to make a big breakthrough in learning the wind escape, and use it when you turn back to cook, and then I will find Kakashi to continue mixing experience tomorrow. Naruto made a decision. Juin separated 10 shadow avatars, arranged for them to learn ninjutsu and various knowledge, while he fell into the practice of chi. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. In a certain piece of green grass, Sasuke and Sakura flashed past, looking for the mission target. Only Naruto leaned lazily on the tree, playing with the leaves in his hands boringly. Naruto, you're lazy again, hurry up and find the mission target. Sakura jumped over and said a little dissatisfied. Experience +1. Can't you solve such a simple task? Naruto turned and glanced at Sakura, and continued to play with the leaves in his hand. We are a team, and Teacher Kakashi said that we need to work together in order to better complete the task. Sakura said with irritation. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Of course, otherwise we won't find the mission goal at all. Both Sasuke and I have not found it for a long time. Sakura continued, and her voice also attracted Sasuke and Kakashi. What's the matter? Sasuke walked over and asked in confusion. It's not Naruto yet. We worked hard to find the target, but he lay here again to play with leaves. Sakura pointed to the large number of discarded leaves on the ground. Experience +1. Experience +2. You can't complete such a simple task? Forget it, let me tell you where it is, the grass around the lightning strike 1 kilometer away from the northeast. Naruto said lightly. Let's lie less, how can you know where the mission target is? That cat always runs around. Sakura didn't believe it. Whatever you think. Naruto no longer paid attention to Sakura, but placed a leaf on the palm of his hand, covered it, released it, and then threw it away. Experience +1. Experience +2. Sasuke, you can go to Lightning Kina to see. Kakashi was also a little skeptical in his heart, but thinking of the scene when he was fighting with the Naruto shadow clone, thinking of the scene where the shadow clone was constantly found, he immediately asked Sasuke to look at it. It is good. Sasuke nodded, and walked away with suspicion. After a while, Sasuke came to the thunderbolt, stared at the cat in the grass, and stunned, then swallowed the waterway. Unexpectedly, it's really here, how is this possible? How did Naruto know that the cat is here? Obviously we didn't find it after looking for it for a long time. Sasuke gradually became solemn, thinking hard about the reasons, and soon afterwards vaguely understood what was going on. Are you able to perceive? Naruto has the ability to perceive. I didn't expect it, really unexpected. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly, and the sense of urgency in his heart became stronger. Originally, he was surpassed by Naruto's shadow clone, and the psychological pressure was great, but now Naruto still has the ability to perceive. Now the gap between the two sides is even greater, and it makes Sasuke even more uncomfortable. Wait, I will definitely surpass your Naruto. Meow. Hey. The cat's claws flickered, and Sasuke was just thinking, and was accidentally scratched by the cat's paw on his face. He felt depressed in his heart, and finally drove the fat cat back with his face black. Chapter 29, Nuan Xiao Hin Tian. The other side. Kakashi and Sakura are still waiting. But Sakura was very uncomfortable about Naruto's concern about playing with leaves and not looking for cats. Naruto, it is necessary to complete the task as a ninja. We need to work together to trust each other. You can't always play around. Didn't I stay here all the time to watch you do tasks? And tell you where the cat is? Naruto said without looking up. You obviously have been playing here, and whether the cat is at the lightning bolt, I'm not sure yet. Xiao Sakura exclaimed. You'll know when Sasuke comes back. Okay, I'll wait, don't tell me you still perceive a ninja. Sakura said in disbelief. That may be true. Naruto is smiling but not smiling. The leaves in his hands are dropped on the ground, and the chi in his body is mobilized for fine control to develop more combat moves. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air, and Sasuke's figure flashed quickly, and then stood in front of the crowd. The cat found it, the position Naruto said. Sasuke said something coolly, and then he hugged the cat and leaned against the tree next to him, but the scratches on his face affected his image. But everyone didn't pay attention to Sasuke's face, but quickly turned their heads and looked at Naruto, especially Sakura, with surprised eyes. She was already speechless by such an answer. Experience +1. Naruto, have you become a perception ninja? Kakashi said seriously. Almost. Naruto dropped the leaves in his hand and replied faintly. Hey, it really turned out to be a perception ninja, no wonder you were always found by you that day. Kakashi let out a sigh and looked at Naruto appreciatively, perceiving a ninja is important at all times. Naruto, you are very good, I am optimistic about you. Experience +2. I'm already fine, you don't really need to take good care of me. By the way, I discovered the cat, and the reward for the task belongs to me. Naruto stretched out and stood up. Hey! Greedy! Kozukura snorted dissatisfiedly when she heard this, but did not refuse the offer. As for Sasuke, he knew that after Naruto became a perception ninja, he clenched his fists to encourage himself in his heart, and secretly vowed to become stronger in the future. Okay, it's time to go back and hand in the task. With money, I want to ask my Hinata to have a meal outside. What should I eat? Naruto whispered, and quickly walked towards the Hokage office, and in a while, he walked far away. This Naruto doesn't know how to wait for us, just thinking of his Hinata. Kozukura muttered a word and was about to step forward to follow, but she soon discovered something was wrong. Because Kakashi was squatting on the ground, looking at the leaves on the ground with a serious face. What's the matter, Mr. Kakashi? What's so interesting about this leaf? Sakura wondered, she remembered that it was the leaf that Naruto dropped just now. You can't go wrong, this Naruto actually did this step, and his future achievements will be limitless. Kakashi said solemnly, carefully inspecting the leaves, and even collected some of them. What do you mean? Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? Isn't this just an ordinary leaf? Sakura asked in confusion. No, these leaves are very different, you two come over and take a closer look. Kakashi motioned for Sasuke and Sakura to come, and said again. You look at the traces of the leaves, their scars are exactly the same, obviously this Naruto is changing the nature of chakra. The nature of chakra has changed? What is that? Kozukura was dazed, a little unclear. This is an advanced application of chakra. Chakra is divided into changes in form and nature. Generally, ninja can master more than 2 changes in nature. Such changes can make ninjutsu more powerful, such as this. Kakashi raised his right hand, and the next second Rachel's light began to shine, exuding the brilliance of thunder and lightning, but also with powerful destructive power. This is Richi. It changes the form and nature of the chakra, and it also has a stronger destructive power. I originally planned to teach you this change in the future, but... Kakashi put away Richi and continued, but to my surprise, this Naruto did this step silently, knowing that many ninjas can't do it in their lives, and Naruto is about to succeed. Almost successful? This. After hearing Kakashi's explanation, Sasuke looked worse and worse. The heart that was overwhelmed by Naruto was now covered with a layer of frost. He clenched his fists tightly. Teacher Kakashi, please teach me stronger ninjutsu, please. Yes, Mr. Kakashi, Sasuke worked very hard, so please help him. Sakura hurriedly pleaded for help. Okay, originally I planned to teach you sometime later, since you plan to learn, then from tomorrow, I will start teaching you from the basics. Kakashi said sternly. Thank you Mr. Kakashi. Sasuke gratefully looked at Kakashi, his heart finally warmed up, and at the same time he had more confidence in the face of Naruto and had a chance to surpass Naruto. Okay, let's go to the Hokage office. Good teacher. The three of them walked away quickly and soon came to the Hokage office. At this moment, Naruto was standing in front of the office window, looking at the outside scenery boredly, seeming absent-minded. Master Hokage, this is the mission this time. Kakashi and others came in and paid tribute slightly, and then began to hand over this task. After getting paid for the task, Naruto ran over in an instant, and then took the money in one hand. The money is a little bit low, forget it, that's it. Mingren turned around after the money, without any muddling. Don't go in a hurry, there are new tasks. Sakura reminded hurriedly. I'll talk about the task or something later, now I'm going to invite my little Hinata to dinner. Naruto replied and hurried to the house, leaving speechless people in place. This kid, how old is he when he is so active in asking girls to eat? 3 generations of Hokage murmured, and then began to arrange new tasks. Without mentioning the situation in Hokage's office, his eyes came to Naruto's door. At the moment at the door of Naruto's house, Hinata was holding 5 sets of clothes, silently waiting for Naruto's return. These clothes were specially made for Naruto. Although it cost some money, she thought it was all worthwhile. Because she felt very happy to be with Naruto, especially when she saw the warm smile that Naruto only showed in front of her, she felt even more happy. Naruto, I brought the oranges you like. I believe you will be happier seeing oranges when you come back. Hinata whispered, her beautiful eyes gradually curved into crescent moons. Just. Chapter 30, Hinata fainted. Just. Hinata was a little unhappy. That was the ninjutsu scroll problem that Naruto explained. She didn't do it well, which made her very self-blame. Yesterday, she went to the home study to search for ninjutsu scrolls, and found that the study was even organized. Most of the ninjutsu scrolls were gone, and her father was not at home. She finally failed to do it. I'm sorry Naruto, you want water escape ninjutsu and fire escape ninjutsu, but I didn't find the scroll of fire escape ninjutsu. Hinata picked up a water escape ninjutsu scroll reproachfully, turned it over with his white hand, then put it in the bag next to it, and continued. However, I have prepared 30 other ninjutsu for you. I hope you don't get angry. After Hinata finished speaking, he looked at the large number of scrolls in the bag, then patted his chest with his slender hands. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to hold his clothes and wait for Naruto to return. On the roof not far away. When Hinata Takashi, who was in charge of protecting Hinata, heard this, 3 black lines appeared on his forehead. He wanted to say that it is not easy for others to get 1 or 2 ninjutsu, but you gave Naruto 30 ninjutsu, which is already a lot. The key point is that you still look afraid of Naruto being angry. Does this make others live? Takashi Hyuga thought of a friend of his own. That friend was not from the Hyuga clan, but a civilian ninja. In order to buy the most basic ninjutsu, that friend was doing crazy tasks every day. It took a long time to buy a low-level ninjutsu. When that friend got the ninjutsu, it was tears in his eyes, and now. Looking at the pile of ninjutsu scrolls in the bag next to Hinata, Takashi Hyuga felt that if his friend knew about this, he would have collapsed and hit the wall. There was no way, the blow would be too great. Especially seeing Hinata sitting there quietly, waiting for Naruto with his eyes widened, Hinata Takashi was also a little depressed. Hey, although Naruto has had a rough fate since childhood, is it not a kind of happiness to have Hinata-sama's unforgettable company? Hinata Takashi shook his head, actually a little envious of Naruto, and at the same time couldn't figure out what is good about Naruto, why Hinata-sama would value Naruto so much. Is it because Naruto's cooking is delicious? But if you don't have the strength, it's still a bit worse. Hyuga murmured, and looked up at the street not far away. As the Hyuga clan, his observation was very keen, so it was easy to find Naruto's return. He didn't care much when he saw Naruto, but because he was standing on the roof and with keen observation, he found a trace of lining cloth at the collar of Naruto. That fabric was the fabric of the weight-bearing vest, and it was also one of the weight-bearing equipment he personally helped Hinata send over. At that time, he remembered very clearly that transporting these things could make his tired forehead sweat, but Naruto was wearing such a heavy weight. Not bad, I actually wore a weighted vest on my body. The physique of the Vortex family does have its own uniqueness. Wait, those shoes. Hyuga's expression suddenly became solemn. Because those shoes that look ordinary are actually weight-bearing equipment, and they are very heavy, not inferior to a weight-bearing vest. The key point is that Naruto wore a weight-bearing vest and weight-bearing shoes at the same time, even he dared not wear such a weight at the same time. This Naruto has a pretty good physique. Hyuga murmured, subconsciously looking at the position of Naruto's wrist, and faintly saw the familiar cloth on the edge of his wrist. Seeing this, Hyuga's pupils shrank slightly, and then hurriedly looked at the position of Naruto's ankles, but unfortunately, because of the clothes, there was no trace of the edge. Roll your eyes. Hinata Takashi opened his eyes without hesitation, quickly locked Naruto's ankles, and then his complexion changed slightly. He actually put on a whole set of load-bearing equipment on his body. With such a weight, how could this be possible? This kid has such a strong physique. Hinata Takashi couldn't believe it. For the first time, he faced Naruto's strength and withdrew his previous thoughts that Naruto's strength was not good. If I wear this set of equipment, it is estimated that walking will be a problem, but this Naruto is not affected at all. Is the physique of the Vortex family so strong? Hyuga murmured back and rolled his eyes, feeling that Naruto's physique was a bit too strong, but he couldn't tell the reason, so he could only decide to continue to observe in the future. Only at this time, something unexpected happened to him. Naruto, who was walking on the road, suddenly raised his head and glanced in this direction, which surprised him slightly. I shouldn't. I hide it well. Even if I observe, I use blind spots. Naruto shouldn't find me. It must be an accident. Hyuga Takashi murmured secretly, feeling that Naruto had just glanced at this side, and didn't believe that Naruto had discovered him. You are back, Naruto. A sweet voice sounded, with joy and joy. Well, how about Hinata discussing something with you? What is it, Naruto? It's very simple. Can the ninja who protect you stay a little farther away? Really, his hiding ability is really poor, and the key is to probe your head. It looks a bit like a monkey. Like a monkey. On the roof. Hinata Takashi's face was completely black when he heard this, and it was embarrassing enough to be found hidden. The key is to say a monkey, which is so annoying. The depressed Hyuga Takashi had a feeling of suffocation that he was about to vomit 3 liters of blood, but then a voice that made him even more suffocated appeared. Mr. Hyuga, can you please stay away? Hinata's sweet voice sounded, which looked very pleasing to the ear, but Hinata Takashi really wanted to vomit blood when he heard it, and felt that life was going to be gloomy. He endured the feeling of wanting to hit the wall and bowed slightly and said, It's Hinata-sama. Hey! Hyuga stepped away and ran to a far corner to soothe the beaten soul. Come in, Hinata, I'll give you a key to the house, and you can just enter the house when you come. Well, thank you, Naruto, this is the dress for you, please try if it fits. Okay, thanks, Hinata. Experience +1. The voice of conversation echoed in Naruto's house, looking warm and happy, just like family. In the living room. After getting dressed, Naruto stood in the living room, letting Hinata watch if it fits. How? Do I look good in clothes? Naruto looked at Hinata, who was turning around him. It looks very good, and it matches you well. Try these sets again. The colors and styles are different. Which one do you like? Next time I will make more sets for you. Hinata stretched out her little white hand, picked up the remaining 4 sets of clothes, and stuffed them into Naruto's arms, looking a little impatient. Experience +1. Okay, I'll change my clothes and wait for me. Well, I know. Hinata nodded obediently, then thought of the ninjutsu he had brought, and said again, Naruto, I'm sorry, I didn't find fire escape ninjutsu, only other types. It's okay, needless to say I'm sorry, these are enough. Naruto, who was about to change clothes, looked at the bag of ninjutsu with a warm heart, then stretched out his right hand and gently grasped Hinata's hand and said, Thank you Hinata. No, it's okay. Hinata watched his hand being held by Naruto, his small face instantly blushed, then red until the white ears, and finally fainted. Naruto hurriedly supported Hinata, seeing her dizzy and warm look, feeling even more warm in her heart. Experience +1. Experience +1. Chapter 31, Test Defense. In the following time, Naruto and Hinata stayed together for a long time. They cook together, eat together, and chat together until the sun sets, and Ming will send her back. Back home, Naruto sat cross-legged, checking the experience points gained today. A total of 200 experience points. Sasuke and Sakura's experience points have been absorbed, and Kakashi will not absorb any more tomorrow. It seems that we need to find a new target. Naruto frowned, thinking about who is the next goal. Yuri Hong, Asuma, Maddie's class can try. Although their experience points are not as high as Sasuke's, they should not be underestimated. Then Materai Azuki, Uzuki Yuin, Moonlight Hayate, these people, yes, there are also Sunin, their experience value is absolutely high, but unfortunately not in Konoha. Don't worry, they will come back sooner or later. Naruto secretly analyzed and selected the future goals one by one before starting to exchange Saiyan blood. Ding! Consume 200 experience points and successfully exchange 20 drops of Saiyan blood. The boiling warm current flowed in the body, stronger power was transpiring, Naruto's hair became darker again, and the aura on his body became more solid. I'm getting stronger and stronger, and I feel that the weight-bearing equipment on my body is like thin clothes, with no weight. Naruto's brows frowned. This heavy equipment had only been worn for a day, but he didn't expect it to be useless so quickly, which made him depressed. Let's go back and find a way to get heavier load-bearing equipment. First look at my personal data. Naruto said and opened the data panel. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 14%. Abilities, Chi Bomb, Turtle Style Kigong, Multiple Shadow Avatar. Experience value, 3. The Saiyan bloodline is 14%, and the distance to 50% is getting closer and closer. I really look forward to the self after 50%. Let's practice first. Naruto flipped through the scrolls of ninjutsu, but didn't find the ninjutsu in terms of gravity. It is estimated that Hinata hasn't collected it yet. After thinking about it, Naruto separated a few shadow clones, let them practice these ninjutsu, and began to practice physique. He is already too lazy to practice ninjutsu. It is enough to practice with the shadow clone, because the physique of the Saiyan is the root of everything. Like climbing a tree and treading water, Chakra's nature changed. He was almost done when he was in the ninja school, and the rest was left to the shadow clone. Now he is more inclined to improve his physique. As long as he is strong enough, any attack is a joke in front of him. Even he had already thought about doing physical training at night and going out during the day to earn experience points. This kind of practice method can definitely increase his strength quickly. Just do it. After making a decision, Naruto began his physical training in the house. He first used a finger to support his body and practiced upside down. After finding that it was too easy, he found a heavy object to continue his practice, but still felt that these practices were not difficult. It would be great if there was a gravity chamber. What a pity, what a pity. Naruto felt a pity, but thinking that Hinata was helping him find ninjutsu in terms of gravity, he didn't regret it, but fell into the physical practice again. This practice took another whole night. Early in the morning, the sun is shining, and the birds and flowers are scented. Naruto took a cold bath and ate breakfast at the table while feeling the stronger power in his body. I don't know how far I am now. I remember that Monkey King in Dragon Ball was not afraid of bullets when he was a child. How old was he then? 11 or 12 years old. Naruto can't remember, but it took Sun Wukong from the universe to the earth, and it took a long time. They should be 1 or 2 years old. He wasn't very afraid of bullets then. What about me? How is my defense now? My bloodline is still very few, but if it's Broly bloodline, the increase is definitely not small. Naruto murmured, took out a handful of kunao from the knife bag, and looked at his wrist. Try it. Naruto grabbed kunao and stroked his arm, then checked the result. Isn't it effective? Not bad, not bad, keep working hard. Naruto looked at his wrist with no scratches, and his eyes lit up. Then he held Kumu and stroked his hand again, this time using a significantly greater force. Stabbed. As if the tenacity drawn on the cowhide rushed to my heart, Naruto looked at his left hand intact, and at his wrist without pain. He felt the difference in his bloodline more and more. Try again to see how good my defense can be. Naruto continued to increase his strength, cutting back and forth on his wrists, even using more and more power. Click. Kyowa breaks. Naruto looks at his left hand without any scars, and a smile of joy blooms on his face. I really didn't expect the bloodline improvement to be greater than expected, and I only got this bloodline for a few days. Naruto now wants to find someone to fight, wanting to see how far he has reached. But thinking of the experience value, he decided to wait first, and fight at any time, but the experience value does not wait for anyone. After all, the world has changed. If the story is gone, how can the characters in the story recover their experience points? If the characters in the story die, then the experience points are completely gone. Is there any rebirth of the dirty soil? Naruto was a little curious, but decided to increase his bloodline to 50% as soon as possible, when he would be invincible. Naruto thought silently, finished breakfast soon, and began to put on weight-bearing equipment because someone was coming. Naruto, are you up? Teacher Kakashi said, today we are going to teach us important fighting skills. A girl's voice came from outside, the familiar loud voice, who is not Kozukura? Got it. Naruto replied, then put on new clothes, and walked out of the house after some sorting. Hey? Naruto, your outfit is pretty good, and it goes well with you. Kozukura was waiting outside boringly, and was a little surprised when she saw Naruto. Because she found that Naruto looks a lot pleasing to the eye, and it is hard to say which is pleasing to the eye, only when Naruto's clothes are more matching. Let's go. Naruto didn't bother to care about her, and walked directly out of the village. Don't worry, you don't know where the teacher and them are. What are they doing so quickly? Sakura muttered. How difficult is this? Don't forget my perception. Naruto replied. I know you have perception, but the teacher and them are far away. Do you really know where they are? Is your perception range that large? Kozukura asked suspiciously. Outside the village, by the small river in the northwest. Naruto said lightly. Hey? You actually know? Kozukura was stunned when she heard this. She didn't expect Naruto's perception ability to be so broad, and it made her envy her. Not bad, Naruto, with such a wide range of perception, how did you do it? Can you teach me? No. Why? Because you are too stupid. Naruto. Chapter 32, The Fear of the Puppy Akamaru. By the small river outside the village. Naruto and the dark-faced Sakura came here and found Sasuke running up and down the tree again and again, while Kakashi was watching over. Naruto frowned slightly at this scene, because Sasuke's practice style was like practicing tree climbing. This kind of training Naruto has already been completed, so I don't plan to waste time here, and leave at most after rubbing the experience points around Kakashi. Ms. Kakashi, what are you going to teach us? Kozakura's voice sounded, with a hint of curiosity. First teach you the skills you must master, climbing trees. Kakashi said lightly. Sure enough, it's climbing a tree. If it's this, forget it, I'm going to leave. Naruto said lightly. Why leave? Don't you want to learn it? This is an important fighting technique. Sasuke turned his head in doubt. I already know these skills. Naruto shrugged and replied. Is it already? Sasuke felt nervous when he heard this, worried that Naruto would surpass himself again. Yes, isn't it easy to master such a simple technique as climbing a tree and stepping on water? Naruto blinked innocently. Easy to master. Sasuke was stunned, thinking that he and Kakashi had come here to practice in advance. They tried to practice for 3 hours without success, just to take a step ahead of Naruto. But I didn't expect Naruto to be here long ago. The key Naruto is still very simple, which is too annoying. The depressed Sasuke said again, have you really learned it? Can you even tread water? Of course, these are things for children to practice, what's the difficulty? Naruto nodded without hesitation. In the past, there was not enough food. He used to climb trees to pick fruits and catch fish in the water. He knew these skills a long time ago. In addition, he didn't learn ninjutsu when he was a child. In order to make himself stronger, he carried out precise control of chakra and changes in form and nature. He wanted to develop hemorrhage and follow the limit, but then the system was turned on and he changed his path of practice. Although he changed his path of practice, his foundation is still there, so there is no need to waste time here. But his words were indeed a shock to Sasuke. As the chief student, Sasuke always felt that he was the best, but he did not expect to be surpassed by Naruto one after another. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Naruto, you demonstrate, if you can easily tread water and climb trees, then you can move freely. Kakashi said sternly. Experience +2. It is good. Naruto nodded and walked towards the big tree next to him. In Sasuke's nervous eyes, he walked to the top of the tree step by step, and then walked down again. This process can be said to be very smooth and as simple as walking on the ground. After climbing the tree, Naruto walked to the small river next to him, and then walked step by step on the water, even running back and forth. Such ironclad facts proved that what Naruto said was true, and Sasuke suffered another blow. I didn't expect you to really master it. Sasuke said in a low mood, obviously suffering a big shock. Suddenly he thought of Naruto's bald head practice and hurriedly asked. Naruto, is the bald head practice you mentioned before really effective? Of course it works, but success depends on your luck. If you can bald your head, it will prove your success. Naruto finished with a smile, and waved his hand. You continue, I'm leaving, I'm looking for my little Hinata. Words fall. Naruto quickly walked towards the southeast direction, because in his perception, Hinata and his team were also practicing in the forest, and he happened to pass the experience points. Teng teng teng. Seeing Naruto running away, Sasuke clenched his fist and made up his mind, preparing to exercise according to the bald head practice. Ahem, Sasuke, what did you mean by the bald head practice? Kakashi asked in confusion. Teacher, I know, that's what Naruto said. Sakura quickly raised her hand and explained. Naruto said that with 100 push UPS, 100 sit UPS, 100 squats, 10 kilometers long run, eat some bananas, and don't use air conditioning, you may become super strong in 3 years. Hey? What kind of practice is this? This intensity is difficult for ordinary people, but it is not difficult for us ninjas. Kakashi doubted. I don't know, but Naruto has made great progress. Is it related to this practice? Sasuke finally expressed his thoughts, and he had already doubted this aspect. This. I don't know, you can add this practice, anyway, the intensity of the practice can withstand. Kakashi thought for a while and wanted to give a suggestion. It is good. Sasuke nodded, showing determination on his face. But Sakura next to her was hesitant to speak, because she thought of the scene behind Sasuke's bald head, and she shivered instantly. The other side. Yuhihong took Hinata, Yun Yoshino, and Inuzuka Jie in the forest to test their fighting methods. Yes, Inuzuka, your puppy Akamaru is very good. It has a very sensitive sense of smell and can sense the chakra and danger of the enemy. It is a very good ninja dog. Yurihong looked at Inuzuka in admiration, and attached great importance to his shinobu. Of course, Akamaru's detection ability has helped me a lot, but it is quite powerful. Inuzuka Toa hugged his puppy. Wow! The puppy Akamaru gave a cry and seemed very happy. By the way, I'm a bit curious. Will Akamaru be frightened when he perceives danger? How about its belligerence? Yurihong asked suspiciously. Don't worry, Akamaru is very combative. Even if it perceives the danger of the upper level of shinobi, it is not afraid, and still dares to fight with it. Inuzuka proudly said. That's not bad, I didn't expect Akamaru to be so great. Yurihong nodded in admiration. Of course, this is the shinobu of our Inuzuka family, who is naturally warlike, let alone follow a master like me. Inuzuka To raised his head high, his face full of confidence and pride. Just when he was confident and proud, when they were talking, a figure ran from a distance, and everyone saw that it was Naruto. Wow! The puppy Akamaru suddenly wailed, then curled up with a trembling body, looking at the location of Naruto in horror. Seeing Akamaru's performance, everyone thought of Inuzuka's pride just now, and collectively looked at Inuzuka's questioning eyes. Inuzuka, didn't you mean that Akamaru is not afraid of seeing Kaminin? Why is it even scared of Naruto? Yuuki Shino said. Yeah, is your shinobu really as powerful as you said? Inuzuka's face was a little ugly, and he just praised that Akamaru was not afraid of the danger of even reaching the level of shinobi, but it was too embarrassing for anyone to come and scare Akamaru into this way. The depressed Inuzuka Toa said to Akamaru, Akamaru, you are too embarrassed. You can't even fight for your breath. Wow! Kimaru felt even more frightened. Whoosh! Naruto's figure disappeared in a flash and came to the side of everyone. Wow! Akamaru screamed in horror, rushed to the ground and fled into the distance with his tail in between. This. The audience was silent, watching this scene sluggishly, and Inuzuka was directly stupid in place. Asshole Kimaru, come back to me. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +2. Chapter 33, Beat Inuzuka. Seeing the fast-escaping puppy Akamaru and Inuzuka hurriedly chasing behind, everyone felt very speechless. Thinking of Inuzuka's triumphant appearance just now, and the embarrassment of being embarrassed to catch up, everyone wanted to laugh. Fortunately, everyone did not pay too much attention to these, but looked at Naruto. Naruto, you are here, how do you know we are here? Hinata walked quickly to the side of Naruto with her little feet, her big jade eyes full of tenderness. I just came to see you today, are you training? Naruto changed the subject. Yes, we are conducting a combat effectiveness test, but unfortunately I am too weak and I always pull back. Hinata's mood seemed a little depressed. It's okay, your eyes are enough, super observation ability is the most useful at any time. Naruto comforted softly. Naruto is right, Hinata, your eyes are very useful, don't blame yourself. Shangnan X Irihong also spoke at this time, looking at Naruto quietly with her beautiful eyes. She faintly understood why Akamaru ran away and why she was afraid of Naruto. It was probably because of the Kyuubi in Naruto's body. Of course, for the specific situation, she was going to wait for Inuzuka's return and ask what was going on. Experience +2. The experience value prompt sounded, and Naruto glanced at Yurihong calmly, then fell into thought. He has been unable to figure out the increase in experience value, whether it is due to strength or age. In short, it is very difficult to judge, so he can only contact more people and find out a little bit. Experience +1. Damn Akamaru, what's so scary about Naruto? Why run around? An angry voice came, and then Inuzuka ran back holding Akamaru, but Akamaru was curled up and trembling, not daring to raise his head. Inuzuka, are you okay? Yurihong turned to look at Inuzuka. Of course it's okay, Akamaru, the stupid dog, said Naruto is a monster. Inuzuka said angrily. The scene just now made him lose his face and made him very upset, and even started to hate Naruto. Monster. Yurihong looked displeased when she heard this, because she knew about Kyuubi, so she warned, Inuzuka, you are not allowed to say such things in the future, you know. Cut, got it. Inuzuka replied uncomfortably, and looked at Naruto cross-eyed. Naruto, what are you doing here? This is where we practice. Okay. Feeling Inuzuka's resentment, Naruto said lightly, it's none of your business. Hey, the tail of the crane. Inuzuka replied unwillingly. The tail of the crane. Naruto twisted his neck twice, and a loud bang suddenly sounded. It's been a long time since I had a fight with anyone. I don't mind moving my hands and feet today. Oh? That's fine, let's try. A step above Inuzuka's teeth, he was ready to fight with Naruto, but at this moment, Akamaru in his arms ran away again with a sound. Damn stupid dog, come back to me. Inuzuka's angry face is green, and you run away before the fight starts. This is too shameful, you are almost throwing it at your grandma's house. The angry Inuzuka hurriedly chased after him, and after spending a long time finally hugged Akamaru back, but as long as he was within 10 meters of Naruto, Akamaru would definitely run away again without any discussion at all. At this moment, Inuzuka was very embarrassed, and even the thought of fighting with Naruto was gone, so he could only hold Akamaru 10 meters away and sulking. Experience +1. The other side. Yurihong and Hinata surrounded Naruto, calming his emotions. Naruto, don't be angry. Inuzuka's personality is more impulsive. You are classmates and you need to help each other. Yurihong comforted Naruto softly, not wanting to see the fight. Hinata next to him also whispered, not wanting Naruto to suffer any damage. Okay, bypass him this time, and if you dare to mess with me next time, it's not that simple to let him go. Naruto said lightly. Damn it, spare me? Let's fight today and see if you are good at Naruto or I am strong at Inuzuka. When Inuzuka heard Naruto's words, he burst into anger. He felt as if he was inferior to Naruto, so he challenged without hesitation. You see, he challenged me. Naruto twisted his neck and walked forward. This. Yurihong frowned when she saw this, but it was possible to resolve grievances in a ninja fight, so she thought about it. Let's do it, you fight a battle, regardless of the victory or defeat, the grievances between both sides will be wiped out. It is good. Can. Naruto and Inuzuka came to the front of the crowd, stood opposite each other, ready to fight. Naruto, agreeing to fight with me is your biggest mistake. You don't know how strong I am. Inuzuka Tooth smiled arrogantly, and then a strong chakra lingered around him. Four-legged technique. Inuzuka's teeth slammed on the ground, like a wild beast on all fours, and even his nails became sharp, and those wild eyes became sharper. Whoosh! Inuzuka Taga ran like a beast, circling around Naruto quickly, his super-fast movement speed made him unable to lock. Hinata saw this scene, her white face was full of worry, and she was afraid of what happened to Naruto. Not far away, Yurihong frowned. He just wanted to remind Inuyasukaya to be careful, but then Inuyasukaya launched an attack. Suffer Naruto! Inuyasukaya ran to the blind spot behind Naruto. His limbs suddenly increased at this moment, and the whole person came behind Naruto in the strong wind. The hands with sharp nails quickly grabbed Naruto. But just when his hands were close to Naruto, just when he thought he was going to win, a strong hand suddenly grabbed his wrist, and before Inuyasukaya had time to resist, a huge force suddenly brought Inuyasukaya into the air. Then he was picked up by Naruto, and smashed into the ground. Boom boom boom. 3 roars sounded, and 3 dirt pits were smashed into the ground. Inuyasukaya fainted directly under such madness. The audience was silent at this moment. Yurihong, Unishino, and Hinata stared blankly at this scene, watching Inuyasukaya who had passed out on the ground. Thinking of the 3 times Naruto smashed Inuyasukaya, they collectively petrified. It took a long time for them to react, and then Yunao-chan said, "So strong, so powerful. It is really powerful to hit people so easily." Yurihong was also a little shocked, but thinking of Inuyasukaya's situation, she hurried over to check. "I just fainted and woke up immediately. It seems that Naruto has good control over the attack, and he even kept his hands under such a madness." Yurihong finished checking Inuyasuka's injury, and finally heaved a sigh of relief when he found that he was okay. At the same time, he admired Naruto's control. And she didn't see too clearly in the battle just now, only to see Naruto smashing Inuyasuka's teeth, and she didn't notice how to catch Inuyasuka's teeth. With doubts, Yurihong said, "Naruto, how did you catch Inuyasuka's teeth? His speed is still very fast in the end." "I just planned to catch him, he stretched out by himself, and was caught by me, and then hit him." Naruto shrugged and said innocently. "This." Yurihong was speechless when she heard this explanation, feeling that Inuyasuka's luck was too bad, and she reached out and was caught by herself. This was extremely unlucky. And this kind of conversation was also heard by Inuyasukaya on the ground. Although he passed out, he soon woke up again, but when he woke up hearing this, he fainted again. Experience +1. Experience +2. Chapter 34, Shameful. A few minutes later, Inuyasukaya finally woke up again, but his face had been black and he looked very dissatisfied. Looking at his appearance, Yurihong knew that his grievance had not disappeared and wanted to persuade him, but he didn't know where to start. After all, it must be uncomfortable to be slammed on the ground 3 times by someone. So Yurihong didn't say much, but continued to greet everyone for testing and training. It may be that the heart is still reluctant to lose. Inuyasuka's teeth are very hard in training, and all kinds of attacks are very good, showing his excellence in all aspects. It seems that I want to prove that the previous failure was an accident, and want to restore the image of failure. Soon after, the training ended. Inuyasukaya pulled Yuazano to a side, and said with a fluke, "Shino, tell me, how is my combat effectiveness? Did I just lose to Naruto carelessly?" "Main idea." Yuzina hesitated for 2 seconds, and said the truth, "Naruto has a lot of strength, and you are indeed defeated by strength." "Nonsense, he is the Maelstrom family, and his physique is relatively strong. I mean comprehensive combat power, comprehensive combat power." As Inuyasukaya said, she hoped Yuazano would say he is better than Naruto. Upon hearing this, Unishino was silent for a while and said again, "But you still lost. You fool, don't forget that there is Akamaru, it didn't participate in the battle." Inuyasukaya said angrily. "It was scared like that by Naruto and lost before it even started." "Yoshino." Inuyasukaya was furious, and said angrily, "Can't you say that I am better than Naruto? But you did lose." Inuyasukaya didn't intend to continue talking with Yuazano, feeling that this person was too uncomfortable, and the more he said it, the more irritating. The depressed Inyazuka Tooth always felt that he could do it. He felt that his loss just now was just an accident, and wanted to make excuses for himself, but the facts told him that he did lose, and it was a miserable defeat. This scene of being defeated by the tail of the crane made him always unwilling to believe, unwilling to admit defeat, and wanted to surpass Naruto again. Unfortunately, Akamaru could not help. He lost his greatest assistance and had no absolute confidence in the face of Naruto. Finally, Inyazuka decided to go back to train Akamaru, and then find Naruto for a decisive battle. The other side. After training, Hinata is chatting with Naruto, although she is always timid, but every time Naruto asks a question, she will answer in time. It can be said that she values every word of Naruto and is willing to chat with Naruto, even as long as she stands beside Naruto, she is very happy. Experience +1. The hint of experience points falls. Naruto watched the experience orbs around Hinata completely dissipate, thinking that he could only wait for the plot to regain experience, and he frowned secretly. Because the recent plot about Hinata seems to be a Zongnin exam, he can only wait for a while. Fortunately, Xirihong and the others still have some experience points. If they absorb it, it will be a good harvest. So for the rest of the time, Naruto stayed here to earn the experience points, until noon was completely absorbed. Naruto, it's noon, let's go back, the teacher said to come here again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hinata stood beside Naruto, blinking his big eyes and said, faintly revealing the nature of snack goods. Seeing Hinata's appearance, Naruto instantly understood what she meant, and then smiled and asked, Hinata, what do you want to eat at noon? I want to eat braised pork. Hinata's little white hand pointed his chin, a little embarrassed. Broiled pork, okay, there is actually another delicacy called sweet and sour pork ribs, which tastes quite good, do you want to try it? Naruto suggested. Yeah, of course I want to try it. Hinata hurriedly nodded his head, looking at Naruto with anticipation in his big eyes. She knows Naruto's craftsmanship. As long as Naruto says delicious food, it will definitely taste good. So she showed great interest in this new delicacy. When they were speaking, Xirihong and others could hear clearly. In fact, in the past few days, they heard Hinata say that Naruto's cooking skills are good, especially the braised pork is very delicious, and now there is a sweet and sour pork ribs, they are more interested. Unfortunately, until Naruto took Hinata and left, they didn't feel embarrassed to ask, they could only stand still and watch. Sweet and sour pork ribs, what kind of food is it? Is this Naruto really so delicious for cooking? Yurihong muttered. It should be delicious, otherwise Hinata wouldn't admire him so much, and the braised pork in soy sauce, I don't know what it tastes like. Yunushi now was also a little curious and wanted to taste it. Cut, how old is Naruto? How delicious can he cook? But Hinata likes Naruto, so he said that on purpose. Inyazuka said in a sour tone. That's it. Yurihong was a little disappointed. She thought Naruto was really good at cooking, but she didn't expect that was the reason. That's for sure, you can tell from the look of Hinata, that Naruto's cooking may be very unpalatable. Anyway, I won't eat it if I killed me. Inyazuka cut the line. Okay, don't talk about it, let's go back. Yununzane I didn't want to continue this topic and motioned everyone to go back. Okay, let's go. The three returned for dinner. They returned to train again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but Inyazuka was in a bad mood and ate a few bites of the meal. Shortly after, Hinata rushed over with a backpack, and then said happily, everyone, come here. Naruto said thank you very much, please eat delicious food, let me bring you. Hinata said, came to a stone, took out a box of sweet and sour pork loin and a box of braised pork from the backpack, and then took out his chopsticks. Such words and behaviors caused Xirihong to be puzzled. She asked, "Thank us? Why? I don't know. Just finished cooking at noon." Naruto suddenly laughed and said that he was lucky, and then Hinata suddenly thought of something. This little face blushed slightly, and then Naruto said, "I must invite you to dinner." Hey? But we didn't help him. Irihong asked with some uncertainty. "I don't know, come eat something, it's delicious." Hinata motioned everyone to come over for dinner. "Is it really that delicious?" Yurihong thought about Inuzuka's work, worried. "It's super delicious, try it if you don't believe me." Hinata opened the lid of the box as he said, and the fragrant smell of meat began to waft in an instant. The delicacy attracted everyone's attention, and even the puppy Akamaru looked salivating. Only Inuzuka Toa put on a stinky face, deliberately disgusting the food. "It smells so good, let me taste it." Irihong took a bite with his chopsticks, his eyes lit up, and then said in surprise, "It's really delicious. I will try it too." Unwilling to be left behind, Unz also tasted with chopsticks. The next second he didn't talk, but started eating at double speed. "Inuzuka, you can try it too. It's really delicious." Yurihong beckoned. "I don't eat it. Isn't it just a meal? How delicious can it be? Akamaru, don't you think?" Inuzuka looked at his puppy. "Wow!" Akamaru rushed to Hinata's feet and began to beg for mercy, staring at the braised pork with a pug gesture. "Fuck off, Akamaru, quickly get me back." Inuzuka's teeth exploded, and he didn't expect that his dog would turn out to be like this. It was really annoying. The key point is that I just said that the food was unpalatable, but my dog was lured away by the food, which was too shameful, and the depressed Inuzuka wanted to beat Akamaru very much. Gilyalu. The bellowing sound suddenly sounded from Inuzuka's abdomen, which caused everyone to look over. In everyone's weird eyes, Inuzuka stood there stupidly. At this moment, he wanted to find a hole to get in and never come out again. There was no way to be ashamed. Chapter 35, Kurama Yakumo. On the other side, Naruto's home. Sitting on the stool, Naruto was looking at his data panel, and joy was always lingering in his heart. Today was very lucky, 3 draws, 2 of which made him very satisfied. Of these 3 rewards, one is 10 drops of Saiyan blood, the other is 5 cubic meters of personal space, and the last is Rem's card. Rem's issuance can be ignored, but the other 2 are quite good. Not to mention that person's space, the Saiyan blood alone is a rich harvest. There are still 100 experience points. Do you want to continue the draw? Naruto was a little eager to try, but after thinking about it, he decided to draw the lottery tomorrow. Because the last time I got a card, it didn't help to improve my strength. If I got this category again, it would be a waste. Therefore, Naruto decided to convert all the remaining experience points into Saiyan blood. Ding! Consume 100 experience points and successfully exchange 10 drops of Saiyan blood. Like a hot spring flowing in the body, Naruto felt the stronger and stronger power in his body, and gradually smiled. He became stronger again. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 16%. Abilities, 5 cubic meters of personal space, strengthen the art of multiple shadow clones, gas bombs, turtle kigong. Experience value, 3. The bloodline has reached 16%, which is a good improvement, so let's try this human space next. Naruto murmured and closed his eyes, and soon a closed space appeared in his consciousness. There was nothing empty in that space, but a large area could put a lot of things. Slowly raising his right hand, Naruto grabbed the ninjutsu scroll next to him. The next second the scroll appeared in the space and appeared in the corner according to his mind. Nice space, very convenient. Naruto said, putting a lot of things at home into the space, especially the more important things. He puts everything in his personal space. After doing all this, Naruto separated several shadow clones to practice at home, and went out of the house to earn experience points. There are many people who have experience points in Konoha, but their importance is relatively low, so the experience are relatively small. Naruto felt a circle of Konoha, and found that many people went out and did not return, and only a few goals were left, such as Konoha's 2 guards, such as Konohamaru and his 2 friends, and Ebisu. These people stayed in Konoha, but Konohamaru had finished his absorption last time, so he could only choose Konohamaru's 2 friends, Yuden and Mohuang. The 3 of them are in training ground number 5, let's go over there, hey? That girl is... Naruto frowned, but still walked towards training ground number 5. Number 5 training ground. The 3 little ghosts of Konohamaru were watching a girl, watching her painting continuously, and quickly painted the Hokage office. Sister, the picture you painted is really like. Meng Huang said in admiration when she looked at the girl's words. Yeah, it's really similar. Of the paintings I've seen, you paint the best. Konohamaru also nodded in agreement, but it was a pity that the girl ignored him at all, instead drawing on her own. Such attitude and ignorance made Konohamaru a little depressed. In any case, he is also the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage. Many people are polite to him. Now he is ignored. It really makes people wonder what to say. Let's go Konohamaru, this sister seems to be dumb. I have seen people talk to her a few times, but she has never returned. Yuden said with a runny nose, looking a little dazed. Mute? It turns out to be so. Konohamaru nodded, and then said, let's go to play elsewhere. Konohamaru turned around and prepared to leave, but he just turned around but froze in place. Mohuang and Yuden were a little strange when they saw Konohamaru's appearance, then looked back and found a person walking from a distance. Someone came here, and it didn't matter, but why Konohamaru reacted so strongly, it seemed a bit strange. What's wrong with Konohamaru? Meng Huang asked in confusion. No, it's okay, Naruto is coming over there. Don't bother him. It hurts him to beat someone. Konohamaru explained quickly. It hurts to beat someone? Have you ever been beaten by him? You are the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage. Someone dares to beat you. Meng Huang couldn't believe it. Yes, Naruto brother is different, he said he likes to chat with people, if others disagree. Konohamaru couldn't talk anymore, and subconsciously covered his butt, remembering the scene of being kicked that day. Tada! The footsteps grew louder, and soon Naruto's figure came to the front of everyone. Naruto, Naruto brother. Konohamaru said politely. Well, what are you doing? Naruto asked. Watching this sister draw. Konohamaru pointed to the girl, this elder sister paints very well, she is the most similar person I have ever seen, but she is a dumb woman. Dumb. Naruto raised his eyebrows, but he knew the girl's situation and he was definitely not dumb. Her name is Kurama Yakumo. She is a very gifted illusionist genius, and her abilities are also quite abnormal, such as being able to create an illusion world. And everything that happened in the illusion world could become real as long as she wanted. Like in the original book. She once used illusion to destroy Konoha's office, and although it has not yet reached that point, Kurama Yakumo has been painting here, obviously hating the 3rd generation of Hokage. Of course. Naruto came here to pay more attention to the experience around her, and was also a little curious about Kurama Yakumo's illusion. But the girl closed herself and rarely spoke to others, even her teacher Xirihong. So I want to interact with her and earn experience points, which is a little troublesome, but Naruto is hard to come by, after all, he is different from others. With a slight smile, Naruto sat next to Kurama Yakumo, a set of drawing boards and paint brushes suddenly appeared in his palm, and then began to draw. Rustle. The sound of painting sounded, and under the blue sky and white clouds, Naruto started a new way of painting. That is 3D stereo painting. This is a way of painting with a strong sense of three-dimensionality, much like three-dimensional things. The effect of the finished 3D three-dimensional painting is quite amazing. People will think it is real after seeing it, and this kind of painting can definitely achieve unexpected effects. So Naruto didn't speak, and just drew a little bit, and the person he painted was Kurama Yakumo. Next to Kurama Yakumo is still painting, even if there is someone next to her, she ignores it, but when I didn't take it seriously, I suddenly heard an exclamation from the side. Then she discovered that the three little ghosts who originally watched her paintings looked at the painting called Naruto with shocked eyes. This result makes Kurama Yakumo feel a little strange. She had received a lot of praise from these three little ghosts before, but she did not show such a shock. Besides, it was just a painting, how could it cause such shock? With a trace of doubt and disbelief, Kurama Yakumo turned to look at the painting, and her eyes widened in surprise the next moment. Is this me? Kurama Yakumo looked at the painting inconceivably, and his shrunken self stood in the center of the painting vividly, just like the real one. Such an incredible painting really shocked her, and she was even dumbfounded to describe her current appearance, which is not an exaggeration. It can be said that anyone who has never seen a 3D stereoscopic painting will be surprised when they see such a real painting, not to mention that it is themselves in the painting. So Kurama Yakumo was stunned, staring blankly at the painting, looking at the boy named Naruto next to him, and gradually shaping the painting. Experience +1. Experience +1. Experience +1. Chapter 36. Consequences caused by 3D paintings. Next to the three Konohamaru were staring at Naruto's paintings blankly. They were very surprised by such a magical technique. They were originally children's dispositions, and they couldn't help but get closer to watch. It's amazing, I thought this sister was doing very well, but Naruto drew even better. Konohamaru said in admiration. Yeah, as true, I have never seen such a painting. Yuden nodded in agreement. Wait, Yuden, didn't you say that this sister is dumb? I heard her talking just now. Meng Huang looked at Yuden suspiciously. I haven't seen this sister speak before, so she can talk, but why ignore us? Yuden said with a runny nose. I don't know, maybe this elder sister doesn't like to talk to us, or Naruto is good, and this elder sister speaks as soon as she comes. Sure enough, Naruto is the best. Konohamaru looked at Naruto with a look of admiration. Although he had been kicked, he felt that Naruto was amazing, especially his ability to paint. Rustle. The sound of the painting continued, and Naruto finally completed the 3D painting under everyone's attention. Looking at such a magical painting, Kurama Yakumo couldn't help but said, "Excuse me, what are your paintings so real?" Because this is called 3D painting, also called 3D panorama painting. It is a kind of three-dimensional painting. It pays attention to three-dimensionality and realism, which can give people a strong visual impact. Naruto explained slowly and carefully while also earning experience points. It turns out that it is. Where did you learn this painting method? Can you tell me? I want to learn this painting method. Kurama Yakumo asked. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Only me in this world can draw in 3D. Naruto shrugged. This. Kurama Yakumo paused when she heard this, but she really liked this painting method, and finally couldn't help but said, Can I learn from you? Learning. Naruto tilted his head and thought. It's rare to meet someone who also likes to paint. Naruto doesn't mind painting with her. The key is to earn experience points. Most importantly, this girl is too domineering. When watching anime in the previous life, the girl drew black clouds on the drawing paper, and black clouds really appeared in the sky. Then the girl drew lightning, and instantly the lightning struck the Naruto office and caught fire. This ability became a little more domineering. Naruto likes this ability very much. If he masters this ability, he can easily wipe out the enemy in the painting, and even draw a bit of lightning when he is fine. So Naruto made a decision in his heart and looked at Kurama Yakumo. Yes, but if you want to draw a good 3D picture, the difficulty is more difficult than you think. First, you must understand the principle of 3D stereoscopic imaging and correctly understand the concept of stereoscopic images. I am not afraid of difficulties. I have two wishes since I was a child. One is to become a ninja and the other is to paint. In order to achieve these two wishes, I am not afraid of hardships. Kurama Yakumo said firmly, holding his small hand, and then bowed deeply to Naruto. My name is Kurama Yakumo, please take care of me from the teacher. Teacher. Naruto was a little surprised. He was actually doing it for the experience value and the opponent's ability, but he didn't expect the girl to bow so respectfully, which made him feel a little sorry. Taking a deep breath, Naruto smiled and said, "You don't need to be so formal, just call me Naruto." "That's not good." Kurama Yakumo hesitated. "It does not matter. Then I will call you Naruto-sensei." Kurama Yakumo thought for a while and found a better name. "It's up to you, since you have become my student, let this painting be given to you as a meeting gift." Naruto handed out the 3D painting just now. "Thank Naruto teacher." Kurama Yakumo looked at the 3D painting in front of him. It was very, very happy. Since experiencing that incident, her life has been spent in darkness, but now, the 3D painting in front of her brought a glimmer of light to her life. She rarely showed a smile, even if the smile arc was small. Next to seeing Kurama Yakumo's smile, Yuden hurried to whisper in the ears of the other two friends. "I have never seen this Kurama Yakumo smile. I didn't expect her to smile today. Of course, you don't look at how powerful Naruto's paintings are." Konohamaru said proudly, holding his head high. "It's really amazing, can we learn from Naruto brother?" Meng Huang asked suddenly. "This, I think it is difficult to draw, but we can learn other things, Naruto is very strong." Konohamaru thought of the scene of being kicked last time. "I'm not afraid of difficulties, this kind of painting is so powerful, think about what you will draw in the future that shocks your grandfather, what kind of scene will it be? Don't you want to surpass your grandfather?" Mo Huang likes 3D painting very much, so he insists on learning to draw, and even encourages Konohamaru. "This seems to be really good." Konohamaru thought of the scene that shocked the 3 generations of Hokage after he drew a 3D painting, and instantly prepared to learn to paint like a chicken, and then looked at Naruto. "Brother Naruto, can we learn to paint with you?" Konohamaru expected. "No way." Naruto refused without hesitation. Teaching Kurama Yakumo valued her abilities. As for Konohamaru and others, he didn't bother to bring oil bottles. "Why? Naruto brother, teach us." Meng Huang also began to beg, she really likes this painting. "No, it's useless for you to learn this. Your task now is to improve your strength and increase your strength." Naruto shook his head again. "But Naruto, why did you agree to teach this sister?" "Because she has a foundation, although 3D painting is fundamentally different from graphic painting, she has painted for so long, neither her character nor her control over painting can be compared to you. We really want to learn, Naruto, please teach us, please." "No way. Brother Naruto, please. No way." In the following time, Naruto began to teach Kurama Yakumo. Although he did not agree to teach Konohamaru 3 people, he did not stop these 3 little ghosts from listening when he explained the 3D painting. Anyway, they are also children's dispositions, only on a whim, and then give up after a while. Naruto didn't care about what they listened to, but started to explain 3D painting from the basics. Time passed by Naruto's teaching, and the sun soon went down. Naruto looked at Kurama Yakumo, Yuden, and Mo Huang's experience shattered, and decided to go home for dinner. "Okay, let's stop here today. Practice more according to the basics of drawing taught by me, and it won't take long for you to improve." Thank Naruto teacher, will you come here tomorrow? Kurama Yakumo said. Something won't come tomorrow. Naruto shook his head. The experience value has been absorbed, and the relationship with Kurama Yakumo has not been familiar to a certain extent. Her ability is temporarily impossible to study, so Naruto decided to talk about it later. When the time comes, Kurama Yakumo's plot will open, and she can also recover a lot of experience points, just killing two birds with one stone. And so, after Naruto waved his hand for goodbye, he left and headed towards home. Just when Naruto walked to the busy street, he saw 4 people from a distance. These 4 people are Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura and Iruka, and the experience ball that appeared again around Sakura and Sasuke made Naruto frown. Because they didn't experience any plot, but the experience ball that Sasuke and Sakura had disappeared was restored, which really surprised Naruto. Could it be that Sasuke and Sakura are different, but what about Sakura? Wait, there are also Kyuubi. Naruto was taken aback, and his consciousness instantly sank into the space that sealed the 9 tails. Chapter 37, Heart Stuck. Inside the sealed space. After Naruto's consciousness came to the space, he saw that the experience around Kyuubi did not recover. He said nothing, but returned to reality again. Lively streets. Naruto quietly looked at the 4 Kakashi who came in the distance, frowning and thinking. Because Kakashi's experience ball did not disappear, there is no specific situation, but there is no experience ball around Iruka. This shows that it is difficult for Iruka and Kyuubi to recover experience points without going through the plot, but Sasuke and Sakura have recovered some experience points. This is most likely the difference between Sasuke and Sakura, and even Hinata is different. With a deep curiosity, Naruto quickly ran towards Konoha's door. In his perception, Yurihong was returning with Hinata and the others. Now I just met Hinata in the past, and the most important experience ball can only be seen with his eyes, and this time I just earned some experience points for the doorkeeper. After a while, the gate of Konoha village. Gangzatetsu and Kamizuki Izumo, who were the guards, were standing lazily at the door, but Naruto hurried over at this moment, which made them a little strange. They looked around and found nothing unusual, and suddenly felt a little strange. Little devil, did something happen? Why did you run in such a hurry? Gangzisha asked questioningly, worried about any accident in the village. It's okay. Naruto looked at the direction outside the door and waited quietly. It's okay. What are you doing in such a hurry? I thought something happened. Shinayu Izumo shook his head and returned to the lazy state again. Experience +1. It's okay in the village, there's something outside the village. Naruto said suddenly. What's the matter? Gangzisha and Shinayu Izumo immediately became alert when they heard this. Outside the village, my little Hinata is coming back soon. Naruto said. Hey? Your little Hinata is coming back soon. Gangzisha and Shinayu Izumo were shocked when they heard this. What did they think it was? It turned out to be the love of the children, which really made them feel speechless. The key point is that they don't have a girlfriend, and they are very depressed by being sprinkled with dog food by such a kid. I said kid, you think about this at such a young age. It's too early. As a ninja, the first consideration is to improve your strength. Shinayu Izumo persuaded. Yes, Izumo is right. Your age is a good time to lay the foundation. You can't give up your practice, otherwise the future strength will be too weak. I am afraid you can't even support your family. Gangzisha also started to persuade him. Although he ate a wave of dog food, he felt good as a senior educating his younger generation. So he and Shinayu Izumo looked at each other, and they were very satisfied with their words. It's okay, I don't have money to support my family. My little Hinata can support me. She is the eldest of the Hyuga family, and some of them are money. Naruto said confidently. This Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo felt even more depressed when they heard this. They said that this little devil was raised by others, and he looked like justified and confident. This was really irritating. In order to persuade Naruto this strange thought, the two began to persuade again. I'm telling you, how can you be raised by a woman as a man? Be masculine, otherwise others should look down on you. Shinayu Izumo said. Yet, look at the two of us. At first glance, they are manly people. We are the most important duty of Konoha, guarding Konoha's door. Gangzisha said proudly. Really? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Of course. Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha said in unison. But you don't have a girlfriend. Naruto blinked innocent eyes. Hey! Shinayu Izumo and Gangza froze, suddenly feeling a little congested. Ahem, it's not that we don't have girlfriends, we didn't plan to find them, Konoha still needs our protection. Shinayu Izumo coughed twice. No need to make excuses, I understand you. I met all the people who couldn't find a girlfriend before and said so. Naruto replied. Hey! Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha's foreheads appeared tic-tac-toe, and the heart said that this kid is so irritating when he speaks, and the key words are really a bit heartbreaking. Taking a deep breath, Shinayu Izumo said again, I'll tell you it's very expensive to have a girlfriend. Gifts are commonplace. Yes, you don't think you brought a gift or anything, that's not good. Gangzisha nodded and said. It's okay, my Hinata will give me a gift. Naruto blinked and replied in what should be said. This. Shinayu Izumo and Gangzisha really didn't know what to say this time, and felt that the three views of the little ghost in front of them were a bit annoying. But you said it's right to give your girlfriend a gift. Naruto's conversation suddenly changed. Look, it's normal for boys to give girls gifts. You have to study more and remember to bring gifts next time. Shinayu Izumo smiled, feeling that this kid was finally pleasing to the eye. No need next time, I brought a gift. Naruto reached out and put in the ninja bag, and when he took it out again, a nice hairpin appeared in his hand. Hey? I really brought a gift. Shinayu Izumo said in surprise, and then said, yes, it is correct to bring a gift, but try to buy a good gift next time, so as to show your sincerity. No, my issuance card is different, it has a special meaning. Naruto modeled and issued a pin, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. Meaning? What's the meaning? Is there any other story? Kamizuki Izumo asked again, even Gangzisha next to him was curious. No, there is no story. Naruto shook his head suddenly. Then what do you mean? Because. Naruto's complexion became solemn, and then said in the curious eyes of the two guards, because I gave it. Hey! Both Shinayu Izumo and Gangza's iron faces are black, and I feel that this kid is irritating. They felt that if they continued speaking, they would be off by this kid, so the two finally stopped talking this time, but continued to stay at the gate with a dark face. Look at the sky. Naruto's right hand suddenly pointed to the sky. What's wrong with the sky? The two guards hurriedly looked up. There are clouds in the sky. Next, Shinayu Izumo and Gangzite stopped talking, and no matter what Naruto said, they stopped listening, and directly pretended to be deaf. Fortunately, the experience ball around them is not big, and more than half is absorbed in a while, and the rest is almost completely absorbed by entering and exiting the Konoha gate a few times. So Naruto didn't bother to talk, but waited quietly for Hinata's return. Shortly after, Hinata finally appeared, and the moment she saw Naruto, she trot over happily. Naruto, why are you here? Hinata looked at Naruto happily, his entire face flushed and he seemed very happy. Of course it's a gift for you. Naruto looked at the experience ball that appeared again around Hinata, and smiled and gave Hinata a hairpin on his head. Such intimate contact made Hinata dizzy shyly for an instant, and fainted if he swayed. Fortunately, Naruto won't let her faint, but held her back. As a result, the handrail was placed on Hinata's waist, and then Hinata blinked big eyes and really fainted. Chapter 38, Open a small stove for Suzuki, first shift. Oh, my little Hinata is so cute, even if you faint, it's so likable. Naruto said, holding the soft Hinata, with warmth in his eyes. Next to Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha looked at this scene of scattering dog food, and their hearts were bleeding. They wanted to ask, can they get along well? Can you not always do this? Unfortunately. Before they could speak, Naruto had already helped Hinata walk into the village. Shortly after, Hinata woke up quietly, seeing Naruto leaning so close and almost fainted. Fortunately, Naruto spoke this time, which relieved Hinata's shyness, and she slowly recovered. Naruto, thank you for sending me the card. I like it very much. Hinata's fair-skinned hands modeled the hairpin, and her little face was filled with gratitude. You're welcome, this card is very suitable for you, very beautiful. Naruto said warmly. He was telling the truth, this hairpin really matches Hinata, after all, this is Rem's hairpin, and the two girls have similar head shapes and personalities, which are so attractive. Thank you. Hinata was praised, and his heart was immediately filled with joy, and even his walking became unstable again. Experience +1. Naruto, Hinata, what a coincidence. There was a girl's voice in the distance. Hinata turned his head and looked around, just in time to see Ino coming from the other side of the street. What a coincidence. Hinata said hello in a low voice. Are you just coming back from outside the village? Hey? Your hairpin is so beautiful. Ino suddenly ran to Hinata and looked at the hairpin on her head. Yes. Really? Hinata asked, secretly turning his head to look at Naruto. Yeah, it's really beautiful. I haven't seen this style of hairpin. Where did you buy it? I want to buy one too. Ino asked curiously. This. Hinata didn't know how to answer this question, but looked at Naruto for help. You can't buy this style, there is only one in the entire ninja world. Naruto said calmly. There is only one in the entire ninja world. Ino was a little at a loss when he heard this, and didn't know what was going on. But when Hinata heard this, her little hand tightened, because she thought of the wood carving, and faintly felt that this was specially prepared by Naruto for herself, and her heart was suddenly sweet. Okay, let's go. Naruto was too lazy to waste time here, but walked to his home with the cute Hinata. Naruto and Hinata, who returned home shortly afterwards, began their busy and warm dinner again. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to all things. Naruto, who had been practicing for a whole night, walked out of the bathroom and looked at the growing muscles in his body, smiling at the corners of his lips. Yesterday, I contacted several people in a row, and earned almost 200 experience points in the morning and afternoon, which improved his bloodline again. Opening the data panel silently, Naruto looked at his data. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Scion. Bloodline, 17%. Abilities, 5 cubic meters of personal space, strengthen the art of multiple shadow clones, gas bombs, turtle kigong. Experience value, 1. 17% bloodline. I remember that when the bloodline was 10%, not only did my body become stronger, but I also felt breath. Now it's not far from 20%. I don't know if there will be surprises after 20%. Naruto is very curious. He always feels that there will be unexpected gains after reaching 20%, but he doesn't know what it is, so he can't bear it. Let's earn experience points first, and see what plot characters Konoha has now. It seems that many plot characters are in the mission area. Naruto whispered and began to perceive all directions, and the more terrifying perception instantly enveloped Konoha. The two elders of Konoha are here, but it's a shame that the experience of such a high position is only 10 points. Naruto couldn't help but complain. 2 days ago, he accidentally saw the two elders Konoha, that is, Koharu and Mito Minion, who turned to bed. As a result, their experience were only 10 points, which was pitiful. But Danzo's experience ball is second only to 3 generations, but Danzo is too hateful, Naruto couldn't help but want to kill him, hey? That is. Naruto's expression suddenly became serious, frowning and perceiving the location of Training Ground 3. In his perception, Kakashi was teaching Sasuke to practice Chidori, which was originally nothing, but it would be wrong if it followed the plot. I remember Chidori, who was only taught on the eve of Chunin's exam, is obviously not right now. Has the plot been affected by me? Naruto frowned, but quickly relaxed. It's okay, anyway, Hinata, Sakura and Sasuke can continue to provide me with experience points. The plot is now barely mixed. When the plot collapses, I will treat the world in a violent way. Naruto clenched his fists, waiting for the day when the plot collapsed, and then began to solve something. First, earn experience points. Those unimportant characters, absorb them first. Linguistically. Naruto quickly dressed and walked outside, looking for today's experience points to earn goals. The other side. Sasuke in Training Ground number 3 is working hard to practice, constantly experimenting with the Chidori taught by Kakashi. Sasuke got up very early today. First, he completed all the subjects according to the bald head practice method, and then he came to the Training Ground number 3 to practice. The reason why he worked so hard was to surpass Naruto. After all, Naruto's performance was getting better and better, which also increased the pressure on Sasuke. In order to make himself stronger, Sasuke can only work harder. Sasuke, take a rest, I'm afraid it will cause damage to your body if you continue. Kakashi persuaded. It's okay, I can. Sasuke did not intend to rest, but continued to practice hard. Don't worry, in addition to Chidori, I will teach you more abilities, which will definitely increase your combat effectiveness. Kakashi said again. Really? Sasuke heard this with a hint of joy in his eyes. Yes, I know you are secretly competing with Naruto. Naruto is also very unexpected, his strength has improved a lot, and he has multiple shadow clones, but if you learn the abilities I teach, you will definitely surpass Naruto. Kakashi continued. That's it, I understand, thank you teacher for your encouragement. After listening to Kakashi's encouragement, Sasuke gradually showed a confident smile on his face, and even after preparing to improve his strength, he would formally fight Naruto. The other side. Naruto wandered in the village of Konoha, and soon found a hero in the story, began to interact to earn experience. It's a pity that these dragon sets have very few experience points, the least is even 1 point, and the characters in the plot are scattered, and it takes a lot of time to go back and forth, and the speed of obtaining experience points is obviously more laborious. Fortunately, there are enough characters in the plot, and after a hard day, you can get 100 experience points. 3 days later in the evening, Naruto sat on the sofa at home, looking at his experience value, smiled on his face. I don't know if I reach 20% Saiyan blood, will there be surprises? I look forward to it. Naruto murmured and exchanged all experience points into Saiyan blood. Chapter 39, The Ability to Hide Blood, Second More. Ding! The exchange is successful, your Saiyan bloodline reaches 20%. The sound of the machinery fell, the warm current boiled in the body, and the stronger force increased rapidly under such boiling. But what really moved Naruto was that the chi in the body increased rapidly like a chemical reaction when the bloodline reached 20%. That kind of growth rate was simply a leap-forward improvement. Naruto felt the crazy change, his azure blue eyes flashed with golden light, and then he returned to calm again. The chi is getting more and more, but unfortunately, because of the Naruto world, I can only rely on blood extraction, otherwise my chi will be more. After all, it is the ninja world, not the Dragon Ball world. Naruto murmured, feeling the full chi in his body, and began to experiment with the various chi application methods that he had planned before. Raise the index finger, and in an instant, a gas bomb condenses on the fingertip, and in the next second the gas bomb turns into a protective cover to protect Naruto. It's a very simple way to use it, and it's like this. Naruto spins his right hand, and a rope of energy condensed by chi entangles the furniture. Even if he wants to, he can easily crush the furniture. Putting away the energy rope, Naruto's index finger gently touched a pot of flowers on the windowsill, and a light flew out in an instant, easily shattering the pot of flowers. Seeing this, Naruto did not stop the test, but condensed the chi into a sword shape, and cut the teacup smoothly with a light wave. Picking up half of the teacup, Naruto looked at it and nodded in satisfaction. This ability is called the Chi Sword, and it is one of Vegeta's abilities in Dragon Ball. It is not only powerful, but also quite handsome. The reason Naruto used it easily was because of Chi, and finally reached the scope of use of this ability. The gain this time is a substantial increase in Chi. I don't know if there are other applications. Naruto carefully sensed the current situation in his body. What? A trace of something wrong appeared in his body. Naruto realized that his bloodline seemed to contain some power, but there was too little bloodline to use it temporarily. What ability would it be? Bloodline ability, could it be said? Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly looked at the position of his butt, and finally heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there was no tail. Fortunately, I don't have a tail, but I am still a little worried. If the bloodline rises, then I can transform into a great ape and grow a tail, then I will be depressed. Naruto feels a little headache. The tail problem is something he has always disliked, but the future of the bloodline is really uncertain. Forget it, strength is the foundation. Now raise the bloodline as soon as possible and see what percentage you can use this bloodline ability. After Naruto finished speaking, he fell into the physical practice, and of course he did not forget to let the shadow clone learn various abilities. Although I learned the 30 ninjutsus that Hinata gave before, there is still a lot of knowledge to learn. Naruto won't waste time and squeeze the shadow clone as much as possible. Therefore, he slowly passed through this practice. In the early morning of the next day, the sun was shining and the birds and flowers fragrant. Sakura stepped to the door of Naruto's house, raised her hand and knocked on the door. Naruto, have you gotten up? We received a mission to travel. A long mission. Naruto's voice came from the room, and then the door opened, revealing Naruto's figure. Hey? Naruto, you seem very energetic today. Sakura looked at Naruto and found that Naruto was getting more and more pleasing to the eye. She couldn't figure out the reason, so she could only describe it with vigor. Let's talk about what long-distance mission first. Naruto looked at the half-full experience ball around Sakura, smiled, and turned back to the room to pack his things. It's an mission. An old man named Dazna needs our escort. Sakura replied, looking at Naruto's house at the same time, and found that the house was very tidy, except that some of the flower pots had been broken. Dazna. Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard this, feeling that the plot was really a bit biased, because the timing was very different. Yes, he claims to be a bridge builder, and he wears very plain clothes. Fortunately, this mission is not heavy, just an ordinary mission. Sakura said. Ordinary task. Naruto paused. He knew the specifics of the mission, not to mention the 2 ninja attacks that he encountered at the beginning, and the others who did not cut and Shiro easily killed Sakura. Naruto wondered, should he pass this mission and test his own strength to what extent? At the same time to earn experience points. After all, the experience of the dragon suits in the village has been absorbed by him, and the experience around Sasuke and Sakura have recovered a lot, and even after experiencing this plot, they will recover more experience points. After such a trip, his bloodline is definitely greatly improved, and maybe even the ability contained in the bloodline can be activated. Naruto, you have carved so many statues. This is Mr. Kakashi, this is Sasuke, this is Pig Deer Butterfly, who is this fan? Hey, there is a white-haired woman with really long hair. Sakura saw the large number of wooden sculptures placed in the corner of the room and was surprised to watch. Hey? There is even a statue of me, so beautiful. Sakura picked up her statue and looked at it. To her surprise, she actually had short hair and a diamond mark on her forehead. This made her strange. She wanted to ask why she had to carve like this. When she suddenly saw the label attached to the statue, her face went black in the next second. Because the statue actually had the words "Violent Woman" written on it, it made her feel depressed. I said, Naruto, where am I violent? Sakura clenched her fist, and a tic-tac-toe appeared on her forehead. You are violent now, can't you see it yourself? Naruto shrugged and put the packed things into his backpack. Sakura looked at her state and found that she was indeed a bit violent, which made her momentarily speechless, but she still refused to accept it. Then you can't be called a violent woman, so you have to change your name, such as Sakura-chan. Come on, I will only say that to Hinata, look at it. Naruto pointed to the wall cabinet above. Sakura followed Naruto's point and looked up, and she was surprised by the scene in front of her instantly. I saw a large number of Hinata statues in the hanging cabinet, and these statues contained a lot of Hinata's expressions and movements. Embarrassed, at a loss, angry, happy, shy, warm, cute. It can be said that these statues show the beauty of Hinata's whole person to life, and it makes people see the beauty of Hinata at a glance. Sakura was very surprised by such a statue and such a number, she couldn't help but said. So beautiful, so real. Kozakura stared at these statues with wide eyes, looking at the lifelike statues, her eyes were surprised, but more envy. Naruto, can you help me sculpt some? I don't need that many, as long as 10 are enough. Sakura looked at Naruto expectantly. No, no one except Hinata. Naruto came to the door carrying a backpack, quietly waiting for Sakura to come out. Kozakura's emotions became very lost, and for the first time she felt Naruto's attitude towards the gap between her and Hinata. She wanted to say something, but she opened her mouth and couldn't say anything, so she could only walk outside in silence. Click. Naruto locked the door and walked away, while Sakura silently followed behind, looking very depressed. But when they came to Konoha's gate, Sakura found that she was holding the statue before. She wanted to return it to Naruto, but Naruto in front of her walked quickly, and she finally did not say anything. Experience +1. Konoha Gate. Kakashi stood at the gate and waved to Naruto and Sakura. Naruto, Sakura, your speed is fast. Well, Naruto walked faster. Sakura showed a forced smile, her emotions a little bit weak. Okay, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Desna, and this is Sakura and Naruto. Kakashi began to introduce. Okay. Naruto gave a hum, turned his head and glanced at the direction of the forest. In his perception, 2 figures appeared on a big tree over there. The 2 of them carried the foreheads of the water country, and their costumes were obviously the rebels of Wuin village. After discovering them, Naruto didn't say anything, but turned back calmly, thinking silently about how to rectify the 2. Chapter 40, Women's Ninjutsu, First More. Of course. Naruto even wanted to see his strength, which step he had reached, and then he could rely on these 2 people as a reference. Go, let's go. Good teacher Kakashi. A group of 5 people walked in the direction of the country of waves. On the way, the old man Desna had been drinking wine, his eyes fluttering around, seemingly worried about something. Naruto knew this well, but he didn't mention anything about it, but turned to look at Sasuke. Because he found that Sasuke's mood was higher than before, and he became more confident. What are you looking at me? Sasuke was frowning at the sight and asked Naruto why. Nothing, I just think it's suitable for you to have a bald head. You. When Sasuke was said by this sentence, the word tick appeared in his forehead. The key point is that he has been practicing bald head practice recently. Although he is ready for bald head in his heart, he is inexplicably depressed when he is lifted up bald head. After all, with good-looking and handsome hair, no one wants to be bald, so Sasuke feels heartbroken. Experience +1. By the way, Sasuke, do you want to exchange ninjutsu? Exchange with your fire escape fireball technique. Naruto said suddenly. Why? Sasuke raised his eyebrows, obviously unwilling. Of course it's to make a fire while cooking. Naruto shrugged. Just for this? Sasuke looked at Naruto in irritation. The fireball technique is their Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. It was used by Naruto to make fire, which was too annoying. No, absolutely not. Besides, this ninjutsu belongs to my clan, and it will never be passed on. Is it really not a secret? Really? Then why do many people use ninjutsu? Naruto raised his eyebrows. In his memory, Matere Adzuki beans, Ebisu, and even certain dragon ninjas can do this ninjutsu. And after living in this world for so long, Naruto knew that this ninjutsu was no longer unique to Uchiha, so he proposed the idea of exchanging ninjutsu. In fact, this proposal is very fair. After all, Hawaki is only C rank, and he will exchange it with ninjutsu of the same level. Unfortunately, when Sasuke heard Naruto's words, he hummed and stopped talking to Naruto. Hey, do you change or not? Learn one more ninjutsu, but you can get one more fighting skill. Naruto said again. This. Sasuke also felt reasonable when he heard this, and there were indeed many people who knew how to escape the fireball, but Sasuke still didn't want to change it. In this way, I will exchange 2 ninjutsu with you. Naruto thought of something and suddenly smiled. 2 ninjutsu. Sasuke heard that it was 2 ninjutsu, and felt that Naruto was really sincere. If he refused, it would be a bit too much. The key point is that the other party also taught him the bald head practice. Since you are sincere, then exchange. Okay, write it down now. Naruto took out 2 notebooks from his backpack, threw the notebook with the beauty pattern to Sasuke, and started writing with a cartoon piggy notebook. Who is this girl? It feels very temperamental. Sasuke saw the black-clad beauty on the notebook, as well as the silver hair and golden pupils, and felt that this girl was extraordinary. What surprised Sasuke most was that he saw a line of words at the bottom of the notebook. If God exists, he will surely punish me. Such words aroused Sasuke's interest, but unfortunately there was no name in his notebook, so he looked at Naruto. I drew that. It's useless if you know who she is. Write ninjutsu quickly. Naruto replied and wrote 2 ninjutsu in the cartoon piggy notebook, and incidentally wrote the bald head practice method and made a comment. Here you are, this little pig notebook is for you. He threw the cartoon little pig notebook to Sasuke. This. Sasuke reacted, he looked at the cartoon piggy notebook, then looked at the black armored beauty notebook, feeling more embarrassed. Ugh! With a sigh, Sasuke silently wrote down the art of the fireball, and then reluctantly returned the black armored beauty notebook to Naruto. Seeing Naruto holding the notebook of the black-clad beauty and learning ninjutsu with gusto, Sasuke looked at his cartoon piggy notebook again, feeling even more depressed. Fortunately, there are 2 ninjutsu to learn, and his mood has recovered a lot. Opening the notebook silently, Sasuke began to watch the 2 ninjutsu. One was the C-level Fengdan breakthrough, and the other was Fengdan Hua Sanmu who didn't know the level. For the C-rank ninjutsu, Sasuke didn't think much of it, but for the Hanazanmai who didn't know the level, Sasuke became curious. And when he saw Naruto learning ninjutsu, he took a notebook and started learning quickly. With a genius mind, he mastered Feng Yun Hua Sanmu in a short period of time, and then, with a trace of vigor, prepared for experimental release. However, just when he was about to use ninjutsu, he suddenly saw Naruto walking to the side of everyone. Then, Art Fire Escape Fireball. Boom! The huge fireball condensed and bombarded the big trees on the side with a scorching aura, and those big trees collapsed suddenly in the flames. This. Sasuke looked at the huge fireball and its power, and suddenly felt a little bit awkward on his face when he thought of the small flames released when he first practiced as a child. The Kakashi and others around were also a little surprised, especially Sakura, who felt that Naruto had really become stronger, and his talent was much better than expected. You can learn it after reading it, Naruto, are you really the tail of a crane? Kozukura murmured, and turned to look at Sasuke. Because Naruto and Sasuke learn at the same time, Naruto has learned ninjutsu as the tail of a crane, but Sasuke is still stupid. I learned too. Sasuke stepped to the front without admitting defeat, and began to seal quickly in full view. In order to make his ninjutsu stronger, Sasuke deliberately mobilized a large number of chakras. Wind Escape Flower Scattering Dance. Ho ho! The whirlwind whirled around Sasuke, and the beautiful petals gathered around him, making him seem to be bathed in a world of petals, looking very beautiful. Wow, it's beautiful! Xiao Sakura looked at this scene infatually and couldn't help screaming. But Kakashi, Dasna, and Naruto watched this scene with weird smiles on their faces, because this ninjutsu is obviously more inclined to women. Naruto. Sasuke was out of anger. He didn't expect the effect of ninjutsu to be like this. This is a bit irritating. Annoyed, Sasuke hurriedly stopped ninjutsu, then hurried to the front of Naruto, staring at him angrily. What are you staring at me? Isn't this ninjutsu bad? Naruto smiled. Of course it's not good. I would never use this kind of woman's ninjutsu. Sasuke said angrily. It's up to you. Naruto shrugged, and while earning experience points, he also looked towards the center of the road ahead. Because there was a small puddle there, it was also where Renin was hiding and preparing for a sneak attack, but Naruto did not act, because he found 2 small experience next to the 2 Renin. Although these 2 experience were small, they couldn't be wasted if they saw them, so Naruto walked to the grass near the small puddle. I'm hungry, just ready to cook and eat. Naruto quickly key-in separated 5 shadow clones and waved his hand. Go ahead. Chapter 41, The 2 sneak attackers are about to cry, second more. Whoosh whoosh. Several shadow clones flashed away and hurried away in all directions, searching for various things according to Naruto's orders. Naruto, you will be hungry after walking for a long time. Besides, if you are hungry, you can eat the food you carry with you. Why do you want to go out separately? Sakura was puzzled. Of course it's delicious. Naruto leaned into the backpack with his right hand, and when he reappeared, he took out a lot of seasonings, and then placed them on the grass one by one. He had space and had quite a complete set of things to carry, and he didn't lack anything. Want to eat grilled fish? If you want to eat it, you have to work. Sakura, let's fetch water. How about Sasuke catching fish? The remaining shadow clones can be solved. Naruto said. Catch fish. Fetching water. When Sakura and Sasuke heard this, they shook their heads without hesitation. They brought food, so they didn't want to participate in Naruto's cooking. This is your own decision, don't regret it later. Naruto replied, motioning for Kakashi and Dasna to sit next to him. We have something to eat, and we won't regret it. As Sasuke spoke, showing a cool attitude that didn't care, Sakura naturally followed Sasuke and nodded as well. Only Kakashi glanced at the puddle from the corner of his eye, and then took a close look at Naruto. This Naruto? Kakashi murmured in his heart. He already knew that Naruto had also discovered the situation of the small puddle, and knew what was hidden there, but... However, compared to Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura didn't know anything. Even if they were so close, they didn't find the puddle anomaly. This kind of performance opened up the gap between the two sides at once, and let Kakashi understand Naruto's excellent perception. Whoosh whoosh. The three shadow avatars returned with firewood and some pointed wooden sticks in their hands. Go catch some fish and get some clean water. Naruto handed the kettle to the shadow clone, then set the firewood, and began to seal. Art fire escape fireball. Bang! The firewood burned instantly. Naruto looked at the ninjutsu he released and nodded in satisfaction. With the precise control of chakra, he could easily light the firewood without destroying them. But he didn't expect that his random fire behavior caused Kakashi's attention again. After all, this degree of chakra control is quite perfect, several times stronger than Sasuke and Sakura. For Kakashi, who has high eyesight, he can see the excellence at a glance, and lament that Sasuke has a long way to go. In a small puddle, the two rebels tried to hide, staring at Naruto fiercely with angry eyes. They swear that as long as these people turn and leave after eating, they will attack from behind as soon as possible. And he must kill the kid sitting by the fire, so that he understands what a wrong decision to make a fire by the puddle. But they can't show up now, they can only endure the discomfort of being burnt, and try their best to hide themselves. It's just that the two rebellious eyes stared at Naruto, and as time passed, they hated Naruto even more. No way, it was too hot. Time passed slowly, and soon 20 minutes passed. The area of this small puddle also rippled with delicious fish scent, and even the scent became stronger and stronger. Crackling. The match struck a spark and made a crackling sound. Naruto sits leisurely on the grass and grills the fish, sprinkling some spices from time to make the grilled fish more delicious. When he saw that the grilled fish was cooked, Naruto nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay, let's eat." Passing the delicious grilled fish to Kakashi and Dazna, Naruto also picked up a golden grilled fish and ate it. "It tastes good," the little guy grilled the fish very well. Dazna exclaimed while eating. "It's really delicious, I didn't expect Naruto to have this hand." Kakashi was also surprised, especially after the grilled fish was eaten in his mouth, it made his eyes brighter. Reminiscent of Naruto's previous performance, Kakashi once again raised his evaluation of Naruto. Next to Sasuke and Sakura were sitting blankly, smelling the delicious scent of fish, watching Kakashi and others eat so happily. Sakura and Sasuke regretted it. If they had known that Naruto made such delicious food, they would never refuse to catch fish and water. Unfortunately, there is no regret in the world. They can only watch all this and then secretly swallowed their saliva. Experience +1. Compared to Kozakura and Sasuke, the two rebels in Koshwiva were about to cry at the moment. They endured the fire for more than 20 minutes, and the key is the delicious smell of grilled fish floating from time to time. Under the double torture, they almost hated Naruto. They even swore that they would kill Naruto first to vent their hatred. Hiccup, I'm full, Naruto, your food is great. Dazna exclaimed. Of course. Naruto was not modest at all, but threw the fish bones triumphantly, and fell into the puddle with a snap. Experience +1. Experience +1. A continuous experience value prompt sounded. Naruto watched as the experience ball on the puddle was about to dissipate, and he slowly stood up. Fat and drink, let's set off. After Naruto finished speaking, he kicked the fire, and the burning firewood instantly fell on the small puddle. Naruto, the bonfire must be extinguished when it is used up, otherwise it will easily cause a fire and be more likely to be discovered by other ninjas. Sakura hurriedly said. Correct. Sasuke rarely echoed Sakura. He couldn't just watch the feeling of not being able to eat. It was really uncomfortable. In addition to the previous female ninjutsu, Sasuke had a deep resentment towards Naruto. He had just finished saying this sentence, before he could hear Naruto's reply. Suddenly two black-headed figures emerged from the small water puddle, and then the two figures shook the firewood, killing Naruto with black faces. Go to hell! Kill you bastard, mad! Whizzing! Senleng's sharp chains vibrated, and before Sakura and Dasna hadn't realized what was going on, they came to Naruto's side like lightning, and then slammed into Naruto. Be careful! Kozakura hurriedly yelled, completely unexpected that an enemy would appear here. Sasuke also hurriedly acted, but he was angry just now. He really didn't notice someone in the small puddle. The key puddle was too close to Naruto. Sasuke reached out for Kunao and even too late. Because the two black silhouettes had already wrapped Naruto with chains, and yanked. Bang! The smoke and dust were filled, the impact sound emerged from the earth, and a figure was looming in the smoke and dust. So weak! A faint voice came from the smoke and dust. After the smoke and dust dissipated, Naruto stepped on the two people who had passed out, yawning, looking sleepy. This. Sakura and Dasner saw this scene blankly, and they didn't expect that Naruto would kill him in seconds, and even Sasuke looked at it with surprise. Good, so strong. Sakura muttered, she didn't even react to the reaction just now, but Naruto defeated two enemies in a second. With such speed and strength, Sakura was really surprised. Next too. When Sasuke heard this, his fists clenched, and an emotion of reluctance emerged in his heart. But at this moment, Kakashi suddenly spoke. Naruto is good, your strategy is very useful. Plan. Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, and some did not understand why Kakashi said so. Chapter 42, Don't be cut again. It's very simple. Naruto didn't reveal any abnormalities after discovering the enemy, but instead ate here calmly, causing the enemy to spend a lot of physical energy in order to hide himself. Even Naruto grabbed the enemy's heart and placed the fire at the limit where the enemy wanted to move and could endure, and tortured the enemy's heart and mind. It was a very good strategy. Kakashi commented little by little, and she said so bluntly, it also surprised Sakura and Sasuke looking at Naruto. Unexpectedly, there is such a strategy. Sasuke looked at Naruto unwillingly, and realized that he had lost again this time, and felt a little lost in his heart. Don't lose, Sasuke, if you spot the enemy in advance, you can also defeat the enemy. Naruto is a perceptive ninja, so he found it in advance. Sakura comforted. Okay. Sasuke thought that if he spotted the enemy in advance, he might perform better than Naruto. After all, his mind was not bad. Thinking of this, Sasuke's mood recovered a lot. Experience +1. Okay, then interrogate these two traitors to see what is going on. Kakashi said, carrying two rebels to the tree, tied the rebels, and then proceeded to prepare for interrogation. For the next thing, Naruto has paid no attention. Because the experience of the two rebels have been absorbed, and the experience value absorbed along the way has reached 50 points. Naruto, who was in a good mood, sank into the lottery interface, thinking about whether to draw a lottery. But after thinking about it, I gave up, because after passing the test, Naruto knew his approximate strength. In fact, these two Renren are subordinates who will not be cut again. One is called Mingtu, the other is called Yetu, nicknamed Ghost Brothers, and their strength has reached Zongren. And this kind of strength in front of him, the weak is like a bug, and even Naruto can't raise the interest in fighting, and he vaguely guessed his strength. Since the opponent is so weak, should I do something? I am very short of money now. I remember that Cardo seems to be a rich man. Naruto murmured secretly. When reading the original, Naruto still remembers this episode of the plot, especially when Kakashi once said that Kato is a famous rich man in the ninja world, and if he gets his wealth. Naruto looked at his personal space, felt that he could squeeze a lot of money, and the corners of his lips instantly smiled. Time passed slowly, and the whole mission was finally figured out. Sasuke and Sakura also understood that this mission was extraordinary, and wondered whether to continue the mission. Finally, after discussing the task to continue, they set off again and headed for the country of waves, but because Dasna is an ordinary person, they are not moving fast. In addition, the distance between Konoha and Nami country is really far for ordinary people, so this journey took a lot of time. Fortunately, Sasuke and Sakura can continuously generate experience points. When they came to Nami no country, Naruto also gained a lot from this mission. Considering that the exchange of blood will cause the hair to change color, Naruto did not immediately exchange the blood. Of course, if he encounters certain situations, he will exchange it as soon as possible, and then break out. The country of waves, in a certain shadow. The masked white quietly watched No Slash, and whispered, "I'll go with you, after all, the other party is Konoha ninja. No need, don't forget my silent killing technique. Don't cut the head proudly, carrying the beheading knife." Relying on the silent killing technique and the fog hiding technique, he can do his job with ease when facing any enemy, and even kill the enemy easily. This is also the absolute self-confidence he has after numerous battles. That said, your silent killing skills are indeed very strong. Bai Wei bowed slightly. "Okay, I will solve them." Without waving his hand, he left like lightning. Seeing that Bai didn't cut away and left, he was always a little uneasy, faintly feeling that something was going to happen. "Go, even if you hide in the dark." Whoosh! The country of wave, in the forest near the water source. Kakashi and others walked quietly, on the green grass. "Attention, there are lush trees here, and there may be an enemy attack. Be careful." Kakashi reminded in time. "Good teacher Kakashi." Sasuke nodded, his expression gradually became solemn, ready to perform well after the battle appeared. Whoosh! Kyo suddenly threw it out, and flew from Naruto's hand to the tree not far away like lightning. Seeing this scene, Sakura thought that Naruto was playing hard, and hurriedly reminded. "Naruto, don't throw away the kunao, what if you hurt ordinary people?" "Ah!" Naruto sneered and turned to look at the big tree over there. "Since it's here, come out." "What?" Sakura was taken aback when she heard this, only then did she notice that Kakashi had become alert. Whoosh whoosh! The huge decapitating knife spun around, with the power to cut everything, and flew fiercely in the direction of Naruto. Bang! The big sword slashed into the tree, and then appeared on the hilt of the knife handsomely, then turned to look at Naruto. Very keen kid. If he didn't turn his head and stared at Naruto indifferently, his hidden location was extremely concealed, and the distance was far enough, but he didn't expect to be easily spotted by a kid. The key is that Kyo's throwing speed was very fast just now, and almost hurt him. Fortunately, he dodged in time. This is why he stared at Naruto after he came out. Interesting kid, but only interesting. Without a cold smile, he has killed countless geniuses, and countless strong men have a very strong character. So for Naruto's perfect performance just now, although he admitted it was good, what about it? Just kill it. So instead of paying attention to Naruto, he turned to look at Kakashi who led the team. "Copy the ninja Kakashi? It's a bit troublesome, it seems that I can only kill you." Whoosh! Without cutting the figure for a flash, when he reappeared, he had already reached the surface of the water, and stepped on the water, showing a state of seal. Ninfa Mist hidden technique. The thick white mist began to permeate, shrouded in this area, and affected everyone's sight. Be careful, this is the fog hiding technique, and it is very difficult to cooperate with the silent killing technique. Kakashi hurriedly reminded, then looked at Naruto. "Naruto, can you feel the other person?" Perception? It turned out to be a perception ninja, but my fog hiding technique contains chakras. Not to mention the perception of ninjas, even the Shulanyan will be seriously affected. The indifferent voice of No More Slash reverberated around, unable to distinguish the north, south, east and west, and it was impossible to lock the position of No More Slash. Such a voice also made Sakura and Sasuke dignified, Even Kakashi opened his forehead, revealing the writing wheel of his left eye. But Kakashi still didn't find a place to stop cutting, which made his expression gradually serious. Copy the ninja Kakashi, it's been a long time since I've been famous, so let's have a try today to see who is stronger. Without cutting, the indifferent voice reappearing, and with a slight odor of competition, it seemed to find that Kakashi was looking for his position, and without cutting his mouth again. It's useless, the technique of mist hiding can become the iconic ninjutsu of the water country. Its ninjutsu effects have already been read countless times. You will definitely not find me. Whoosh! Kyo suddenly threw it out, and his voice stopped abruptly. Then there was an angry voice, impossible, how could you find my position? Impossible! Whoosh whoosh! Dang dang! The fireworks splashed, and the uncut figure suddenly came to a big tree, and then looked at Naruto in surprise. Boy, how did you find me? Even a perception ninja can't find me. It's not that I can't tell you, but you want to hear the truth or lies? Naruto tilted his head. Of course it's the truth. No longer hesitated. Okay, then I'll tell you. Naruto suddenly became serious, and in the curious eyes of everyone, he said, actually, you have body odor, and you smell it from afar. It smells bad. Hey! The scene was silent, and no longer stood blankly on the tree, veins gradually appeared on his forehead. Damn kid, how dare you tease me? No, no, what I said is true, you really have body odor, but you can't smell it yourself. Nonsense! If you don't believe me, ask others. Although they don't say it, you can tell from the delicate expression. Fart, I killed you. Whoosh! Experience +2. Experience +2. Chapter 43, Flicked a Finger, Second More. No longer slicing, he was completely angry, and rushed towards Naruto with the decapitating knife, holding the big knife from above with a cold killing intent, and slashing down fiercely. His speed was very fast, and he attacked suddenly, and he came to Naruto almost instantly, giving no time for others to react. Be careful! Kozukura screamed in shock, worried that Naruto was hit by the knife. But when the decapitation sword was only a little away from Naruto, Naruto actually opened his body on the side of Kyunjun's shot, then raised his right hand, and flicked the decapitation sword with his index finger. Idiot! No longer saw Naruto's movements, his eyes were mocking. He had just planned to slash with the side knife, but at this moment, Naruto's index finger hit the decapitation knife. Ding! The sound of wind chimes resounded, and it looked very clear and sweet, but the eyes that didn't cut it were shocked. Because there was a terrifying force from the decapitating sword, the shock of this force almost made him unable to grasp the weapon. It was really shocking if he didn't cut it anymore. He never expected that this little devil would have such a great strength with his finger. Whoosh whoosh! Kyo suddenly flew from the side, and Kakashi's figure flashed, charging up like a dragon. In an instant, Kakashi started a melee fight with Zabuza, and quickly moved into the thick fog during the battle. Seeing Kakashi lost his figure, Sasuke and Sakura were anxious and wanted to help, but they didn't even have the qualifications to see the battle clearly, so they could only determine the position of the battle based on their voices. On the contrary, Naruto is absorbing the experience points, watching all this leisurely. Naruto, is your perception so strong? Can you determine the enemy's position even in dense fog? Sakura couldn't help asking. Of course, it's just a trivial matter. You don't understand how pleasant it is to perceive ninjas to observe the battle. You should just stay. Naruto said something suddenly occurred, and looked at Sasuke with a smile. Sasuke, I have a way to let you see the battle scene and even help. Any solution? Sasuke was taken aback for a moment, and became a little curious. After all, he really felt useless if he couldn't help. Now that there is a way, he naturally doesn't want to give up. It's very simple. Use the wind escape and flower dance that you learned before, and blow away the thick fog." Naruto laughed. "Feng Dun Hana Sanmu? Impossible, I would never use a woman's ninjutsu." Sasuke refused with a dark face. "This is your own choice. You can't even help with this. Are you sure you are a ninja?" Sasuke's face darkened, and he even regretted why he hadn't learned the wind to escape the big breakthrough before. Although it was a sea-level ninjutsu, it could blow away a part of the thick fog at least. But now it was too late to learn, because the battle was fierce, and if the enemy suddenly attacked Dazna, he would have no time to defend, so Sasuke was caught in a tangled state. After a short period of thought, Sasuke decided to use ninjutsu. After all, he is a ninja, so he walked a few steps forward with a dark face and slowly raised his hands. Wind escape flower scattering dance. The tangled whirlwind whirled around Sasuke, spreading the dense fog in all directions, accompanied by whirlwind and dense fog, and beautiful petals floating. And the most central Sasuke, under the reflection of the petals, looked a little bit of feminine beauty, making Sakura next to him a nympho. "It's beautiful," Sakura praised. "To shut up." When Sasuke heard this compliment, his face went dark again. Originally, he was very depressed when he used a woman's ninjutsu, but in the end you said beautiful, which is more annoying than Naruto. The depressed Sasuke turned his head and looked around, and found that the dense fog had been blown away a lot, and his vision was wider, which gave him some comfort. "It's not bad. The dense fog has blown away a part, but the range is still small. It takes a few more times to use it," Naruto encouraged. "Hey, you don't need to remind me, I know what to do." Sasuke was still a little angry, but still raised his hands to seal again. The next second the whirlwind whizzed, and a large number of petals floated around his hair, adding a touch of beauty to him. "Tisk, if you wear women's clothing." Naruto suddenly thought of a picture he saw in his previous life, which was the appearance of Sasuke's motherhood. If he really wears that way, he would be considered a little beauty. After all, his looks are very good, and he will not lose to women when he is dressed. Experience +1. "Forget it, let's watch the battle, the fog is blown away," Naruto muttered while looking at the newly appearing experience points, then turned his head and glanced at the forest on the right. There, the masked white is hiding here, ready to support and rescue at any time. Naruto did not expose him, but continued to watch the battle between Kakashi and Never Slash. The strength of these two men is very strong. When they are fighting, the experience ball is slowly filling up. Obviously, it is now an important point in the plot. Look, Mr. Kakashi gradually mastered the attack rhythm. The ninja named Nostalgia seemed a little unstable, and the battle seemed very passive. After seeing the battle scene clearly, Sasuke quickly analyzed. Why? Why is it emotionally unstable if you don't cut it? Sakura wondered. It must be the popular one. He just said that the ninja has body odor. Sasuke raised his eyes and glanced at Naruto, feeling that his madness was very strong. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that before the future battles, let the Mingren eat the enemy, and it will be easier for us to win. Kozakura came up with an idea. Ah! Naruto smiled but didn't speak, because if he was not a real ninja, how could he be confused by a few words? The reason why he was passive is that his hand was numb when he flicked his fingers. Naruto felt that it would be uncomfortable not to cut it again. Moreover, this no longer cut is obviously defending himself, worrying about attacking him. But if you continue like this, you will lose if you don't cut it. Naruto is thinking whether or not to extend the fighting time. He doesn't want Kakashi to beat it so quickly and not cut it again, otherwise how can he earn experience points? So he was going to join the battle, deliberately making trouble to increase the fighting time. Just do it when he thinks of it. Naruto rushed forward and shouted, "I'll help! Help!" Hearing these words, the man who was in the battle no longer saw this, his expression condensed, feeling the still tingling right hand, and looked at the evenly matched Kakashi. Without saying anything, he suddenly left the circle of battle, and several jumps disappeared. This. Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi looked at this scene speechlessly, feeling that it was too dramatic, a good life and death battle. Why did they suddenly run away? This reversal is too fast. Are you sure you are here to kill? Are you sure it's here to get rid of Dasna? Everyone didn't know what to say, just as the other party was overly cautious. Only Naruto was a little bit dumbfounded, and finally shook his head and decided to take time to find and not cut, and continue to earn experience points. Above the big tree on the other side. Don't move fast, wait until it is safe to stop. Whoosh! Bai suddenly jumped up and looked at him with some confusion. If you don't cut your lord again, what happened? Why did you leave suddenly? I met a very weird kid, and some were not sure what was going on with this kid. Without cutting up his right hand, his expression was serious. Not sure? If you don't cut the lord again, can you talk about it? Bai curiously asked. It can make the mighty even look serious no matter what it is. Such a kid really arouses the curiosity of White. Chapter 44, No More Body Odor, First More. It's the little ghost with texture on his face. Those people call him Naruto. This kid is very perceptive and can easily find my position, even in the art of mist hiding. Do not cut back to recall the details of the previous battle, and explain a little bit. There are indeed some means, but you shouldn't retreat because of these. Bai, who knows the character of not cutting again, can't help but ask again. Yes, this kid is very irritating. He even said that I have body odor. I gave him a knife if I was angry, but... He stopped for a while, his expression gradually becoming serious. But the big knife that I slashed out was actually bounced away by the little devil's finger. The key feedback was very strong, and it shook my right hand numb, and now I have no slowness. Without cutting, he raised his right hand, and found that his right hand still trembles slightly, which is obviously caused by the huge counter-shock force. This result really caused Bai to be surprised. He couldn't believe it. Is it just a finger? Is it really just a finger? Yes, it is indeed a finger, I remember clearly, it was his index finger flicking it. No more serious explanation. Doesn't that mean that this Naruto is very powerful? Then his full blow, I am afraid that few people dare to take it. Yes, I evacuated because of this. It is very powerful to copy the ninja Kakashi. Now that this weird kid appears, it is even more difficult to deal with. If you don't cut it anymore, I feel that this kid is restraining himself. With this kid, his silent killing technique and fog hiding technique have no effect, and. Moreover, in close combat, the imp has very strong power. If he is punched by the imp, it is likely to be seriously injured, plus Kakashi next to him, then he will definitely lose. This is also one of the reasons for his decisive withdrawal. If you don't cut your lord again, don't worry. Although Naruto's power is great, but he can't hit people, his power will have no effect. I will accompany you next time in the battle. He will definitely not be able to keep up with my speed. Bai took off the mask to reveal a beautiful face, and then smiled and looked at it again. With your speed and blood limit, it is really not difficult to defeat this kid, so let's investigate the intelligence these days, and wait for the next attack. You will go with me. Okay, don't cut the lord again. Correct. Don't think about body odor again. Think of Naruto saying that he can't smell his body odor, and he wants to let others smell it. If others conceal the truth, the expression will change slightly, which proves that you have body odor. Suspiciously, he drew closer to Bai, then raised his arm and said, Is there really body odor on me? No, my lord, how can you have body odor? Bai, who has a special feeling for not cutting again, suddenly changed so much on his face. And this slight change was immediately caught by nothing. His face sank without cutting, and he whispered inwardly, should I be guessed right by that kid? Do I really have body odor? No matter how you don't cut your heart, there is no bottom. After all, he clearly knows that Bai will never say that he is not good, but can only see it through a subtle expression. But now, if I don't cut it, I really want to scold my mother, because everything indicates that I really seem to have body odor. Not reconciled, he sullen his face, ready to ask someone else to ask. Whizzing! The two marched again and headed towards their stronghold. After arriving at the stronghold, it was discovered that the rich man Cardo had been waiting here with a group of people. Don't cut it again, have Konoha's people solved it? Cardo said loudly while wearing glasses. No. Don't cry coldly. No? What's the matter with you? I can't solve it by going out myself? I didn't hire you for charity. Cardo rebuked loudly. Whoosh! The huge decapitating knife was swung out suddenly, and the tip of the knife was only an inch from Kaduo's head, making Kaduo hurriedly closed his mouth. I will deal with Konoha's people, and get out of here now. Don't cut it coldly. Well, this is what you said, it's better to solve them for me. Cardo replied in irritation, and walked outside with someone. But when he just walked to the side of no more cut, he was caught again. Ask you a question, do I have body odor on my body? No longer said coldly. Body odor. Cardo's expression was a little weird. He felt that the Shangren he had invited had a pitfall in his mind. He even asked such a question. He directly said impatiently, no. After saying this, Cardo turned around and left with all his subordinates mightily. Just. The weird expression when he was leaving was all caught in the eyes of no longer cut. This 2-meter-high man, as if he had received a fatal blow, his face was completely black. He thought of Naruto's words, thought of the words, observing the subtle expressions, and Kato's expression was very strange just now. Damn it! No longer clenching his left fist, and walking towards the bathroom in anger, he must clean up the smell on his body, and must not let this kind of thing appear on himself. Next to Bai was a little at a loss. It was obvious that the rich man Cardo said that there was no body odor, so why didn't he cut his face and turned black instead? This seems a little different from what he imagined. But he didn't think too much, instead thinking about preparing to contact Naruto to see if his power is really that great. The other side. Dasna took everyone to his house and officially began to repair, and even arranged a separate room for Naruto to rest. Of course, finding and not cutting is an important task. After all, the enemy has not been defeated, and it is impossible for everyone to leave. They can only find a way to find each other. Naruto, you have a strong sense of perception, so I will leave it to you to find the matter without cutting it. Kakashi said sternly. Okay, I will try my best to find it, but since I am a partner, I naturally have to divide the work. From now on, I will leave the sanitation of my room to Sasuke. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke. Hygienic cleaning? Are you kidding me? Why let me clean for you? It's impossible. Sasuke refused angrily. Experience +1. What do you do if you don't clean? Do you plan to do nothing like Sakura? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Naruto. Sakura yelled, sitting on the side properly, she was shot innocently, and she felt depressed. Sasuke was even more depressed when he heard this, and could not say anything to refute. Ahem, Sasuke wants to practice the ninjutsu I taught, and now just has time to improve his strength. Kakashi admired Sasuke very much, so he spoke to help. That's it, forget it, I'll go out to see the situation and dye my hair by the way. Naruto took out a bottle of hair dye from his backpack, and walked outside under the gaze of Kakashi and others. It's so stinky to bring hair dye. Sakura was very dissatisfied with the innocent lying gun just now, and couldn't help muttering. Sasuke didn't speak, but clenched his fists, as if he felt a little too useless. The other side. Naruto is moving fast. The reason why he is so anxious is because he wants to exchange Saiyan blood. Chapter 45, Quarter Blood, Second More. Although this long journey took a lot of time, it also gained a lot of experience points, which is a full 500 experience points, which is a great harvest. If these experience points are exchanged for Saiyan blood, then his Saiyan bloodline will increase by 5%, and his strength will also be improved by leaps and bounds. With deep anticipation, Naruto quickly came to a forest species, and then turned on perception to explore the surroundings. After confirming that there was no one nearby, he threw the hair dye into the space without hesitation, and then prepared to exchange Saiyan blood. Ding! Consume 500 experience points and successfully exchange 50 drops of Saiyan blood. The sound of the machinery fell, and the warm current boiled in Naruto's body. The hair that had been darkened a lot, now it became a lot blacker, and in the end only a small peanut bean remained. It's so strong, I feel that my strength has improved more and more, and I always feel that something in the body has recovered. Is it a great ape? I don't know what will happen on the full moon night. Naruto clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power in his body, and his physique getting stronger and stronger. He kind of wanted to fight someone. However, checking his own situation is the point now, so he opened the data panel. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 25%. Ability, 5 cubic meters of space, strengthen the art of multiple shadow clones, air bombs, turtle kigong, chi shield, chi sword, chi light, restraining halo. Experience value, 3. 25% of the bloodline is good, it's equivalent to a quarter of the bloodline, if it reaches 1/2. A golden light flashed in Naruto's eyes and then fell silent again. Don't worry, the bloodline has improved faster than I thought. How long has it been since I graduated from the ninja school? And this story is not over yet. Naruto turned his head to look in the direction of the rich man Cardo, thinking about getting some money later, and by the way, try to see how strong he was. Let's take a look. This card is not a good thing. If you die, you will die, just to fundamentally solve the threat of the country of Poland. Naruto murmured and walked away, heading towards the large courtyard where Cardo was. Cardo's large courtyard. Damn it! The sound of something falling to the ground sounded, followed by Cardo's anger. Damn ninja, don't kill the ninja again. I asked him to kill the Konoha ninja. As a result, not only did this idiot fail, he even dared to let me go. Cardo shouted angrily, thinking about where to find a master, and personally led people to solve Konoha ninja and never slash. When will the two powerful swordsmen arrive? I can't wait to kill Konoha ninja and not to kill any more. Cardo looked to the side angrily. Master Cardo, the two swordsmen have arrived and are waiting in the front hall. Don't hurry up, please, hurry up. Yes. Seeing the subordinates go down to invite the two powerful swordsmen, Cardo's face gradually brought on a cruel smile. Wait, these two powerful swordsmen will surely kill all of you, ha ha ha. Cardo waited with a smile, while preparing for his subordinates to test the strength of the two swordsmen. A few minutes later, two indifferent swordsmen stepped into the hall of Kato's residence. One of the two swordsmen is a cyclops and the other wears a hat, but they both have in common, that is, they have apathy and ruthlessness in their eyes. Dang dang, bang bang bang. Several of Cardo's subordinates were knocked down to the ground, looking at the two swordsmen in embarrassment. These two knives are so strong, so powerful knives. It's too fast, but we were defeated in an instant. Several of Cardo's subordinates looked at the cold swordsman, and were shocked with fear in their hearts. Just now a few of them shot at the same time, but they were easily defeated by two swordsmen. That powerful strength shocked everyone in an instant. Well, you deserve to be a well-known swordsman. With your help, you must kill those Konoha ninjas this time, haha. Konoha laughed, agreeing with the strength of the two swordsmen. Don't worry, there are no fewer than 10 ninjas who died in our hands. Although Konoha village is famous, it is not difficult to kill their ninjas. The two swordsmen sneered and spoke, obviously not paying attention to the Konoha village ninja. Well, those Konoha ninjas live in Dasna's house, and you will kill them all when you do not cut them and get hurt with Konoha ninja. Cardo said in a cold voice, without any emotion in his eyes, only brutal and cold-blooded. Really? I'm afraid you have no chance. The indifferent voice suddenly sounded, which also condensed the atmosphere of the scene. Who is it? Cardo scolded, and at the same time picked up a teacup. Tada! The footsteps gradually sounded, and Naruto soon walked into the hall from the outside world, looking at Cardo indifferently. Who are you? Come here to find death. Kaduo saw that it was a kid who came in. He was obviously relieved, because there were 7 men on the scene, and dozens of others outside, so many people could easily kill a kid. Little devil, do you know? My cup fell to the ground, and dozens of subordinates rushed in, vying to take your life. Really? You can give it a try. Naruto said indifferently, without paying any attention. Mr. Swordsman, kill him. Cardo did not want to waste time, so he ordered directly. Whoosh! The one-eyed dragon swordsman's figure flashed, the sharp knife drew an arc in the air, the whole person flashed quickly like a dragon, and the blade slashed at Naruto's neck fiercely. Ding! As if the sound of knocking came, the Cyclops swordsman stood in sorrow. Because he swung the strongest knife, it was actually caught by the kid in front of him with 2 fingers. This scene stunned him directly, and even his eyes were full of shock. Next to Cardo and the others also watched this scene with an incredible expression. They did not expect that the knife man's knife would be caught by 2 fingers. You know that the swordsman defeated several people just now, but such a strong swordsman was actually controlled by a move, which really shocked them. Quick, kill him, quickly! Cardo yelled, while preparing to escape. Want to run? Late. Bang! The long knife broke, Naruto's fingers tucked half of the sharp blade, and the figure flashed suddenly. When it stopped again, he had already reached the entrance of the hall. Doraemon! The blood-stained half-cut blade was thrown on the ground, Naruto said lightly with his back to Cardo in the room. Forgot to tell you that dozens of your subordinates outside are dead. After Naruto finished speaking, he waved his hand to the area where the money was hidden. Kato and the others stood still in place, and there was a trace on their necks. Puff! With blood spraying, Cardo fell to the ground in disbelief. His eyes stared at the doorway, vaguely as if he saw his corpse in the corner of the courtyard outside the door. Despair flashed in his eyes, and regret filled his heart. If he knew that such a terrible person appeared, Cardo would never come to this poor country if he was killed. It's a pity that there is no regret in this world, he can only die slowly in despair. Chapter 46, Don't Run Away. On the other side, Cardo's storage chamber. Naruto looked at the piles of money in the secret room, looked at those valuable special tools, looked at various precious items and ninjutsu scrolls. He gradually smiled. Picking up a stack of money and looking through it, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. With so much money in hand, there is no need to worry about future living expenses, and even as long as he does not squander the money madly, it is more than enough for him to live for hundreds of years. Of course. Those blades and ninjutsu scrolls aroused greater interest in Naruto. As a rich man in the ninja world, it is impossible for Cardo not to pay attention to ninjutsu. Even if he does not know ninjutsu, he will certainly collect it. Yes, living in this world, wanting to have absolute status, strength is a necessity. This card seems to be ambitious, but it is mine now. Naruto quickly collected the items in the secret room: money, ninjas, ninjutsu scrolls, and various precious materials needed for forging cutting tools. With so many things, the storage space simply can't fit. Fortunately, Naruto found a few space scrolls here, but the rich and powerful Cardo didn't use the space scrolls and was left empty. Naruto smiled without hesitation, and loaded the rest of the things into the space scroll. It's a pity that the space scroll can't be placed in the storage space. If the storage space is bigger, it would be fine. Naruto shook his head and stepped away. Soon after Naruto returned to Desner's house, he did not interact with Sasuke and the others, mainly because the experience points of Sasuke and others have been absorbed and have not been recovered. You must wait for a while to recover before you can continue to earn experience points. Naruto didn't bother to pay attention, but went back to the house to feel the benefits of this promotion. Time passed, and soon the next day came. Cardo's large courtyard. No longer and Bai Shan walked into the courtyard, looking solemnly at the corpse inside. All are dead, one blow will kill. He said solemnly after he stopped checking. One hit kills? There are no very powerful people in this country, Konoha's people would never do such a thing, who would it be? Bai was surprised. I don't know, go look inside. Without Zan, he quickly walked into the house, looking at Cardo who was not looking at him, his complexion became more solemn. Sure enough, it is a one-shot kill, and their eyes are full of fear. Looking at the broken weapon, it seems that the unknown strong man broke during the attack, and then the strong man used the broken blade to kill everyone in a flash. No matter how quickly you judge the situation on the scene, the more you judge, the more solemn your expression will be, because according to the judgment, these people were killed in seconds. Even he couldn't do this kind of killing speed, because it was too fast, although he could easily kill these people without cutting, but he would definitely not be able to kill with one blow. This speed proves that there is a stronger unknown power in the country of waves. Trouble, our employer is dead, and the task is no longer necessary to continue. I didn't cut it anymore and didn't plan to continue to deal with Konoha. After all, the employer was dead and no one would pay them anymore. In addition, the death of Cardo will inevitably attract the attention of the water country. When the time comes, the ninja sent by the water country may find their traces and continue to hunt them down. Then what shall we do? Leave. Bai turned his head and looked at him. Yes, leave immediately. No longer decisively ordered. The two quickly left, hurriedly toward the bank of the river, planning to detour from here to Unokuni. Dasna's home. Naruto was eating breakfast and suddenly turned to look north. What's the matter with Naruto? Sakura asked suspiciously, which also attracted Sasuke's attention. It's okay, I'll go out for a while. Naruto put down his dishes, got up and walked out of Dasna's house. Sasuke saw this scene also very strange, he also got up and followed out of Dasna's door. But he saw Naruto go out on the front foot, but did not see Naruto after he followed it out on the back foot. What about people? Sasuke looked around quickly, but he still didn't see Naruto, writing round eyes. The blood-colored Guyu revolved, and Sasuke opened the writing wheel to search again, but after searching, he still found nothing. It's gone in a blink of an eye. It's so fast. Is this Naruto's strength improved again? Sasuke looked serious and felt that the pressure in his heart was increasing. It seems that I can only continue to ask Kakashi teacher to teach me new abilities. After Sasuke finished speaking, he quickly ran to the room where Kakashi was, but when he opened the door, he saw that Kakashi was watching with the intimate heaven. Sasuke was stunned for 2 seconds, and Naruto's words appeared in his mind. He remembered that Naruto had said that people who see intimate heaven have kidney deficiency and like to watch little girls take a bath. Ms. Kakashi, you. What's wrong, Sasuke? Sakura also ran over. After reading the book in Kakashi's hand, her eyes widened instantly, pervert. Whoosh whoosh. Naruto ran swiftly on the water, moving forward fast. I didn't expect to retreat decisively if I didn't cut it again, but the plot cannot be destroyed. They must be rushed back to continue the story if I don't cut it again, otherwise how can I earn experience points? Naruto twisted his head and made a humming noise, with cold eyes in his eyes. It's not suitable to use the body right now, so let's use the transformation technique. Who will become? By the way, become Saitama. Naruto's hands jerked. Bang! The white mist drifted, and Naruto, transformed into Saitama, appeared and stood quietly on the surface of the water. Don't cut it again, I hope you'd better be obedient, otherwise. Bang! The strong chi rolled in the body, and Naruto's original figure running in the water suddenly floated up and flew quickly into the distance. Air dance. After Naruto's bloodline reaches 25%, he can easily master the dance art with just a little use, just like Xiao Fang in the Dragon Ball would have been born. Even many low-level Saiyans have this ability, and even in the Naruto world, Naruto still successfully mastered it, and moved in the direction of not cutting it again. Miles away, above the water, a wooden boat was driving on the water, and two people stood on the boat and headed towards Yonokuni. It's safe when I get here. The sea is my world, and it's surrounded by sea water. The more you walk into the sea, the safer it is. It seemed to be relieved if he didn't cut it again. If you don't cut the Lord again, are you worried about Wuyan's pursuit? It feels like you are walking in a hurry. Bai doubted. Partly, and partly because of the end of the mission, but I am even more worried about the unknown strong man. Now when he comes to the sea, with my water escape ninjutsu, any enemy has the power to fight. Without saying anything, confidence gradually emerged in his body. It turned out to be like this: your water escape ninjutsu is indeed very strong. Bai nodded in agreement. Is it? The indifferent voice suddenly sounded from above, with a hint of joking in the voice. Who is it? Hearing these words, he hurriedly raised his head and looked in the direction of the sound, and their pupils shrank suddenly in the next second. Experience +1. Experience +2. Chapter 47, A Knife. I saw in the midair, in the gentle breeze, a figure of a man quietly floated in the void, watching them indifferently. The man had a bald head, a strange cloak, and a pair of red gloves. The outfit was very strange. But what makes people feel uncomprehending is that they don't know when the other party appears, even as if the other party is always there. Who are you? Bai asked with a serious look, and several fine needles appeared in his hand. The person next to him is still holding the beheaded sword tightly without cutting, his eyes are solemn. In the ninja world, the number of flying ninjas is extremely rare, and each one is a very powerful opponent, like Dokage in the country of Earth, that is a very powerful flying ninja. Of course. The bald man in front of him didn't think he could reach the level of tying if he didn't cut it, but he still needed to be cautious if he didn't cut it. After all, this is flying. If the other party continuously releases various attacks in the sky, they can only passively defend from below. This is a very unfavorable situation for them, so they become serious. Don't worry, I'm just here to discuss something with you. Naruto slowly fell on the water, preparing to move his hands and feet. What's up? If he didn't continue to inquire, his eyes were cold, and he was looking for opportunities. As long as the other party slackened slightly, he would definitely make the first move. It's very simple, go and fight Konoha's ninja. Naruto said lightly. Fight with Konoha ninja. If you don't cut Hebai again, I was slightly taken aback when I heard this, and I felt why this request was so abnormal. The keycard is dead, and there is no need for them to continue the mission. So no longer shook his head and refused, we have no conflict with Konoha and will not fight with them again. You only need to attack them and do it for a while, stay for 5 minutes, and you can leave. Naruto continued. Ah? Why? Bai was a little unsure, so he felt that this request was a bit weird. No, if you don't go, then I can only kill you. Kyunyu said indifferently, and suddenly raised his left hand. Ding! Kyo and the beheading sword fought violently, bursting out golden sparks. No longer looking at the bald man who easily blocked his sword, his expression became more solemn. Go to hell! The sharp beheaded knife whizzed, slashing out with a sound of breaking through the air, and slashed to the waist of the bald man. Bang! Sudden pain came from his abdomen, and he was kicked out without cutting it. The decapitation knife in his hand was not grasped firmly, and it spun into the air. Whoosh! No longer cut in midair and was caught by White, but just as they fell, a decapitating knife was already placed on their necks. If I want, you were already dead just now. Naruto said indifferently, threw the decapitation knife in his hand to the opponent, and then flew into the air again. You better do what I said, otherwise. Naruto puts his hands in the kick-starting pose of Gippei Kigong. Accompanied by the terrifying aura, his hands move quickly, and the terrible Gippei Kigong wave hits the sea in the next second. Boom! The terrifying waves rolled and shook like a typhoon, swept in all directions with the terrifying power of overwhelming mountains. No longer Jean Hebei, who was originally standing on the sea, looked at this terrifying scene, and his pupils shrank to a point in shock. Retreat quickly! Quickly! No matter how horrified he is, he and Bai are horrified. While the figure retreats rapidly, he is also alert to the men floating above. If such a terrifying blow hits them, they will undoubtedly die. Give you 1 minute to think about whether to go back and fight Konoha's people or die here. Naruto said lightly, pointing his right hand to the lower one and not cutting. Don't think about it. Let's fight Konoha, but does it really take 5 minutes? No longer looked at Naruto's right hand vigilantly. Correct. Okay, let's go right away. Without cutting it to finish, he took the White next to him and backed up for a certain distance, then turned his head and ran towards the distance, which is the direction of Nami Country Bridge. It's still obedient, then let you have a way of life, but to be honest, the strength of not being cut is really weak. Naruto flew between the white clouds and quickly flew to the vicinity of the bridge, then quickly changed back to the main body and headed to the bridge. Nami Country Bridge. Kakashi, Sakura Sasuke and others are staying here, checking the construction of the bridge, but Kakashi's face is a little dark, and Sakura is far away from him. After a while, Sakura saw Naruto coming from a distance, and asked in confusion, Naruto, where have you been? Going out for a while, what's the matter with you? I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. Naruto wondered, wondering if there was any flaw in him. Naruto, let me tell you, Teacher Kakashi may really have kidney deficiency. Sakura walked to the side of Naruto and whispered. Kidney deficiency? Why is this? Naruto wondered. Sasuke and I discovered that Mr. Kakashi secretly watched the intimate heaven. Maybe he often peeked at the little girls in the bath. It was too much. I should stay away from him in the future. Sakura said indignantly, looking very indignant, and even gave Kakashi a stare. This. Naruto was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard this. He looked at the dark-faced Kakashi and then at the strange look of Sasuke, feeling that Kakashi's reputation was completely ruined. Ahem, you wronged Kakashi, he just likes to see the intimate heaven, not kidney deficiency. Naruto helped explain. Naruto, you don't need to help him, we all see and understand. Sakura replied, clearly believing that Kakashi's kidney is weak. With this attitude, Naruto shook his head. He was just about to speak, and suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the sea. Don't kill them again. Alert! Kakashi already believed in Naruto's perception very much, so when he heard Naruto's words, he immediately ordered an alert. Whizzing! No longer Jean and Bai's figure flashed, standing in front of Kakashi and the others coldly. Don't cut it again. Kakashi saw Bai's figure, quickly opened his forehead, and looked at the other side vigilantly. The last time he fought, Kakashi knew that his strength was not weak if he didn't cut it again. Now that he has a helper, it is even more difficult to deal with. The key is that they need to protect the old man Dazna, so Kakashi must be more cautious in the face of a helper and no longer cut. Sasuke and Sakura next to them are also very vigilant, holding weapons and staring at each other, always beware of their sudden attacks. But 1 minute passed, and the other party still stood quietly, watching them coldly. 2 minutes later, the other party still stood still, motionless. 3 minutes later, the opponent still stood still, like a stone sculpture. Such a strange appearance made Kakashi and Sasuke at a loss, feeling that the other party seemed to be brewing something. Naruto shook his head speechlessly, and didn't cut Hebai again. The reason for doing this was obviously that he planned to stay here for 5 minutes to avoid conflict. Naruto also ignored this. Because the opponent is here, he gains experience points, so he will let the opponent choose freely. Don't cut it again, what are you doing? Kakashi asked. Haha. No longer sneered, with an unpredictable posture. This. Hearing this laughter, Kakashi frowned slightly, feeling that the other party was bound to make a ghost again, so he became more vigilant. Time continued to elapse, and 5 minutes passed very quickly, and at this time, no longer slashed and finally drew the slashing knife behind. Kill! Without a loud roar, he slashed towards Kakashi with the decapitating knife, and the two sides fought in close combat instantly, and then returned to the original position. The atmosphere began to become serious at this moment, because even the white next to him also made a fighting posture. At this moment, the two sides are in a tense posture. But at this time, just when Kakashi and Sasuke thought they were about to start a battle of life and death, without cutting and the white next to him, he rushed to the distance, and fled into the forest between several ups and downs. Hey! The scene fell into a weird silence. Kakashi and others looked at this scene blankly, feeling a little muddy in their brains. They want to say, "Are you here to stand for 5 minutes? Just to slash and run away? There is a pit in your head." Kakashi shook his head speechlessly, then said, "Naruto, are they still nearby? Let's go, I left the country by boat." Naruto replied. Gone? Leaving the country of waves? Kakashi's mind became more muddled, feeling that what happened today was a bit unreasonable. "Yes, if you don't believe me, go and watch it yourself." "Okay, I'm going to sleep." Naruto yawned, turned and walked to the nearby grove, then lay on his back on the grass and began to check his data panel. In the moment of contact, he had already absorbed all the experience points, even in 4 minutes. The experience of these people are broken, and he needs to find new absorption targets. Of course, Sasuke and Sakura are special. The experience will recover after a while, but you need to wait. First make do with mixed experience points. After returning to the village, continue to contact those dragon sets. Yes, there is him. Naruto suddenly thought of someone. Chapter 48, Beat Ebisu. This person is Metkai and the future king of K. He is the one who almost kicked out the finale. Although many people helped K during the battle against Dan, but I have to admit that Baemon Dungia does have a set. Naruto has the special physique of the Whirlpool family, plus the Saiyan bloodline. It can be said that it is perfect for the 8-door Dungia. If he learns the 8 doors Dungia, it will definitely play a vital role in his own practice. Don't forget, the Saiyan's masochistic practice is absolutely terrifying for the improvement of combat effectiveness. When I return to the village, I will get in touch with Metkai and earn experience by the way. It seems that there are not many plot characters in the village that contain experience points. Kai's class, Asuma, Ebisu. Naruto murmured, like pig deer butterfly has been absorbed, and some dragon sets have been absorbed by him, and there is really not much left. By the way, the next plot is the Zongnin exam. Konoha will definitely come to a lot of people. Tisk tisk, this plot may be the season of my big harvest. Naruto instantly became energetic, ready to take advantage of the Zongnin exam, and earn a lot of it. Naruto, teacher Kakashi is looking for you. Got it. For the next few days, their team stayed in Nami country, and after the bridge was completely repaired, they left and headed towards Key village. Soon after, the dusty people finally returned to Konoha and began to deliver the task. Without mentioning Kakashi's report on the task details, Naruto rushed to the house immediately and got ready to take a bath. This time Nami no Nation mission took a lot of time. Although Naruto earned some experience points, what she wanted most now was to take a good bath and relax. Of course, it was more about meeting Hinata early, let alone, I really miss her a little bit. Boss Naruto, you are back. Boss, take a look at our painting to see if it has improved. Look at mine too. Konohamaru, Yuden, and Mohuang walked back holding the drawing board. They just met Naruto on the street and hurried to Naruto's side and asked him to check the painting. What? Naruto picked up Konohamaru's painting and looked at the kunao on the painting, and found that there was a hint of 3D painting. Obviously, they had put in a lot of effort during this period. Yes, very progress. Naruto admired. Boss Naruto taught well, and I plan to develop in this area now. Konohamaru scratched his head, looking very happy. Yes, work hard, maybe you will make a lot of achievements in painting, but you should also pay attention to it here and here. Naruto took the drawing board and repaired the kunao in the painting a bit, instantly increasing the authenticity of the painting several times. Thank you Naruto boss for teaching. By the way, Sister Kurama Yakumo's painting is also very good, but... Konohamaru was halfway through, and suddenly hesitated. Just what? Naruto asked. It's just that her recent state is a bit bad, boss, you have time to see her more. Konohamaru said. It is good. Naruto nodded and was about to leave when suddenly a figure stood in front of him. I thought it was someone who tempted the young master to paint. It was you. Do you know that this is not doing business properly? It is delaying the young master's practice. Ebisu puts on his glasses and stands in front of Naruto, with a hint of disgust in his voice. Not doing business properly? Interesting. Naruto raised his eyebrows and stared at him coldly. I am the teacher of young master Konohamaru. I am especially Shinobu. I have trained several Naruto candidates. I must not let a crane tail affect the practice of young master. Ebisu deliberately spoke condescendingly, her voice still with disgust. Is it the tail of the crane? Naruto squeezed his hands and made a chuckle. He is not mad, plus he has absolute whole cards in his hand, he really is not afraid of anyone, now that there are provocations, he doesn't mind showing off his muscles. Since you are so good, come and fight with me. Naruto finished speaking and walked towards the training ground 3. Okay. Ebisu didn't pay attention to Naruto at all, and followed directly. Konohamaru and Mohuang glanced at each other and followed closely. After a while, boom boom boom. A loud noise came from the training ground number 3, and it was completely calm after a minute. Then Naruto walked out of the training ground with a smile, and then patted Konohamaru on the shoulder. Learn to paint, don't relax, understand? Ming, understand. Konohamaru swallowed, then looked at the training ground number 3, and instantly a chill came straight from the tail vertebra to the top of his head. Okay. Naruto nodded and left, leaving only Konohamaru and 3 others who looked at the training ground with pity, and at Ebisu. It's miserable. Yeah, I'm going back, practice drawing hard. Konohamaru said. Me too. Go, go. The 3 little guys left quickly, heading for their respective homes. Soon after, Ebisu limped out of the training ground. He didn't want others to see his tragic situation, and deterred back to his home. There was no way, his face was beaten into a pig's head. In the home of 3 generations of Hokage, Konohamaru hurried back and began to practice painting in the living room, trying to live up to Naruto's concern. Squeak! The door opened, and the 3rd generation of Hokage walked back thoughtfully with a document. When he saw Konohamaru painting seriously, he was also a little confused about how he painted. Because Konohamaru is often seen drawing pictures these days, but Konohamaru is too naughty, and the third generation of Hokage did not care. Seeing that Konohamaru is so serious now, the three generations also leaned over to watch. Hey? What a real kunao! The three generations of Hokage looked at the kunao in the painting, with a slight expression, because the kunao was very real as if it were placed on a drawing paper. Nohamaru, how did you do it? Three generations of Hokage asked in surprise. Grandpa, Naruto boss taught me, and this painting boss helped me fix it. I can't draw it to such a true level at all. This is mine. Konohamaru showed another painting to Hokage 3. The authenticity of this painting has dropped several times, but it still has the shadow of a 3D painting. This one is not bad, really you painted it? Three generations of Hokage doubted. Yes, it's mainly because Naruto taught well. Konohamaru smiled, and the feeling of approval made him very happy. Naruto? It's him again. The third generation of Hokage looked at the information in his hand. Grandpa, is there anything about Naruto boss? Konohamaru asked. Well, just now Kakashi submitted a piece of information to me. It says that Naruto has become a perception ninja, and his strength is at the lowest level. After the three generations of Hokage finished speaking, he shook his head. But this is a bit exaggerated. Naruto is too unexpected. The last time he defeated Mizuki was only accidental. It is not considered that Naruto has reached the strength of Zongnan. Can't think. Konohamaru was taken aback, recalling the scene where Ebisu was beaten up by Naruto, who was particularly forbearing. A strange smile appeared on his face. What are you laughing at? Three generations of Hokage frowned and asked. Chapter 49, Fetters. No, nothing. Konohamaru didn't know how to explain this, and finally shook his head and decided not to say it. What the is going on, don't talk halfway. Three generations of Hokage scolded. This. Actually Naruto boss is very strong, even better than Zhongren, even stronger than Special Shangren. Konohamaru said seriously. Better than Special Shinobu? Okay, you are still young. I don't know the strength of Special Shinobu. Turning around, let your teacher Ebisu show his strength and open your eyes. The third generation of Hokage waved his hand, feeling that Konohamaru was still rare, not knowing the strength of the Special Shinobu. According to Kakashi's previous report, it was outrageous to say that Naruto had the strength of Zongren, but his grandson actually said that Naruto was better than Special Shangren, which was really outrageous. So the three generations of Hokage shook his head, just as a kid's jokes. Grandpa, what I'm saying is true, Naruto brother is really better than Special Shinobu. Konohamaru cut the line firmly. Okay, hurry up and draw. The third generation of Hokage didn't believe it at all, and walked directly to his room. Grandpa, Naruto boss beat teacher Ebisu and beat him to a pig head. If you don't believe me, summon teacher Ebisu. Konohamaru continued serious. Are you sure? The three generations of Hokage looked at Konohamaru's expressions, and some were skeptical. You'll know if you call teacher Ebisu. Konohamaru solemnly said again. It is good. The third generation of Hokage came to the door, beckoned gently, and instantly a dark shadow with an Anbu mask flashed away. Shortly after, Ebisu, with a swollen face like a pig's head, appeared in the house of the third generation of Hokage. And Ebisu's injury also caused the third generation of Hokage to be surprised. Your injury was really hit by Naruto. Three generations of Hokage looked at such a miserable Ebisu and asked in surprise. Yes. Yes. Ebisu covered his fat face, a little bit ashamed. How come? Did Naruto use the shadow clone? The crowd tactics used. Three generations of Hokage couldn't believe it. No, he didn't use the shadow clone. Ebisu's eyes were helpless. Then how did he defeat you? 3 generations of Hokage asked. Smashed, grabbed my ankle, smashed on the ground madly, several times with his face on the ground first. Ebisu replied with a sad face and some pain. Smashed? Still face first. The 3rd generation of Hokage was surprised and turned to look at Konohamaru, wanting to confirm whether this was true. After all, a special shinobi who was smashed on the ground by his ankle is too unbelievable to hear. Yes, Grandpa, it was smashed several times, and then stunned. Konohamaru definitely nodded. Is this Naruto so strong? It was just a mission to travel far, and it was so much improved. The 3 generations of Hokage were really surprised, and never expected that Naruto had improved so much. Yes, Naruto boss is very strong, and painting is stronger. I know. The 3rd generation of Hokage nodded, and after sending Ebisu away, he picked up the document and continued to watch. The situation of Naruto in the research document, including the perception ability, was carefully studied. Soon after, he put away his serious expression and said with an amiable smile. Nohamaru, since you like to draw, you should get in touch with Naruto more and learn more. You can tell me any interesting deeds about Naruto. Good Grandpa, Naruto boss is so powerful, there will be many glorious deeds in the future. Konohamaru exclaimed. Well, go and paint. Good Grandpa. 3 generations of Hokage watched Konohamaru leave. He also turned his head and walked back to his house, then took out a crystal ball and began to use the telescope technique. The other side. Naruto also walked to the door of the house, then opened the door, and after seeing the scene clearly inside, he was stunned. Because the environment in the house is very clean and tidy, including the flower pots on the windowsill, they have all been replaced. Before the mission in the Nation of Waves, when he was practicing chi, he broke a flower pot, and he ignored it because of his hurry, but he did not expect that someone had already sorted everything. Moreover, both the sheets and quilts have been renewed and washed, and even the furniture and electrical appliances have been added a few more. This result really surprised Naruto. He stepped to the refrigerator to open it, and looked at the ingredients full of ingredients, a few large pieces of raw pork, and the date of purchase on these ingredients. His heart warmed. I don't know why, Naruto's mind suddenly appeared, the scene of teaching Hinata braised pork at the beginning. Her cute appearance is really likable. Turning off the refrigerator, Naruto stepped to the desk, looked at a small notebook on the desk, and opened it. Naruto, I brought a lot of ingredients, but I didn't expect you to go on a mission. I couldn't say goodbye to you. What a pity. Naruto, I have replaced the flower pot, but I have to go to the task. First take away the ingredients, and when I come back, I will change the new ingredients every day. Naruto, I bought some furniture and electrical appliances. Looking at the beautiful lines of fonts on the notebook, Naruto can think of the scene when Hina comes to the house. The feeling of being missed by others really makes Naruto feel warm. To be honest, he really doesn't have much nostalgia for this world, even after living here for so long, he still feels like being out of the way. But with a cute girl like Hinata thinking about it, Naruto felt that the to this world could not help but deepen. Such a good girl, I declare that it will be mine from now on. Naruto murmured. Next second, he turned on his powerful perception ability and easily found Hinata's location, and found that she was carrying new ingredients and walking towards her home with her feet. Sure enough, it's a snack, and it's pork. When Naruto saw the ingredients Hinata was carrying, he shook his head with a smile in his eyes, and then started busy. He plans to cook a big pot of braised pork today to treat this cute little Hinata well. Just when he was just starting to cook, a feeling of peeping suddenly appeared. The source of this sense of voyeurism is the home of the 3 generations of Hokage. Naruto continues to be busy quietly, but his perception ability easily locks into the 3 generations of old men. Seeing the appearance of the 3 generation old man, Naruto wanted to laugh. Because if you let the 3 generations know, he will also be under observation in the opposite direction. It is estimated that the 3 generations will be depressed to death. But always being secretly observed, Naruto is still very upset, so he wants to rectify this old guy and let him know why the flower is so red. Suddenly Naruto's eyes lit up and thought of an irritating attention, and this attention was feasible. According to his understanding, the telescope technique can only see images, but cannot hear sounds, and Naruto can use this method to breathe the 3rd generation of Hokage. So he came to the desk, picked up the pen and paper and started writing some larger fonts. Chapter 50, Warm. And these fonts are exactly, Top 10 Beauties in Konoha Village. Okay. Through the crystal ball, the 3rd generation of Hokage frowned when he saw the words written by Naruto on the paper. Konoha is a beautiful woman? This Naruto, even studying this at a young age, seems to be educated by Kakashido. 3 generations of Hokage murmured. However, he is also very curious about Konoha's top 10 beauties, so the 3rd generation of Hokage smokes while holding a pipe while continuing to watch the crystal ball. Soon a new line of fonts appeared, but the content was, one of the top 10 beauties, Sarutobi. Ahem. The 3rd generation of Hokage, who had just smoked halfway, almost didn't choke to death after seeing Naruto write down his name. He didn't expect that the first one of these 10 beautiful women would be himself. Damn, what is this kid writing about? The 3rd generation of Hokage's face turned black, and he felt that his reputation seemed to be ruined, but he still wanted to know what Naruto would continue to write, so he watched the crystal ball again. It's just that the more I look at it, the darker the face of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and even the black one is almost at the bottom of the pot, because the content of that writing is really annoying. Sarutobi-san / possessing powerful strength, enchanting temperament, coquettish voice, deep-seated look, curvy body, charming eyes. That line, that paragraph of handwriting, saw the 3rd generation of Hokage almost wanted to scold his mother. This Naruto, what messy things Tian wants to write in his head. Wait. The 3 generations of Hokage suddenly thought of the vices of the upper class, then looked at Naruto in the crystal ball, and then looked at his own name on the paper, and instantly felt a chill behind his back. This Naruto doesn't have a problem with orientation. 3 generations of Hokage murmured suspiciously, but thinking of the relationship between Naruto and Hinata, he shook his head again, but still felt a little bit cold. To find out the reason, he looked at the crystal ball again, just in time to see Naruto writing again. What is written in this line? The 3 generations of Hokage were puzzled, and looked carefully. The biggest defect of Sarutobi Risky is also the reason why he failed to become the top 10 beauty. That is, Sarutobi Risky has a big yellow tooth and is old and smelly. Puff. The 3rd generation of Hokage saw this, so Xian did not spout a bit of old blood, and the whole person was angry about smashing the table. Damn it, what's the mess? How could I have big yellow teeth? When the 3rd generation of Hokage talked about this, he was stunned, thinking that he always smoked, and he did have a big yellow tooth, and suddenly felt a sense of depression in his heart. Forget it, if you don't watch it, you will be off if you watch it anymore. 3 generations of Naruto angrily cancelled ninjutsu, then stepped to the washing room, picked up the toothbrush and started to brush his teeth. Grandpa, why are you brushing your teeth at this time? Aren't you brushing your teeth at night before going to bed and in the morning? Konohamaru looked at the 3rd generation of Hokage suspiciously, feeling that his behavior was strange. Konohamaru, let me ask you a question. 3 generations of Hokage said suddenly. What is the problem? Grandpa's teeth, aren't they ugly? The 3 generations of Hokage said, hoping that Konohamaru could say something with peace of mind, after all, he was his grandson. Of course it's ugly, and it's very smelly, I can smell it all the way, Konohamaru said without hesitation. Did you say that about your grandfather? The 3rd generation of Hokage almost exploded when he heard this, and said angrily. You let me say it. Roll. The other side. Through perception, Qianyu found that the third generation of Hokage was not monitoring himself, and he didn't bother to look at an old man, but put down his pen and paper and continued to go busy. Shortly after, Hinata brought things to the neighborhood of Naruto's house. When he was almost at the door, Hinata's delicate little nose moved, and his eyes lit up. With surprise, Hinata hurriedly ran towards the door of Naruto's house with little feet. When she saw that the door was open, her little face instantly put on a smile. Naruto. Hinata hurried into the house. Misole looked at the kitchen, and said in surprise, You are back. Well, go and wash your hands, help me cook. Naruto took it for granted. Okay. Hinata hurriedly placed the ingredients, washed his hands and ran to Naruto to help. When did you come back, Naruto? In the afternoon. How about you? How was the task recently? Naruto asked while busy. It's pretty good. They are simple tasks, such as weeding, finding small animals, and finding people. Hinata said 5 to 10, telling everything that had happened these days. She doesn't speak fast, and because she is close to Naruto, she is shy, and her voice is inevitably small. But she was still brave, said everything and shared it with Naruto. Well, it doesn't matter if the task is simpler, mainly protect yourself. Naruto warned. Hinata nodded his head, feeling that Naruto's attitude towards him was a little better than before. She simply didn't know that she missed Naruto these days, which made Naruto treat her better. By the way, Hinata, help me prepare a set of load-bearing equipment. As long as it can be worn on the body, it will not affect the dressing. The heavier the load-bearing equipment, the better. Naruto said suddenly. Okay, all right. Do you have enough money? If it is not enough, I have a lot here. Naruto asked. Enough, my father gave me a lot of money the day you went to the mission. What did your father give you so much money for? Naruto wondered. That, because my father wants to eat braised pork, he doesn't know that you will be on a mission that day. Hinata said embarrassedly, feeling that his father was more greedy than himself. It turned out to be like this, so please bring more when you go back today, so that your father and the others can relieve their greed. Naruto smiled in his eyes. Okay. Hinata licked his fragrant lips and looked at the cauldron next to him with big eyes. There was the braised pork that was being cooked, full of weight. She has no resistance to braised pork, so when Naruto said this, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. It's really a snack. Naruto smiled and shook his head, and continued to be busy. Soon after the food was ready, the two had a delicious meal together. The various foods made Hinata very happy. After eating and drinking, Naruto and Hinata sat on the sofa to rest, chatting with each other and talking about interesting things in life. By the way, Naruto, I brought your favorite orange. Hinata thought of oranges, and hurriedly took out the oranges from the bag of ingredients and gave them to Naruto to eat. Strip it for me. Naruto looked straight at Hinata and said suddenly. Hey? Oh, good. Hinata was stunned for 2 seconds, nodded obediently, and peeled off the orange little by little with his white and slender hands. Thank you, Hinata. Naruto took the orange and shook Hinata's small hand, instantly making her face blush. That, I'm going back. Hinata stood up at a loss and walked out in a panic. Wait. Naruto picked up the food box from the table and handed it to Hinata. Take the braised pork, remember to come early tomorrow. Okay. Hinata nodded her head and ran out in a hurry. She was worried that she would faint here if she didn't leave quickly. Experience +1. It's really getting cute. Naruto looked at the direction of Hinata's departure, said with emotion, thinking about when to officially chase Hinata. Don't worry, first raise the bloodline. I haven't seen Hinata for so long, and I have provided me with a lot of experience points. Naruto took a look at his experience points and stepped back home. On the other side, the Hyuga clan resides in the home of the patriarch. The solemn atmosphere reverberated in the living room, and Hyuga looked at the great elder of the clan in front of him, and said, "Great elder, what's the matter? Of course something is going on. I heard that Hinata and that Uzumaki Naruto are walking very close." The Hyuga clan's great elder said indifferently. "Yes, what's the matter?" Hyuga Hizu said. Chapter 51, A Bunch of Old Foxes. What's the matter? You said so? Do you know that Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan? How can he get so close to that Uzumaki Naruto? The elder said solemnly. They are good friends, and Naruto is a nice kid, why can't we get along together? Hyuga retorted with a frown. Hey, this Uzumaki Naruto was a crane tail when he was in school, how can such a person get so close to Hinata? And don't forget, there is still 9 tails in his body. The great elder said in a cold voice, seeming to reject Naruto very much. Don't forget Naruto's true identity, and the village has focused on cultivating Naruto, and his strength is definitely not weak in the future. Hyuga reminded. I know Naruto's identity, but his foundation is too poor, and he has even been malnourished since childhood, and his body is short. Even if the village cultivates him, how strong can such a person be? Moreover, Konoha's senior management has been trying to turn Naruto into a specialized weapon, especially that person, you don't know. The great elder retorted, still resolute. This. Hyuga was speechless when asked. But he had a good impression of Naruto, especially knowing that Naruto sealed the Kyuubi, which was equivalent to protecting the village of Konoha, which was already a great feat. But Naruto, who gave so much to Konoha, but suffered so much coldness, made Hyuga very chilling, and it was one of the reasons why he did not stop Hinata and Naruto. But now the great elder of the clan has been found, and he feels the pressure, not knowing how to speak for Naruto. Why? I'm speechless? Then stop Hinata and don't let her get too close to Naruto. Even if Naruto is trained, it's just a forbearance. The grand elder continued to speak, his voice still serious, and a vague sense of victory was revealed. Zongren? No, Naruto, this kid worked very hard, maybe he can become a special one. Hyuga tried to help Naruto speak. Do you know how difficult it is to become a special shinobu? That requires a high level of talent and background, and this Naruto Tianshi is not good enough, becoming a Zongnin has already looked up to him. The great elder continued to speak, his voice still so bright and aggressive. Hyuga was speechless and wanted to prove that Naruto will definitely be strong in the future, but Naruto's current performance does not have a record. Therefore, Hyuga is also a little depressed, and my heart is very depressed. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the sky suddenly sounded, and the figure of Hyuga Takuma suddenly appeared, looking at Hyuga Hizu with seriousness. My patriarch, I have something to report. Hyuga Takuma said. What is so serious? Is there any crisis in the village? Hyuga hurriedly asked. No, I just received the news that Naruto and Special Kaminen Ebisu had a conflict and fought in Training Ground No. 3. Hyuga Takuma said solemnly. Have a fight. The patriarch hadn't spoken yet, but the great elder was excited and asked directly. Did Naruto be beaten? It's normal. Ebisu is very forbearing, and his strength is pretty good, otherwise he wouldn't be able to become Konohamaru's teacher. After the great elder finished speaking, with a gesture of victory, he even picked up the tea on the table and began to taste. No, it was Naruto who beat Ebisu violently, and beat him into a pig head. Cough cough cough. The great elder was drinking water, and choked up when he heard this, and then didn't believe it. Impossible, how could a crane tail beat Ebisu? He is very forbearing. It's true, this matter has been spread in Konoha. In order to confirm the authenticity of this matter, I personally contacted Ebisu to confirm it. Hyuga Takuma solemnly said. This. The great elder was stunned when he heard this, his eyes were in disbelief. Because Ebisu's strength is about the same as him, although he is a shinobu, he is old and physically weak, and his strength has dropped to the level of a shinobu especially. If Naruto can beat Special Shangren, then he can beat himself. Thinking that Naruto can beat himself, and then thinking of his own rants just now, the elder feels hot. In order to get his face back, the elder said again, did Naruto use a strategy to defeat Ebisu when he was careless? After the elder said, he looked at Hyuga Takuma hopefully, and wanted to hear the words yes said by Hyuga Takuma. But when Hyuga Takuma heard this, he shook his head without hesitation. No, not at all, it was Ebisu who launched the attack first, but when he came to Naruto's side, he was imprisoned by Naruto in seconds. Then Naruto grabbed Ebisu and smashed it on the ground for a minute, and Ebisu's face was swollen. Hey? Furious for a minute? How is this possible? The Grand Elder couldn't believe it, and even planned to personally confirm, you and Ebisu are good friends, take us to see, I want to personally confirm. Row. After a while, the three of them quickly walked towards Ebisu's house and walked back shortly thereafter. Just. The Grand Elder's face was very ugly, because things were really as Hyuga Takuma said, Naruto really smashed Ebisu for a minute, and really beat Ebisu into a pig. Such fighting power, such an age, when he grows up, he can definitely become a shinobu, even an elite shinobu. Thinking that Naruto would become an elite ninja, and thinking that Naruto was pulled back by the basics since childhood, if Naruto was not pulled back, maybe his strength would be stronger. The result of this made the Great Elder depressed and speechless, because what he said before was too full and he always looked down upon Naruto, but the tangible record now proved everything. The Grand Elder was completely speechless, and even wanted to apologize to ease the tense attitude just now. Therefore, he followed Hyuga and prepared to go to the Patriarch's house to chat again, and apologize by the way. Just. When it came to the door of the Patriarch's house, Hyuga suddenly shrugged his nose, and heard the sounds of fireworks and Hinata coming from the house. His eyes lit up instantly because he knew that the braised pork was brought back. Ahem, Elder, if there is nothing wrong, go back. Hyuga began to rush people. That is really something, I was really biased when I said that about Naruto before. Okay, I see, you go back quickly, I will go back too. Fearing that the braised pork would be eaten up, Hyuga hurriedly said a few words, and then ran back home without any intention of inviting the elder. This result directly caused the Great Elder who hadn't finished speaking to froze in place. What's the situation? I was really wrong before. I shouldn't talk about Naruto, but I can't even give up the opportunity to apologize, right? The elder said angrily. In fact, Hyuga Tokujian next to him thought for a while and said, the Patriarch did not give you a chance to apologize. He is anxious to go back to eat braised pork. Eat braised pork? The elder was at a loss. Yes, the braised pork is Naruto's delicacy. It is very delicious. I was fortunate enough to have 2 pieces. The taste is still fresh in my memory. Hyuga Takuma sniffed the scent from the Patriarch's house, a little envious. It's just some good food. Is it necessary to not even give me a chance to apologize? No, I asked him to talk about it. The elder angrily walked towards the Patriarch's house, and soon afterwards he walked out angrily with oil on his mouth. Hateful Hyuga, just give me 2 yuan for such a delicious thing. It's not interesting enough. By the way, can you help me buy some braised pork back? Money is not a problem. The Grand Elder looked at Hyuga Takuma hopefully. I'm sorry, only Naruto can make this braised pork, and I don't know what ingredients he uses. It tastes very delicious. If you want to eat it, you can only have a good relationship with Naruto. Hyuga Takujian said. This. The Grand Elder was a little depressed. He just said that Naruto is not good, but now it is difficult to make a good relationship. He thought for a while and said, that Naruto, do you have anything special? Yes, the gravity-shaped ninjutsu Naruto of the Earth Escape is very much needed. The Patriarch has not obtained it. It is very difficult. Hyuga Tokujian said. I have the gravity-shaped escape technique. Don't forget that Hyuga's first-generation Patriarch is mine. The great elder's voice stopped abruptly, and then he looked at Hyuga Takuma with a smile. I forgot about this. I remember you told me when I was a kid that the first generation of patriarchs once traveled around the world of ninja and got a lot of things. Yes, many people weren't born in that era, so let's not talk about this, let me go back and get it. The elder said. Elder, are you really willing to give ninjutsu to Naruto? Although the braised pork is a bit delicious, it shouldn't be so. Hyuga Takuma was a little skeptical, after all, it was too hard to eat a mouthful of braised pork. Do you think I did it for eating? Do you think Hyuga is also for eating? Think about Naruto's current strength, how much later he learned to refine chakras than others. The elder said with a smile, as if his old face was wrinkled into a chrysanthemum and said, Hyuga Nizuo sees farther than I am, old. The elder said to take a step away, hearing Hyuga Takuma stunned for several seconds, and finally whispered Old Fox secretly, and then hurriedly followed. Chapter 52, One Sentence. The other side. Naruto is sitting on the sofa to check his experience value, this time because there is no plot, the experience value gained is much slower. Fortunately, Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke are always providing experience points, even if this amount is small, it can't stand the accumulation of time. Of course, Naruto has already fallen into anticipation for the big plot of the Zongnin exam, ready to make a lot of money. Okay, first exchange bloodlines, then continue to practice, and continue to rub experience tomorrow, and earn all the experience points of Konoha. As Naruto said, the blood exchange began again. Soon afterwards, the warm current flowed in his body, and his breath became thicker and more explosive. Naruto clenched his fist and smiled into practice again. Time passed slowly, and several days passed quickly. These days, Naruto rubbed experience points everywhere, earning all the experience points Konoha could earn. Except for Matkai, who is not in the village, his class, and the low-key survival of Danzo, the rest who live in Konoha basically make money. Correspondingly, his bloodline has been unprecedentedly improved, his strength has been greatly improved, and even his height has risen a lot, half a head higher than Sasuke and Sakura. On this day, by the small river outside the village, Sasuke and Sakura carry the bamboo tower on their backs picking up trash in the river, while Naruto lay lazily on the grass, looking at the sky leisurely. At this moment, Naruto's hair has changed slightly, basically it has become black, only a few are not black, but the number is too small, and it is hidden in the hair, and it is not visible at all. And his hair seems to be in shape, no matter how pressed it can quickly return to its original position, it's amazing. As for the cheeks, the 6 beard-like textures have also disappeared, and the angular face shape makes him more handsome and handsome. Yawn. Naruto yawned and scanned the situation in Konoha village with his perception ability, and quickly found the person he was looking for. That was the sandstorm in the Kingdom of Wind, the third sister and brother Gaara. Their appearance also made Naruto feel better. I finally waited for it. This time is really tough. Naruto said looking at his own experience value, he was going to draw 2 prizes, because he hadn't drawn a prize for a long time, so he had to try it anyway, so. Ding! The lottery was successful and the Gun Sisters coins were won. Sister Cannon's coin. Naruto shook his head speechlessly, feeling that there were more and more commemorative prizes. Continue to draw. Naruto said again. Ding! The draw is successful and Vegeta's ability to make the moon is obtained. Making the moon. Naruto was taken aback for a moment, and after Vegeta finished making the moon, she suddenly turned into a gorilla. It turned out to be this ability. If it is this ability. Naruto felt a certain ability in his blood, and there was a glimmer of light in his eyes. But this is not anxious in advance, first exchange the remaining experience value for the Saiyan blood, so he quickly exchanged the blood again. After a while, a warm current surged in his body, and Naruto opened the data panel to check his own situation. But during this time, he developed a lot of chi abilities and learned a lot of ninjutsu, and the entire data panel became messy. Naruto thought for a while and decided to streamline it a bit. Naruto hides things like multiple shadow avatars, gas bombs, tortoise-style kigong, chi swords, protective shields, and even the use of chi and ninjutsu. Leave only the newly acquired abilities, and personal space. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 42%. Capacity, 5 cubic meters of space, making the moon. Experience value, 3. This makes it much more streamlined, and the bloodline has reached 42%, and the distance is getting closer and closer to 50%. After the Zongnin exam, you will definitely make a lot of money, Tusk. Naruto's lips curled up with a smile, preparing to pass this Zongnin exam, thoroughly reducing his blood to 50%. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura have assembled, and there is a new mission. Kakashi flew from a distance and waved to them. Coming! Everyone set off again and went to pick up a new task, that is, walking the dog. Here, it's this manner. Pay attention after entering. The dogs here are very important and they are cultivated for the training of ninja dogs. Kakashi said, leading everyone into the manor. You are here, please here, these are the dogs that need to be walked, you should lead one by one. The old man of the manor said. Okay, Sasuke, you choose. Kakashi waved his hand. Well, I choose this dog, this one is very cute. I choose one. Sakura and Sasuke quickly chose their target, and then led the dog out, leaving Naruto watching several dog cages in place. He found. After their appearance, these dogs became very quiet one by one, even if they had reduced their breath, they still had an impact on these dogs. There is only one dog, ferocious, who behaves fairly well, without much fear, and can walk normally. Naruto thought for a while and felt that if he was close to the puppies, he might scare the puppies from walking. So he walked in front of the ferocious dog, ready to take this dog away, at least he could walk normally, right? Don't get close to that dog, it's too fierce, and it has suffered heavy head injuries, and it has a tendency to become a mad dog, be careful that it bites you. The old man of the manor hurriedly said. This fierce dog, because he often attacks people and is a bit crazy, so even as the owner of the manor, he dare not get too close. Seeing Naruto approaching now, he hurriedly stopped. It's okay. Naruto stepped directly to the cage, opened the dog cage, and beckoned, come out. Wong. The dog barked, walked out obediently, and then stood quietly next to Naruto, without even having to leash. This. The old man of the manor was a little confused, and felt that the style of painting was a little wrong. What about the crazy dog? What about biting people? What do you mean by staying still like a good baby? The old man at the manor couldn't figure it out, and felt his brain full of paste. Sasuke and Sakura next to him were similar, with a blank face, even wondering if the old man at the manor was lying. With a hint of exploration, Sakura stepped towards the dog, ready to test it out. Bow! The dog looked mad, with blood-red eyes looking at Sakura, with a tendency to attack others. This crazy state shocked Sakura, and hurried back several steps. Stop calling! Naruto kicked the dog, then yawned and said, come on, go walk the dog. Naruto said, walking towards the outside, the dog obediently followed, completely without the crazy appearance just now, as obedient as a pug. This. Sakura was speechless, Her mind was empty and she didn't know what to say, and finally couldn't help but said, "Isn't this dog raised by Naruto?" "Impossible, I have raised this dog for several years and have never left here." The manor directly rejected it. "Then why does it listen to Naruto's words so much? Just leave with a word." Sakura wondered. "I don't know that this dog has a brain disease. I am its owner. It is not obedient. As a result, it is so well behaved. This is too different and too hateful." The old man of the manor said angrily, "The dog that has been raised for so many years is not comparable to the sentence called Naruto, which is too annoying." Chapter 53, Sandstorm Igara. Sakura next to her was speechless, and she couldn't figure out why. Kakashi faintly guessed that it might be because of the 9 tails. After all, it was a tail beast, which must have a deterrent effect on ordinary creatures, so he unilaterally believed that this was the reason. "Okay, don't think about this, let's go." Kakashi waved. "Good teacher." The three set out and moved forward in the direction Naruto had taken, but Sasuke remained silent during the process, thinking about the question just now. "Kakashi-sensei, has Naruto's strength improved again? I feel he has a strong deterrent to that big dog." Sasuke frowned. "No, Naruto is very lazy during this time. How can you be like Sasuke? Not only did you learn a lot of ninjutsu, but also developed the Chidoryu." Sakura looked at Sasuke admiringly. Naruto was really lazy during this period, and basically never practiced, but the big dog just now was so obedient, I think it was caused by the deterrence," Sasuke said solemnly. "This?" Sakura didn't know how to answer, so she could only look at Kakashi. "Ahem, in fact, there is a reason." Kakashi coughed twice. "What reason?" "This one." Kakashi was silent for a while, and took Sasuke and Sakura to the deserted area and said, "That's because of Kyuubi. 9 tails." Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback, and they looked at Kakashi together. "Next, listen to me carefully." Kakashi took a deep breath and began to tell. Shortly after listening to the introduction, Sasuke and Sakura suddenly realized, it turned out to be so, it turned out to be like this. "Yes, so you don't have to think about it, Sasuke. Your strength is very strong. Especially the development of Chidoryu is something I didn't expect. Compared with the excellent you, Naruto is a bit lazy. His strength has been stagnant, and it is still the strength of the nation of waves before. This is caused by too much relaxation, so next I am going to stimulate him and let him know the importance of strength," Kakashi said, looking at Naruto, who walked into the grass and lay down in the distance, ready to urge Naruto. "Kakashi-sensei, how do you plan to stimulate Naruto?" Sakura asked curiously. "Well, Kakashi was halfway through speaking, suddenly raised his head to look into the sky, where there was a bird chirping, and it represented the summoning command. "Calling at this time, it looks like that is about to start." Kakashi murmured, and then said, "After you finish the task of walking the dog, go back to the village." "I have to go back in advance." "Good teacher." Whoosh! Sakura looked at Kakashi, who was leaving, and asked suspiciously while walking in Naruto's direction. "Is something wrong in the village? The teacher seems to be leaving in a hurry." "I don't know, it stands to reason that Mr. Kakashi shouldn't leave because he is on a mission now." Sasuke frowned slightly, wondering what was going on. "It's weird." Sakura couldn't figure it out, and Sasuke stepped up to Naruto. "Naruto, do you know why the teacher left suddenly?" "I know," Naruto said lightly. "I know? What's the reason?" Sakura asked. "You guess." "You." Kozakura was choked by these words. She said angrily, "You don't know, Sasuke is so clever that I haven't guessed it." "He doesn't know, doesn't mean I don't know, think about the current date." Naruto yawned and spoke lazily. "Date? What date?" Kozukura was at a loss, and even Suzuki did not react for a while. It's very simple. The Zongren exam is coming. Don't forget what date is today. Naruto said lazily. Zongren exam. Sakura and Suzuki thought of the present time, suddenly realized, and then looked at Naruto in surprise. They were also slightly surprised by Naruto, who could analyze it so quickly that it was the Nikkanen exam. You can't tell, Naruto, you really guessed it. Sakura exclaimed. I didn't expect that, Naruto, your analytical skills seem to be good, but it's a pity that you have been lazy recently. Suzuki spoke, and said again with a fighting spirit. Naruto, Zongnen takes the exam. I am looking forward to competing with you. You have to cheer and don't be defeated by me so easily. Forget it, Suzuki, you can't beat me, even if I slacken forever, you won't be able to beat me forever. Naruto felt his terrible strength and continued to lazily said. You. Suzuki was off by this sentence, and the writing wheel was out. No way, this sentence is too irritating, what does it mean to be unable to fight for a lifetime? This is too annoying. Suzuki depressed, Naruto, I have improved a lot during this period, even bigger than you think. When you take the Zongnen exam, I will let you know how strong I am. After speaking, Suzuki went to a nearby tree and began to practice frantically. Experience +1. Naruto, you shouldn't say that about Suzuki, he is already very strong, even Mr. Kakashi admires it. Sakura frowned. You should take care of yourself, you are so weak, what else can you do besides cutting your hair? Naruto snorted. Where am I weak? According to the teacher's suggestion, I am moving in the direction of a medical ninja, and what does it mean to cut my hair? Sakura said angrily. You'll know later, well, I'm going to bed, don't disturb me. Naruto said while lying on his back and looking at the sky. You. Sakura was so annoyed that she didn't want to talk to Naruto, but that haircut reminded her of wood carving. Her image in the wood carving was short hair, but she kept long hair, which was something she always wondered. It is a pity that Naruto ignored her every time she asked, and Sakura could only give up asking. Okay, I'm going to practice. Sakura left after speaking, and went to her Suzuki. Naruto ignored her, but silently felt the burden on her body. The latest weight-bearing equipment is almost out of effect again, and the effect of the augmented rock technique is getting worse and worse. Where is my current strength? Naruto thought that he wanted to find a master to test his specific strength, and Gaara, who took the Zongnen exam, might make him happy. Of course, the experience value is the most important thing, he really wants to reach 50% bloodline and transform into a Super Saiyan. Zongnen exam, I really look forward to it. Near noon, the mission of the three Naruto was over. After the handover, they walked together on the street. Hey? The three people in front are so strange, Suzuki, look at their foreheads. Kozukura pointed to the Gaara three not far away. Sand Shinobu. Suzuki narrowed his eyes, stopped 3 meters away from Gaara and the others, and then stared at Gaara. He felt the pressure from Gaara. It was a strong pressure. That was an opponent who needed life and death. Sakura, it's not easy to carry the gourd, be careful. Okay. Sakura also stared at the other party, not daring to be careless. Opposite. Gaara's third sister and brother also stood quietly, looking at Suzuki and Sakura with a smile but not a smile, especially Gaara, with his eyes fixed on Suzuki. What's your name? Gaara said indifferently. Suzuki, Uchiha Suzuki, who are you? Suzuki also said coldly. Gaara, Sandstorm, Gaara. Gaara raised his head and looked at Suzuki with a fighting spirit, because he felt that Suzuki would be a fun opponent. The two people looked at each other in this way, and seemed to agree with each other's strength, and they were both eager to fight. And this posture also made the atmosphere dignified. Temari, Kankuro, and Sakura all felt depressed and understood that the two sides might have a battle. However, Naruto next to him is a bit speechless. Gaara and the others actually ignored them and did not increase their experience points, so Naruto decided to participate a little bit, such as releasing their breath. Of course, in order not to scare them, Naruto only releases a trace of breath, the kind that is imperceptible, as long as he can gain experience points. After all, they all have experience balls, and Gaara has 2 experience balls, one big and one small. The big one must be the one with a tail, and Naruto will not let go of this experience value. And so, in this atmosphere of intense fighting spirit, Naruto released a little breath. Whoosh! Gaara, who was facing Sasuke, changed his face slightly, and jumped onto the branch with a squeak, looking around like a monkey. Hey! Everyone looked at Gaara, who suddenly jumped onto the branch, and they all watched this scene dully, their minds a little bit unable to turn. Obviously there was a strong fighting atmosphere just now. Why did he suddenly jump into the tree when he thought he was going to fight against Sasuke? What are you doing? Everyone felt so speechless, they didn't understand what Gaara was thinking. Sasuke and Kozakura even felt a little funny, while Temari and Kankuro looked a little ugly. Experience +3. Chapter 54, Ilika's Test. Gaara, what are you doing? Kankuro asked with an ugly face. He couldn't be too embarrassed, as if they were afraid of Sasuke. Did you find anything? Gaara looked around and found nothing unusual, frowning questioningly. Nothing. Temari shook his head, looking a little dazed. No. Gaara frowned and looked around again. Just now, Xiao'erhe suddenly felt a strong sense of fear, and there seemed to be a terrifying existence eyeing Xiao'erhe. This made Xiao'erhe feel terrified, and even this fear affected Gaara. He thought he had encountered a powerful enemy, and then jumped onto the tree branch instantly. But now it seemed that there were no enemies at all, and even Xiao'erhe became quiet. Gaara couldn't find the reason, so I could only wonder if Xiao'erhe had something wrong, or how did Xiao'erhe suddenly become like this? With suspicion, Gaara jumped off the tree branch and walked away. He had no intention of fighting, and wanted to figure out what happened to Xiao'erhe as soon as possible. Gaara, what's wrong with you? Temari hurriedly followed, looking at Gaara suspiciously. As a very terrifying existence in the village, Gaara suddenly became like this, which really made Temari feel a bit wrong. Follow me. Gaara didn't say much, but left in a hurry, until he came to the unmanned training ground, then stopped. Gaara, what's the matter? Kankuro asked similarly. Just now, Xiao'erhe suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if he was being targeted by a powerful existence, but I did not see the enemy. Gaara narrated sentence by sentence, still watching the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Fear? Terrible existence? I didn't feel anything just now. Kanjuro frowned. Neither did I. Temari nodded in the same way. It's weird. Actually, I didn't feel anything, but Xiao'erhe did feed back feelings of fear. Is this Xiao'erhe's illusion? Gaara couldn't figure it out. Why don't we go back to our place of residence, so that we can be more stable? Temari suggested. It is good. Kankuro also felt reasonable. Although he didn't see the enemy, he couldn't take it lightly. The 3 of them didn't stay too much, and quickly moved towards the residence. The other side. Sasuke and Sakura are still wondering about Gaara's situation, and they don't understand why the other party suddenly jumped onto the tree, looking very strange. Naruto was quietly meditating, because in the experience points gained just now, the experience points provided by the third sister and brother Gaara were all +1, but Xiao'erhe provided +3. In addition to the previous 3 generations of Naruto, the 2 elders are all +3 experience points, and Kakashi, Asuma, and others have experience points +2, which completely confirms Naruto's conjecture. That is, the older the age, the more experience points will be added, and the maximum experience point is +3, even if the tail beast has lived for many years, it is still +3. After figuring this out, Naruto also had the bottom line, so he wouldn't always think about it. Let's go home, goodbye Naruto. Sakura said goodbye, and then left with Sasuke. Naruto waved his hand and walked towards home. On the other side, the Hokage meeting room. Kakashi and the others are recommending 9 Xiaoqiang to Naruto to take the Zhongnin exam, but Ilika is opposed to it. Because Naruto is too young, Irika is worried that it is too dangerous for Naruto to take the Zhongnin exam, so she firmly opposes it. In the end, the 3 generations of Naruto decided to conduct a sneak attack test before the ninja test, so that Ilika led the people into a foreigner to attack the 9 Xiaoqiang to see if they could pass the test. Let's go, remember not to reveal your identity. Ilika confessed a few words, taking a male and a female 2 test ninjas, and set off with a transformation technique. After a while, the 3 gathered again and began to report on the test. Class 8 passed the test easily in only half an hour. That's not bad. How did you test Tanaka? The female test ninja exclaimed. They are all very good, that Nara Shikamaru is very smart, and only took 25 minutes to complete the test. Tanaka smiled and said, seems to like Nara Shikamaru very much. Well, these kids are very good. Sakura and Sasuke both passed the test, especially Sasuke only took 8 minutes, is the best of all. Irika admired. Where is Naruto? Ilika, didn't you test him? The female ninja asked in confusion. I didn't find him, I don't know where he went. I know that he is at the wooden bridge over there. Just now I saw him and Konohamaru, and they were cute. Tanaka pointed to the wooden bridge. Go, and test. Whoosh whoosh. The 3 figures disappeared and went to test Naruto. After a while, the 3 appeared near the wooden bridge, and Tanaka transformed into Yurin to Menghuang to see if Naruto could rescue Menghuang safely. Ilika, I heard that Naruto is a crane tail, I don't know if he can pass the test. The female ninja doubted. I don't know, but I hope Naruto will not pass. The Chunin test is too dangerous. Naruto is still a child. Irika worried. Don't worry Irika, Tanaka has always been strict and will definitely not release water, and his speed is very fast, the probability of Naruto passing is very low. The female ninja continued. That way, although Naruto will be lost, I hope he can be safe. Irika sighed, not wanting to see Naruto encounter danger during the Zhongnin exam. Because the mortality rate of such tests is too high, especially in the dead forest, where various beasts and poisonous insects are often infested, the mortality rate is always high. For Naruto's safety, Irika hopes that Naruto will not pass this test. The 2 looked at the wooden bridge quietly, and saw Tanaka rushing towards Menghuang at a rapid speed. Even Irika secretly admired the super high speed. Tanaka's speed is so fast, such a speed is really enviable. Yes, Tanaka is most proud of speed. Few people can keep up with his speed. This time Naruto has suffered. The female ninja said. Bang! A dull sound echoed, and the wooden bridge shook violently in this sound, accompanied by violent shaking, and agitated dust. The field that just rushed to the cute yellow, after the dust fell, was already embedded in the wooden bridge, his eyes were dull, and he looked at the sky motionlessly, as if stupid. The audience was silent. Ilika and the female ninja stared at this scene blankly, their minds a little bit overwhelmed. Irika, am I dazzled? Tanaka was kicked into the wooden bridge by that Naruto. The female ninja swallowed. No dizziness, this is true. I really kicked into the wooden bridge. At Tanaka's speed, I didn't even react. Irika couldn't believe it, looking at the swaying wooden bridge unimaginably, and looking at Tanaka who was stepped on by Naruto. Quickly, look quickly to save people, don't be kicked by Naruto again, you will be kicked to death with another kick, the female ninja shouted. Go! Whizzing! The two rushed to the wooden bridge and looked at Tanaka, who was kicked stupidly inside the bridge. Ilika and the female ninja were suddenly rejoiced. Fortunately, it was Tanaka who tested it. If they came to test, the shuddering feeling suddenly rushed to their hearts. Chapter 55, Brain Pit. Why are you here? Naruto spoke suddenly and looked at Ilika knowingly. Ahem, Naruto is a test ninja, he is not malicious. Ilika coughed twice and pointed to Tanaka on the bridge. Well, then take him away. Naruto looked at Ilika and the others with a smile, but a smile. This time he deliberately showed his strength, just to deter some people and not to provoke himself. I was shocked last time, and many people didn't know it. After this time, the number of people who knew about it would definitely increase, and then the cat and dog would not easily provoke themselves. That's why he used a little bit more effort to make the ninja suffer a little bit of flesh and blood and warn them once. Of course, Naruto's control is extremely strong. This Tanaka will not hurt his muscles and bones, at most, his whole body will be in pain for a while. I'm leaving, go home for dinner. Naruto did not stop, but left with a tune. Only Ilika and others remained in place, hurriedly inspecting Tanaka. It's just skin trauma, I'm finally relieved. The female ninja checked and breathed a sigh of relief. Ilika, this kid is really the tail of the crane? Is it really your student? The female ninja said suspiciously, looking at Naruto's back. How could such a powerful character be the tail of a crane? How can it be tested? Tanaka is a better ninja than she and Irika. However, such a powerful ninja was kicked into the bridge by Naruto. Who would dare to test such a strength? I didn't expect Naruto to grow so fast. It seems that following Kakashi's practice, his strength has improved a lot. I am afraid I am not Naruto's opponent. Irika said in a deep voice. Sure, Tanaka was kicked like this by Naruto, and you are even less likely to win Naruto. The female ninja gave Irika a blank look, and then began to perform medical ninjutsu. That said, Naruto has really become stronger. This time the Zongnin exam is finally relieved. Irika breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that Naruto could successfully advance to Zongrin. The other side. Outside the residence of the Hyuga family, the entrance of a small exquisite villa. Naruto shook his head helplessly and walked in as he listened to the girl chatting from the villa. This villa is his new residence. It was sold and given away by the great elder of the Hyuga clan. The price was quite favorable, and he even gave him the art of strengthening rock. Naruto met such a good person for the first time, and he rarely asked the great elder to have a meal. Later, his relationship with the Hyuga clan got better and better, and even Naruto had been to the Hyuga family, but there was one more headache. That's Hinata's sister Hawahuo, who often visits his house to eat dinner, clamoring for new delicacies every time. Brother Naruto, you are back. Just as Naruto walked into the house, a warm little girl ran over quickly, and then looked at him while pulling his sleeves. Well, is today's practice task completed? Naruto asked with a smile. Of course, I'm a genius. By the way, Naruto, can you make braised lion heads for us today? My sister can never learn to make lion heads. Hyuga looked at Naruto with his head held high, with a trace of expectation in his big eyes, like a greedy kitten. No, today, I didn't buy the materials. Naruto shook his head and refused. It's okay, we bought it. My sister and I have already made the meat filling. Hawahuo spoke quickly, his big eyes bent into crescent moons, a ghostly spirit who succeeded in small schemes. Already set it up in advance? Then you asked for my information, and it was a routine for me. Naruto looked at the direction of the kitchen and found that Hinata was really ready for everything. Even Hinata was wearing a cartoon apron, looking at herself. How can it be? Hawahuo's small mouth pursed lightly, with a smile in her eyes. Forget it. Naruto shook his head helplessly, and stepped to the side of Hinata. Want to eat braised lion head? Yet. Hinata nodded his head and looked at Naruto with embarrassment. Although she got used to being with Naruto for a long time, she was still embarrassed to be stared at by Naruto. Okay, then make you braised lion's head, and leave the rest to you. Naruto took it for granted. Okay. Hinata nodded obediently. After learning so many food recipes from Naruto, she is already a qualified little cook, but it's just that the only thing she can't do well is braising the lion head in braised sauce, and can only expect Naruto to show off her talent. Hinata, let's start. Okay. Experience +1. Time slowly passed, and the Zongren exam was preparing like a fire, and soon came the day of the written exam. In the morning, the eyes are bright and beautiful, and the birds and flowers are fragrant. The test site was crowded with people, but the aisle with the 301 sign was blocked by two very powerful ninjas, blocking everyone from moving forward. These two people are Gangzatetsu and Shinayu Izumo. They have turned into a ninja through the transformation technique, blocking everyone. Even illusions were applied here, making everyone think that this was the third floor. The purpose is naturally to test newcomers and to find talented students from many candidates. Just what disappointed them was that so many people came to the corridor, and no one could see through the illusion here. This year's candidates are not good enough. Gang Zisha shook his head, looking disappointed. Let's wait and see, many people haven't come. Shinayu Izumo suggested. Okay, I hope there will be students who interest me soon. Gang Zisha said lightly. Please don't get in the way, we need to get past here. Rock Lee walked over, accompanied by Tian Tian and Ning Xiai. Go away. Bang. Rock Lee was knocked down with a punch and looked at each other embarrassedly. Please, please let us pass. Tian Tian also began to speak, his voice very weak. Bang. Tian Tian was also knocked down with a punch, sitting weakly on the ground, looking very weak, but no one noticed that she and Rock Lee were both pretending. Yet, why did the two door gods come here to be door gods? Have you found a girlfriend? Naruto's voice suddenly sounded and reached everyone's ears. Gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo, who were blocking the way, black lines appeared on their foreheads. They took a deep breath. What are you talking about? Why don't we understand? Pretend, continue to pretend, there is a smell of maltose on my body. Naruto walked to the corridor and looked at Gang Zisha. You. Gang Zitai was depressed. His biggest hobby was eating maltose, but he didn't expect Naruto to see through it instantly, but he was still not convinced. I don't know what you are talking about, Konoha likes maltose. That's true. Naruto nodded and continued. But Shinayu Izumo next to you is super clean. Obviously he has a cleanliness addiction. In Konoha, he has a cleanliness addiction and keeps company with people who like to eat maltose. Who else besides you? This. Shinayu Izumo and Gang Zisha looked at Naruto in surprise, and for the first time they discovered that Naruto was so smart, and only based on this little information they discovered that it was their identities. That's right, Naruto, your analytical ability is very powerful, very excellent. Gang Zisha exclaimed, and she changed back to the original appearance with Shinayu Izumo. Bang bang! Everyone looked at Naruto in surprise as the two Syaaren who stood in the way became adults. Even Sasuke Sakura couldn't believe it and looked at Naruto, because although the two of them found there was an illusion technique here, they didn't realize that the other party had used the transformation technique. But Naruto found out easily, and even gave specific information, which is really excellent. Nice analysis, Naruto is great. Sakura exclaimed. It's really good, my name is Tian Tian, hello. Tian Tian smiled and said hello. Well, in fact, I discovered their identity, and there is another reason. Naruto suddenly spoke again, earning everyone's experience points while also attracting everyone's attention. What's the reason? Rock Lee asked immediately. Sasuke, Niji, Shinyuki Izumo, Gangzite, and all the students present were all curious. It's actually really easy. Naruto spoke solemnly, and under everyone's gaze, he looked at Gangzatai and Shinayu Izumo. Can you two change your transformation skills? Become the way you were when you were young. At first glance, you will know that it is you two. There is a pit in your head and you can't guess it, okay? Hey! The audience was silent, and everyone's heart appeared, can't guess the sentence that there is a pit in their head. Their faces turned black because they didn't guess it. Doesn't that mean that they have a pit in their brains? In an instant, the students including Sasuke, Sakura, Niji, Xiao Li and others all gritted their teeth and looked at Naruto. Experience +1. Chapter 56, Xiao Li confessed. Naruto. Sakura yelled angrily, clenching her fist like an angry orangutan, staring at Naruto. The students next to him also looked angry. It is really a pitfall in that sentence, which is too irritating. Don't we want to lose face? The angrily crowd clenched their fists, ready to fight. Now is not the time to fight, forget it, let me go to the third floor, my little Hinata is already here. Naruto found that there are many familiar plot characters sitting on the third floor, which must contain a lot of experience points. He is going to earn a wave, because the distance from 50% of the blood is getting closer and closer. Hey, this is the third floor, you went wrong. Rock Lee reminded loudly. Look again. Naruto waved his hand, and under the agitation of chakra, the house number with logo 301 instantly changed to 201. Hey? Why did the sign become 201? This is not the third floor. Rock Lee was taken aback, looking at the sign in surprise. It's an illusion technique, when did the illusion technique be used? I haven't found anything before. Tian also frowned. This Naruto call is not easy. Everyone looked at the sign and felt frustrated. Naruto discovered an abnormality twice in a row, but they didn't notice anything. The comparison made them feel very embarrassed. But there are still some people who are not convinced, maybe it's just luck. Oh, I can't even see this kind of lowest level illusion, there really is a hole in my mind. Naruto looked at the talking member of the ninja village. You. The ninja in Saiyan village was angry, but didn't dare to do it, just glared. It was Naruto's excellent performance that caused Rock Lee's desire to fight. With Sakura here, he wanted to show off in front of Sakura, so he spoke. Naruto, you are great, but I am stronger than you, be careful. Whoosh! Rock Lee's figure flashed, flashing quickly like a phantom, and the whole person flashed like a phantom in the corridor. He couldn't see the appearance quickly, only a shadow could be seen. So fast! Everyone looked at the fast-moving shadow, and they all became solemn, and it was obvious that they were bullied just now, but in a blink of an eye they showed such terrifying strength. That's amazing moving speed, is this Konoha ninja? The people in Saiyan village couldn't believe it. Of course, Xiao Li's speed is the strongest in shinobi. Tian said proudly with his head held high. I don't know if this Naruto can block Xiao Li's attack, I hope he will hold on for a few more seconds, and he won't be defeated by a single blow. Hyuga Ningji said quietly, with a calm posture. The candidates around were also staring at this scene, wanting to see Xiao Li knocking Naruto down. After all, he was scolded by someone with pitfalls, and he must be uncomfortable. Also at this time, in the eyes of everyone's expectation, Xiao Li finally stopped moving quickly, but officially launched an attack. Naruto, take it! Xiao Li yelled, and his whole body was like a speeding car, slamming Naruto on the shoulder. Such a sharp punch even caused a shock in the air, and the powerful sound of breaking through the air made the complexion of the people around him slightly changed. Because they couldn't stop a blow like this, even Sasuke looked solemn. Just at this time, just when everyone thought Naruto was going to be defeated, Naruto finally moved and suddenly raised his right hand in full view. Bang! A dull voice sounded, and dust was rippling around it. And Lock Lee's super strong fist suddenly stopped at this moment, and was blocked by Naruto's understatement with one hand. Even caught Xiao Li's fist. Tian opened his small mouth in surprise. This Naruto is stronger than imagined. It seems to be a strong opponent. Niji looked serious, and began to look at Naruto seriously, because his strength was enough to be his opponent. Around. The students who were originally dissatisfied with Naruto, watching his powerful blow easily under his crotch, became solemn and vigilant one by one. This Naruto is not easy. The thick eyebrows were very fast just now. I didn't even see it clearly, but I didn't expect it to be blocked by Naruto. Yes, Konoha village is worthy of being a big country, and sure enough there are many masters. Be careful in the future, stay away from these two people. The ninjas in several small villages talked quietly, looking at Naruto and Lock Lee solemnly. But Sakura's eyes widened, and for the first time she realized that Naruto had become so strong, but Sasuke still remained calm and seemed confident in her own strength. Experience +1. Xiao Li, stop it, didn't you say that you want to hide your strength? Ning Xi walked over and pulled Xiao Li away, then looked at Naruto. You are very good, and I look forward to fighting with you. Don't look forward to it, you are too weak to beat me at all. Naruto told the truth. You. Niji Hyuga was choked, and then he said coldly, hey, when I wait for the actual test, I will let you know my true strength and see who is the weaker. Don't believe me, forget it, no one believes the truth these days. Naruto shrugged and continued walking to the other side, while Sasuke and Sakura followed in silence. Wait. Lock Lee suddenly came to Sakura and said, your name is Sakura, please associate with me, I will use my life to protect you. Hey! Kozakura was dumbfounded, with a black thread on her forehead saying, absolutely not. Why? Your eyebrows are too thick. Xiao Li. Xiao Li was shocked. The first time she met a girl she liked confessed, she was rejected. The Ki just showed himself in front of beautiful women, deliberately against Naruto, but the result was not clear, which made Xiao Li very depressed, thinking whether he was not performing well enough. He turned his head and looked at Naruto again. Wait for Naruto, the fight just now doesn't count, because I didn't show my real strength. True strength. When everyone heard this, they all looked at Xiao Li. The fast speed just now wasn't the real strength. If you really used all your strength, what kind of strength would you have? At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene became serious, and everyone looked at Xiao Li and Naruto. You mean carrying a weight? Naruto looked back at Rock Lee with a smile. Hey? You know I'm carrying a load. Xiao Li took a surprised look at Naruto, raised his right leg and put it on the wall, and lifted his trouser legs to reveal the load-bearing equipment inside. It's really heavy equipment, how did this Naruto know? But this thick eyebrow is really powerful, and he fights with heavy equipment. Yes, he was so fast just now, maybe he would be stronger if he took off his heavy equipment. Now there's another good show. This kid named Naruto is going to suffer. Candidates from Xiren village whispered, waiting for the two sides to compete again. But this time, Naruto suddenly said, Xiao Li, how many heavy equipment do you wear? What happened to the two? Xiao Li was blank. Too little, give you one. Naruto rolled up his sleeves, took a weight-bearing brace from his left wrist, and threw it away lightly. It's just a piece of weight-bearing like a wrist. Xiao Li wears a special metal piece of weight-bearing equipment. Tian shook her head, she clearly knew the difference between weight and weight. However, after her words fell, the wristband also fell, and fell to the center of the crowd. Boom! There was a huge earthquake in the corridor and the dust was flying, and the whole scene was greatly affected at the moment the wristband fell. People looked at the dusty scene, and their complexions changed drastically. Even the Konoha Gate gang Zisha and Shinayu Izumo, their eyes widened in amazement. How is this possible? Is this a detonation talisman applied to the wrist? It is so powerful. Tian Tian was stunned, his big eyes filled with shock. Let me see. Xiao Li came to the wristband and stretched out his hand to take the wristband. Okay, so heavy. Xiao Li tried his best to take the wristband, but the wristband was too heavy, and his complexion turned red because of too much force. How can it be so heavy? Even if the top metal is quick to load, it can't be so heavy. Shinayu Azuma walked out and began to investigate with a curious look, but his pupils shrank sharply in the next second. Chapter 57, Urjuza thinks he can do it again. This is... What happened? Gang Zisha saw the appearance of Shinayu Azuma, and came over to check in confusion. It didn't matter if he saw that he also changed his expression. It turned out to be like this Naruto. Gang Zisha took a deep breath, watching Naruto walk towards the third floor, a little shocked in his heart. What's the matter, teacher? Xiao Li didn't understand why this brace was so heavy, so he asked in confusion. The people around were also confused, even Sasuke looked solemnly at him. He never expected that Naruto would carry such heavy equipment. This also proves that Naruto has not been lazy at all during this time, and has been working hard to exercise his strength, which also brought a great sense of urgency to Sasuke's heart. Look here. Shinayu Azuma pointed to the wristband. This wristband exerts the effect of gravity ninjutsu. To put it simply, Naruto has always carried a wristband that exerts gravity, so when he drops this wristband, it will cause such a big shock. Gravity ninjutsu effect. When Xiao Li and Sasuke heard this, their expressions completely changed, and they looked at Naruto, who was walking away with incredible eyes. Weight-bearing equipment plus gravity ninjutsu, this method is really scary. How many weight-bearing equipment does Naruto wear? The wristbands are all paired, would he not wear two? One wristband is so heavy, if there are two, I can't imagine it. Tian Tian suddenly asked. I'll look with my eyes. Hyuga Niji suddenly rolled his eyes, and for a moment he saw Naruto's load-bearing equipment, the next second he stopped moving, and he didn't relax for a long time. Ninkai, what did you see? Why didn't you speak? Did Naruto wear two braces? Xiao Li asked quickly if he knew the result. No. Not two. Hyuga Niji shook his head. Hey, don't worry about two items, let me just say, how can you bring two items with such a heavy item? Xiao Li breathed a sigh of relief, and Sasuke next to him also obviously relaxed, with some comfort in his heart. Listen to me, Naruto did not wear two of them, but... But what? The crowd stared at Ning Xiai, waiting for his answer. But... Ning Xiai took a deep breath and said in a slightly shocking voice, but Naruto wears 7 pieces. What 7? My mother. The ninja village ninjas were terrified when they heard this, and their eyes widened. One piece of weight-bearing equipment is so powerful, if there are 7 pieces, how heavy will it be? Is it really 7? Are you sure? Sasuke questioned with clenched fists. Of course, a pair of weight-bearing shoes, a pair of weight-bearing leggings, and a weight-bearing wristband, and a heavier weight-bearing vest. This vest is probably heavier than everything combined. As Niji Hyuga explained, few of them were shocked. This. The audience was silent, everyone turned their heads to look to the other side, watching the direction Naruto had left. Although Naruto had already gone to the 3rd floor, everyone was still looking in that direction in shock. 1 piece is so heavy, but you get 7 pieces, which is too strong. Everyone, look at me, and I look at you. They were all hit hard by this result. There was even an examinee from Xianan village who walked straight out. Why are you going? His companion asked suspiciously. Of course I went back to the village, the gap is so big, and I have to take a fart test, and die. It seems to be the same, let's go too, it's better to go home to farm than to die. Row. The ninjas in the 3 small villages gave up directly and left without hesitation. There was no way. They were relatively weak. It was not easy to muster the courage to come to Konoha. Now that I see such a terrible opponent, thinking that I will fight such a life in the future, it is better to give up early, save my life, and let's say. Besides, they understood Konoha's strength and didn't need to take the risk to take the exam, so the 3 of them walked very decisively and did not procrastinate. The people around looked at the 3 people who left, and did not look down on them, but instead praised them for their decisiveness, because they were also afraid. If it wasn't for the purpose of investigating more ninja villages' strength, they had also left, leaving here early and returning to their respective houses. Hey, I didn't expect Konoha ninja to be so strong. It seems that you have to be careful when taking the exam. Yeah, let's go to the 3rd floor to take the written test. Walk around. Everyone stepped upstairs, and soon only Sasuke and Sakura were left in this area. Sasuke, are you okay? Sakura looked at Sasuke's silence, looking at him worriedly. It's okay, but I didn't expect Naruto to hide so deeply. I didn't expect his physique to be so strong. I remember. Sasuke said in a deep voice. Sasuke, don't be discouraged. You are better at ninjutsu. No matter how strong you are, you can't resist ninjutsu. Sakura encouraged. Yes, in order to deal with Naruto, I have done a lot of preparations. Sasuke's eyes flickered, gradually revealing riding wheel eyes. So handsome. Sakura started the again. Let's go, although Naruto is strong, but also has fatal weaknesses, and I have already made targeted preparations. Sasuke Yuyu said. What are you preparing for? You will know from now on. I will show you the scene where Naruto was defeated in front of me. Sasuke spoke lightly with a cool gesture. Bang! There was a vibration from above, and Sasuke and Sakura changed their faces when they heard the sound. What's the matter? Is there a fight on the 3rd floor? Go upstairs and have a look. It is good. Sasuke and Sakura hurried to the 3rd floor, but just halfway through, they heard screams coming from above. Such a voice made Sasuke and Sakura even more curious, and they rushed to the 3rd floor at an accelerated rate. But when they ran to the 3rd floor, they saw 2 ninjas from Ninja Village lying on the ground, and there was a female ninja standing beside the wall in fear. Looking at their forehead protection, they found that the female ninja and the 2 ninjas on the ground belonged to the same small village, because the forehead protection is a pattern of a musical note. What happened? Sasuke said in a puzzled manner. He didn't know who had attacked the people in these small villages, because the person who attacked him did not show up, and seemed to be in the 301 classroom next to him. It's none of your business, Konoha ninja. The long-haired ninja on the ground stood up, clutching his heart, and looked at Sasuke coldly. Ah! When Sasuke heard what the long-haired ninja said, he was a little annoyed. The angry Sasuke said coldly, it seems that Konoha's ninja beat you, and the blame is only for your weakness. After Sasuke finished speaking, he moved forward. He didn't pay attention to the ninjas in these small villages. It was the boy called Gaara that really made him value. I am weak? Are you taunting me? The long-haired ninja abruptly blocked Sasuke's path and stared at him coldly. Why? I was beaten and wanted to anger me? Forgot to tell you that I am stronger than you thought. What is the name of the Konoha ninja who beat you? Maybe he can't beat me with one hand. Sasuke said proudly. Chapter 58, Weak like a pig. Okay. The long-haired ninja also became solemn when he heard this, looking at Sasuke suspiciously. He is actually a subordinate of Ashimaru, his name is Das, and he came to Konoha to test Sasuke, but he didn't expect. Just now they were beaten by a Naruto called Naruto, and the beat was very miserable, and the beater was helpless. In this way, encountering a person at random is so powerful, and it also makes them begin to reassess the strength of Konoha ninja. They felt that Konoha, as the #1 nation in the ninja world, was powerful for no reason. Now hearing Sasuke say such confident words, and looking at Sasuke's cold and arrogant posture, Das was also surprised. He felt that this Sasuke might be stronger than Naruto just now, otherwise it would be impossible to have such an attitude, let alone be valued by Ashimaru. Therefore, Das did not dare to act rashly, but looked at each other solemnly. The female ninja next to her also had the same look. She pulled Das to persuade him, "Das, forget it, you are injured, it's better not to cause trouble." "Yes, Das, have you forgotten our goal?" Another injured male ninja also began to persuade. The words of the two made Das even more afraid to act rashly, but he was extremely sincere to Ashimaru and wanted to prove himself. Especially seeing Sasuke's cold and arrogant attitude, Das couldn't help clenching his fists. "No, I have to be recognized by the adults, and now is just an opportunity," Das said, raising his hands to make the starting position before the battle. He knew that it might be a fierce battle next, and he might be seriously injured. But in order to prove himself like Lord Ashimaru, Das must not back down, even if he died. Therefore, he mobilized all his strength to deliver the strongest blow, and looked at Sasuke intently. "Maybe you are very strong, but I still have to fight you, even if I will die, take it." Whoosh! Humph! Overwhelming! Sasuke smiled coldly, and rushed towards Das without retreating, even with a trace of disdain in his eyes. Bang! A dull voice sounded, and a figure fell to the ground embarrassedly, and then looked at each other in disbelief. The two Otanhanos next to him also watched this scene in amazement, with blank eyes in their eyes, and Sakura was also stunned, and his mind was a little empty. Because it was Sasuke who was beaten to fly. "What kind of attack are you? I obviously avoided it," Sasuke said in embarrassment, staring at the opponent in disbelief. "So weak." Das frowned and looked at Sasuke somewhat weirdly. "I thought you were so strong, so weak, I thought you were really stronger than that person." "That is, you are much weaker than that person. That person defeated Das and me in seconds, but you were injured by Das's ability. You are really weak." The other Otanin also spoke, with sarcasm in his eyes. "It really shocked me just now. I thought that what Sasuke said was true. It turned out to be a lie." The female ninja shook her head, feeling that Sasuke was a silver gun waxy head. "Damn it, is that sound attack for you?" Sasuke said with his fist clenched. In the battle just now, because the opponent was Saiyan Miura, Sasuke was a bit dissatisfied, and he did not pay too much attention to the opponent's attack. As a result, I didn't expect that the other party's attack was so weird, with a certain tone of attack. Coupled with the full attack of the opponent, Sasuke was accidentally hit and looked very embarrassed. "Of course, I am Otanin, we are cruel." Dos raised his hands and looked at Sasuke eagerly. Naruto was beaten so badly just now, this time Sasuke was so angry that he was about to attack again. The two Otaninbu next to them also took a step forward, pinching their fingers at the same time to make a sound of grid bar. Seeing the three Otanin approaching, Sasuke's expression gradually became solemn, and the next Sakura also hurriedly came to the side of Sasuke and looked at each other nervously. Because the opponent's attack is too weird, they have no chance of winning, so they may suffer from flesh and blood. Such a powerful enemy also made Sasuke and Sakura more and more nervous, and they did not dare to show any carelessness. The atmosphere became more and more depressing in such an atmosphere. Snee! The sound of Naruto sneezing suddenly came out in the classroom, which also calmed the atmosphere. The three Yunin's expressions changed slightly because of this voice, and they looked in the direction of the classroom vigilantly. This change caused Sasuke's doubts, and it seemed that something was wrong. "Fortunately for you, kid, if it's not that person, let's go." Das was worried that the battle here would arouse the attention of Naruto, so he left a cruel word and left with his two companions. Only Sakura and Sasuke remained in place, standing still with a blank expression. What's the situation? Kozukura and Suzuki looked at this scene blankly, feeling that something was wrong. There was a tense atmosphere just now, but after a sneeze, how did the other party leave? And why do you look so flustered? Seems to be afraid of something. This situation confuses the two of them, causing them to stay in place for a while. But after a while, Sakura thought of something and hurriedly said, could it be that the one who beat DOS is Naruto? What? Naruto? Suzuki was stunned when he heard this, and his expression changed completely. Because the three of DOS left after Naruto's sneeze, and DOS also said that it was Konoha who beat them, which is very likely to be Naruto's hands. However, Suzuki still didn't want to believe it, because he suffered a loss in DOS's hands. If the person who beat DOS before was Naruto, wouldn't it mean that he is not as good as Naruto? Suzuki, who was unwilling to believe in his heart, clenched his fist and said, no, maybe someone else hit it. Let's go in and ask Naruto. It is good. After speaking, the two walked quickly to classroom 301. And Suzuki always clenched his fist, hoping that none of this was true. Squeak! When classroom 301 opened, countless ferocious eyes looked over. Suzuki saw these ferocious eyes and hurriedly became vigilant, while Sakura nervously hid behind Suzuki while also looking for Naruto. Yet, you two are too slow. Come and sit with me. Naruto yelled loudly while sitting at the desk, then looked at the vicious ninjas beside him, go away. You. Several ferocious ninjas were very angry, but thinking of the battle just now, they still left the desk with outrage to make room. Suzuki and Sakura were stunned for 2 seconds at such a scene, and they endured their doubts and walked over. Naruto, how do you feel that you are weird today? It seems to be more domineering. Sakura said. Have it. Naruto raised his eyebrows. He wouldn't say that his bloodline was almost 50%, when he turned into a Super Saiyan, his strength was definitely a disaster level. To achieve this level of strength, there is no need for him to hide and tuck him. The key is that there are many experience in this classroom. For example, the 12 Xiaoqiang, the third sister and brother of Ai Luo, the pharmacist's pocket, the vortex fragrant phosphorus, and all kinds of dragon sleeves. With so many experience points, he can definitely make a big harvest, so today he must do something to earn experience points. By the way, Naruto, did you hit someone just now? Sakura asked tentatively. Yes, I just beaten 3 Odanin. It seems that there is someone named DOS. He is as weak as a pig. It's amazing how weak he dares to provoke. Naruto said. Weak like a pig. When Suzuki heard this, his face was completely black. Just now he took a toll on doses carelessly. Doesn't it mean that he is not as good as a pig? Such words made him angry, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Suzuki, what's wrong with your face? Why is your face so dark? Naruto blinked innocently. You. Suzuki was speechless angrily, turned his head to look aside and ignored Naruto. Experience +1. Experience +2. Chapter 59, Gaara suffered for the first time. The sound of the experience point kept coming, and Naruto looked around happily. Because of being the center of the classroom, his words and deeds affect the entire classroom. Correspondingly, the characters in the plot here are all providing him with experience points, making him full in a short time. Okay, be quiet. The invigilators signaled everyone to be quiet. Because the exam was about to begin, the invigilator began to explain the requirements of the written test. It's just that the written test this time is very difficult, and it is a very difficult test. To test well, the theoretical knowledge must be very solid, otherwise most people will not be able to answer it. The reason why the exam is so difficult is to test the students' cheating methods, not the ability to answer the questions, so the difficulty of this question can be imagined. Like Suzuki, Niji, Shikamaru, Ino, and Gaara cannot write this answer, let alone those little dragons. So when the teacher handed out the test papers and announced the start of the test, everyone started to have trouble watching these questions. No way, the question is too difficult to answer. It can be said that few people in the entire classroom can answer the question. Among them, Hinata and Sakura can answer, and there are 2 candidates who know the answer. These 2 candidates were deliberately arranged by the village, in order to let other candidates copy them. But if you are caught cheating by teachers, you will also be kicked out of the examination room, so this cheating must be very, very hidden. This is more difficult, especially when the examiners are sitting on both sides, it makes the atmosphere of the scene become depressing. And so, not long after the exam started, someone was caught cheating, and they were kicked out. They even tired their teammates and made the atmosphere even more depressing. Naruto. The place for the Hinata exam was next to Naruto. She was very worried that Naruto could not do well, so she secretly leaned her test paper against Naruto, and wanted Naruto to copy it. After all, these questions are too difficult, and she also took a lot of effort to barely answer half of it, but Naruto didn't look at her from beginning to end, instead he kept writing with a pen. Seeing this scene, Hinata was a little at a loss. Naruto had little time to study before. He had to go to the river to catch fish for survival and food, so Naruto had very little time to study. But now, Naruto was writing so hard, even without stopping, which immediately aroused Hinata's curiosity, and she opened her eyes and glanced at it secretly. It didn't matter if she looked at it, she found that Naruto had already completed most of the test paper, and the answer to the test paper was more perfect than what she wrote. Even through Naruto's answer, she found that she had written a wrong question. Suddenly, Hinata was surprised. She looked at her test paper and then at Naruto's confident appearance, and found that Naruto was really good. And she found that the serious Naruto is very handsome and super attractive. With his little head silently underneath, Hinata began to correct his wrong question, but the corner of his eye was still watching Naruto secretly, watching his serious appearance. Snapped. The sound of the writing pen hitting the desk hard attracted the attention of the entire classroom. Naruto raised his head to look at the examiner Marino Ibiki. The last question has no test questions. When will the test questions be announced? At 45 minutes. Marino Ibiki frowned and came to Naruto, looked at his test paper, and then froze for a while. How long is it that you finished so quickly? No way, these questions are too simple. Naruto stretched out and said lightly. Is it easy? I think many people didn't do a single question. Marino Ibiki looked at Naruto carefully. Of course simple. Naruto smiled disdainfully and continued. For such a simple question, those who can't write a single question are no different from pigs. Hey! The face of Sasuke in the back row was completely black. After reading all the questions, he didn't know a single question. Now after hearing Naruto's words, his face was really black. Gaara, Kankuro, Niji, Shikamaru, Inuyasukaya, and many of the dragons around me are a bit dark because they all belong to the master who can't solve a problem. The warm-looking Ino, even though he did a question, was still very depressed, because that sentence seemed to mean that she was a little stronger than a pig. Depressed, she decides to use Naruto as a cheating object, prepares to perform the heart-turning technique on Naruto, and then takes over Naruto's body to check Naruto's test paper. Considering this, she smiled confidently and began to secretly perform secret techniques. The art of turning the heart. The mysterious essence of mystery was released instantly, and he moved towards Naruto in front, enveloped Yang Naruto's body, intending to take over Naruto. Puff! A mouthful of blood was spit out suddenly. Ino covered his small mouth, beautiful eyes looked at the Naruto ahead in amazement. What happened? Examiner Marino Ibiki looked at Ino. He had seen everything in the process just now, including Ino's secret technique. Originally there was nothing, but But he didn't expect that Ino would vomit blood because of this, which surprised Marino Ibiki. But seeing that it was a child in Konoha village who was vomiting blood, he was still more worried, so he asked. "No, it's okay." Ino shook his head, wiped off the blood with his little white hand, then lowered his head to continue the test, but the whole person was shaking, and the hand holding the pen was a little unstable. Her situation has attracted the attention of many people, and Shikamaru and Niji, who are teammates, looked at it with worried eyes. "Take the exam," Marino Ibiki reminded him, then looked at Naruto, and muttered inwardly, not understanding what was going on just now, and could not figure out why Ino would vomit blood. Is it because of Kyuubi? It seems that this matter needs to be reported to Master Naruto. Marino Ibiki said secretly, continuing to observe Naruto. The students around did not know why Ino vomited blood, they were still annoyed by Naruto's words. Gaara, like Gaara, has started to mobilize the sand, preparing to condense the sand eyeballs, and then condense in front of Naruto, peeking at Naruto's answer. Just when he mobilized the sand in front of Naruto and just condensed his eyeball, a hand suddenly stretched out and directly crushed the eyeball. Damn it! Gaara hurriedly covered his left eye and looked at Naruto angrily with his right eye. He didn't expect that this kid actually crushed his condensed eyeballs, knowing that he specially used sand to remove the eyes of Naruto, but it didn't work. On the contrary, he connected his vision with the sand. The moment he was crushed, he felt a sudden pain in his eyes, suffered a dark loss, and it was the first loss in his life, which made Gaara depressed. It's interesting that it can make me suffer. Gaara looked at Naruto indifferently, and prepared to take good care of Naruto in future exams so that he would understand the consequences of provoking him. Naruto, right? I remember. Experience +1. Experience +3. Chapter 60, Hinata's ability to steal. The exam continues. The candidates in the entire class were cheating through their own means, some were caught and kicked out, and some escaped. After 45 minutes, everyone answered more or less questions. Even Ino wrote most of the questions through Sakura. It's just that Ino has never dared to look at Naruto, always avoiding him. At the end of 45 minutes, Marino Ibiki finally spoke. He said indifferently, "I will announce the title of the last question later, but I will add a condition before that. After I said the last question, as long as you can't answer this question, you will never be able to take the Zongnin exam, even if you do all the previous questions correctly. You can give up the exam so that you can come again next year, but those who stay have to be determined to never become Zongrin. Choose, stay here or leave immediately. It's best to think about it, otherwise I will announce the topic later, so don't leave." Marino Ibiki said coldly, looking at the whole class with her eyes, but she always included Naruto in his field of vision, watching him silently, wanting to see how Naruto chooses. How can this be? Then the question that we answered right above is not counted? It's too much, it's obviously playing us. Yes, and if you don't answer the last question correctly, then you will never be a ninja. If you don't give up this year, you will come to the exam next year. Exactly. When the students heard this condition, they completely blew up their nests and looked at Marino Ibiki with indignation. "I give up." Someone raised his hand, planning to come back for the exam next year. "I also give up." "And I." Someone in the classroom quickly raised their hands to give up, then got up and walked outside. As they left, the atmosphere in the house was aggravated, making the rest of the people even more depressed. Because these people who have left will be able to come to the exam next year, but those who remain, if they fail to answer the last question, they will never pass. Under such pressure, everyone became serious, and a large number of people got up and left. And Naruto didn't take it seriously from beginning to end, even sitting lazily in a chair, turning the pen boringly, let alone, it turned pretty well. "Is there anyone leaving?" Marino Ibiki said coldly, looking at the empty classroom. The remaining candidates look at me and I look at you. They didn't say anything, but waited firmly. Now I announce that the rest of the people have passed the written test. Marino Ibiki suddenly smiled. Hey? What's the situation? Everyone was at a loss and felt that something was wrong, because the last question was not given yet, so why did it pass? Teacher, why did you pass? You haven't said the last question yet. Kanjiro asked in confusion. Stupid, of course it is to test determination. Ninjas must work hard to complete tasks at all times, even if this task is mortal. Naruto stood up, said slightly mockingly, then pulled Hinata's little hand and said, Go Hinata, go home to eat, ignore these fools. Who are you, stupid? Kankuro looked at Naruto angrily. Of course it's you, you don't even hear it. What is this, not a fool? Naruto shrugged and took Hinata to the door. Damn boy! The chakra line appeared in Kankuro's hand, preparing to fight Naruto, but at this time, sand appeared in the sky. Gaara stood up slowly, looking at Naruto with cold eyes. Naruto, don't you? Remember, the weaker the strength, the stronger the clamor. Really? Then you are still clamoring. Naruto did not show weakness. It irritates me, you can't bear it. Gaara's eyes gradually turned blood red. Sand sculpture. Naruto responded without hesitation while earning experience points. What did you say? There is a kind of say it again. Gaara's eyes were tyrannical, and the vibration of the sand in the air became more obvious. Sand sculpture, Gaara. Court death. Gaara was out of anger, a lot of sand appeared around his body, and a more smell permeated. Stop! Marino Ibiki shouted loudly, quickly blocked the center, and then said coldly, This is the written examination room, no one is allowed to fight here, otherwise the exam will be disqualified. Humph! Gaara looked around bloodthirstily, at the dozen Konoha ninjas who suddenly stood up, turning his head to stare at Naruto in a gloomy voice. When the actual combat, I will take good care of you. Really? Then try. Naruto made a small finger gesture to Gaara and Kankuro, and then left arrogantly. Damn boy! Gaara hadn't spoken yet, but Kankuro spoke angrily. He felt that Naruto was too annoying and wanted to beat Naruto violently. I remember that in the exams in previous years, there would be actual battles. Then I must make Naruto life worse than death. Kanjiro said angrily. Yes, beating him violently, even saying that we are stupid. Aikau Deu endured. Yeah, this Naruto is too arrogant, I must teach him a lesson. The surrounding students watched Naruto go angrily. After being ridiculed for so long, it is strange that they are not angry. Only Sakura and Sasuke watched this scene helplessly, feeling a little panicked in their hearts. No way, Naruto is their teammate, and they will suffer. This Naruto can really cause trouble. Sakura said angrily. Although Sasuke didn't speak, he still had a black face, feeling that it was a disastrous decision to team up with Naruto. Experience +1. Outside world. Naruto took the shy Hinata and walked outside, heading home in the warm sunshine. Not to mention, Hinata's little hands are really soft, and the soft and smooth feeling really makes Naruto feel comfortable. Even he was reluctant to let it go, so he always held her, holding the white and soft bare hand. Hinata was shy from beginning to end, but thinking of Naruto's arrogant and domineering performance today, she was a little worried that it would cause trouble. So she plucked up the courage and said, Naruto, will this cause you trouble? Don't worry, it's all trivial, and I really like them to come to me, otherwise I have to go to them one by one. Naruto smiled. Look for them. Hinata was also a little unclear, so he didn't know why he was looking for someone else. Well, let's not talk about this problem, let's talk about something else. By the way, I heard Huahuo say that you are secretly learning to make clothes recently. Naruto said suddenly. Ah, this, I. Suddenly, Hinata's face was covered with red clouds, and he dared not look at Naruto as if he was said to be the central thing, and he became a little flustered. "Why are you so flustered? Are you making clothes for me?" Naruto said suddenly. "No. No." Hinata panicked Yao's small head. "It turned out that I was not making clothes for me, so disappointed, my clothes are a bit small." Naruto shook his head deliberately disappointed. "Naruto. Naruto, don't lose your mind. Actually, I am actually making clothes for you." Hinata said with a little embarrassment, pinching the corner of his clothes with his other hand. "Really?" Naruto approached Hinata and stared at her. "Okay. It's so good, I went home for dinner." Hum. The two hand in hand, in the warm atmosphere, drifting away, and Naruto also wanted to see how much blood can reach today. Chapter 61, Dead Forest. Back home, Naruto rarely participated in cooking, but gave everything to Hinata. Because he has more important things to do, and that is to exchange Saiyan blood. He has been in contact with a large number of plot characters many times in a row, many of which have +3 experience points, which greatly increases his harvest today. In the usual scenario, it would be nice to get 100 experience points a day, especially when there is no plot. You can't get much experience points a day, but now. Naruto looked at the 510 experience points he had accumulated and nodded in satisfaction. So many experience points are enough for him to exchange 5% of his blood, and the extra 10 points can also be used to draw a lottery and fight for luck. With deep expectations, Naruto began to exchange these 500 experience points for his blood. Ding! Consume 500 experience points and successfully exchange 50 drops of Saiyan blood. The boiling warm current flows in the body, and the turbulent power like the waves keeps rippling. Naruto's body faintly emits a terrible breath, and the edges and corners of his face become more and more distinct. Bang! Naruto shook his right hand, and the popping sound echoed. The teacup on the coffee table beside him was directly shattered to the ground, making a bang, which also attracted the attention of the kitchen Hinata. "Naruto, what's the matter?" Hinata's caring voice came from the kitchen, and Hinata, wearing a cartoon apron, ran outside with a frying spoon. After she looked at the broken cup next to the coffee table, she hurriedly worried, "Naruto, are you okay? Did you hurt it?" "It's okay, let's cook, I will clean up the broken teacup in a while." Naruto quickly converged his breath. "Let me do it." Hinata did not let Naruto clean, but walked into the kitchen with little feet, took out the broom and dustpan and walked out. Then she carefully put the broken teacup away, and then checked it carefully, and she was relieved when she found that there was no residue. This kind of glass is very sharp and it is easy to get injured if stepped on, so she will check it so carefully. "Okay, I'm going to cook." Hinata waved her hand and headed to the kitchen, her cute appearance in a cartoon apron, just like a little wife. Naruto watched this scene quietly. He liked this scene very much. It felt very warm and happy. It's a beautiful moment. I will always guard this warmth. If anyone dares to destroy, I will kill him. Naruto murmured secretly. Withdrawing his mood, Naruto glanced at the remaining experience points, and then chose to draw. Ding! Congratulations on winning a fairy bean in Dragon Ball World. One fairy bean? It turned out to be this. Naruto was very surprised. He didn't expect that he would draw this thing. You must know that fairy beans have a very powerful healing effect. Just taking one pill can make a person recover quickly. Such a good thing, it took only 10 experience points to be extracted, which really surprised him. Good thing, I don't know if this world can be cultivated. If it can, maybe a lot of fairy beans can be cultivated, and then you can use fairy beans as melon seeds. Naruto said longingly, carefully placing the fairy beans in the storage space before opening the data panel. Ding! Naruto, mixed Saiyan. Bloodline, 47%. Capacity, 5 cubic meters of space, making the moon. Experience value, 0. The Saiyan bloodline reaches 47%. By the time of the second Death Forest exam, you can almost collect 50%. It will also be the time for real transformation, Tusk. There was joy in Naruto's eyes, and the whole person looked a little airy. It's just that as his physique continues to grow, his clothes appear very tight, and the weight-bearing equipment is a bit small, not suitable for wearing. Naruto shook his head and took off the load-bearing equipment. Only then did he feel that the clothes were a little better, but they still felt a little smaller. Hinata, Hinata. What's wrong with Naruto? I have to work hard and learn to sew clothes. My clothes won't last long. Naruto came to the kitchen and looked at the busy Hinata, naturally. I'm currently studying, is this all right? I will order 10 new clothes for you first. Can you wear it temporarily, Naruto? Hinata said softly. Okay, just do what you said. Naruto nodded, suddenly thinking of something and continued. Tomorrow's exam venue is the Dead Forest. You are going to order some medicine to repel mosquitoes. There are a lot of mosquitoes there. Don't be bitten. When you arrive in the forest, you will wait for me in the Red Cedar area about 1,000 meters from the entrance, and I will find you. Okay, all right. Hinata nodded, and then said in surprise. Death Forest? Isn't there training ground 44? How did you know, Naruto? In order to prevent people from cheating, the content of the Zongnin exam is strictly confidential, but Naruto would have known it in advance, which surprised Hinata. Well, you can treat it as an analysis. Okay, come on and cook. I'll have tea. Naruto smashed Hinata's small white face, and in her shyness, stepped out of the kitchen. Only Hinata was left standing in place, and it took a while before she lifted her hand to model her small face, and then continued to stand stupidly. Hey? What's the smell? Hinata sniffed his little nose, and hurriedly looked at his cooking. Oh, the vegetables are messed up. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shone on the earth, bringing vitality to everything. At the entrance of the Death Forest, the examinees stepped forward and looked at the huge Death Forest and the poisonous insects and beasts that appeared from time to time in the forest. Some people felt a little creepy. Hinata in the crowd was peeking at Naruto, and the whole person was a little surprised. What's wrong with you, Hinata? Yui Nashino found out that Hinata's expression was wrong, and asked suspiciously. Shino, do you think the actual test location can be analyzed? Hinata asked puzzled. Analysis? This kind of chance is very small. I discussed with my father yesterday. He felt that he was fighting in the arena, but he didn't expect that the last place he would come was the Death Forest. Yuzina shook her head, and then said, Hinata, has anyone analyzed the location of the test? No. No. Hinata Yayao small her head, then continued to peek at Naruto. Okay. Yuzina frowned slightly when she saw this scene, and said inwardly, has Naruto analyzed it in advance? It's impossible, how can this kind of thing be analyzed simply? Yunazinai didn't believe this. The exam questions were equivalent to a secret task, and it was absolutely impossible for others to know, so he secretly sighed that he was thinking about it. But this time, Hinata suddenly took out some medicine packets from the ninja bag, and then handed them to him and Inyazuka Tooth. Shino, you take these medicine packs, which can effectively drive away poisonous insects and beasts. Let's take these into the forest and wait for Naruto in the Red Cedar area. Hey? Drive away poisonous insects and beasts? Waiting for Naruto to come. Yunashina was taken aback for a moment, and then said, Hina, didn't you know the test location in advance, did you? This one. Hinata was silent for 2 seconds. Considering that Shino and Inyazuka, who are teammates, must go to the Red Cedar area with her, she nodded and said, Yes, Naruto analyzed it yesterday and asked me to wait for him in the Red Cedar area of the Death Forest. Hinata said seriously. It was really analyzed, this Naruto. Yunushinai looked at Naruto in surprise, and found that the former crane tail had not only become stronger, but also so powerful in analysis, which really surprised him. It seems that Naruto has grown a lot. Yunushinai said quietly, and secretly vowed to work hard to improve herself. The other side. Naruto stood at the forefront of the team and waited silently, while feeling the gazes that were staring at him. Two men among these people attracted his attention. One is Gaara looking at herself with hatred, and the other is a strange woman with a hat, and she is Ashimaru. Okay, this is the rule. You receive your own scrolls and follow different passages to the Death Forest. Matere Red Bean said loudly. Yes. Ding. Experience value +3. Chapter 62, Is the Bear Paw Delicious? Whoosh whoosh. The candidates quickly rushed into the Death Forest from their respective positions, and moved forward desperately in order to find a favorable battle location. This includes my third sister and brother Gaara, as well as some very powerful Uran, who are very dissatisfied with Naruto. In this regard, Sasuke and Sakura are also helpless. They can only look around vigilantly after entering the forest, thinking about how to face these powerful enemies. Naruto, you are too capable of causing trouble. The eyes of those people just now were very fierce and terrifying. Sakura worried. Naruto, you are really reckless this time. Although your strength has improved greatly, it is difficult to deal with too many opponents, and Gaara, who is carrying the gourd, is not easy. Sasuke's complexion was dignified, and Gaara was very jealous, especially the smell in the sand, which made him change. Don't worry, leave this to me. If the enemy comes, just hide or leave. I will deal with them myself. Naruto didn't worry, but quickly locked Hinata's position through perception. Stupid Naruto, we are a team, how could we see you being bullied? Anyway, we are also partners. Even if we bully you, I can only bully you. Sakura said angrily. Although she was afraid of those enemies, she decided to help Naruto. Sasuke next to him heard this, and although he didn't speak, he still nodded. Such an attitude made Naruto look at the two of them more, feeling that the two of them really looked like partners. This makes Naruto a little hard to say. Originally, he planned to smash the two, but now he really couldn't say it, and finally shook his head. Let's go, don't forget that I am a perception ninja, they want to find me, it's difficult. Really? Naruto, tell the truth, how big is your perception? Kozakura asked curiously. It's huge, bigger than you think. Naruto raised his eyebrows and didn't say much, but jumped toward the Red Cedar Forest. Sakura and Sasuke hurriedly followed, becoming more and more curious about Naruto's perception. Hey? It's interesting to find someone, come with me. In Naruto's perception, the vortex fragrant phosphorus was discovered. Of course, the members of the vortex must go and take a look. After all, there is an experience ball around her body. Naruto, who did you find? Sakura wondered. It's a girl, maybe it will become your competitor. Naruto said with a smile. Girl? Will become my competitor. Sakura was taken aback, and hurriedly looked at Sasuke, suddenly worried. Naruto, let's not touch other ninjas, be careful to be attacked by them. Don't worry, this girl is as weak as an old hen, just like you. Naruto. The other side. Whirlpool Xianglin and two teammates were running fast in the woods. All three looked scared because they were chased by a big brown bear. This big brown bear is very large, its head alone is several times larger than fragrant phosphorus, not to mention its huge body. Such a huge big brown bear, madly chasing, can chase the trio of Xianglin panic. Captain, quickly find a way to block the big brown bear. If we continue, our physical strength will not be able to hold it. Xianglin hurriedly said with glasses. Do you think I don't want to block it? Just now, Sasaki and I attacked the big brown bear with kunao several times, but the result was blocked by its powerful defense. Xiaren as the captain rebuked. Yet, my strongest attack was only on the big brown bear, leaving a small wound, but it also completely angered it and became more violent and crazy. We went up to die. Another Shida Shinobu named Sasaki hurriedly spoke, and the whole person looked very panicked. Then what should we do? Are we going to keep running? Our physical strength is simply not enough. Xianglin worried. There is no way, it can only be this way. Sasaki and the captain looked at each other, secretly exchanged their eyes, and the speed of running began to accelerate, a few meters faster than Xianglin. Roar! The big brown bear seemed to be in a hurry and roared in annoyance, then quickly strengthened his limbs and chased quickly. Damn it, it speeds up, run away! Whizzing! The captain and the Sasaki swiftly accelerated and ran in the two directions respectively. They separated suddenly, and suddenly the running movement of Xianglin paused. Roar! The big brown bear suddenly rushed in front of Xianglin, the terrifying bear paw formed a shadow, and slapped Xianglin with a mighty force. It's over! In the shadow, Xianglin accidentally tripped to the ground, leaving only despair in his red eyes. Only at this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air. Hey, this big brown bear is really good. I don't know how the bear's paw tastes. Sasuke doesn't rush to save people. There was a frivolous voice, not loud, but it passed into this area. Following the sound, the big brown bear holding up the bear paw stopped, and then looked in the direction of the sound with fearful eyes. Tisk tisk, this big brown bear is interesting. Whoosh! Naruto's figure flashed to the front of the big brown bear and said, looking at the still big brown bear. It looks like I still lack a pet, you are the only one. Naruto said, patted the solace of the big brown bear and said, Big stupid bear, what do you think? Is it my pet or the ingredients? Roar! The big brown bear roared wildly and released a fierce breath. With such a change, Xianglin's complexion changed with fright. She hurriedly reminded, be careful, it is very dangerous. Bang! After the big brown bear roared, his head drooped down suddenly and surrendered to Naruto. Hey! The scene was silent. Xianglin stared at it, she didn't expect such a brutal big brown bear to surrender because of a word. This is too ruining. The key big brown bear, after chasing them crazy all the way for so long, now suddenly he jumped out and said a word, and he surrendered. This is a bit too dramatic, and it also makes Xianglin's head feel a little bit hard to turn. It's not just that Phosphorus can't turn around, but Sasuke and Sakura also have some heads. The three of them obviously just arrived, and they didn't even fight, so they said a word. Why did this big brown bear surrender? Isn't it rumored that the beasts of the Death Forest are very cruel? Why does this one look so docile? Sasuke and Sakura couldn't figure it out, and even Sakura took 2 steps forward and tentatively said, Big brown bear, how about being my pet? It must be better than following Naruto. Roar! The big brown bear stood up abruptly, his huge mouth opened quickly, and a fierce roar at Sakura made Sakura's face pale in fright. Okay, sit down obediently. Naruto stepped forward and kicked the big brown bear, and then said, the strength is too weak, it feels useless, it's actually good to be a food. Ouch! The big brown bear hurriedly lowered his head, looking at Naruto pitifully with big eyes, shivering like an abandoned little beast. This! Sakura looked very speechless, and she even complained that she had never seen a bear like this. She didn't look like a bear at all, and obviously he looks respectful and well-behaved to Naruto, why is he so cruel to himself? This is too unfair. The depressed Sakura is very unbalanced, feeling that the world is full of malice towards herself. Okay, don't feel wronged. Although you are useless, you can be a transportation tool. Naruto thought for a while. Transportation? Xionglin's little head was a little confused. Such a brutal big brown bear actually said it was useless, and said that it could only be used as a means of transportation. The key is such a powerful big brown bear, if you surrender to her, then her combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, and it will be enough to sweep some dragon sets. Unfortunately, Xionglan just think about it, because the big brown bear looks down on her, or Naruto is different. With a hint of curiosity, Xionglan turned on perception, and the next second she looked at Naruto sharply. Chapter 63, Ashimaru Chase. This is... Xionglan looked at Naruto in amazement, and his whole body froze in place. The warm little face was filled with horror, as if he had seen some terrible scene, and was so scared that he couldn't move. Okay. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Phosphorus with a faint smile, and then stepped up to her, blocking the sight of Sasuke and Sakura. I saved you, shouldn't you thank me? Naruto said quietly. Thanks, thank you. Xionglan hurriedly bowed his head to thank, but still couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Where are your teammates? Naruto asked knowingly. They ran away, and I don't know where they are now. Oh, by the way, my name is Phosphorus. What should I call you? My name is Naruto. Naruto replied, staring at the fragrant Phosphorus with his eyes. This girl's perception ability is very strong, that Kagura Heart Eyes can be said to be very good. According to Naruto's attempts during this period of time, the ordinary perception ninja could not detect his situation, but Xionglin's attitude had changed significantly just now, and it seemed to have discovered something. This caused Naruto to be curious about her abilities. He wondered whether there was a connection between Xionglin's perception ability and his own perception ability. After all, they belonged to the Vortex family. And so, Naruto intends to ask about her abilities. The most important thing is to ask clearly what she saw, but it is not appropriate to ask now because Sasuke and Sakura are there. Naruto thought for a while and said, it seems that your companion has given you up. How about teaming up with us? At least I can leave the dead forest alive. This. Xionglan hesitated for 2 seconds when he heard this, then thought of something, nodded and said, okay, okay. Well, let's go. After Naruto finished speaking, he jumped on the back of the big brown bear and stepped on it to look down at the Xionglan and others below. Come up. It is good. Whoosh whoosh. Everyone came to the back of the big brown bear, but both Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto in doubt, not knowing why he brought this fragrant Phosphorus. Naruto ignored them, but looked to the southeast. Because in his perception, Ashimaru began to search for them near the passage, and determined the direction, and was coming towards this side. Are you coming? Just to make fun of him. Naruto had a smirk in his eyes, and his hands began to seal. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Bang 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 bang. A large number of shadow avatars suddenly appeared, causing Sasuke and the others to be taken aback. What's the matter? Sasuke asked suspiciously. It's okay, I have encountered something interesting. After Naruto finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and instantly 5 packs of detonating symbols appeared in his hand. Detonation talisman? Naruto, where do you get so many detonation talisman? Sakura looked at these detonating charms in surprise. There are almost 200 detonating charms per pack, and 5 packs are 1000. If so many detonating charms explode, the power would be beyond imagination. Where is this? There are many more. Naruto smiled, suddenly jumped into the shadow clone, and then gave a lot of things to the shadow clone, and then he drove the big brown bear towards the distance. The shadow avatars followed Naruto's orders and began to arrange traps around the other side. Wearing a hat on his head, Osamu led 2 of his subordinates and moved quickly on the tree, heading towards Sasuke's direction. Hurry up, I can't help but look at him. Shiwan's tongue licked his lips and said in a gloomy voice. It's an adult. The two hat ninjas bowed their heads respectfully, and then moved faster. The speed of the three people was quite fast, and they were closer to Naruto's passage, so in a short time, they came to the place where Naruto stayed before. Tisk tusk, I can smell his breath, it's not far from here, I can't wait. Oshimaru stayed beside a big tree and found the trace left by Sasuke, with a smile on his face. Go, keep chasing. It's an adult. Boom. A huge roar shook all directions. Not long after the three of them rushed out, one of them stepped on the trap and exploded instantly. Whoosh whoosh. Oshimaru squinted his eyes and stepped back, patted a trace of dust on his body and said lightly, Interesting, I set a trap, but it's useless to me. Dashimaru finished speaking and was about to move forward. The two dragons next to him rushed over in embarrassment, and said, My lord, we will help you find the way ahead. No, the small traps can't help me. Dashimaru smiled confidently, then raised his hand to point out the hidden locations of those traps. Here, and here are all traps. The traps are laid to a certain level, but unfortunately they are still a bit worse. Dashimaru commented lightly. Under his comment, the two hatred under Shinobu, and quickly lifted the trap they found. Okay, let's go, they are all traps played by children, there is no danger. Dashiwan waved his hand. It's an adult. After the two subordinates bowed and saluted, they continued to move forward. Boom! The fire blazed into the sky, the mud flew around, and there was a certain smell in the mud. The two hat ninjas who had just rushed out, smelled the stench on their bodies, and glanced at Dashiwan faintly, looking very depressed. Chain-concealed traps? This kind of traps are generally unacceptable, and they are extremely concealed. The only drawback is that they are too concealed, so they are very powerful and disgusting at most. Dashiwan commented lightly, he was not affected at all, after all, his strength is very extraordinary, and a small trap can't help him. But the strength of the two subordinates was too weak, and they were a little weak in the face of these traps. In addition, the traps were set up very well, which made Dashiwan frowned. However, thinking that the exam time has only started not long ago, it is impossible for the opponent to set too many traps. At most, set a few more in front, which makes Dashimaru stretch out his brows and believe in himself. It seems that I'm going to be a little more serious. They won't leave too far. As long as these traps are broken, they can be found. As he spoke, Oshimaru began to observe the nearby traps carefully, and quickly got rid of all the traps, even the hidden chain traps were solved, which made the two subordinates look at him very admiringly. But Dashimaru was not happy, because he found that there were too many traps, and many traps were fake traps. Once true, the number of detonating charms in the traps was still quite large and must be removed. But dismantling them one by one in this way took him a lot of time, and the key two subordinates were so stinky that he didn't like it very much. Wait, is it true that traps attack people and disgusting people are real? Dashiwan suddenly reacted and turned to look at the two smelly subordinates, vaguely feeling that the person who arranged the trap had no conspiracy at all, but a naked conspiracy. If you want to chase, you have to break the trap, and then you have to endure the smell. If you make a detour, the speed of chasing will decrease, which will consume a lot of time. This is really disgusting. These three little ghosts are really irritating. They make me very upset before I even start contacting them. Waiting seems to be wrong. Chapter 64, Sasuke almost collapsed. Dashiwan frowned, and soon thought of something wrong. The three little ghosts don't have this kind of scheming. Sasuke's personality is not black, and the other two are very ordinary. They should not set up such a trap. Who is it? Dashimaru was puzzled, did not understand who arranged these traps, especially thinking that it would take a lot of time to remove the large number of traps in front of him, so he was a little unhappy. It seems that you can't carry these two burdens. Dashimaru glanced at both of his hands, with a chill in his eyes. Puff! The blood splattered and stained the surrounding grass, also emitting a strong smell of blood. Da Shiwan licked his tongue and left quickly amidst the sound of breaking through the air. He easily avoided the traps along the way and couldn't hurt him at all. This will be much faster, and I will find you soon, Suzuki, you can't run. Whoosh whoosh. Countless kunao hit like raindrops, tied to Zhang Kunao and enveloped towards the big snake pill, causing him to dodge and evade. After the dodge, countless figures appeared in front of him. This is... Dashimaru frowned and looked at the countless big trees ahead, because there were thousands of shadow clones standing on the trees, looking at him with a sneer. Such a number really surprised him. Kill that ugly monster with long tongue, kill! A shout came from the shadow clone, and then thousands of shadow clones were sealed at the same time, and the next second a terrifying wind blade formed. Wind escape wind cutting technique. Whoosh whoosh. Countless wind blades enveloped the sky, swept toward Ashimaru with rain-like attacks. With such a terrifying range, such a large amount of ninjutsu condensed at the same time, even the big snake pill's eyes moved slightly. But relying on its super speed, Dashimaru swims in the rain curtain condensed by the wind blade, quickly avoiding these wind blade attacks. As one of the famous three ninjas, the strength of Ashimaru is beyond doubt. Although the scene in front of us can make others desperate, Ashimaru still escaped by virtue of its super strength. It turns out that it is the little devil called Naruto. It is surprising that so many shadow clones can be separated. The key point is that each shadow clone can release ninjutsu. This is what is remarkable. Dashimaru slightly sighed. This kind of multiple shadow avatar technique is comparable to a small army, and can even take down some small villages. Moreover, the other party used so many shadow clones to ambush. The key point is that he ran into it unluckily, which made Dashimaru very speechless. But he still sneered and said, "You look down on me too much. Feng Dun is in the hands of different people. The power is different. Try this. Wind escape big breakthrough. Call." The terrifying wind howled, swept toward the countless shadow clones with the power of destroying everything, as if they wanted to destroy all the shadow clones with this blow. But Naruto's shadow avatars looked at this scene, but smiled slightly, and then also used the wind escape breakthrough, and it was used by 1,000 people at the same time. Boom! The even more terrifying hurricane whizzed, blasting at the Ashimaru with terrifying power, which shocked the legendary Sunin. Because the wind dung breakthrough was too strong, so strong that it could easily destroy a large area of forest, the key point was that the wind dung breakthrough had a very, very large envelope, and there was no way to hide. In such a scene, even the Ashimaru was surprised. He didn't expect that the shadow clone could reach this level using the same ninjutsu collectively. The key is that so many shadow clones use ninjutsu at the same time, and the chakra consumed is also very scary, but the other party can perform successfully, and the amount of chakra is too much. Does this Naruto use 9-tailed chakras? Why don't I feel evil? Is it possible that Naruto can separate so many shadow clones with his chakras? Impossible. Dashimaru shook his head, not believing this, but always felt that this was the case, making him unpredictable. But the terrifying wind hit, Dashiwan could only use means to stop it, and finally spent a lot of means, and finally survived the attack safely, but the clothes were a little dirty. It's really embarrassing. Please try the new ninjutsu next. Someone in the shadow clone said, and then the group seals again. Wind escape to practice empty bombs. Whirring whirring. Thousands of pineapple-sized wind masses condensed and compressed in the air, and then swept towards the Ashimaru at a super-fast speed. The power of these wind groups is similar to the detonation talisman, and they can be released continuously at high speed. And the release of 1,000 shadow clones is equivalent to 1,000 detonating talisman continuously attacking, like a rain curtain, waves of attacks. Such an attack can definitely make the Dashyuan who is under attack feel very sour, and even more depressed. Boom 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 boom. Ahead. 500 meters away. Naruto drove the big brown bear, frowning and looking towards the fighting place. I originally thought that I indirectly caused the big snake pill to collapse, and it was considered interactive, so I had to have some experience points. Unfortunately, the final result was disappointing, because he didn't get any experience points. Helpless. Naruto could only take back all the shadow clones, and then looked in the direction of Ashimaru, ready to wait for him to come over and beat him violently to earn a lot of experience points. After making the decision, Naruto waited silently, but after half a minute he suddenly turned his head to look at the red cedar area. "Gaara, are you trying to die?" Naruto said in a cold voice, because Hinata was waiting for him in the red cedar area. He originally planned to go to Hinata with a beating of the big snake pill, but Gaara went to the red cedar area. This is absolutely forbidden by Naruto, so he confronts Sasuke and others. "I'll leave for a while. You continue to drive to the red cedar area. Don't panic when someone comes. It's okay." After Naruto finished speaking, the figure swiftly left like a sharp sword, and disappeared between several ups and downs. Shortly after, the figure of Ashimaru quickly came to Sasuke and the others, and glanced at Sasuke and others indifferently. It's just that he is still dressed as Uran at this time, and looks a little embarrassed. The key is still a bit smelly. "Where is that kid called Naruto?" Ashimaru said gloomily, murdering for the first time. "Naruto." Sasuke looked at Ashimaru's dirty appearance, then looked at the other party's costume as a small shinobu, shook his head. "Is it another person who was bullied by Naruto? It's really miserable." "Okay." Oshimaru stared at Sasuke coldly, then licked his tongue and said, "Tell me where Naruto is." "Right away." I want to find him to pass my level first, but unfortunately you may not see him anymore. You can't even beat Naruto. You are even less likely to be my opponent." Sasuke said lightly, took out kunai from the ninja bag with his right hand, and then looked at Oshimaru confidently. "Today I will let you see what Uchiha is." "Moron!" Ashimaru was angry, and a terrible murderous aura suddenly burst out of his eyes. The murderous aura with terrifying oppressive power instantly swept through Sasuke and others. Bah! The blood-colored world suddenly arrived, and everyone including Sasuke, even the big brown bear, felt like they were killed and spread to the ground in an instant. Sakura and Xianglin were frightened and cried directly, and the big brown bear shivered with fright. Only Sasuke was okay, but he was still too scared to move. At this moment, a few people didn't dare to move, they all looked at Ashimaru with amazement. What was it just now?" Sasuke said in horror. This terrible feeling of being killed made him understand how terrifying the person in front of him was. "It's just a small murderous look. I'm really disappointed. Compared with Naruto, Sasuke, you are really weak." Dashimaru licked his tongue and tilted his head again. "Naruto?" Sasuke said shakily. "Yes, you can't even bear a look in my eyes, but he made me so embarrassed. The gap between you is very big." Dashimaru sneered. This. Sasuke trembled all over, but it was more inconceivable. He never expected that such a terrifying existence would become like this in Naruto's hands, and even felt a little bit cramped. Such a result was unbearable for him. He couldn't bear a look in his own eyes, but Naruto was able to crush the opponent, and the huge gap almost broke Sasuke's emotions. He hysterically said, "No, I don't accept it, I don't accept it, you go to die." Bang! Sasuke was kicked out, a head flew over while in midair, biting on Sasuke's shoulder, and then said coldly like a supervillain, "Come to me if you want strength, otherwise you will never be able to surpass him." After Dashiwan finished speaking, his head returned to his place. At this time, he smelled the stench on his body and the dirty clothes, which made his face a little dark. "Today, I have to do a good job of moving his hands and feet. This Naruto must have a beating." After speaking, Oshimaru carefully inspected the surrounding traces, and then walked towards Naruto. Chapter 65, Beat Me Gaara. Only Sasuke and the others were left sitting in place. Their bodies were still trembling slightly under the murderous aura just now, and it took a while for them to recover. However, Sasuke was still immersed in the words of Oshimaru just now. He still did not want to believe that Naruto was so much better than him. Sakura, that person just lied to me, right? Sasuke turned to look at Sakura, wanting to hear her comfort. This. Sakura is not sure, but she likes Sasuke, so she naturally wants to help Sasuke, so she said, it should be a lie, after all, Naruto used to be the tail of a crane. Yes, I am the chief student. Even if Naruto's strength improves, it is impossible to improve that much. It must be a lie, it must be a lie. Sasuke hurriedly spoke, no matter how he didn't want to believe Dashimaru's words, he even found excuses to comfort him. No, what that person said is true, Naruto is very strong, and terribly strong. Xianglin suddenly spoke at this time, although his voice was not loud, it was extremely firm. Why? You just met us, how could you know so much? Sasuke questioned and pointed out the key points in a single sentence. A little ninja from the outer village that I just met, or a weak female ninja, how could he know Naruto's strength? His Sasuke has been with Naruto for so long. Although he has seen Naruto defeat Das before and is stronger than himself, he can't be so strong. This is also one of the reasons Sasuke raised doubts. Because I am a perception ninja, and a special perception ninja, let alone you, even all the candidates who participated in the test cannot beat Naruto. Xianglin said solemnly. All the candidates? I don't believe it. You know there is a person named Gaara among the candidates. He is very strong. Sasuke didn't believe it all. That Gaara is terrible, but Naruto will be his nightmare because... Because of what? It's nothing, let's go to the Red Cedar area. Xianglin didn't dare to say more, she couldn't talk casually without Naruto's permission, if it caused Naruto's dissatisfaction, it would be more than a loss. Why the hell? Don't say it halfway through. Sasuke looked at Xianglin dissatisfied. Yeah, I'm also curious, why Naruto is Gaara's nightmare? Sakura also asked curiously. You will soon know that it is still too late in the past. Xianglin closed his eyes and felt it. What do you mean? Both Sasuke and Sakura were at a loss. It's very simple, Naruto and Gaara are about to fight a battle, this time you will clearly see how Naruto defeated Gaara. Xianglin quickly said. Are you fighting? Okay, let's take a look together. I want to see with my own eyes if it is true. Sasuke clenched his fist. Go! Roar! The big brown bear roared and took the three of them towards the Red Cedar area. Even if Naruto was not here, it did not escape, but faithfully acted as a mount according to Naruto's orders. Such a good mount is very enviable, to be honest, especially Sakura, who really wants to have such a mount, but it is a pity that the big brown bear does not look at her at all, which makes her very helpless. Sasuke didn't speak, but looked at the big brown bear, who never gave up. He was inexplicably flustered. He felt that Naruto was really getting more and more extraordinary, and it became more and more incomprehensible. Under this kind of pressure, Sasuke's sense of urgency became stronger and he was anxiously waiting for the next thing, waiting for the outcome of the battle between Naruto and Gaara. The other side. The two groups of people are facing a confrontation in the outer periphery of the Red Cedar. One of them is Gaara's third sister and brother, and the other is Inuzuka, Uenoshino, Hinata, and Naruto at the forefront. Both sides are hostile to the other, a gesture of action at any time. It's just that Inuzuka and them are a little scared. Because just now, Gaara easily killed 3 small ninja village ninjas in a breeze, and the whole process was said to be torture. It was a terrible scene with no bones left. The key to the 3 ninja village ninjas was quite powerful. Inyazuka couldn't guarantee to defeat each other, but such a powerful person. Gaara killed all of them with one hand, and even caused a rain of blood. Such a terrifying opponent, now staring at them, it is strange that they are not afraid. Even if Naruto suddenly appears at this time, Inyazuka still does not dare to take it lightly. Gaara, do you really want to fight me? It's best to think about it, otherwise don't regret it later. Naruto stood quietly in front of Gaara, looking at him indifferently. Regret? I have never regretted in my life. Gaara looked at Naruto with bloodshot eyes, and the sand began to agitate, covering this area, and Inyazuka's teeth changed color with fright. Be careful, Naruto, these sands are dangerous, very, very dangerous. Inyazuka hurriedly said. Yes, the sand seems to be able to defend itself, and after being imprisoned by the sand, there will be no burial place. Uenashi now also spoke in time to provide more information. And Hinata's little hands have been holding Naruto's clothes tightly, looking at him worriedly, afraid that something will happen to him. Don't worry, it's just a disobedient little civet cat, just wait for me to beat it. Naruto confidently patted Hinata's little hand and motioned her to let go. But Hinata was still very worried, not daring to let go, very afraid of losing Naruto. Believe me, do you understand? Naruto squeezed Hinata's face and looked at her tenderly. Well, Naruto must never get hurt. Hinata said, even though she let go of her little hand, she swore in her heart that if Naruto was in danger, she would definitely go up and help as soon as possible. Her posture, such firm eyes, were instantly understood by Naruto, and Naruto changed his decision. It looks like a quick battle is going to be done, so show off a little bit of strength. Naruto stepped forward, stretched out a finger, looked at Gaara with a smile, and said, 1 minute. Hey? Beat me in 1 minute? Ridiculous. Gaara sneered. No, I beat you for a minute. Naruto shook his head slightly, making a humming sound. Ha ha ha, is this kid's brain flooded? He actually said to beat Gaara for a minute? It really laughed at me. Kanjiro laughed, thinking that Naruto in front of him was ridiculous. Ignorant kid. Gaara's eyes were cold, and his hands were raised in an angry mood. A terrifying sandstorm enveloped the sky, sweeping Naruto with the mighty power of heaven. Careful! Hinata yelled hurriedly, stepping out with his feet, preparing to rescue Naruto. But her little feet had just taken a step when a dull voice suddenly came. I saw Naruto's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already standing where Gaara was and picked up Gaara. Then, bang bang bang! A dull voice sounded, and Naruto grabbed Gaara and smashed the ground frantically, like a hamster. Every hit was dull and powerful, every hit made the ground tremble, and every hit made dust. Gaara, who killed the ninja of the ninja village in a flash just now, and Gaara, who frightened countless people, was smashed madly without any resistance. It was a miserable one. Damn it, let me go. Bang bang bang. Sandstorm. Bang bang bang. What? Bang bang bang. The crazily smashing sound echoed, Gaara was smashed back and forth like a rag bag. The sand that had just been mobilized had not yet risen, because of the mad smashing, it fell down. Apart from protecting himself with sand, he can no longer resist, he can only be madly smashed. It wasn't until he was smashed for a full minute that he was thrown on a tree not far away, then broke the tree and fell a dog to eat shit. This. Everyone watched this incredible scene, all of them were blindfolded, and Kanjiro, who had just laughed, was also dumbfounded, looking forward motionlessly, feeling a little confused in his mind. The surrounding Inyazuka and others were also in an incredible gesture, completely unexpected that the result would be like this. Gaara, who was so tyrannical, was actually beaten for 1 minute, or the worst for 1 minute, and finally fell into a shit, which is too shocking. Inuyasukaya and the others were so startled that their eyes widened, and they looked at all this in amazement. Okay, so strong, Naruto is really strong. Unishina swallowed her mouth. It's really strong, and I smashed Gaara on the ground with me. Is this still a human? Inuyasukage said in amazement, for the first time that he realized that Naruto's strength was so terrifying, he began to fear Naruto in his heart. Only Hinata smiled happily, but she ran to Naruto happily, regardless of Gaara who was smashed into the air, looking at him warmly. See my strength, is it amazing? Naruto grabbed Hinata's white hand. Well, it's amazing, Naruto is the best. Hinata looked at Naruto admiringly, her face turned red, and she was a little embarrassed as long as Naruto held her hand. Okay, let's go to the Death Forest Center Tower and wait for the next exam. Naruto took Hinata's hand and walked forward. Did I let you go? The cold and tyrannical voice suddenly sounded, echoing with a terrifying aura of destruction. With this sound, Gaara, who just fell a dog and ate shit, slowly stood up from the ground. It's just that his pupils changed their appearance, turned into the pupils of the tail beast, and exuded a terrifying breath. No! Gaara, stop! Temari yelled hurriedly when he saw this scene. Chapter 66, Gaara Crying Nose. When Kankuro saw Gaara's situation, he backed away in shock and shouted. You are over, you completely angered Gaara, and then you will see his true strength. True strength. Upon hearing this, Inuyasukama, Unashino and others were taken aback, and then looked at Gaara solemnly. When they saw a large amount of sand around Gaara's body, their complexion also became serious. Gaara at this time, because the sand continues to condense, is condensing towards the form of a beast, slowly forming a monster. Such a change shocked Inuyasukage and others, and then hurriedly said, Go, let's go. Go? Did you go? Gaara's voice began to become sharp, terrible sand gradually poured around his body, and something faintly began to appear tails. It seemed that some monster was about to emerge from his body. Such a scene also scared Hinata into a pale face. She worriedly said, Naruto, go quickly, I will stop it. What are you talking about? Naruto knocked Hinata's head and confidently said, Wait for me for a minute. After Naruto finished speaking, looking at Gaara who was changing towards Shao'er, looking at his hideous smile and bloodthirsty eyes, Naruto smiled slightly, showing white teeth. Then his body suddenly exudes a fierce aura, a tyrannical aura of destruction. Bang! The sand around Gaara suddenly burst with a bang. The beastly form suddenly dissipated, all the sand fell down in an instant, and Gaara, who was grinning, froze in place. What happened? Gaara is at a loss, obviously about to become a tailed beast. Why is it gone again? That Shao'er who ran desperately just now, how could he shrink again at this moment, even desperately shrinking into a ball, hiding in the seal and dare not come out? Even Shao'er's breath was completely restrained. Even if he let Shao'er come out, Shao'er would not move, he would not come out. Such a scene directly made me love Laman, and I felt that things were developing in a strange direction. Next to Kankuro and Temari were also a little at a loss. In the past, Shao'er went wild and turned upside down every time, and every time it took a lot of effort to shut them back again. But now, obviously Shao'er was about to come out. Why did he withdraw suddenly? What are you doing? And this dissipates too quickly, right? I can't even feel the breath. Kankuro and Temari couldn't figure it out. It felt that the current scene was not the same as the one he had just thought about. It felt a little strange. Didn't it mean that we are finished? Come on, let me be finished, otherwise don't blame me for smashing people. Naruto said with a smile but not a smile. His eyes looked at Gaara constantly yelling, with that arrogant appearance, not to mention too annoying. Damn, I'm going to kill you. Gaara could not stand the provocation, and immediately mobilized the sand to attack, and at the same time called Xiaohe in my heart to let it come out quickly. But the annoying thing is that Xiaohe just didn't respond, he couldn't call it anyway, he just couldn't come out in life and death. This was really annoying to Gaara, he could only mobilize Shadow to attack first. Whoosh! There was a sound of breaking through the air. Gaara's sand just swelled in the air, and Naruto disappeared before he could attack. Not good. Gaara felt the sound of breaking through the air beside him and screamed badly, but the next second he felt the sky spinning again. Bang 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 bang. The slamming sound appeared again, and Gaara only felt the pain all over my body. Even if the whole body is wrapped with sand, it has a good cushioning effect, but the smashed still feels dizzy, the smashed body is uncomfortable, and the smashed nose is bruised and swollen. The key point is that he touched his face several times, and his nose came into close contact with the earth several times. The soreness made his tears almost fall out. With super patience, Gaara endured for a full minute, and finally did not cry. But he didn't have a trace of strength to resist, he could only fall to the ground, motionless like a dead dog. Really weak. Naruto clapped his hands, stepped to Hinata's side, and led her away. Only Kankuro and Temari were left in the same place, as well as Inuyasukage and Yuukishino, watching this scene in amazement. It's really ruthless, don't provoke this Naruto in the future. It's too ruthless. If you don't agree, you will hit someone. The key is to hit twice. Inuyasuka's mouth swallowed. Yeah, it hurts when I look at it. The last time I touched Gaara's face, there happened to be a stone, and I probably ran into the nose. Yunishina said with pity. Go, let's go first. Inuyasuka dared not stay here any longer, but Kazuo Nashino hurried after Naruto. After they leave, Gaara finally couldn't help the soreness of my nose, and tears fell, looking like he was beaten and crying. Temari and Kankuro, who were already in shock, froze directly in place because of this scene. As the most terrifying existence in the village, Gaara, who can scare the children in the village, was defeated by Naruto. If the key is defeated, defeat it, and even cry. This is really incredible. Gaara, it's okay, we can win back if we lose, don't cry. Temari hurriedly went to comfort him. After all, he was his younger brother, so he had to take care of him no matter what. Yet, Gaara, when we look back, we will take revenge again after our strength has improved. Don't cry. Kanjiro also comforted. Who is crying? I just have a sore nose. Gaara defended. He really has a sore nose instead of crying, but Kankuro and Temari don't think so, but an excuse that Gaara can't stand the blow, so he comforted. Yes, it's the sore nose, it's the sore nose. Temari and Kankuro looked at each other and comforted. What I said is true. Gaara was a little annoyed. We believe what you said is true, we believe. Temari and Kankuro continued to comfort, but their expressions were obviously unbelieving. This made Gaara very depressed, so I wanted to vent. But he was cared by two relatives just now, and he was a little warm in his rare heart, so it was not easy to attack the two relatives, so he could only hold back. Far away, on a certain big tree, Ashimaru stood on the big tree meditating. He felt a fierce feeling just now, which also made him stop moving forward in time. What happened just now? Why do I feel that way? It feels like some kind of terrible beast? Is this dead forest inhabited by very dangerous beasts? Ashimaru couldn't figure it out, thinking about whether to continue the past, but thinking of the next plan, he decided to wait first. Because the big plan of Zhongnin's exam was the focus, and it couldn't affect the plan, he hesitated for 2 seconds before dashing away and leaving the death forest. After he left, Sasuke and Xianglin also rushed over, and soon they came to Gaara's place. But looking at Gaara who fell on the ground, his blue nose, swollen nose and tears, and the bumpy ground around him, several people felt that something was wrong. Where is Naruto? Sasuke said blankly. He remembered Xianglin saying that Naruto was going to fight Gaara, but now he didn't see Naruto, which gave Sasuke a bad feeling. Thinking that Naruto might be in trouble, Sasuke suddenly took out Kumamoto. Where is Naruto? What happened to Naruto? Hey? What did we do to Naruto? Why don't you ask what he did to us? Kanjuro said angrily. What's the situation? Did Naruto do what to you? Sasuke was stunned, and he didn't understand what the other party meant. Are you taunting me? Gaara said angrily, with killing intent in his eyes. Originally, he was irritated and misunderstood by his relatives. Now someone dares to taunt him. This is obviously challenging his bottom line. Gaara, don't be impulsive, this Sasuke is Naruto's teammate, it is best not to provoke, otherwise it will cause trouble for that Naruto. Temari hurriedly persuaded. Gaara heard her and thought of the scene of being smashed twice, and his face instantly became volatile. Finally he hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Hurry up, otherwise I will not help but kill you." Chapter 67, Sasuke suffered a crit. You said go away. Sasuke's face turned cold, and for so many years, no one really dared to let him pass. As the Uchiha clan, whether in the clan as a child, or in the ninja school when he grows up, anyone gave him more or less face, and had never met a person who had such a bad attitude towards him like now. So Sasuke looked very ugly, and looked at Gaara with Kuma indifferently. Let's go to Naruto. Xianglin found that the attitudes of the two parties were wrong, and hurriedly drove the big brown bear forward, gradually distanced himself from Gaara and others, avoiding conflict between the two sides. Looking for Naruto? Did you find him? Sakura looked at Xianglin suspiciously. Yes, and I know the whole incident. Xianglin nodded affirmatively, and continued. Naruto beat Gaara just now, and then left. By mistake, he played twice in a row. Played twice in a row. When Sasuke heard this, he was stunned for a while, thinking of the appearance of Gaara's blue nose and swollen face, and the traces of crying. He vaguely understood, but in such a short time, Naruto actually hit Gaara twice, which seems a bit too fast. With doubts, Sasuke said again, "Did you really fight twice?" "Really, we are a step late. If we come here a while earlier, we can see the whole process." Xianglin continued to explain. "But why does it end so soon? Is this Gaara weak?" Sakura asked with a frown. "Not weak, very strong, very strong." Xianglin explained. "Then why did it end so quickly?" "It's simple, Naruto is stronger." Xianglin continued. "Is that so? How do I feel that Gaara is weak? As a strong man, even if he is defeated, he won't cry." Sasuke questioned. As the Uchiha clan, Sasuke is very confident, even if someone else's knife rests on his neck, even if he is about to be killed, he will not cry, because this is the real strong character. But Gaara looks very strong, but he cries when he is beaten. This is not like a strong man, but like a child, so Sasuke always has doubts. Hearing what he said, Xianglin was just about to say something, and suddenly turned to look in the direction of my third sister and brother Gaara. "Someone is coming, don't make a sound." Xianglin hurriedly drove the big brown bear to hide, then looked in the direction of my third sister and brother Gaara. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and 3 figures suddenly appeared. They wear Odanin's forehead, their expressions are cold, and they look very gloomy. After they came to the venue, they looked around indifferently, and finally locked on the third sister and brother of Gaara. "It's Das of Odanin." After seeing the 3 of them clearly, Sasuke spoke solemnly. In the last match, he suffered a loss under Das' voice, which was enough to prove the extraordinary strength of the opponent. Now the other party has come to him, and looking at the gloomy appearance, it is clear that the other party is in a bad mood and the chance of conflict is high. This made Sasuke's face solemn. After all, Sakura and Xianglin are very weak, and the big brown bear has no strength. If the DOS discover them, the terror will be a difficult battle. Look, that dose seems to irritate Gaara. Kozakura raised her finger forward. When Sasuke heard this, he looked intently, and found that Gaara suddenly raised his right hand, and boom! The sky full of sand stirred, covering a large area of the world, with vast power, rushed to the three of DOS. In just an instant, these sands shrouded the three of DOS and formed sand balls, and then these sand were controlled to fly into the sky. Bang! The explosion suddenly appeared, and blood-colored sand fell from the sky, with a strong smell, forming a blood-colored sand rain. Kozakura and Xianglin were completely frightened when they saw this scene, their bodies trembling in horror, and Sasuke still showed a look of horror despite his better performance. Okay, terrible, this Gaara is really terrible. Sakura was shaking with fright, and her entire face turned pale. I didn't expect him to be so strong, that DOS was very difficult to deal with, but Gaara shot him in seconds. Sasuke's look is very serious, and DOS, who is difficult to deal with, are all shot by Gaara. So, how strong is Gaara? Thinking of the result of his encounter with Gaara, Sasuke's complexion grew darker and heavier and he felt more and more pressure. Wait, Gaara is so strong, but he was really beaten by Naruto twice in a very short time. Sasuke suddenly thought of this and hurriedly turned his head to look at Xianglin. Yes, and the fight was very miserable. Look at the injuries on Gaara's face and the traces of crying. This has proved all this. Xianglin said with a serious face. This. Sasuke swallowed, a look of horror appeared in his heart, and finally felt the strength gap between himself and Naruto. I suffered a loss in Dosa's hands. Dose was killed by Gaara for a second. Naruto hit Gaara again. The key was to hit Gaara twice, even crying. This ironclad fact proves that the gap between him and Naruto is very big, even to the point of terrifying. It turns out that he is so strong. It turns out that he has opened such a big gap with me. I am still looking for excuses to deceive myself. It's really sad. Sasuke said in a low mood, his head drooped in frustration, and he looked desperate. Sasuke. Kozakura looked a little worried when she saw this scene. She thought about it and tried to find excuses again. Perhaps Naruto and Gaara didn't fight at all, or maybe Xianglin had a wrong perception. After all, we didn't see the battle. Sakura made an excuse to comfort her. Really? Sasuke raised his head and looked at Sakura. Although he knew this was impossible, he still wanted to find a touch of comfort, and his heart also showed hope. Whoosh! Gaara burst into the air, and Gaara, who was full of blood, suddenly appeared, and then stared at the three people coldly. I was beaten violently by Naruto, if you dare to spread it, I will kill you. Gaara glanced at the three of them blood red, then flashed away again. This. Sakura opened her eyes, and could no longer find an excuse to comfort Sasuke. And Sasuke's just a glimmer of hope, he suffered a crit instantly, and became even more desperate. Ugh! Sasuke sighed deeply, then mimicked the position of his shoulder. There has been pain since being bitten by Yuan, and he also thought of the words left by Yuan. Power! Sasuke murmured. Barking! The dog barked, and Inuyasukage and Akamaru soon rushed over. Naruto is waiting for you in front. He has got the scrolls. Hurry up! It's really ink. I'll pick you up. Inuyasukage said depressed, thinking that Inuyasukage is the young master of the Inuzuka clan. He is more likely to become Hokage in the future, but now he is a runner. Thinking of the terrible scene of Naruto grabbing the scroll just now, Inuzuka's body was chilly. Chapter 68, Danzo is out. Hurry up, Naruto, let's rush over in 5 minutes, hurry up. After finishing speaking, Inuzuka hurried to Naruto's direction, not daring to stay a bit. Sasuke and Sakura were full of doubts. They didn't know why Inuyasukage became Aaron's, but they sat on the big brown bear and hurried forward. Just along the way, they saw several knocked-out ninja candidates, broken trees, and bumpy ground. The scene seemed to be similar to the scene after Gaara's battle. Obviously, these people have been hit hard. After arriving at the place where Naruto was, I saw Naruto sitting leisurely on the grass, while Hinata was peeling oranges for him to eat. This scene made Sasuke and Sakura very speechless, and I felt that Naruto could enjoy it too much. When others come here for exams, they must fight to death, beware of various dangers and sneak attacks. But Naruto is good, so enjoy it, the gap is too big. Finally, you are too slow. Seeing the arrival of Sasuke and others, Naruto slowly stood up, then grabbed Hinata's slender waist and jumped directly onto the back of the big brown bear. There is not much space on the big brown bear. Sasuke, Sakura, you two go down and go. Go down. Sasuke and Sakura were speechless, but they thought that the big brown bear belonged to Naruto, and they could only jump off the big brown bear depressed. But after jumping down, they watched Naruto and Hinata talking and laughing, watching Xianglin act as the bear driver, and suddenly felt that Naruto was really too happy. Humph, I will definitely get a big brown bear in the future. Sakura said with envy. Ding! Experience +1. Everyone continued to set off and headed towards the central tower. Because of Naruto, the journey went very smoothly, but they arrived in the central tower in a short time. Okay. Entering the tower, Naruto turned to look at the inner corner of the central tower and found the surveillance there. But he didn't pay any attention, but walked toward the depths of the tower with an indifferent expression. Behind him, Sasuke and others followed silently. Monitoring room. The captain in charge of the monitoring stood up abruptly, hurriedly took the videotape that recorded this process, and headed to the next office. Bang! In the office, Mitere Azuki was discussing matters with Tu Anbu, but the door was suddenly opened at this time, which made her very dissatisfied. I said that there is no important thing that is not allowed to disturb. We are discussing the emergence of Ashimaru. Sorry, Lord Atsuki, but please take a look at this. The monitoring team leader hurriedly put the videotape into the video recorder and began to play the picture just now. Soon, everyone saw the video, and saw the video of Naruto leading everyone into the central tower. It was Naruto who took the lead to enter the central tower. Mr. Atsuki Bean, look carefully at the time. This is... Mitere Azuki was taken aback for a moment, his complexion suddenly very serious, and the two dark parts next to him also became serious, watching the playback screen carefully. This is the time it took them to enter the central tower. It took only 58 minutes. This is an unprecedented event and directly broke the fastest record of 4 hours in history. The monitoring team leader narrated quickly and solemnly pointed to the time on the screen. How did this kid do it so fast? Someone in Anbu asked in surprise. Not only that, look at Naruto's clothes. Mitere Atsuki suddenly spoke and said again in the eyes of everyone's doubts. The distance from the entrance of the exam to the central tower is about 10 kilometers. There are beasts, poisonous insects, dangerous jungles, and various attackers on the way. But look at the lead Naruto, not only is he unscathed, he even has no stains on his body, it's not clean. What? Everyone hurriedly looked at the monitor and found that in the video frame, Naruto really had no stains at all. Such a scene made them stare instantly. What a powerful method, even me, no, even any Zongren can't do this. The monitoring team leader looked solemn and felt that Naruto was very difficult. It's really amazing. After a long time there has been an amazing guy. Has this Naruto grown to this point, said one of the Anbu. It seems that this matter must be reported as soon as possible. The other dark part also spoke, and then picked up the videotape, ready to report. I'll go with you. Mitere Atsuki also began to speak when he thought of the coming of Ashimaru. It is good. Everyone turned and left, and quickly moved towards the area where Hokage was. Shortly after, The 3 generations of Hokage who saw the video were also shocked, even unbelievable. He knew everything about Naruto for a long time. After all, he knew how to use telescopes. He knew Naruto's strength and situation. But I didn't expect that how Long hadn't noticed, Naruto was already so strong. The key point is not stained, it is really puzzling. Because one is not paying attention, even Shinobu may stain his clothes, but Naruto has nothing at all, and the clothes are unbelievably clean. Unexpectedly, this Naruto has grown to this level. The 3rd generation of Naruto wanted to use the crystal ball to see Naruto's situation, but it is not convenient now, because he is going to preside over the 3rd Zongnin exam, so he is not in the office. Reluctantly, he could only postpone this matter, because Oshimaru appeared in the Zongnin exam, he must pay more attention. Well, this one is like this beforehand, you can go out. Yes. Everyone left and returned to their respective posts, but it didn't take long for Danzo to receive the message, and then he brought a large number of subordinates to the exam venue. The other side. Naruto and the others are staying in the central tower chatting, waiting for the appearance of other test teams. Naruto, are you hungry? I brought glutinous rice balls. Hinata was worried that Naruto was hungry without breakfast, so he took out 2 small glutinous rice and handed them to Naruto, which were obviously prepared in advance. The glutinous rice ball, not bad, not bad. Naruto reached out to pick it up, and took the opportunity to grab Hinata's little white hand. It felt soft, and comfortable, and he was reluctant to let go. Naruto, Naruto. The little face of Hinata was red from the brush, and the redness reached the roots of his ears in an instant, and even his white neck was blushing, and the whole person was dizzy. Fortunately, there have been cases where Naruto took advantage of her a few times. Her tolerance has improved a lot and she did not faint, but her face was still blushing. No way, she was still embarrassed by so many people watching. You eat too, one of us, Naruto said with a smile. Yet. Hinata gave a low hum, as weak as a kitten. That's it. In full view, the 2 of them talked and laughed and ate. The surrounding Sasuke and the others can only watch, eating dog food with great depression. Experience +1. After eating the glutinous rice ball, Naruto thought about the remaining candidates. It is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days to come. He thought whether to find a place to exchange Saiyan blood. Because his experience value is enough to exchange the remaining blood, even a lot more. He is going to draw a wave of prizes with the extra experience points to see if he can get good things. After all, although Super Saiyans are good, they can't live forever. Naruto wants to get more powerful abilities, such as the immortal ability of certain animations, and even immortal creatures. His lottery function is to extract the abilities of the world. If he can draw abilities similar to Majin Buu, and then combine with Super Saiyan, then it will be a real abnormality. I'm really looking forward to it, Naruto murmured. Naruto, what did you say? Hinata said cutely, blinking his big eyes. Nothing, let's go to the restroom over there. Naruto said suddenly. Hinata was taken aback, thinking that there were only 2 people, she said embarrassedly, this is not good. What are you thinking about? Naruto nodded Hinata's little head and said, forget it, come here too, just to ask you about some perception abilities. Okay, all right. Xianglin had no companions here, and the one he knew most was Naruto, so when Naruto called over, she would naturally not refuse. After making a decision, the 3 of them stepped to a restroom not far away. Chapter 69, 50% Saiyan Blood. The restroom is provided for candidates to rest and wait. Considering that it takes 3 or 4 days for some candidates to pass the exam, some candidates can pass the exam within a few hours. So there are cooking tools in the restroom and some simple ingredients. Naruto is about to draw and exchange blood, so he walks in with Hinata and Xianglin. You 2 will talk for a while, I have something wrong, by the way, you 2 can cook, I have ingredients here. Naruto took out a bunch of things from the space and gave it to Hinata, then squeezed her little white face, and walked into the next compartment in her shyness. Lock the door. Sitting cross-legged, Naruto slowly opened the system interface and looked at the experience points earned today. A total of 390 experience points. This amount is enough for him to increase his bloodline to 50%, so he chose to exchange it with expectation. Ding! Consume 300 experience points and successfully exchange 30 drops of Saiyan blood. Ding! Your Saiyan bloodline reaches 50%, you can upgrade a function of the system for free. Please select the upgrade option. Please choose 1. Upgrade the experience interface to increase the absorption speed of experience points, and the experience points of all characters in the plot become +3. 2. Upgrade the bloodline interface, you can see more detailed bloodline information and understand your own bloodline. 3. Upgrade the skill interface, you can see more detailed panel skills to understand your own skills. OK. Looking at the upgrade interface that suddenly appeared, Naruto was surprised, but more of a surprise. Because the first two options are very good and very useful, he really wants to choose the second bloodline, because he wants to know what bloodline he really is. Which one should I choose? Naruto liked the second option very much, but after careful consideration, he decided to choose the first option. Because of this, he can gain experience points faster and save a lot of time. Like the current increase in experience value, it is increased by age, at most +3, which is the upper limit. After the upgrade, there was no longer an age limit, and the unity became +3. This gap was still very large, so he did not hesitate to choose the first item. Ding! After the selection is completed, the experience value interface begins to upgrade. Ding! After the upgrade is successful, all plot characters become experience points +3. If you improve, you won't have to spend too much time in the future. It's great. Naruto was very happy, but he was also looking forward to upgrading other panels, so he clicked on other panels to see if they could be upgraded. Hey! It's possible. It only needs 500 experience points to upgrade one item. After seeing the panel comments, Naruto is ready to earn 500 experience points, upgrade the data interface, and see what bloodline he is. Because the blood in his body has been boiling since the bloodline reached 50%. It was as if quantitative changes caused qualitative changes, endless power surging constantly, making his already terrifying power even more terrifying. But he found that his mentality gradually became peaceful with the boiling of blood. Even if his strength increased several times, it still gradually became peaceful. This made Naruto think of the descendants of Monkey King in Dragon Ball, and think of Monkey King. Compared with the warlike real Saiyan, Monkey King's mentality is indeed more peaceful. But Naruto didn't care either, because he wanted to improve his bloodline easily, he only needed to raise his bloodline again. But he is not in a hurry. His next goal is to transform into a super game as soon as possible, so he is thinking about who will stimulate him and make him a super game. Is the hair all black? Naruto took out a small mirror from the space, and when he saw that the hairs were all black, he didn't pay attention, but started a lottery. Ding! Lucky draw is successful, get a snack gift pack. This. Naruto looked at the award speechlessly, then shook his head to continue the draw. Ding! The lucky draw is successful, and 5 cubic meters of personal space is obtained. Hey! This is not bad, continue to draw. Ding! The lucky draw was successful, and 5 snack packages were awarded. Naruto. Continue to smoke. Naruto draws a lottery again. Anyway, it's time to earn experience points, and the strength is strong enough, he doesn't care about this consumption, because his goal is to draw the ability for immortality. Ding! The draw was successful and 10 universal capsules in Dragon Ball were awarded. Universal capsule? This is not bad, continue to draw. Ding! The draw was successful and Mikasa's jacket was won. Ding! The draw was successful, and 1,000 caddies of meat from Pirate World were awarded. Ding! Lucky draw is successful, get 10 cubic meters of personal space. With the sound of continuous lottery draws, Naruto was really cool this time, drawing the prize 9 times in a row. The results of the lottery draw made him very satisfied. Although he was drawn to strange things from time to time, even if only the personal space was drawn, he was very satisfied. Opening the data panel silently, Naruto looked at his attributes. Ding! Naruto, Mixed Scion. Bloodline, 50%. Capacity, 20 cubic meters of space, making the moon. Experience value, 0. The space has grown a lot, the next step is to continue to earn experience points, then upgrade the data panel, continue the crazy lottery, and strive to draw immortality ability. After Naruto made a secret decision, he got up and walked outside. Outside world. Xianglin and Hinata were busy cooking. At this moment, when they heard the sound of opening the door, Xianglin turned to look. The next second she shook her body slightly and took a step back in fear. Okay. Naruto saw the abnormality of the incense phosphorus, and quickly condensed the body's breath, which made the condition of the incense phosphorus a little better. It's just that Xianglin seemed to be afraid of him, and he didn't dare to look at it again. Naruto, I made your favorite roasted eggplant. Hinata was busy cooking and didn't see the scene. When he turned back to talk to Naruto, he just felt that Naruto's temperament had changed. She blinked her big eyes and looked at Naruto cutely, wondering how Naruto's temperament changed in such a short time. What happened? Naruto walked to Hinata and said, squeezing her face. No, it's okay, just feel that Naruto's temperament seems to be a little more domineering. Hinata said with blushing blush. Well, do you hate this kind of temperament? Naruto stretched out his hand and took Hinata's soft little finger, and gently grasped it. No. Not annoying, Naruto has a good temperament. Hinata kept her little head soft and waxy, and her little hand was held by Naruto. She was very embarrassed. Ah, that's good. Looking at such awful Hinata, Naruto smiled warmly. At this moment, he thought of the meat ingredients of Pirate World and continued. How about I cook for you? Yeah, Naruto's cooking is the best, especially braised pork. Hinata blinked with big eyes, gradually revealing the characteristics of snack food, and seemed to look forward to Naruto's braised pork. Come, give me a hand, let my little Hinata have a nice meal today. Naruto said. Okay. Hinata nodded silly, and when she heard the sentence, my little Hinata, her little head drooped instantly. Fortunately, finding that Naruto was busy, she bit her lower lip with her teeth, enduring her shyness, and gave Naruto a helping hand. Time passed slowly while they were cooking, and soon a table of hearty food was made. Many of these are what Hinata loves to eat, making her big eyes light up. Try this braised pork. Naruto gestured with a smile. Okay. Hinata couldn't wait for a long time. After getting Naruto's permission, she immediately raised her small hand and took a piece of braised pork to taste, but soon she was stunned. What's the matter? Naruto was puzzled, thinking whether the ingredients in Pirate World didn't taste good. It's delicious, Naruto, try it soon. Hinata quickly picked up a piece for Naruto, and then looked at him expectantly. Such an attitude made Naruto puzzled. He picked up the braised pork and tasted it carefully, and soon discovered the special features. Compared to ordinary meat, the meat of Pirate World is more delicious. Moreover, the meat contains energy, which is helpful to the improvement of the body. Of course, it is for yourself. If it is Hinata and the others, the effect will be stronger. This made Naruto curious, guessing that this meat is also a good ingredient in Pirate World. But it doesn't matter. He has 1,000 caddies of meat ingredients, and he often draws a lottery in the later stage. There will be no shortage of this stuff, and Naruto doesn't care, and directly greets Hina to eat. You can also eat fragrant phosphorus, I will ask you something later. Naruto said. Okay. Xianglin nodded in fear, and after a piece of braised pork was sandwiched, he suddenly became suspicious. Because she discovered that this meat contains a lot of energy, it is of great help to a low-powered Xiaren like her. Such a good thing is given to myself, plus Naruto's life-saving grace, and the indifference of Kushinan village, and the terrible consequences if his special physique is discovered by the village. She gritted her teeth to make the next decision. Naruto, thank you, can I follow you in the future? I don't want to go back to the village, where there is only indifference and helplessness. Follow me. Naruto took a few eyes carefully and continued, why? Because you see me as a human being, your eyes are similar to those of Sakura and others. In your eyes, I am at least a person. Hey! Naruto was slightly taken aback when he heard this. He never expected to get such an answer, but thinking of the tragic fate of Xianglin in the future, he was silent for 2 seconds. No way! No way! Xianglin sighed deeply, loss in his eyes. You lied, haha. Aromatic phosphorus. Experience +3. Chapter 70, Qualifiers start. Xianglin looked at Naruto speechlessly, feeling that Naruto was really annoying, but she was still very happy to stay. So she gratefully said thank you, then picked up the chopsticks and joined the ranks of eating braised pork. Maybe it was because Naruto made me depressed, or seeing that Hinata was eating something delicious, she also became a snack food and joined the ranks. In this scene, Naruto, who was watching, smiled, thinking that there were Sakura and Sasuke outside. He picked up a plate because of it. Then he picked up half a plate of delicious food from the ingredients, and prepared to give Sakura and Sasuke some later. After all, they are their own companions, so they should take care of them. Outside world. Sakura, Sasuke, Inuzuka Toa, and Yu Azuno were sitting outside waiting. But soon they smelled the delicious braised pork, and they had nothing to eat, and they became depressed instantly. This Naruto must be ready to eat again. Sasuke, let's go in too, it smells so good. Kozukura tried to persuade him, sucking the smell of braised pork. No, it's just a meal, I have soldiers and grain pills. Sasuke was embarrassed that Naruto was going to eat in the past, but took out a few dry and hard liang pills and ate them directly. This. Sakura saw that Sasuke would not go. She thought for a while, and chose Sasuke between Naruto and Sasuke, and took out the ration pills and ate it. Only. Smelling such a fragrant meaty smell and eating hard to swallow Bing Liang pills, Sakura's mood is very bad, her face is a little dark, there is no way the difference is too big, the meaty smell is too fragrant. She turned her head and looked at Sasuke, and found that Sasuke's face was not any better, all with a depressed expression. Experience +3. Experience +3. Restroom. Naruto was dialing Naruto when he suddenly heard the sound of experience points. He turned his head and glanced at the direction outside the door, and then put down the food on the plate. Send it out in a hurry, and eat first. As Naruto said, he also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. At the same time, listening to the constant reminders of experience points, his smile became brighter and brighter. After half an hour, Naruto watched as a big pot of braised pork was eaten up, and Hina Tian's white face was stained with a trace of residual meat. He wiped her with a tissue from the space. Is it delicious? Naruto asked. Okay. Hinata felt Naruto's wiping action, and he could only open his mouth, blushing. On the contrary, the fragrant phosphorus next to him looked at Naruto curiously and said, Naruto, the braised pork you made is so delicious, and it feels warm after eating. Well, you two remember to refine chakra later, this braised pork is a good thing, but it can't be wasted. Naruto warned. Okay. Xianglin and Hinata nodded at the same time, and then began to try to refine the chakra. Don't say it yet. After refining, they found that not only had their physique strengthened, but even had more chakras than before, which made them more curious about braised pork. However, Naruto did not explain too much, but turned on perception and tested how much his perception ability reached. It was just that after the perception was turned on, he was stunned, because his perception range actually reached the range of the entire fire country, and even the surrounding countries saw some. Naruto was very satisfied with this range of perception, but he also found anomalies. He found Danzo is coming with a large number of subordinates. They are fully armed and don't know what the purpose is. It doesn't matter, just don't mess with me, dare to mess with me and blow him up. Naruto murmured secretly, then took Hinata's little hand and walked into the cubicle. What's wrong with Naruto? Hinata sat next to Naruto and looked at him with big eyes blinking. Tired, press my arm for me. Naruto placed his left hand in front of Hinata and motioned for her to rub herself. Hinata was shocked when he heard this, especially thinking that there were only two of them here. He immediately panicked, not even knowing where to put his two little hands. It wasn't until Naruto put her arm in her little hand that she started to press stupidly, but the whole person was already dizzy, and the movements of the eucalyptus seemed very clumsy. In this regard, Naruto felt very warm, even closing his eyes and leaning on the seat, silently sinking into a rest. Seeing this scene, Hinata finally didn't panic so much. Then he blinked his big eyes and watched Naruto secretly, watching how he looked when he was resting, and slowly smiled. Experience +3. Time passed bit by bit in a warm atmosphere. Soon the students who took the Death Forest exam kept coming and reached the central tower. At last. In the early morning 2 days later, all the teams arrived and all came to the arena. This is the venue for the third round of qualifiers. It was supposed to be the third generation of Naruto who brought a group of ninjas to watch this ninja test, but unexpectedly, a group of uninvited guests came. These people are Danzo and his root organization. They are now looking down at Jotai with cold eyes, especially Naruto. For their arrival, the 3 generations of Hokage were very dissatisfied, but still patiently explained the test rules. Okay, the specific rules are like this, I'll leave it to you next. The third generation of Hokage looked at the Zongnin examiner Moonlight Hayate. Yes, Lord Naruto, cough cough cough. Moonlight Hayate coughed a few times and turned to look at all the candidates in Bidushang. Next, the third round of qualifier exams, the first exam, the red bronze armor versus Sasuke. Whizzing! Everyone flashed away, leaving only 2 people in the center of the venue. They were naturally the red bronze armor and Sasuke. It's just that Sasuke's face is a bit dark, and there is no way he is depressed these days. Smelling the delicious food every day, but eating the hard and dry liang pill, his face must be so good that he can't see where it is. In addition, Naruto's previous performance was too amazing, his heart is always suppressed, and now he can play, he can finally perform and show his strength. But he didn't know that his opponent's red bronze armor was a master who could absorb chakra, so his battle must be difficult. In the corner of the audience stage. After the disguise, Ashimaru stared at Sasuke, waiting for his wonderful performance. Then he turned his head to look at Naruto, thinking of the scene where he was attacked by a large group of shadow clones. He was instantly a little angry. Wait, kid, turn around and let you experience the cruelty of the ninja world. Do you think you are invincible with the shadow clone? Ridiculous! Ashimaru said secretly, licking her lips with her big tongue, and looked at Naruto indifferently, then looked at Sasuke again. Compared to Naruto's shadow avatar, Oshimaru valued Sasuke more. After all, he belonged to the Uchiha clan, and the potential of Sharingan was unlimited. So he must get it into his own hands and make his strength soar again. It smells so bad. What smells so bad? It seems that there is always a smell coming from the direction over there. Naruto's voice suddenly sounded, attracting everyone's attention. People followed his gaze and looked in the direction of Dashimaru. "Hey, the one over there, remember to take a bath often, it's too stinky, you haven't bathed in a few years, the smell is spread everywhere." Naruto deliberately clutched his nose and looked at Dashyuan. "Damn it!" Dashimaru's face turned dark, especially after being watched by so many people, and being watched by 3 generations of Hokage, his fists were all clenched. There is no way, if it is discovered by the 3 generations of Hokage at this time, then a life and death battle is indispensable, so he must not show his feet. "What are you doing with your fist? Is it so irritated when I say it? You, stinks, don't you just take a bath? As for anger, become angry? Really?" Naruto looked at Dashyuan deliberately and shook his head helplessly, until Dashyuan wanted to explode. Experience +3. Chapter 71, During the Battle. The atmosphere on the scene, as Naruto's words became weird, everyone watched the scene speechlessly, not knowing what to say. Fortunately, Moonlight Hayate had not forgotten his job, and immediately raised his right hand to announce the start of the battle, which also attracted everyone's attention. "Ahem, Sasuke, prepare for the red copper armor. The exam begins." Whoosh! After the red bronze armor heard the start instruction, his figure flashed quickly and rushed towards Sasuke super fast. "Hey, ignorance!" Sasuke spoke faintly and put out his hands, ready to let the other party learn how good he is when the other party comes over. Drink! The red bronze armor quickly rushed to Sasuke's side, mobilizing his body's power to launch a fierce attack, trying to defeat Sasuke. Bang bang bang! Continuous confrontations appeared, and the 2 sides began a close combat in the center of the field. As the chief student, Sasuke's melee ability is extremely strong, every attack is very accurate, easily blocked all the attacks of the red bronze armor, and quickly suppressed the opponent. Impressive! Sakura looked at Sasuke like a nympho, feeling that he was very handsome at this time. The people around, such as Xiao Li and Tian Tian, also secretly nodded, admiring Sasuke's extraordinary strength. But at this time, Sakura suddenly thought of Naruto's strength. She turned her head and asked, "Naruto, do you think Sasuke can win?" "It's definitely okay to win, it's just a bit of hardship," Naruto said lightly. "Why?" "I think Sasuke has been suppressing the red copper armor, so he should be able to win easily." Sakura's questioning questioned, which also attracted the attention of people around him. Hyaganiji and Tian Tian didn't know Naruto's strength, so they looked at them with suspicion. Although this person named Akakai is very weak, he has a special ability that will make Sasuke suffer. Naruto commented lightly. "What ability?" The others also turned their heads and looked over. They really didn't see any special ability of this red bronze armor. "Very simple." Naruto smiled and raised his right hand. Under the eyes of everyone, he squeezed Hinata's white face and said, "The red bronze armor can absorb other people's chakras." "Absorb chakra? How did you know?" Naruto asked curiously every day. "You'll know in a while, look carefully." Naruto didn't say much, but grabbed Hinata's little hand and played, making Hinata always dizzy and speechless. Not far away, Hyaganiji watched this scene quietly, especially when he saw Naruto and Hinata's intimate movements. His brows frowned. As a division of the family, after the death of his father, he has always hated the clan family, especially Hinata, the eldest of the clan family. So for Naruto, who is close to Hinata, the same attitude will not have a good impression. But he didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the center of the venue, watching the red bronze armor and Sasuke fight. Bang bang bang! The red bronze armor was knocked to the ground several times, stood up embarrassedly, and looked at Sasuke vigilantly. On the other hand, Sasuke showed a confident smile, and the whole person looked vigorous and unrestrained. Such a wonderful performance made many people turn their heads to look at Naruto, and the doubt in their eyes was very obvious. But at this time, just when everyone questioned Naruto, the red bronze armor rushed towards Sasuke, grabbed his wrist abruptly, and then a strong suction surged. Bang! Sasuke's body stiffened, and he was kicked to the ground. Then one hand grabbed his hair and pressed him to the ground and couldn't get up. What's the matter? My chakra, you are absorbing my chakra. Sasuke did not dare to say anything. He didn't expect that the opponent's abilities were so weird that he could continuously absorb chakra through physical contact, and it could also reduce his strength a little bit, gradually becoming weak. This result surprised him. With a lot of effort, he finally struggled to kick the opponent away, and then looked at the red bronze armor warily. The Uchiha clan is nothing but that. Akagi sneered and charged again, making Sasuke embarrassed to fight. This scene was faithfully presented in front of everyone. People looked at Naruto in surprise, not understanding how Naruto guessed it. This Naruto is not bad. Looking carefully at Naruto every day, curiosity was revealed in her sullen eyes. Niji Hyuga frowned, thinking about how Naruto guessed this. The two of them didn't notice, but the nearby Inuyasukage and others looked like they took it for granted. Because they clearly know how terrible Naruto is, and remember the scene when Naruto hit Gaara. Isn't it normal for such a powerful person to guess this? So they didn't make a fuss, but just watched the game quietly. Sure enough, the battle was just like what Naruto said. Sasuke eventually defeated the red bronze armor, but he was also very embarrassed. Especially the curse seal on the left shoulder almost rioted, which made him feel lingering, and finally left with Kakashi to seal the curse seal. In the next match, you will be playing against Zack Stirrup. Moonlight Hayate announced the start of the battle in time. Whizzing! Time is spent in battle after battle, but many people look at Naruto as if nothing. Especially people who have never seen Naruto's strength have even more expectations for his battle. At last, when the chief examiner reads Naruto, the battle that people expect is about to begin. But Inuzuka was about to cry, because Naruto's opponent was him, which made him very, very helpless, especially when he thought that Naruto might smash himself madly. He shuddered with fright. But for the glory of the Inuzuka clan, he still took a deep breath and headed down the arena. It's just that the more he went, the more scared he became, and the more he went, the more disturbed he became. Especially seeing Naruto twisting his head twice, Inuzuka's heart became even more frightened. Audience stand. I don't know who will win, Ninkai, you will analyze it. Tien became curious about Naruto, and after seeing Naruto appear, he hurriedly asked Ning Xiai to analyze. No need to analyze, Naruto will definitely lose. Ning Xiai said lightly. Why? Naruto's guess just now is very accurate. Tien couldn't help but speak for Naruto. It's very simple. Inuzuka is from the Inuzuka clan. I have seen his strength. He is very good. He is even stronger than you. And I heard that Naruto is a crane tail. Isn't it obvious? Niji continued to explain lightly, as in the original book, saying that Naruto was a crane tail. But, will there be an accident? Maybe Naruto has a trick or something. Tien said again. Think too much, with Inuzuka's character, he will definitely go all out, plus his ninja dog and speed, Naruto will undoubtedly lose. Niji continued to explain, in a gesture of victory. Just at this time. Just when Ning Xi's winning ticket was in hand. A voice suddenly rang. I surrender. Inuzuka said helplessly, no choice but to think that he might be smashed, he was still withered. But what he said made Ning Xi's face darkened, and his heart said, I just praised you on my side, and you withered. What are you doing? Ning Xi's face was very dark, especially when Tien's weird gaze looked at him. He was even more depressed and wanted to vomit blood. He wanted to yell at Inuzuka. Can you stop being so cheating? Depressed, Ningji felt hot on his face, so he could only turn his head and ignore Tien. Chapter 72, Heart-Stuck Evening Red. Seeing Shikamaru's awkward expression, people around who knew Naruto's strength shook his head and laughed. But some people who didn't understand the reason looked at Inuzuka's suspicion. They didn't understand why he surrendered. After all, it was the Inuzuka clan, so it shouldn't be so simple to admit defeat. So they looked at Inuzuka and Naruto with strange eyes, guessing the specific reason. Experience +3. Then the center of the arena. Naruto silently looked around while listening to the increase in experience. After a few days of absorbing experience points, there are fewer and fewer plot characters on the scene with experience points, and many people's experience have broken, resulting in a huge drop in income. However, Naruto didn't care. Because just now, his experience value reached 500 points, he can finally upgrade the bloodline interface, and finally can see more detailed bloodline information. With deep expectations, Naruto silently chose to upgrade as he walked to the audience. Ding! The bloodline interface was successfully upgraded. The mechanical sound rang in his mind, and Naruto took a deep breath, walked quickly to the side of Hinata, and grabbed her little white hand. Naruto. Hinata looked at Naruto shyly, and found that Naruto was looking at him, and immediately lowered his head in a panic, stupidly not daring to move. Hinata's awkward posture made Naruto couldn't help bullying her. He directly played with her white tender hands and even kissed her lips. Not to mention, Hinata's little hands are really soft, slippery, very gentle, and comfortable. Naruto kept playing with him, and made Hinata shamelessly standing unsteadily, and almost fainted in Naruto's arms several times. Experience +3. The qualifiers are still going on. Naruto bullied Hinata for a while before calling up the panel to view the bloodline data. Quickly. The detailed bloodline information is clearly presented. Perfect Saiyan bloodline, a bloodline with many Saiyan advantages. At this stage, 50%, with terrifying combat power and unlimited potential. After being angry, there is a chance to open the Super Saiyan form, and the full moon can enter the giant ape form, retaining wisdom. Bloodline reaches 60%, you can freely enter the form of a great ape and retain wisdom. Bloodline reaches 70%, the power of the great ape can be exerted through the human form, and the combat effectiveness is still increased 10 times. Bloodline reaches 80%, you can freely enter the Super Game 1-2-3 form. Bloodline reaches 90%, free access to Super Red and Super Blue. Bloodline reaches 100%, the strength in battle is greatly improved, and the combat effectiveness becomes stronger with age, and the strength is doubled every year. This. Naruto looked at the detailed bloodline data, surprise appeared in his eyes. He never thought that his bloodline turned out to be a perfect Saiyan bloodline. He had always thought it was Broly bloodline, but now it seems to be a bloodline that combines the abilities of Broly, Vegeta, and even Monkey King. And this Broly is still a fusion of the old and new settings, very abnormal. Such a perfect bloodline really surprises Naruto. To know the fact that the combat power grows with age can be said to be quite terrifying. As long as he lives for a long time, he can completely explode everything, and even explode the space is not difficult. At that time, relying on terrible strength, it is possible to travel through the infinite world, so Naruto's mood is getting better and more happy. It seems that the bloodline reaches 100% to truly achieve this. I only have 50% bloodline. It seems that I need to continue earning experience points. Naruto muttered secretly. Naruto. Hinata's soft and waxy voice sounded, which aroused Naruto's attention. What's the matter? Naruto wondered. Teacher Yurihong is watching. Hinata said with some embarrassment. Red sunset. Naruto turned his head to look, and found that Yurihong was looking at her with concentration. It seemed that Yurihong was a little upset because of Kyunyu's non-stop kiss of Hinata's Xiao Xiao. Leave her alone, isn't she still in love with Asuma? Naruto said directly. Hey? Teacher Yurihong and Asma. Hinata was blank, she really didn't know about it. Yes, the two of them have been secretly mimicking it for a long time. Naruto did not hesitate to expose this matter. His perception is super strong and he has naturally seen many things. So this is Hinata believed Naruto's words very much, so she nodded to show that she understood, but the next second her face turned red because she thought of Naruto's saying being in love. Compared with boys, girls are more precocious in their hearts, especially in this Naruto world, girls' hearts are even more acute. So after hearing Naruto's words, Hinata thought that Naruto meant something, so she was a little bit ungrateful. To this, Naruto really didn't mean that. After all, Hinata was still young, he was just explaining the facts, but if Hinata misunderstood, let him misunderstand it, and it was what he meant. Therefore, under Xirihong's frown, not only did he not restrain himself, but continued to play with Hinata's little hands, and even kissed several times without hesitation. That gesture was really annoying. Yurihong is really dissatisfied this time. After all, she is Hinata's teacher, but Naruto can't let Naruto bully Hinata so much, even if she knows that Hinata likes Naruto. So she walked over, ready to talk to Hinata, let Hinata pay attention to protect herself. Hinata, come out, I have something to talk to you. Xirihong frowned as she walked over. Good teacher. Hinata looked at Naruto and found that he didn't stop him, and then walked out. Outside, under a big tree, Xirihong pulled Hinata and said, Hinata, do you like Naruto? Hey? This, Hinata panicked, as if being exposed, at a loss. It's okay, you don't have to hide it, everyone can see it, even Naruto knows it. Xirihong sighed. Naruto, does Naruto know it too? Hinata said, clutching the corner of his clothes. Of course, he got it right, so he has been bullying you. Xirihong said dissatisfied. No. No, Naruto will not bully me, he is kind to me, he has taught me a lot, and he has made me a lot of delicious food. Hinata whispered. You, don't speak for him, he is so unscrupulous, this is very wrong. Xirihong said a few words and continued. You are still young. It is when you are improving your strength. You can't focus on men and women. If Naruto is in trouble in the future and you have no strength, how can you help him? But Naruto is very powerful, no one can beat him. Hinata's face was tight. You. Xirihong was speechless, took a deep breath and said again. Although Naruto has some strength, there are countless strong men in the ninja world, and have you forgotten Nine Tails? The road to Naruto in the future is very bumpy, should you just watch if he is in danger. This. Hinata was silent, thinking that when Naruto was in danger in the future, he couldn't help at all, his heart suddenly became tense, and then he hurriedly said. Teacher Xirihong, what should I do? It's very simple, put aside the love between men and women, and focus on improving your strength first, and you are a girl, you must be reserved and pay attention to protect yourself. If you let Naruto bully you too much, he will not cherish you. Yurihong started to teach, and tried to enlighten Hinata to make her realize the seriousness of the problem. Hinata, remember? In recent years, don't get too close to Naruto, and wait until your strength reaches my level. Yeah, teacher, I know, I will pay attention. Hinata lit his small head, and secretly vowed in his heart that he must improve his strength and have the strength to protect Naruto. Well, not bad, remember to keep a distance from Naruto. Yurihong nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Hinata grumbled, but her heart was very tangled, because she didn't want to see Naruto unhappy, but when she thought about Naruto's safety, she still showed firmness on her face. Let's go, back to the audience stage. Good teacher. The two walked back to the audience stage and soon saw Naruto's figure. If it was normal, Hinata would definitely ran there for the first time, but now, Hinata was very suffering and didn't know what to do. Xirihong watched Hinata didn't run over for the first time, and she smiled satisfied, feeling that she hadn't been teaching in vain, and she was very satisfied. But just then, just when she was satisfied, the Naruto in front of him suddenly beckoned to Hinata, and then Hinata ran over, throwing Yurihong's teaching behind his head. Hey! Yurihong was stunned, feeling a little empty in her mind, especially seeing Naruto and Hinata get in close contact again. Yurihong felt heartbroken. Okay. As a teacher, I have been teaching hard for so long just now, but it turned out to be nonsense, completely useless at all, and was purely busy. This made Xirihong very speechless, and her heart was very cold, and she even wanted to hit the wall a little bit, so she couldn't get too worried. I have been teaching for a long time, but it is not as good as Naruto's casual beckoning. This gap is really maddening. Experience plus 3. Chapter 73, Hinata vs Niji. Not to mention Xirihong's gloomy look, he returned to Hinata's side. Originally, Hinata had thought about it and planned to follow the teacher's request and improve her strength as much as possible, but when she saw Naruto beckoning, she instinctively ran over. However, she still had some scruples in her heart. After all, the teacher's words were still correct, and there was no way to protect Naruto in the future without strength. But she also didn't want to affect Naruto's mood because of this, and didn't want to alienate Naruto because of her improved strength, which would make him unhappy. So Hinata thought of a way, that is to accompany Naruto more during the day, and after returning home at night, redouble his efforts to practice and improve his strength. This will not only take care of Naruto's emotions, but also improve her strength, so that if Naruto is in danger in the future, he will also have the strength to protect Naruto. Although this would be very hard, I have to stay up late to practice every day, but Hinata is not afraid, because only this is the best way of both worlds. And so, she chose to do this without hesitation, letting Naruto hold her hand. In the next game, Niji will fight Hinata. The sound of the moonlight wind suddenly sounded, and Naruto's brows wrinkled slightly. Considering that Hinata's strength is very different from that of Niji, Naruto said warmly, "Hinata, don't go, you will lose." "It's okay Naruto, trust me." Hinata's big eyes were bent into crescent moons. If he had surrendered before, Yurihong said that getting too close to Naruto would delay his practice, which made Hinata very concerned. She didn't want others to say that Naruto affected her practice, and she didn't want the teacher to say that Naruto was bad. So you have to go on the court in person, defend Naruto's reputation with a victory, and prove that even if you are with Naruto, you will not fall into practice. So this time she looked at Naruto bravely, grabbed Naruto's right hand with her little white hand, and put it on her cheek. "Naruto, can you trust me?" Hinata looked at Naruto nervously after speaking, holding Naruto's right hand tightly with her small hand, looking at him hopefully. Hinata's brave attitude also made Naruto hesitate. If he doesn't support her, who else can support her? But the strengths of Hinata and Niji are very different, and Naruto is also worried about Hinata's safety, but considering that his own strength can stop it in time, he is silent for 2 seconds. "If you are in danger, I will take action, even if you ruin the Zongnin exam." "Thank you Naruto." Hinata's hands held Naruto's right hand and held it to his chest, staring at Naruto with her white jade eyes. "I will prove my strength, definitely." After speaking, Hinata bravely walked towards the battlefield, and walked to the center of the field under Naruto's gaze. The other side. Niji walked with a strained face and slowly stopped in front of Hinata. "Unexpectedly, I would fight with you, Miss Hinata. Before starting the fight, I will give you a piece of advice. Abstain. Your character is not suitable for being a ninja." "No, I will not abstain, I will face it bravely." Hinata shook his head and retorted. "Hinata, you are the eldest lady of the clan family, with an inferiority complex and cowardice. This is not a ninja character at all, and your strength is too weak to be my opponent at all. You are doomed to fail against me. Ning Xi said coldly, especially thinking of the scene of his father's death, his hands clenched instantly. I will prove everything. Hinata looked at the direction Naruto was, and did not hesitate to speak. He even rolled his eyes and put on a fighting start gesture. Then let you completely give up. Niji also put out his hands up pose, rolling his eyes open in the next second. Start, the chief examiner said loudly. Whizzing. After the examiner's voice fell, Hinata and Niji suddenly mobilized chakra to start fighting, and the two sides began to fight with soft fists, aiming at each other's meridians to attack. Bang bang bang! Relying on a belief, Hinata has the upper hand in the eyes of everyone's surprise, gaining a short-term advantage. Not bad, Hinata has the upper hand. Sakura said in surprise when she saw this scene. The people around him also looked like they didn't expect. After all, Ning Xi was the first place last year, plus 1 year older and strong, it's not that easy to deal with. But now, everyone can see Hinata's advantage clearly, which has attracted everyone's admiration. But Naruto had a cold face, holding his arms and watching this scene coldly, always vigilant about the fighting situation. His expression made the people next to him puzzled, and the third sister and brother Gaara, who always followed Naruto, also frowned. Temari, have you seen it? Hinata has a very important position in Naruto's heart. Kankuro whispered. It can be seen that Hinata is really lucky to be valued by Naruto. Naruto's strength is very terrifying. Temari thought of the previous battle, she turned her head and asked in a low voice. Gaara, what do you think is Naruto's strength? If you release that monster, you have some chance of winning. There is no chance. Gaara said indifferently. No chance? Not even that monster. Temari opened his mouth in surprise, but Xiaojuru's power was very scary. She thought there should be no chance of winning. This Naruto is very weird. Every time he is on the court, he does not come out, and even after he comes out, he will retract. Gaara was silent for 2 seconds and continued, Xiaoju seems a little afraid of Naruto. What? Temari and Kankuro were taken aback, and looked at Gaara in disbelief. Are you sure? That's a tail beast. Not completely sure, but I will continue to verify. Gaara replied. Bang! The popping sound swayed in the audience stage, the airwave spread to the surroundings, and the audience stage under Naruto's feet shattered directly, forming a cracked spider web area. On the other hand, Naruto, standing on the audience stage, stepped on the cracked floor and stared at the bottom indifferently. Grunt! Kanjiro swallowed and glanced at Naruto with some fear, especially feeling the murderous aura around Naruto. His expression changed slightly. Ning Xi only slapped Hinata's wrist, and Naruto almost ran away. This reaction was too big, and the key point was that the murderous aura was too heavy. Yet, look at Ninkai. Under this murderous aura, the battle has been affected. Temari gave Ninkai a pitying look. Originally, Niji regained his fighting advantage, and even hit Hinata's wrist, but Naruto almost went violently, and Niji was at a disadvantage. But Temari didn't pay too much attention to Niji, but planned to continue asking Gaara's question. It's just that when she turned her head to look at Gaara, she found Gaara was taut and looked like an enemy, and even cold sweat appeared on her forehead. What's wrong with Gaara? Temari asked suspiciously. It's okay, I have confirmed. Gaara took a deep breath and looked at Naruto solemnly. What did you confirm? Kankuro was blank. Confirm that Xiaoju is really afraid of Naruto. Xiaoju is now shrinking into a ball. What? Shrunk into a book ball again. Kankuro and Temari looked at each other, unable to believe their ears. The dignified tail beast, the tail beast that made countless people fearful, was scared into a ball by the murderous intent of human beings. It would be too embarrassing to say it, The key is that the two of them are weak, and even if they are afraid of murderous intent, but you, a tail beast with terrible strength, shrink into a group first, what are you doing? And even though they are afraid of murderous intent, they still maintain a standing posture, but you, a tailed beast, collapsed into a ball first. This is really speechless. Even Kankuro and Temari were speechless and didn't know what to say. It's not just them who feel speechless, Niji below also feels speechless. The advantage that had been gained from the original battle hadn't been obtained too much, and there was a bang from the rear, and then the murderous intent was rippling around his neck. The murderous intent was like an invisible knife on his neck, which could kill him at any time, and even his skin was under the murderous intent, and there was needle-stick pain. Under the threat of such murderous intent, Ningxi must be fully on guard, always vigilant for the sudden attack, which also caused his battle to be a little messy, and he felt speechless and aggrieved. No way, this feeling is like playing with fire next to a gas tank that explodes at any time. Who can play this scene at ease? Therefore, Ningxi's battle naturally did not reach the peak state, and could only be depressed passively. The other side. Danzo, Dashimaru, and 3 generations of Hokage were frowning at Naruto, looking at the cracked floor under Naruto's feet, and because of the distance, they didn't feel too much murderous aura. But even the floor under Naruto's feet still made them look dignified, and Oshimaru even squinted to look at Naruto. Is this his strength? It seems that he came right this time. Duanzang quietly said. Danzo, what do you want to do? 3 generations of Hokage questioned. Chapter 74, Naruto is angry. What to do? You can't see it. Naruto has been out of control. His strength is too strong. If he wants to do anything, it will inevitably bring danger to the village and must be controlled. Tuanzang said coldly. Danzo, I advise you to stop. You see Hinata's position in Naruto's heart, don't you understand? 3 generations of Hokage said. Okay. Danzo frowned and looked at Naruto carefully. You mean fetters? Yes, it's fetters, partners, friends, and belonging. We were all wrong before. We owe him too much. Why can't we give him a quiet life? The 3 generations of Hokage sighed, and the whole person was much older. The seeds of hatred will sprout once they are planted. Naruto's past experience is clear to you and me, even if there are fetters? Who can guarantee that he will forget the tragic past experience? Danzo said indifferently, his eyes gleaming with danger. Yes, as long as Hinata, Sakura, Sasuke, and Kakashi are in bondage, Naruto will guard Konoha forever, because this is his home. The 3rd generation of Hokage said quietly, suddenly glanced at the direction of Dashiwan, and then sighed deeply. Really? Naruto was bullied, ostracized, cold-eyed, sick and unattended since he was a child. He had to go to the river to catch fish by himself for food. No one agreed. He would guard Konoha after such an experience. It's ridiculous. Tuanzang looked at the 3 generations of Hokage mockingly, and continued, all unstable factors must be controlled in the bud. Give him to me, otherwise you will regret it. No, he will guard Konoha, because a new bond is about to appear, and Jila will return soon. The 3rd generation of Hokage said again. Jila also. Tuanzang frowned, and said in a slight silence for 2 seconds. Well, I'll give you some time. If I can't see the results, don't blame me for doing it. Konoha must not be unstable. After Danzo finished speaking, he left with his subordinates mightily, leaving only 3 generations of Hokage in place and sighed deeply. Am I wrong? The 3rd generation of Hokage said quietly. He thought a lot and thought of the various events that had happened since he was Hokage for so many years. The Senju clan merged into the common people and survived in name only. Senju's only direct male, Ding Yushu, died, Tsunade's boyfriend Kato died in battle, Sakumo Hageki's suicide, Tsunade's departure, and There are also 4 generations of Hokage's deaths, because the village compromised Hyaga's suicide, the chills of the Hyaga clan, the death of Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha's extermination, and Ataka's defection. In addition, Naruto's tragic experience, those things that Danzo did secretly, the disappearance of countless civilian children, the death of a large number of dead men trained, the death of Yakushi Yanao, the death of Yahiko of Rain, the runaway of Nagato. Countless things have happened in these years. Almost everything has a direct relationship with Konoha, which has also caused countless sufferings and disasters. The 3 generations of Hokage were silent. He loved Konoha more than anyone else. He wanted to say that he had done nothing wrong, but he couldn't tell. If the first generation of Hokage was reborn, perhaps all this would not happen. Am I really wrong? If there is Sunin, Heiki Sakumo, Senju clan, Uchiha clan, Konoha will weaken to this point. The 3rd generation of Hokage sighed, feeling that the gap between himself and the first generation of Hokage was extremely large. Bang bang bang! The battle in the battlefield continues. Hinata puts his hands into palms and exerts his soft fist, showing his strength as much as possible, proving that he has not fallen into practice, and working hard to maintain Naruto's reputation. It's a pity that her power is too weak, and chakra is much less than Ningxi. Even if she gets help, she is still not Ningxi's opponent, and she is still at a disadvantage. But at this moment, Ningxi, who was killed by air pressure, suddenly broke out and performed his trick. Back to the days. The circular Huishin revolved abruptly, and the concentrated power of the chakra took shape with Niji as the center. Bang! Caught off guard, Hinata had no time to defend, and was directly thrown back to the sky with a strong force, falling like a parabola. Because it was too sudden, she was head down when she fell, and if she really fell on the ground, she would definitely break her head. Whoosh! Crucial moment. Naruto's figure passed by like lightning, hugged the falling Hinata, held her in his arms in the form of a princess, and hugged her tightly. Sorry Naruto, I lost. Hinata's chakra was exhausted and she was unable to fight anymore, especially when she saw Naruto standing in the middle of the field. She knew that Naruto could not let her continue to fight, but she failed to maintain Naruto's reputation, which made Hinata very guilty and depressed, and even her little face was full of loss. She stared at Naruto reproachfully and said, I'm sorry Naruto, I'm sorry, I failed. It's okay, you've done a lot, so leave it to me next. After Naruto finished speaking, he looked at Niji coldly. Naruto. Hinata grabbed Naruto's clothes and said with self-blame in his voice, let's go, I want to eat braised pork. Okay. Naruto tightened the Hinata in his arms, jumped onto the audience stage, and walked outside with a cold face. Restroom. Xianglin waited here all the time, seeing Naruto coming and holding Hinata, hurriedly stood up. You are back, what happened to Hinata? It's okay, go and process these ingredients, and make braised pork later. Naruto waved his hand and took out the meat in his personal space and placed it on the table. It's that kind of meat. Xianglin's eyes brightened when he saw this meat, because this kind of food has certain benefits for the body. As long as it is consumed for a long time, it can slowly increase its strength. So she could not wait to pick up these ingredients and hurriedly went to the kitchen to clean them. Hinata, these ingredients have a very good enhancement effect. As long as you eat them for a long time, it will help you a lot. Since you don't want me to fight Niji, then I hope you can defeat him in the future. Naruto looked at Hinata's frustrated expression, comforted her, and set a new goal for her. Well, thank you Naruto. Naruto's words warmed her heart gradually. Hinata's mood gradually recovered, but she was embarrassed to find that she was so held by Naruto. After all such close contact, being held by Naruto in her arms, she was still very shy, so she lowered her head and dared not look at Naruto. Hinata, I will find a way to improve your strength and definitely make you the strongest woman. Naruto said quietly. Okay. Hinata nodded his head, then got up from Naruto's arms, and said timidly, Naruto, I'll go help cooking. After Hinata finished speaking, he ran to the fragrant phosphorus with his little feet messy, and it looked like he had fled. Experience +3. Naruto smiled and watched this scene. After Hinata left, his smile gradually disappeared, and his eyes became a little cold. He saw Hinata's self-blame in his eyes, which made him feel very bad. It seems that we must find a way to improve Hinata's strength. Naruto looked at the 270 experience points earned today, and chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding! Lucky draw is successful, get 10 cubic meters of personal space. Ding! The lucky draw was successful, and 1000 caddies of meat ingredients from Pirate World were won. Ding! Obtain the complete Saiyan blood of Nappa in Dragon Ball, side effects will be bald. What? Naruto's lottery draw stopped, and he looked at his reward carefully. Nappa, an elite Saiyan warrior in Dragon Ball, powerful, bald, and died at the hands of Vegeta. What kind of trash bloodline? Seeing the side effects of the baldness, Naruto shook his head speechlessly, and directly said that he was thrown into the space, and then the lottery continued. Ding! The draw is successful, and you won 10 celestial beans in the Dragon Ball. Ding! Lucky draw is successful, get 10 cubic meters of personal space. Ding! The lucky draw is successful, get the fluffy coat of Hell Fugues. The crazy lottery has begun. Naruto has spent the entire 270 experience points this time. But Naruto is very dissatisfied with the result of the lottery. Because he didn't get the reward for greatly improving his strength, this also made Naruto's bad mood and added fuel to the fire. Okay. Naruto suddenly turned his head to look at the outside world, with murderous intent in his eyes. I was about to move my hands and feet, since you are looking for death, don't blame me. After Naruto finished speaking, he got up and walked outside, and then came to the woods outside. He didn't stop advancing, but headed toward the depths of the forest without rush. Above the surrounding trees, more than 50 powerful ninjas are following under the leadership of Danzo, showing killing intent. However, Danzo's guard Mountain Stroke frowned and watched Naruto move forward step by step. He whispered, Master Danzo, this Naruto suddenly came out alone, will there be any conspiracy? The power he showed just now cannot be underestimated. Don't worry, he is the only one around in the perception. Even if Naruto has some strength, he will definitely lose in the face of so many of us. Captain Perception said. Yes, a ninja won't be able to win with great power, and no matter how strong it is, it will be in vain. Danzo spoke confidently, and then looked to the side. Take village, Naruto has handed it over to you, he has a strong healing ability, are you sure? Of course, my sword is a chakra sword from the country of craftsmanship. It is extremely tough. It is second only to the ninja sword of the water country. Today, I will cut off his limbs. Takemura spoke coldly and slowly pulled out the unusually sharp long knife behind him. Go ahead, don't kill it, whatever else you want. Danzang waved his hand. Yes. Whoosh. Deep in the dense forest, next to a big rock. Naruto slowly walked to the big rock, but at this moment, a cold wind suddenly appeared from behind. A long knife with extreme sharpness severely slashed at his right arm, as if to chop off his right arm depending on the situation. But at this time, Naruto turned around abruptly, looking at the long knife that was slashing, he bit it. Bang! The tough ninja sword broke and turned into fragments floating in the air. The pupils of Takemura wielding the long sword shrank sharply, and his eyes were filled with amazement. This is impossible. Puff puff. The blood was sprayed and the fragments broken in the air were supposed to fall to the ground, but Naruto's left hand patted the air lightly. In an instant, a large number of weapon fragments suddenly flew towards Wu village, penetrated his body in his horror and panic, and completely penetrated him. You. Takemura pointed at Naruto and opened his mouth, blood gushing out, and slowly fell to the ground in despair. Puff! Wu village fell to the ground, completely dead in the blood, and turned into a corpse. Around. The hidden ninjas watched this scene in amazement, and looked at Naruto standing next to the big rock in disbelief. Okay, so strong. It killed Wu village with a single blow, and even his shinobi was bitten off. How could this be possible? The mountain wind swallowed his mouth. Master Danzo, this Naruto is stronger than imagined. Give the order and let us take the shot together. The captain said solemnly. Go ahead. Danzo waved his hand, and then began to untie the bandage on his arm. Any instability of Konoha will be eliminated. I will take care of everything today. Chapter 75, Danzo's Trick. Whoosh whoosh. The sound of breaking through the air continued to sound, and Danzang's men rushed out one by one, and at the same time released countless kunao, flying towards Naruto with a cold light. With such a large number of kunao attacks, even Shangren could not stop it. So after Danzo's subordinates used kunao, they sneered at Naruto next to the big stone, waiting for him to be hit hard. Ignorance. Looking at the densely flying kunao, Naruto smiled coldly, then raised his left hand and made a fist suddenly. Bang! A terrifying air explosion sounded, and the strong wind pressure suddenly raged in all directions with the crackling sound. For an instant, all the kunwu was bounced out under this strong wind pressure, and all attacks were easily eliminated. This is... The wind in the mountains saw this scene of horror, and couldn't believe that all of this was true. Just relying on making a fist, it flew away from everyone's attacks, which was really incredible. Not only was Mountain Stroke horrified, the surrounding ninjas also widened their eyes and looked at Naruto beside the big rock in shock. They didn't expect that the attack that even Shinen could not face would be solved by Naruto with a fist. It was unimaginable. Of course Danzo also saw such a scene. While he was surprised, his expression became gloomy, and then he said coldly, "You don't have to keep your hands, kill." Yes. The members of the route who received the order, quickly Jian, one by one performed their best ninjutsu. Lei Dun Go. Wind escape the art of wind cutting. Tu Dun To Long Gun. Fire escape flame bomb. In an instant, countless chakra fluctuations spread, and a large number of ninjutsu with tyrannical power swept towards Naruto beside the big stone. Boom boom boom. Smoke and dust billowed, the fire blazed into the sky, and the area around the big rock was completely enveloped by the power of ninjutsu, and Naruto was completely submerged. The surrounding ninjas watched this scene quietly, waiting for the smoke and dust to disperse completely, waiting for the scene after Naruto's death. But at this time, the sensing captain found something and hurriedly shouted. He's okay, absolutely okay, I feel a terrible force gathering. It's okay? How is this possible? With so many ninjutsu, no one can hold it. Yet, with so many ninjutsu, even 3 generations of Hokage can't hold it. When everyone heard this, they couldn't believe it, and they all looked at Captain Perception in doubt. It can't be wrong, he is absolutely fine, absolutely, even his breath is stronger. The Perception Captain said loudly. Stronger. When everyone heard this, their expressions sank, so many people released ninjutsu at the same time, and the strength of that ninjutsu power can be imagined. But now, the Perception Captain said that the opponent is okay, and the key is that the opponent is stronger, which makes people cautious, staring at the position of the smoke and dust one by one. Danzo, who was removing the bandage, also raised his head to look at the location of the smoke. Call. The cold wind blows away the smoke and dust beside the big rock, and gradually reveals the scene of that area. Just. What makes everyone feel incredible is that Naruto beside the big stone is standing quietly in place, looking at everyone mockingly. There was no injury at all on his body, even his clothes were spotlessly clean, and even his hair was constantly floating, with a faint golden light flashing. What is this? Everyone looked at the golden light and the black hair that was gradually floating, and they faintly found that the black hair was moving towards the golden color, looking at each other, not understanding what was going on. The perception captain watched this scene in horror, and the whole person trembled in fear. We are finished, we are finished, we shouldn't be here, we shouldn't be here. Late. Naruto glanced at the sensing captain, and looked around coldly. Originally because of Hinata's affairs, he was in a bad mood, but he failed to get a good thing in the lottery, and his mood became more and more depressed. Now that he is attacked by so many ninjas, his negative emotions are gradually increasing. However, there is still a little distance from turning into a Saiyan, mainly because Danzo's subordinates are too wasteful. So many people give him emotional stimulation, and it is less pitiful. A bunch of trash. If you want to survive, you better offend me, otherwise. Naruto sneered and gently raised his index finger to point at one of the members of the root. Whoosh! A white light flashed suddenly, and it flashed like a thunderstorm. The member of root suddenly stiffened, and then fell to the ground holding his heart, breathless. Team leader. Seeing this scene, everyone's complexion changed drastically. It was their captain, one of the 5 strongest of them. Such a strong captain was killed in seconds. This scene really surprised them. Kill him, hurry! Kill! Water escape, waterfall rushing waves. Numerous ninjutsu reappeared, and Naruto rushed towards the big stone, vowing to kill him. Boom boom boom! Smoke and dust billowed, dust flew everywhere, but the indifferent voice sounded from the smoke and dust. It's too weak, it's really too weak, you don't even have the qualifications to stimulate me to transform, then go to death. With the indifferent words, a figure loomed in the smoke and dust. This inverted figure was originally standing, but at this time he suddenly put his hands together, made an attacking gesture, and then pointed at Danzo's men. At the moment this action appeared, the perception captain of Gen changed his face and shouted, "Run away! Run away!" Boom! The white light was shining, and it suddenly shot out like a white beam of light, with the power of destroying everything, swept to the subordinates of Danzo, and swept across the death forest. In an instant, everything that the white light passed through turned into a barren land. All the trees, all the plants, and everything are turned into rubble, forming a chasm across the dead forest. Bang! Seeing this scene, the mountain wind directly sat on the ground in fright, looking at the gap in horror, completely frightened. Next to Danzo, whose bandage hadn't been removed, was also frightened, watching this scene with amazement. He didn't expect that the opponent's blow was so terrifying. The key to his bandage had not been removed, and one of his men died. This scene really frightened him. What made him even more frightened was that Naruto actually looked at him and then raised a finger. Damn it! Danzo thought of the flashing finger light before, and he solemnly said, "Wait a minute, I have something to say. Don't you want to know your life experience? Don't you want to know how they died?" As Danzo said, he began to secretly mobilize chakra, using Uchiha Shisui's ability to write the other gods, trying to control Naruto in front of him. But at this moment, just when he used other gods to move chakra closer to Naruto, who had always been on the verge of transformation, seemed to have been greatly stimulated. Suddenly, his breath skyrocketed, and the terrifying wave of breath shook everything in all directions in an instant. Under this terrible wave of air, Danzo retreated several steps, and the other gods were also directly interrupted, completely shattering Danzo's strategy. But what made Danzo more frightened was that Naruto was undergoing tremendous changes. He saw his hair stand up, his black hair suddenly turned golden, and his body burst out with golden flames, and even his muscles were bulging, forming an explosive scene. This kind of scene stunned Danzo directly. He didn't expect that using Uchiha Shisui's writing wheel eyes, not only did not control the opponent, but stimulated the opponent even stronger. The key to the terrible aura, he just felt horrified when he looked far away, and he felt terrified, and even felt that the other party could blow himself to death with a breath. Damn it! Danzo also felt very upset when he was angry. He never expected that this would be the result. If he had known it would be like this, he would not use his eyes to irritate the opponent when he was killed. But everything is late, and all he can do is use the last trick. That is, the seal technique of the Li Xixiang seal at the expense of life. Thinking of this sealing technique, Tuanzang had determination in his eyes, and then raised his head. Puff!